A trillion-dollar fishing man, Yang Mi and Dilraba bring their kids to his door. Author, 7 Knives. Su Rui, a man with trillion-dollar assets, suddenly receives a call from Yang Mi and Dilraba. 3 years ago at the Cannes Film Festival, a fleeting romance led to both Yang Mi and Dilraba becoming pregnant. 3 years later, they meet again, bringing him 2 adorable daughters. Su Rui, with his trillion-dollar fortune, immediately transforms into an excessively doting father. Little orange, daddy, pandas are so cute. Su Rui, I'll buy 2 for you to keep as pets. Little peach, daddy, why can airplanes fly so high? Su Rui, daddy will buy 1 for you to study at home. Little orange and little peach, daddy, why don't you sleep with Yang Mi and Dilraba? Su Rui, a slice of life story about a stay-at-home dad. Please collect and give flowers if you like it, thank you. Main text. Chapter 001 Yang Mi, Dilraba and I gave birth to your children. Please collect and give flowers. Shanghai. On the banks of the Huangpu River, Su Rui leaned back in his chair, leisurely fishing. The float on the river bobbed slightly. Su Rui's hand on the fishing rod was very steady. He didn't rush to reel in the line. The float sank slightly. At that moment, Su Rui decisively pulled the rod, and a plump jade shad was pulled to the surface, splashing in the sunlight. Congratulations, host, you have caught a jade shad and received a cash reward of 15 million yuan. The reward has been automatically transferred to your account. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Su Rui's phone also vibrated. A bank SMS notification, 15 million yuan has been deposited. Card balance, 996.9999.9999.99. Bank reminder, dear Mr. Su Rui, your card ending in 8799 is about to reach its limit. When the balance reaches 999.9999.9999.99, your bank card will no longer be able to accept new deposits. Please visit our bank to open a new bank card as soon as possible. President Sun Jiaming will personally assist you. A customized SMS message for top-tier VIPs from the bank also popped up simultaneously. Su Rui glanced at it indifferently and put his phone away. He was already tired of seeing these kinds of SMS messages. He already had 18 bank cards with such full limits. This was the 19th bank card that was about to reach its limit. He was already tired of seeing these SMS reminders. For years ago, Su Rui transmigrated to this parallel world and activated a max-level fishing system, where he could get huge rewards for every fish he caught. The game starts with a natural fishing prowess. The bigger the fish, the higher the reward. In his first year, Su Rui unhesitatingly chose sea fishing, working tirelessly year-round. As a result, Su Rui earned enough in his first year to fill 10 bank cards with maximum limits. When he had enough money, the urgent urge to earn more gradually disappeared. For the next 3 years, Su Rui slowed down his pace. He traveled the world at his leisure, occasionally investing in fishing. Now he has traveled the world. Bored and unmotivated, Su Rui returned to his homeland and fully embraced the life of a leisurely fisherman. He fished for 3 days and rested for 2. When he lost interest, he stayed home to grow flowers and dismantle private jets. When he felt like it, he would go out to sunbathe, fish, and earn some pocket money on the side. Reeling in the line, a plump jade shad landed in Su Rui's hand. It escaped the hook. He deftly tossed the fish into the fish basket. A faint light, visible only to Su Rui, flashed in the basket, and the jade shad vanished instantly. Su Rui didn't think much of it. He baited the hook again and cast the line. The float hit the water, creating small ripples on the surface. Just then, his phone rang. An unknown number. This is my private number. No more than 20 people know this number. Who is this? Su Rui frowned slightly. He answered with a hint of curiosity. Who is this? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Tense breathing could be heard. Hello, is this Mr. Su Rui? Yes, and you are. Hello, this is Yang Mi. Yang Mi. Su Rui frowned slightly. His first thought was, how did Yang Mi, a female celebrity, know his number? But then Su Rui immediately remembered that he and Yang Mi had met once before. More accurately, it was a fleeting affair. Even more accurately, that fleeting affair wasn't just with Yang Mi, there was another now popular female star as well. 2 years had passed, and if Yang Mi hadn't suddenly called, he would have forgotten all about it. What can I do for you? Su Rui asked. Mr. Su, I didn't want to call you unless absolutely necessary. But now, I've encountered some trouble, so I have to ask you for a favor. What is it? After all, she was a woman he had shared intimate moments with, and she had given him her virginity. Su Rui would never refuse to help with any difficulties. I'd like to ask you to temporarily raise the child for me and Dilraba. Once we've finished dealing with our work, we'll take the child back and won't bother you anymore. Your child with Dilraba? Su Rui was stunned. They could have a child? Is technology really that advanced these days? Thinking about how many tech companies he'd invested in, he'd never heard of two women successfully pairing up. It's not my child with Dilraba, it's your child. Yang Mi hesitated on the other end of the phone, but ultimately decided to tell him the truth. Mr. Su, do you remember that night at Con 3 years ago? Back then, Dilraba and I were invited to attend. You were an invited guest, and the organizers, seeing we were from the same country, arranged for us to sit next to you. We had a great time chatting, and then we drank too much and went to a hotel together. That night, Dilraba and I both lost our virginity to you. Although it's a little embarrassing to say, that's how it really started. Su Rui remembered it clearly. The next morning, Yang Mi and Dilraba each had a red spot on their skin. After that day, neither of us thought much of it, just treating it as an accident. Unexpectedly, 2 months later, both Dilraba and I had late periods, and when we took tests, we found out we were both pregnant. That night was the first time for both Reba and me, and we haven't slept with any other men since, so the babies in our bellies are definitely yours. Originally, we weren't planning on having children. But thinking about how our careers are on the rise, we might have even less time to have children later. By the time we have time to have children, we'll probably be in our 30s, and having children then wouldn't be good for us or the babies, so we discussed it and decided to have the babies. The 2 children are now 2 years and 3 months old. They often ask Reba and me, where's daddy? Why do other kids have dads, but they don't? Yang Mi spoke with a hint of self-reproach. We've run into some work problems and can't take good care of the children for the time being. Recently, we've been seeing a lot of news about nannies abusing children, and we're really worried about leaving them with a nanny, so we thought of you. We hope you can take care of the children for us temporarily. Don't worry, both children are guaranteed to be yours. If you don't believe us, you can get 2 paternity tests done. We will also cover all expenses incurred while caring for the children. After explaining the whole situation, Yang Mi fell silent. His heart raced. He awaited a response from the other end of the phone. Su Rui's expression at this moment. He stared at the bobbing float on the river, showing no interest whatsoever. His mind was racing. I have a child? Too. A ray of light suddenly pierced through his monotonous life. It was as if life had suddenly taken a new direction. What Yang Mi mentioned matched his memory perfectly. The child's age and the timing of the events also fit. Mr. Su? I'm sorry, I know this is sudden and may have disrupted your life. But please believe me, once we've settled things here, we'll take the child back immediately and won't continue to disrupt your life. Of course, if you really can't accept this, I'll think of another way. Where are you? Let's talk in person. Su Rui replied. Mr. Su, I'll send you the address. Yang Mi was quite happy that Su Rui was willing to meet and talk. In the background, she could hear Dilraba saying, that's great. She hung up the phone. Su Rui reeled in his fishing rod. Congratulations, host, you have caught a songjang perch and received a cash reward of 20 million yuan. The reward has been automatically transferred to your account. Followed by a notification that his bank card was about to reach its limit. Su Rui didn't even bother to look at it. He waved. A hunky state limousine parked nearby pulled up beside him. A vibrant young female housekeeper got out of the back seat and handed him a bottle of mineral water to wash his hands. The driver put away his fishing gear. Following the address Su Rui gave him, she led him to the hotel where he had arranged to meet Yang Mi and Dilraba. A slice of life story about a wealthy, doting father. If you like it, please add it to your favorites, give it a like, and leave a review. Thank you so much. Chapter 002 Little Orange and Little Peach. Please add to your favorites and give flowers. Yeah Lin, wait for me here. Su Rui instructed, then walked into the Maoyu Grand Hotel. Yang Mi had already given him the room number. He knocked on the door. Who is it? A wary voice came from inside. Su Rui. The door opened. Yang Mi peeked into the hallway, making sure there were no paparazzi before letting Su Rui in. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, in our line of work, the worst thing is being caught meeting a man in a hotel. I hope you understand. Yang Mi explained. Looking up at the tall, handsome man in front of her, she momentarily held her breath. This was her first man, and the father of her daughter. 3 years ago, due to a hangover, she didn't remember him well. Seeing him again 3 years later, she realized he was much taller and more handsome than she remembered. Dilraba saw Su Rui enter the room. She immediately stood up from the sofa. Looking at Su Rui, the man who took her virginity, she felt an indescribable feeling. Meeting after 3 years, she felt a little awkward, and her heart was pounding inexplicably. After all, Su Rui was her only man so far. Her daughter often asked her who her father was, where he was, and now, the father her daughter spoke of was right in front of her. Hello, I'm Dilraba. In an awkward moment, Dilraba introduced herself. Su Rui was taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle. You and Yang Mi have become so popular these past 2 years, I see you on TV all the time. I know you even without introductions. Is that so? Dilraba smiled awkwardly. Yang Mi, on the other hand, was much calmer. She quickly composed herself. Mr. Su, whatever your answer is, let's sit down and talk. She invited Su Rui to sit on the sofa. The two sisters sat together, with Su Rui opposite them. Su Rui looked at the two women before him. 28-year-old Yang Mi was at the peak of her beauty. 22-year-old Dilraba was even more youthful and radiant, and with her unique exotic charm, she looked even more beautiful. No wonder these two women have become so popular in the entertainment industry these past 2 years. Their looks are truly stunning. What's even more unexpected is that they both had children with him. Yang Mi and Dilraba also secretly observed Su Rui. His attire was casual, but his clothes, from head to toe, had the feel of high-quality fabrics. Moreover, he possessed a relaxed quality rarely seen in Chinese people these days. That's the feeling of a relaxed lifestyle. With the child with him, there shouldn't be too much to worry about, right? Where's the child? I want to see him, Su Rui said. The child is at home. We're afraid of paparazzi, so we rarely take the child out, Yang Mi said, a hint of guilt in her voice regarding the children. Reba felt the same way. Thinking about how her child was already over a year old, she hadn't been able to take her out to play often, always letting the two sisters play together. She felt guilty towards them. Boy or girl? Su Rui's question made Yang Mi and Reba think he favored boys over girls. Yang Mi said, both are girls. Mr. Su, don't worry, they are both very well behaved and sensible. Besides, we won't need you to take care of them forever. Once we've settled things here, you can take the children away. We won't let them bother you. Reba also said, even if Mr. Su doesn't like daughters, please help take care of them for now, considering they are your children. I didn't say I didn't like daughters. Su Rui didn't explain, but stood up and said, since the two children aren't here, please take me to see them. Okay. Yang Mi and Reba put on masks and sunglasses. They left the hotel with Su Rui. Yang Mi personally drove ahead, leading the way. Su Rui's car followed behind. Inside Yang Mi's car. Sister Mi, did you notice Su Rui's car's license plate? It's not a regular civilian plate. I've never seen this kind of license plate before. It doesn't look like a regular government vehicle, nor does it look like a military one. Yang Mi glanced at it in the rearview mirror as she spoke. A hunky state limousine. This wasn't a question of whether she had the money to buy it, but whether she was qualified to buy it. Even the license plate was a special vehicle plate. This Su Rui seems calm and collected, but he gives off an unfathomable feeling. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Reba said, glancing back at the car behind. She wondered if it would be a problem to leave her child with him. Yang Mi noticed her worry. No matter what, he is, after all, the biological father of both children. I noticed a tenderness in Su Rui's eyes when he talked about the children. If he's willing to help us with this, I think we shouldn't have too much to worry about in terms of childcare. It's just, I don't know if he'll be willing to help. Yang Mi's car arrived at the villa area. They drove in through the private driveway. A large villa came into view. Exquisite carvings and large floor-to-ceiling windows created a modern yet elegant atmosphere. Lush trees surrounded the villa, ensuring ample privacy. It seems they've provided a good life for the children. The car stopped. Su Rui got out. Looking at the small villa before him, although not large, the environment was indeed quite nice. The key was excellent privacy. The children could live here without worrying about outside disturbances. We're here to give the two children companionship. We're living together, Yang Mi said, pressing the doorbell. The nanny came out to open the door. Miss Yang, Miss Reba, why are you back so early today? And this is. The nanny realized she'd said too much. She stepped aside to let the guests in. Aunt Wu, we're not working today, could you go buy some groceries? Reba said to the nanny. Okay. Little Orange and Little Peach are tired from playing and have just fallen asleep. The nanny gave this instruction and went out to buy groceries with her basket. Only Su Rui, Yang Mi, and Reba remained in the house. Little Orange? Little Peach. Su Rui repeated the two names. Yang Mi said a little shyly, during my pregnancies, Reba and I both loved oranges and peaches, so we used those as nicknames for the babies after they were born. Reba glanced at Su Rui, blushing, and added, my child with you is called Little Peach, and your child with Sister Mi is called Little Orange. Oh, I see. Su Rui nodded, gesturing for them to take him to see the babies. Yang Mi and Reba led him upstairs. Because the babies were still young, they didn't sleep in separate rooms. They usually slept in the master bedroom with their two mothers. He pushed open the door. The room was filled with a faint, sweet, milky scent. Two little girls lay quietly on the bed. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating their delicate faces. Their cheeks were rosy, like the finest porcelain, glowing with a healthy blush. Long eyelashes gently covered their closed eyes, like two rows of tiny brushes, trembling softly with their dreams. Their little hands were slightly clenched into fists, occasionally making adorable movements in their sleep. The plush toys on the bedside table guarded their dreams. A little bear and a little rabbit sat quietly by the bed, silently protecting the two little princesses. The two children slept so soundly that one couldn't help but tread lightly, afraid of disturbing their dreams. A slice of life story about a wealthy, doting father. If you like it, please add it to your favorites, give it a flower, and leave a review. Thank you so much. Chapter 003. Is this our dad? Please add to favorites and give flowers. Su Rui walked to the bedside. Seeing his two children up close, an uncontrollable tenderness from his bloodline welled up within him. Even without a paternity test, the instant he saw the two children, he was certain that they were his own flesh and blood. Each child inherited characteristics from both their parents. Very adorable. Little Orange's delicate nose and rosy lips were strikingly similar to Yang Mi's exquisite features. Little Peach had a lively face, her eyes were large and bright, with slightly upturned corners, resembling Dilraba's piercing eyes. Her nose was straight, and her lips were slightly upturned, perfectly inheriting Dilraba's exotic beauty. They were incredibly cute. Su Rui was captivated the moment he saw them. These two adorable little ones were his children. At this moment, Su Rui knew perfectly well that the arrival of these two children would completely shatter his current monotonous life. They would bring a different kind of light to his life. Just as Su Rui was lost in thought, Little Orange and Little Peach on the bed seemed to sense a resonance they had never felt before. Almost simultaneously, the two rubbed their eyes with their soft little hands, then opened them, their eyelashes fluttering. The first thing they saw was Su Rui, leaning over them and looking at them. Little Orange and Little Peach weren't startled. Instead, they looked at Su Rui with curiosity. Their eyes met. Su Rui felt his heart melt. "Mommy, who is he?" The two sisters asked in unison, then sat up on the bed, looking at the boy in front of them with even greater curiosity. In their memory, this was the first time their mother had brought a boy home. Yang Mi and Reba didn't tell them immediately, but instead looked at Su Rui with questioning eyes. Su Rui nodded. Without hesitation, Yang Mi and Reba both breathed a sigh of relief. Then they stepped forward together, each picking up one of them. Standing before Su Rui. "Didn't you two always want to know who your father is?" "He is your father. Daddy was always busy before, but now Daddy has time and has come back to see you." Yang Mi and Reba's voices carried the unique affection and tenderness of a mother. "Daddy?" Little Orange and Little Peach were overjoyed. Although it was their first time meeting Su Rui, the shared bloodline and their long-held longing for a father made them both smile happily. "Daddy, hug me." The two of them opened their arms and nestled against him. "Come on, Daddy, hug me." Su Rui, smiling, hugged them both, one on each side. They were so soft that he handled them with care. The moment Su Rui held his daughters in his arms, he knew his future couldn't be without them. "Daddy won't work anymore, Daddy will stay with you every day, okay?" "Okay." Little Orange and Little Peach danced with joy. "Careful, careful, don't fall." Su Rui was startled. It was his first time holding children, especially two at once. He lacked experience. Yang Mi and Reba supported the children on either side. Their eyes met, a warm feeling indescribable, yet this warmth among the three of them made the atmosphere very subtle. "You two can get down first. Daddy's tired from carrying you like this. Why don't you sit on the bed and play for a bit?" He placed Little Orange and Little Peach on the bed. Su Rui sat down on the edge of the bed, the two little ones toddling around him, very happy. "It's been so long since I've seen them this happy," Reba remarked. "Yes, they've finally met their beloved father." Yang Mi turned her head, wiping away tears from the corner of her eyes, then said to Su Rui, "Mr. Su, just call me Su Rui." Su Rui, about the children. "Don't worry, since I am their father, I will take good care of them. You can rest assured and continue with your work. I will take just as good care of the children as you will." Su Rui smiled at the two children. Yang Mi and Reba finally felt relieved. But, this also meant the children would be living with their father. As mothers themselves, the thought of losing their precious children made their faces etched with reluctance. Su Rui noticed their sadness. She said, "You will always be their mothers. You can come to see them anytime you're not busy with work. Or you can contact me anytime you want to see them." "Okay. Thank you, Su Rui." Reba wiped her eyes and hugged Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao. "Reba mommy, why are you crying?" Xiao Ju Zi said, wiping away Reba's tears. "Mommy is happy. Hee hee, Tao Tao and I are happy too, but why are we crying if we're happy?" Xiao Ju Zi tilted her head, puzzled. "No, you're not crying anymore. Look, Mommy's smiling." Dilraba sniffed, then gave the two children a happy smile. "Hee hee." Little Orange and Little Peach laughed happily. Yang Mi, who was standing nearby, was also infected by the children's laughter. She, who had been a little sad, smiled along. "Do the children usually call each other Mom?" Su Rui asked curiously. Yang Mi blushed slightly and nodded. Both children have one father, and we both take care of them together, so, in their eyes, we are both their mothers. Having two mothers is great. Su Rui smiled slightly. Seeing the two of them taking care of Little Orange and Little Peach without distinction, Su Rui was honestly a little touched. Daddy, hug me. Little Orange and Little Peach crawled out of Reba's arms and jumped into Su Rui's arms. 2 years and 3 months old. Not only did they speak fluently, but they were also very agile, like two adorable elves. Su Rui held them and played with them. Although Yang Mi and Reba were reluctant to part, they both knew they wouldn't have time to care for the children soon, and they didn't want to leave them with a nanny if they weren't seeing them all day. The two of them went to pack the children's clothes, formula, water bottles, baby powder, baby bath wash, baby shampoo. They packed a whole bunch of things. Mommy, are we going to Daddy's house today? Little Tao Tao asked. Yang Mi and I have been very busy with work lately, so you and Xiao Ju Zi will stay at Daddy's house for a while. Mommy will come to see you when she has time. You can video call Mommy if you miss her. Reba tried to sound relaxed. She didn't want the children to feel like they were parting ways. Yes, Reba and I will come to see you when we have time. Be good at Daddy's house, okay? Yang Mi also said to them with a loving look. Okay, it's settled then. We can't do it like before, where Daddy wasn't here when Mommy was here, and Mommy wasn't here when Daddy was here. Tao Tao and I will be sad if that happens. Little Orange made a sad face after saying that. So cute. Yang Mi and Reba exchanged a glance, then looked at Su Rui. A little awkward. They didn't know how to reply to their daughter. Daily life of a wealthy dad. Please add to your favorites, give flowers and reviews if you like it. Thank you so much. Chapter 004 Daddy, shall we sleep in the park tonight? Please add to your favorites and give flowers. Don't worry, Mommy is just busy with work right now. They'll come to see you often, I promise they won't come as often as Daddy. Su Rui said, touching their little faces. Okay, it's settled then. Hee, let's go to Daddy's house. Where is Daddy's house? Is it far? Are we taking an airplane? I think we're taking a rocket. But rockets go to the moon. Is Daddy's house on the moon? Otherwise, why would Daddy take so long to come see us? It must be very, very far away from us. Little Orange and Little Peach sat on either side of Su Rui's lap, communicating with each other using exaggerated expressions and gestures. This made all three adults laugh. After packing their luggage, Yang Mi and Dilraba took their bags downstairs, while Su Rui carried one of his daughters, Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao, in each arm. Blood is thicker than water, after all. Su Rui felt an instant connection with his two daughters upon first seeing them. Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao, seeing their beloved father for the first time, showed no awkwardness either. The close bond of blood made the two adorable little girls cling to their father, unwilling to let go. They were overjoyed. Su Rui, Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao are still drinking infant formula. When you prepare the formula for them, add 4 level scoops, then add 180 ml of warm water, around 45 degrees Celsius. Also, too much formula can cause them to get constipated, so give them more fruit. Xiao Ju Zi likes grapes, but she likes to put them whole in her mouth and bite them. She doesn't listen every time I tell her not to, so please be careful. Xiao Tao Tao likes mangostines, but mangostines are too cooling, so give her less of them. Yang Mi and Reba followed behind, talking and giving instructions, tears welling up in their eyes again. They didn't want the children to feel like they were being separated. But for them, after 10 months of pregnancy, until now, at 2 weeks and 3 days old, the children they had lived with every day were suddenly leaving them. This was separation. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. Su Rui nodded. He didn't find them bothersome. As a mother herself, she could understand. Mr. Su, this is. Lin, waiting at the door, was somewhat surprised to see Su Rui carrying 2 children. These are my 2 daughters. This is Xiao Ju Zi, and this is Xiao Tao Tao. Su Rui happily introduced his 2 daughters to her. Hello, sister. Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao waved sweetly, their chubby little hands pink and round. Hello. Lin was a little taken aback, but as Su Rui's housekeeper, she quickly composed herself. She and the driver helped Yang Mi and Reba load all the bags and packages into the car. Call me when you have time. You can come see the children anytime. Su Rui carried the children into the car. Little Orange, Little Peach, you must listen to Daddy when you go to his house. Don't be too naughty, okay? Okay. Mommy must come see us often. The 2 children waved from the car window. I'll take good care of them. You 2 go about your work. Su Rui comforted them and signaled the driver to start the car. Yang Mi and Reba followed the car a few steps behind, their eyes red. Sister Mi, I already miss them. Reba leaned against Yang Mi. Me too. The children they had lived with for 3 years had suddenly left, leaving them feeling empty. But, They really didn't have time to take care of them afterward. Miss Yang, Miss Reba. I just saw that customer seemed to have taken Little Orange and Little Peach away. This Aunt Wu returned from grocery shopping. She was a little confused. Aunt Wu, thank you for taking care of Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao at home these past 2 years. We might not be home as often from now on, so we'll pay you an extra 6 months' salary as a thank you for your care over the past 2 years. After this period, I hope you can come back to help us take care of Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao. You two are so good to me. I'll come back whenever you need me. I've bought all the groceries, let me cook lunch for you. Thank you, Aunt Wu. Su Rui's car drove towards the suburbs. He usually preferred living in the city for convenience. He only went to his suburban estate when he wanted some peace and quiet. But now, his 2 children were going to live together, and Su Rui wanted to give them the best. Su Rui's estate was at the foot of a mountain, covering 2,300 acres, more than 1.5 million square meters. Originally, a university had chosen to locate there, but the project was shelved due to funding issues. Su Rui saw it and bought it. He built his own estate. The estate was naturally shaded by lush native forests. This allowed the entire estate to blend seamlessly into the surrounding natural landscape, without being overtly secluded. The estate's landscape design emphasizes nature and ecology. It boasts several meticulously maintained garden areas, including an organic vegetable garden, an orchard, and natural-style lawns and flower beds. The estate also features several artificial lakes, their banks planted with various aquatic plants, providing habitats for wild birds and other small animals. The buildings inside aren't numerous, but they have everything you need. A private fitness center, a library, and studios. All are cleverly hidden within the landscape, preserving the overall natural beauty. Daddy, aren't we going home? How did we end up in the park? I know. Daddy was going to take us to the park to play, right? But Daddy, there's nobody in this park. Little Orange and Little Peach were peering out the car window, completely unaware that they were already at their father's house. This is our home, Su Rui said with a smile. But this is clearly a park. That's right, Daddy lied. The 2 little girls pouted, looking incredulous. The mischievous Little Peach suddenly widened her eyes in realization. I know. Daddy's a beggar on the streets, that's why he says the park is our home. Daddy, are we going to sleep on the park benches tonight? Will bugs bite us tonight? Little Orange is terrified of mosquitoes. Every time a mosquito bites her, she gets a red bump on her hand. Little Peach's little mind was clearly already imagining the 2 of them sleeping in the park with their dad. Lin, standing nearby, was amused. Little Orange, Little Peach, Mr. Su didn't lie to you. This really is your home, just a bit bigger. How can a beggar have such a nice car? Don't you think so? The 2 little girls agreed. It seems so. But we've been in here for so long, why haven't we seen any houses? Little Orange asked. She peered out the car window. They saw a large library, but the building clearly wasn't a place for sleeping. Almost there. Su Rui patted their little heads. 5 more minutes passed. Finally, a large villa appeared before them. A slice of life story about a wealthy dad. If you like it, please add it to your favorites, give it a flower, and leave a review. Thank you so much. Chapter 005. The villa is spacious. Come on, Daddy will take you to buy toys. Please add to your favorites and give flowers. This large villa cleverly blends modern style with natural landscape, possessing both a modern feel and natural beauty. The villa sits in a wide green space, surrounded by lush trees and colorful flowers, giving a feeling of returning to nature. Large floor-to-ceiling windows not only bring ample natural light into the interior but also allow the residents to enjoy unobstructed views of the natural scenery outside. Wow, what a big villa. It's like a castle from a fairy tale. This is Daddy's house? It's so beautiful. The 2 little girls skipped and hopped around as soon as they got out of the car. At 2 years and 3 months old, they ran quite steadily. Su Rui looked at them, feeling the sunlight falling on them, making them look like 2 little butterflies. Delicate and adorable. You 2 be careful, don't fall. Su Rui gave a brief instruction, then turned to Lin and said, have someone come immediately to reinforce all the hard surfaces of the villa, inside and out, with soft, impact-resistant materials. Understood, Mr. Su. Also, replace all the male employees in this estate. All. Su Rui emphasized the word all. Hire several female bodyguards. The best nutritionists, nannies, I want them all. Okay. Lin nodded, noting down Su Rui's instructions. Also, plan a plot of land elsewhere to build a private playground. I need the highest safety standards and the best design. Understood. Seeing he had nothing more to say, Lin carried the luggage inside and went to do her errands. Daddy, come quick. Tao Tao is playing with the caterpillar. Little Orange came running over, tugging at Su Rui's trouser leg. Little Peach was squatting by the flower bed, teasing a small green caterpillar with a stick. "Daddy, it's so cute." Little Peach looked up, grinning. Su Rui. This little girl, Peach, is quite brave. Little Orange was hiding to the side, too scared to come closer, yet she was playing with the caterpillar. "Really? So adorable." "Shaw, she is adorable." Su Rui smiled and picked them both up, one on each side. "Okay, Peach, stop playing with the caterpillar. Daddy will show you your new home." "Daddy, will the caterpillar still be there tomorrow?" "It should be. Can I name it?" "What do you want to call it?" "Orange, what do you think we should call it?" "I don't want to, I don't like caterpillars." Little Orange turned her head away in refusal and clung to her father in fear. "But it's so cute. Green and soft." "Daddy, Tao Tao scared me." "I'm serious." The two little cuties chattered away in his ear, but Su Rui wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, he felt his life had never been so fulfilling. Okay, Tao Tao, think about it yourself. Tell Daddy when you think of it, okay?" "Okay." Little Tao Tao happily hugged her father's neck. In the blink of an eye, she completely forgot about it. "Daddy, I want some water." "I want some water too." "Okay, Daddy will get you some water." Su Rui put them on the sofa and found 2 water bottles in Yang Mi and Riba's packed luggage. He filled each of them with a little warm water. "This is mine. This is Tao Tao's." The 2 sisters divided their little water bottles, then sat there holding them in both hands, sipping their water earnestly. Little feet dangled. Watching this scene, Su Rui couldn't help but smile. Su Rui had always felt indifferent towards children. He wouldn't say he liked them, nor would he say he disliked them. He simply hadn't considered having a child of his own. But now, Yang Mi and Dilraba suddenly approached him with 2 children. Upon seeing Little Orange and Little Peach, their laughter, innocent eyes, and spontaneous hugs filled his heart with love for the 2 adorable little girls. A kind of pampering he had never imagined. "I'm finished drinking." "Me too." The 2 little girls nimbly turned around, slid down the sofa, and placed their water glasses on the table themselves. But the table was too high, they couldn't put them there. "For Daddy." Su Rui took the 2 water glasses and placed them on the table. He immediately picked up his phone and called Linear. "Lin, find the top furniture designer right away and redesign all the furniture in the house according to Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao's height. Replace all the furniture except the dining table." "I understand." Lin nodded. Su Rui tossed his phone aside, a gentle smile unconsciously spreading across his face as he looked at them. He picked them both up. "Daddy will show you around your new home." "Okay." The 2 sisters, one on each cheek, kissed Su Rui on the cheek. The soft little lips on his face made Su Rui feel an overwhelming surge of love. He couldn't resist kissing each of them on the cheek. The 2 little girls giggled. It felt so good to have a daddy. The 2-year-olds clearly weren't very interested in the house itself. Luxury is fine too. It doesn't matter if it's ordinary. For them, aside from a childish exclamation, "Daddy's house is so big." That's about it. Su Rui used to think this house was quite comfortable. But now, with 2 little ones, she feels that the house is lacking in every way. The decor is too adult-oriented. There's no children's room. There aren't any toys for little kids either. Little Orange and Little Peach must be really bored living here. After walking around for a bit, Little Orange and Little Peach were clearly getting bored. "Orange, Peach, how about Daddy takes you to buy some toys?" Su Rui said. "Okay." The 2 sisters immediately perked up at the mention of toys. "I want to buy a big teddy bear, so I can climb up and slide down." "The teddy bear is slippery, you can't climb up." "I can." "No, I really can." "Okay, then can I climb on your teddy bear?" "Of course you can, Orange. What toy do you want Daddy to buy you?" "I want to play with building blocks." Me too. But Mommy said building blocks are dangerous, what should we do?" "Daddy, can we play with building blocks?" Their eyes blinked as they looked at Su Rui. Su Rui was completely charmed. "Of course you can. We'll buy bigger building blocks, so you 2 sisters can play together." Su Rui could understand why Yang Mi and Dilraba wouldn't let them play with building blocks. Probably because they were afraid the 2 sisters would accidentally swallow small parts. "Okay." The 2 sisters nodded happily. "Daddy, can we buy other toys?" "I want to play with dinosaur toys." "Ha, Tao Tao, aren't those toys for boys?" Su Rui was somewhat amused and exasperated by Tao Tao's preferences. In his mind, little girls should naturally like Barbie dolls, right? Was it just my imagination? "But I think dinosaur toys are cute too, but I don't like Tyrannosaurus Rex, it's bad, it eats other dinosaurs." "Then what kind of dinosaur do you like?" Su Rui asked with a smile. Whatever his daughter likes, so be it. A slice of life story about a wealthy dad. If you like it, please add it to your favorites, give it a flower and a review, thank you so much. Chapter 006 $1 Million Children's Clothing? Let them play house. Please add to your favorites and give flowers. Tao Tao likes Triceratops and Ankylosaurus, and, I can't remember. And sharks. Little Orange added from the side. No, sharks aren't dinosaurs. Little Tao Tao shook her head vigorously. There were sharks in the dinosaur era too, I saw them on Douyin. But I don't like sharks, they eat cute fish, I don't like them. Then we'll buy whatever you like. Su Rui patted little Tao Tao's head and asked little Orange, Orange, what about you? Besides building blocks, what else do you like? Let me think. Little Orange tilted her head, looking at the ceiling, thinking for a long time but still couldn't think of a toy she wanted. But little Orange's logical thinking is super strong. Unable to think of anything, they said to Su Rui, Daddy, I can't remember. Let's tell Daddy when we see something we like at the toy store, okay? Okay, let's go then. Daddy will take you to buy toys. Whatever toys you like, we'll bring them home. Daddy will buy you lots and lots of toys. Su Rui's way of speaking had subtly changed. Thank you, Daddy. Daddy, hug me. The two little girls opened their arms, waiting for their father to hug them. Su Rui smiled and picked them up, carrying them downstairs. Little Orange and Little Peach kissed Su Rui on the cheek. In their short time together, the two little girls felt very, very good about their father, whom they had just met. I love Daddy. I love Daddy too. The two girls looked at Su Rui with beaming smiles. Daddy loves you both too. Su Rui smiled. He doted on his two daughters rotten. Mr. Su, are you heading out? Ya Lin had returned after arranging everything. The top interior designer in the country happened to be in Shanghai, and she brought him along. This is a top-tier interior designer in China, and also a renowned teacher internationally. Ya Lin explained. Oh. Su Rui glanced at him. He casually said, I want to convert this villa into a large children's room. Give me a few designs, and my daughter will choose whichever she likes. I'm taking my daughter shopping now. You can survey the space yourself. Su Rui then put Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao into the car. The male driver had been replaced by a female driver. Ya Lin gave the designer a few instructions, then got in the car and drove off, leaving the designer standing there, stunned. This villa was clearly the work of a top-tier designer. It couldn't have been bought for less than 500 million yuan. This CEO Su actually wanted to turn it directly into a children's room? Money talks. Shanghai Hang Lung Plaza, a renowned international grade A shopping mall. The largest and most prestigious shopping mall in China, bar none. As a commercial landmark of Shanghai, it boasts a dazzling array of goods, with all sorts of shops lined up one after another. From internationally renowned brands to niche brands, from local designers, from high-end luxury goods to affordable fast fashion, it covers almost every consumer's needs. Each floor has its own unique theme, from women's and men's clothing to children's products, from electronics to home decor, everything is available. There are also various unique shops and creative markets, offering handicrafts, independently designed products, and limited edition collectibles. Customers can find almost anything they want here. Since we're taking my little daughter shopping, of course we have to take her to a place with lots of goods. Daddy, aren't we going to wear masks? And where are our little sunglasses? Mine's shaped like a flower, and Tao Tao's is shaped like a seashell. And our hats. Parking lot. Before getting out of the car, Little Orange and Little Tao Tao grabbed Su Rui's arm. Su Rui was taken aback at first. Then he understood why they reacted this way. He felt a pang of heartache. He gently said to them, Mommy and Tao Tao are celebrities, so we have to be careful when we go out. But Daddy isn't a celebrity, no one will follow me, so from now on, when we go out, we can do whatever we want freely, without having to sneak around, okay? Really? The two little ones were clearly used to being fully disguised when they went out. Suddenly not having to pretend was a little strange. But they're kids. Not having to wear masks and sunglasses and being able to stroll around freely made them happy immediately. Let's go, Daddy. We're going to buy toys. Holding Su Rui's hands, one on each side, they skipped and hopped, so cute. Behind them, Ya Lin called her female driver/bodyguard. They followed together. At the same time, she called the mall to have 2 strollers delivered. She and the bodyguard each pushed one, so the 2 little ladies wouldn't get too tired. Daddy, can we buy pretty clothes? Daddy, look at that princess dress, it's so pretty. Buy it. I want this one. Tao Tao, do you want one? I want to find a triceratops. Here's a dinosaur costume, do you want one? That's for boys, I don't like it. Daddy, buy one for Tao Tao too. Little Orange's personality clearly inherited her mother's traits, more mature, like an older sister. Tao Tao, you should pick one too, otherwise you'll fight with Orange for your nice clothes when we get home. No, I won't. Yes, Daddy. Tao Tao really will fight me for clothes. No way, I have to pick one out for Tao Tao today. The result, little Tao Tao wasn't interested in the clothes. After Little Orange decided on one, she insisted on buying 10 items for Tao Tao to choose from at home. Su Rui watched the whole time. He smiled gently, letting the sisters play by themselves. 11 items in total, that'll be 1,296,888. Will you be paying by card or scanning a QR code? Card, please. Paying was naturally left to Ye Linear. Su Rui took the two little ones to continue shopping. How can they be so rich, picking out such expensive children's clothes like it's nothing, just like kids playing house? This is Shanghai. Rich people are everywhere. You'll get used to it. Oh, I see. Those two little girls are so cute and pretty, and their dad is so handsome. Yeah, they're so cute. So rich and their dad takes care of the kids. Why can't I meet such a good man? Daddy, where's the big teddy bear? Little Peach was only thinking about her big teddy bear. Don't rush, we just arrived, take your time. You can do what Orange did, see if there's anything else you like. Su Rui said. Oh, Little Peach looked around curiously. She spotted a shop selling children's traditional Chinese costumes. Her big eyes lit up immediately. Zhu Zi, look, they have traditional costumes. Little Zhu Zi was clearly also interested in traditional clothing. The two sisters ran over hand in hand. Daddy, can we buy this? If you like it, buy it. Seeing the adorable traditional Chinese children's clothing, Su Rui's eyes also lit up. He often saw pictures online of cute little girls wearing traditional costumes while shopping. His two daughters were so beautiful, they would definitely look stunning in traditional costumes. Daily life story of a wealthy dad. If you like it, please add it to your favorites, give it a flower, and leave a review. Thank you so much. Chapter 007 Stunning. Little Beauty in Traditional Costume. Please add to your favorites and give flowers. Little ones, if you like them, I can help you try them on. Thank you, sister. I want to try this one. I want to wear this one. The two little ones were absolutely thrilled with the dazzling array of ancient costumes. Then I'll help you try them on. Su Rui glanced at Ye Linear. No need. Let me do it. Ye Lin understood and took the initiative to lead Little Orange and Little Peach to the fitting room to help them change. He didn't trust strangers. He would be heartbroken if they bumped or bruised themselves. The two little ones came out dressed. Su Rui's eyes lit up immediately. The two already beautiful and adorable little girls transformed into adorable princesses in their ancient costumes. So cute. Daddy's going to take a picture of you two. We'll send it to mommy when we get home. Su Rui instantly transformed into a doting dad, squatting down and snapping away at his two little darlings. Little Orange and Little Peach, being girls, had lived with their two celebrity moms for 2 years. Their posing skills were completely impeccable. So incredibly cute. Would you like to see anything else? You can buy whatever you like. Su Rui said. No need, Daddy, I want this one. Little Orange wasn't greedy at all. She really liked the one she was wearing. I want this one too. Little Peach was even more so. Once she liked something, she was set on it, ignoring everything else. Daddy, can I wear these while shopping? I want to wear them while shopping too. The two little girls blinked their big eyes, looking up at their father expectantly. Su Rui frowned. He looked at the shop assistant. At this moment, the shop manager ran to Su Rui's side and explained, Sir, please rest assured, all the clothes in our store are made of skin-friendly materials, have undergone the strictest material testing, and have been cleaned before leaving the factory. It's perfectly fine for your little one to wear them directly. Then just cut off the tags. Forget it, give me the scissors, I'll do it myself. Su Rui didn't trust anyone with sharp or dangerous items. He took the scissors himself and carefully cut off the tags. Sir, these two antique-style children's outfits are our store's prized possessions, a collaboration between top international designers and the Palace Museum, crafted with real diamonds and gemstones. Ye Lin, pay. Su Rui wasn't interested in their origins. As long as my daughter looks good in them, that's all that matters. Let's go shopping. Little Orange and Little Peach, each holding their father's hand, happily showed off their beautiful clothes. So cute. How can there be such adorable children? So adorable. Wow, I want to have a girl too. This is so beautiful. As soon as they stepped outside, Little Orange and Little Peach, dressed in ancient costumes, quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the mall. Men, women, and children alike were captivated. Su Rui realized that this was how happy a father was when others complimented his daughters. The two girls were poised and confident. They were happy when others said they were cute. They swayed their heads and giggled all the way. Daddy, look at that big bear, it's so cute. I want one like that. As they walked, Little Orange pointed to a toy store window, her eyes sparkling. Let's go buy a bear. Su Rui led them into the toy store. The store was filled with a dazzling array of toys. The big bear that Little Orange had been longing for was displayed in the most prominent position in the window. A 2-meter-tall strawberry bear. There were also dinosaur toys that Little Peach liked, and building blocks that Little Orange wanted. The store had them all. "Daddy, I want this." Little Peach picked up a Triceratops model, her eyes sparkling. Little Orange saw her favorite building blocks and ran off to play with them. Although her little hands weren't very nimble yet, her focus and earnestness showed she genuinely loved playing with building blocks. "Daddy, can we buy this building block?" Little Orange looked up at Su Rui expectantly. "Of course, if Orange likes it, we'll buy it. You two can look at other toys too, and if you like them, we'll buy them." Su Rui patted her head. "Okay." The two little ones responded in their sweet, childish voices. They skipped off to find their favorite toys. "Do you have any new strawberry bears? I want one." Su Rui went to the checkout counter and pointed to the strawberry bear in the display window. "I'm sorry, sir, we're out of new strawberry bears in our warehouse. This is the last one. But don't worry, this one was just unpacked and put in the window 3 days ago. Of course, if you mind, we can reorder it for you. It should arrive in about a week." The clerk said. "A week?" Little Peach really wanted this strawberry bear. It would have been better if she hadn't seen it yet. Now that she'd seen it and was being asked to wait another week, the little one probably thought they weren't going to buy it for her. "Then clean it and pack it up for me. Deliver it to my house with the other things," Su Rui said. "Okay, no problem. Pick both of them first, we'll pay together later." Just as the clerk was speaking, a mother and daughter walked in. "Mommy, I want this strawberry bear." "You like this one?" "Yes." "Anything else?" "I only want this strawberry bear." "Waiter, I'll take this strawberry bear. I'll pay by card." At this point, the clerk was embarrassed. "I'm sorry, ma'am, this gentleman has already ordered this strawberry bear. If you want it, I can order it for you. It will arrive in a week." As soon as the clerk finished speaking, the little girl cried out, "I don't want it. I want it now. Mommy, buy it for me now. I don't want to wait a week," she cried out, her eyes brimming with tears. Okay, Mommy will buy it for you. You ordered it, but you haven't paid yet. You haven't paid yet, so it's not yours. How much?" "I'll buy it." The sales clerk was caught in a dilemma. Just then, the store manager jogged over. "I'm sorry, ma'am, although this gentleman hasn't paid yet, our store does accept verbal agreements. Since this gentleman has already agreed to buy it, we've reserved the item for him. If you don't accept the reservation, could you two perhaps negotiate?" The store manager was fairly reasonable. After all, they were both wealthy people, and it wasn't good to offend either side. The wealthy woman glanced at Su Rui, used to being arrogant, and didn't seem to care much. She walked over and looked at the price of the strawberry bear. A disdainful expression appeared on her face. "The price of this toy is 499,900. How about this, you give me this strawberry bear, and I'll give you 500,000. Consider it me ordering one for you for free. You'll have it in a week." Su Rui was unconvinced. "Madam, the manager and staff just said I've already reserved it. Do you understand what that means?" The wealthy woman rolled her eyes at Su Rui. Clearly, she didn't understand him, nor did she care to. "Is it too little? How about I give you 1 million? That's plenty." Fine, that's fine. Give it to my daughter." Check. My husband is a shareholder in this mall, you know. Deliver it to my house later." She pulled out a black gold card. "Did I agree to this before you paid here? Do I need your 1 million? Su Rui's face darkened. The wealthy woman's daughter, seeing that Su Rui didn't want to give her the strawberry bear, immediately squatted down and started wailing. The wealthy woman immediately panicked. "How can you be like this? What's with bullying a child? It's just a teddy bear, what's wrong with giving it to a child? You think you're the only one with a child?" Su Rui retorted directly. A slice of life story about a wealthy, doting father. If you like it, please add it to your favorites, give it a flower, and leave a review. Thank you so much. Chapter 008 The Mall Won't Sell? Then by the parent company. Please add to your favorites and give flowers. Little Orange and Little Peach saw the commotion and came over together. "Daddy, does sister want this bear too?" Little Peach asked Su Rui in a childish voice. "Daddy has already decided. This strawberry bear is yours, and no one can take it away," Su Rui said to Little Peach. The little girl on the ground cried even louder upon hearing this. "Daddy, my sister is crying so sadly. Maybe we should just give it to her." Little Tao Tao tugged at Su Rui. Su Rui squatted down. It was obvious from Little Tao Tao's eyes that she was reluctant to give it up. Su Rui said to Little Tao Tao very seriously, "Tao Tao, besides you and Orange sisters who need to be considerate of each other, don't give what you want to any strangers." She won't be grateful to you, she'll resent you for not giving it to her sooner. Don't compromise yourself because of the needs of these strangers, understand? He touched her little face as he spoke. Then he stood up, his gentle expression disappearing. Go call the mall manager. Su Rui said to the store manager. No need, I've already called the manager. The wealthy woman put down her phone, giving Su Rui a haughty glare. The manager arrived quickly. Upon seeing the wealthy woman, he immediately bowed respectfully and smiled obsequiously. Mrs. John, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Manager Liu, this man tried to take the doll from my daughter. Could you handle this? Mrs. John, please have a seat with your daughter. I'll take care of it for you right away. Manager Liu inquired about the situation with the store manager and then approached Su Rui. However, Su Rui hadn't called him here to resolve the issue of the Strawberry Bear's ownership. He wanted to resolve the current situation once and for all. Before Manager Liu could speak, Su Rui said, How much is this mall? I'll buy it. The moment Su Rui spoke, Manager Liu's carefully prepared words crumbled. This man dared to say he wanted to buy the entire Hunlong Plaza. Whether he actually had the money or not, he was certainly not short of cash. His attitude had clearly changed. Sir, you're joking. Hanglung Plaza is a crucial asset for our group, especially the one in Shanghai, which is worth at least tens of billions. The group can't just sell it off like that. Su Rui glanced at Ye Linear. Ye Lin immediately found out the ownership of Hanglung Plaza. President Su, the current parent company of Hanglung Plaza is Hanglung Properties. There are currently 10 Hanglung Plazas in China. The Hanglung Plaza in Shanghai is currently our most profitable project. If we buy this project alone, Hanglung Properties will lose its biggest profit generator. They might indeed be unwilling. Ye Lin whispered in Su Rui's ear. Then let's just buy the entire Hanglung Properties. Su Rui said. Understood. Ye Lin immediately went to the side to contact Hanglung's senior management. She had been working for him for 2 years. She knew Su Rui's character, he never looked at the price when buying things. Especially now that he had 2 beloved daughters. To provide a more comfortable shopping environment for his 2 adorable little princesses, spending over 40 billion to acquire Hanglung Properties was a no-brainer. Manager Liu and the wealthy woman beside her were both a little bewildered by Su Rui's serious demeanor. Was he serious? They were simultaneously intimidated by the aura emanating from Su Rui. Their arrogant demeanor lessened by more than half. Mr. Su, it's settled. The owner of Hanglung Properties asked when you'd be available to discuss and sign the acquisition contract in person. Ye Lin hung up the phone. Knowing he didn't like hearing the details, she went straight to the result. You can handle such a small matter. This Hanglung Properties is a gift for Little Orange and Little Peach, just sign their names. After saying this, Su Rui's gaze swept over Manager Liu and the wealthy woman. Ye Lin, I don't like snobs managing my assets. Please ask this Mr. Liu to find another job. Also, blacklist this lady from the mall. I don't want Xiao Ju and Xiao Tao to run into her a second time when they're shopping here. Ye Lin nodded. She gestured to the female bodyguard to remove him. No, I'm sorry, sir, I came to help you solve your problem. You can't just fire me like this. Give me a chance. The manager was crying in the bathroom. It's just a teddy bear. How come the parent company is gone too? Can anyone tell me what's going on? You can't treat me like this. My husband is a shareholder in this mall. You dared to block me? The wealthy woman shouted angrily. Mrs. John, our CEO Su will acquire Hanglung Properties in a wholly owned manner. From now on, all assets under Hanglung will no longer have other shareholders, only our CEO Su's 2 daughters will jointly own 100% of Hanglung Properties equity. Please leave quietly, or I don't mind having security escort you out. You're a respectable person, you wouldn't want to leave so undignifiedly, would you? Ye Lin used the most polite voice to say the most impolite words. Tao Tao, the strawberry bear is yours. Su Rui squatted down and gently patted the little girl's head. Should we pay first? Otherwise, if the other kids see it, they'll try to take it from me. Little Tao Tao was clearly wary. It's okay, you and Ju Zi can play and choose slowly. We'll pay later. From now on, when you come shopping here, no one will try to take your things. Su Rui said, pulling little Ju Zi over as well. His eyes were filled with tenderness and affection for the 2 of them. Yay! The 2 little girls had no idea what was going on. Knowing that their favorite things wouldn't be taken away, they jumped for joy. They continued searching for the toys they wanted in the store. Su Rui smiled. He got up and walked over to the shop manager. I admire your attitude. Don't be the store manager here anymore. This mall just happens to be short a manager right now, so you'll be the manager from now on. Su Rui patted him on the shoulder. A few simple words changed a person's fate. The purpose of today's outing was to buy toys. The 2 little ones played and picked out toys, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. They selected a huge pile of toys of all sizes. Su Rui wasn't interested in these children's toys, but seeing his two daughters having so much fun in the store, he felt that the 2 hours had flown by. "Daddy, I'm tired, hug me." They hadn't even walked 5 minutes after leaving the store when the two, who had been full of energy, suddenly seemed to have run out of power and didn't want to move anymore. "Mr. Su, we got the stroller." Ya Lin, following behind, reminded them. "I'll carry them." Su Rui carried the two little ones on either side of him. "Daddy will carry you around, okay? Just tell me which store looks fun." "Okay." The two nodded together. They nestled on either side of Su Rui. "Mr. Su," the two ladies seemed to have fallen asleep. Before they'd taken 2 steps, Ya Lin, who was following behind, came up to remind them. Su Rui looked. Sure enough, they were asleep. Just 5 minutes ago in the toy store, they were jumping around happily. Now, they were like batteries pulled out. The change in mood was a bit too fast. Su Rui smiled affectionately. He carried them home in the car. Anyway, today's main task was completed, and the two little girls would have a bunch of toys to play with tomorrow, so whether they went shopping or not didn't matter. Daily life of a rich dad. Please add to your favorites, give flowers and reviews if you like it. Thank you so much. Chapter 009 Caterpillar, you need to get a little fatter. Please add to your favorites and give flowers. Daddy, weren't we shopping? How did we get home? Home. Su Rui was about to carefully carry the two of them out of the car. Little Orange and Little Peach, who were still fast asleep on the way, opened their eyes almost simultaneously. And then, they blinked awake almost without any transition. This gave Su Rui a real experience of what it means to charge for 5 minutes and then be exhausted for 2 hours. "Daddy, I want to go see if the caterpillars in the flower bed are still there." "Peach, don't go. The caterpillars will bite you, and then I won't blow on them for you." No. Little Peach couldn't stop thinking about the caterpillar. But, she searched for ages but couldn't find it. Daddy, the caterpillar is gone." "Why is it gone? Is it because I found it? Is it playing hide and seek with me?" Su Rui smiled indulgently. He carried Little Orange over and said to her, "Look, it's almost dark. The caterpillar needs to eat too. Its parents are calling it home for dinner. Shall we go home for dinner too? Let's look again tomorrow, maybe we'll see it." "Oh, okay." Little Peach nodded in deep agreement. "Caterpillar, you need to eat more, you're too thin. Orange doesn't like to play with you. If you get a little fatter, Orange will play with you." Little Peach called out to the floor beat in her childish voice. This made Su Rui burst out laughing. However, Little Orange shook her head repeatedly. "Caterpillar, don't come play with me. Play with Peach." Clearly, Little Orange had absolutely no interest in the caterpillar. She didn't like either the skinny or the fat caterpillar. The fat ones were even worse. "Orange, if you say that, the caterpillar will be sad. But I really don't like playing with the caterpillar. It's so cute." "Not cute at all. It's so cute. It's so not cute." Su Rui was holding one in his arms and holding the other's hand. The two little girls were entering the house for the second time, and for the second time, they were arguing about whether the caterpillar was cute or not. The argument finally ended when they went inside and found that all the toys they had bought at the mall had been delivered. "My building blocks and my big dog." Little Orange slid down from Su Rui's arms and happily jumped onto a large plush dog. Giggled. Little Peach immediately went to climb her strawberry bear. It seemed she wanted to test whether she could actually climb it. Climbed up and slid down. Climbed up and slid down. As they played, they stopped caring about whether they could climb up or not. The process of climbing up and sliding down made the little girl giggle. "Mr. Su, dinner is ready. You and the two ladies may dine at any time." The newly arrived nutritionist walked over and said, "Okay." Su Rui said to them, "Sweeties, stop playing now. Let's go wash our hands and then eat." "Okay. But I want to play a little longer." "Daddy, I want to play a little longer too." The two little girls looked at Su Rui with adorable eyes. "Then how about 10 more minutes?" Su Rui couldn't resist at all. "Okay." The two little girls giggled and continued playing in the pile of toys. "Tao Tao, do you want to build a castle with me? Can my Triceratops live in your castle? Then you have to make your Triceratops behave and not break my castle, okay?" "Okay Triceratops, did you hear me? You have to be good, okay? Tao Tao, can you help me take the other blocks apart?" "Okay but I can't take them apart. Daddy, help us take the blocks apart." Su Rui helped them unpack the building blocks, one bag at a time, and put them back in the box. He sat beside them, watching the two girls play. He occasionally took out his phone to take a few pictures. His two daughters were becoming more and more adorable. From the moment Su Rui saw them, he believed that Yang Mi and Dilraba hadn't lied to him. Little Orange and Little Peach were indeed his daughters. However, some things can't be based on feelings. especially when it comes to children. Yelin, take 2 strands of hair and send them for a paternity test. Don't hurt them. Su Rui instructed, plucking 2 strands of hair and handing them to Yelin. Yelin took the scissors and carefully cut a few strands of hair from each of them. She immediately went to take care of the business. Alright, darlings, it's almost time for dinner. Su Rui checked the time, squatted down, and clapped his hands. The 2 little girls dropped their toys and happily ran into their father's arms. Let's wash our hands and eat. The 2 little girls had played all afternoon and were hungry. Plus, the children's nutritious meal specially prepared for them by a top nutritionist made them devour their food. Daddy, I'm full. Me too. Orange, wait for me. As soon as they finished eating, the 2 little girls slid off their chairs and went back to playing with their toys. They continued assembling their castle for the Triceratops. Su Rui didn't rest after finishing his meal. He personally carried their toys upstairs. Su Rui used to dislike doing such chores and would always leave it to the servants. But with his 2 daughters, this father was more enthusiastic about their things than anyone else. Nobody can take it from me. Daddy, I want to help too. Me too. Little Orange and Little Peach, seeing him carrying things, also thought it would be fun. Daddy, look, I can carry it. Little Peach picked up her toy dinosaur and lifted it high like a strongman. Orange can carry it too. Little Orange, not to be outdone, lifted a plush toy. Daddy, don't you think we're great? Su Rui couldn't help but chuckle. You're both great. Since my Little Orange and Little Peach are both strongmen, Daddy's life will be much easier. You two can help me carry things. Su Rui didn't want to dampen their spirits. Okay. The 2, having just finished eating, were full of energy to help their dad. They clutched their beloved toys in their hands. They tried to maintain their balance while clumsily taking small steps up the stairs. At 2 years and 3 months old, they could already walk quite steadily. Climbing the stairs was still a bit difficult for their little legs. Take it slow, babies, be careful. Su Rui followed behind them, ready to catch them at any moment. Daddy, look how high we climbed. Little Orange climbed with all her might, turning back to show off to Su Rui. We look like little kittens. Little Peach chimed in, her voice slightly breathless, clearly indicating that this was quite a challenge for her. The 2 looked a little strained, but their innocent little faces were full of pride. Clearly, they were never allowed to climb stairs at their mother's house. Finally here. Success! The 2 little ones, after much effort, successfully carried their toys to the 2nd floor hall. They were filled with a sense of accomplishment. Daddy, next, I'm going to bring all my building blocks up here. I'm going to bring my strawberry bear up here. Then I'm going to bring my big dog up here. I'm going to move the elephant rocking chair. I'm going to move the giraffe chair. The 2 little ones clearly had no idea about their size and strength. Daily life of a super rich dad. If you like it, please add it to your favorites, give it a flower and a review. Thank you so much. Chapter 010 The Princess's Dinosaur Castle. Please add to your favorites and give flowers. Su Rui was both amused and exasperated. You 2 have been climbing these stairs for 10 minutes already. My little princesses. At their rate, if they bring all the toys up from downstairs, they won't need to sleep tonight. You've done a great job. Now, it's your rest time. Next, it's Daddy's turn to move the toys. You can play with your toys upstairs, okay? Su Rui said to them. Then when will Tao Tao and I finish resting? Little Orange looked up and asked. Su Rui pretended to think seriously for a moment, then said, how about you start only after Daddy says so? Okay. Go, Daddy. Go. The 2 little girls nodded emphatically. They went to play with their toys. Play with them for a while. Su Rui said to the 2 nannies. The main thing is to have someone watching them at all times to ensure their 100% safety. Mr. Su, you can leave these things to us. The maids in the house were a little overwhelmed seeing their employer, Su Rui, so busy all by himself. I'll call you when I need help, Su Rui said. Of course, Su Rui could let them do it. But what father could resist his daughter's constant cries of go, Daddy, and Daddy's so awesome? Lost in their adoration, a trillionaire turned into a mover. He moved all the toys from downstairs to upstairs. However, he left a little for the 2 of them. Sweeties, there's a little dinosaur and a big-mouthed flower downstairs. Are you 2 ready? Ready. Ready. The 2 little girls immediately dropped their toys and followed Su Rui downstairs to get more. Then, each with a small toy, they scurried upstairs. Wow, you guys are amazing. The 3 of us carried away all the toys. Su Rui practically shoved it down. Little Orange and Little Peach jumped for joy. Wow, Daddy, this place has become a toy paradise. Little Orange exclaimed happily, looking at the toys in the living room. Can we play here every day? Little Tao Tao's eyes sparkled. Of course. This is your home, of course you can play here every day. Play however you want. Su Rui said with a smile. Yay! The two girls ran over and hugged Su Rui's legs. Then they tugged at his pants. Daddy, squat down. Why? After Su Rui squatted down, the two little girls kissed him on the cheek together. Love you, Daddy, they said in unison. That love you melted Su Rui's heart. Silly girls. Su Rui ruffled their little heads. His smile was exceptionally gentle. Daddy, will you build blocks with us? Little Orange looked up, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yes, Daddy, let's build a super big castle together. Little Peach chimed in excitedly. Then Daddy will build the castle with you. Yay! The father and his two daughters sat together on the floor building with blocks. The nanny went to prepare fruit for the two little princesses. We can add a window here so the princess can see the garden outside. Su Rui said. No, this castle was made for Peach's triceratops. Little Orange corrected. Oh right, Dad forgot. Then let's add a window so Peach's triceratops can see the garden outside. Okay. Little Orange immediately picked up a translucent building block and placed it on the castle wall. We can also put a flag on the tower. Little Peach said excitedly. What should we draw on the flag? Su Rui asked. 5 big smiley faces, representing that our family will always be together. Little Orange answered happily. I'm going to draw. I remember Orange bought a sketchbook. Where is it? I'll look for it. Little Peach found the sketchbook and colored pencils in the pile of toys. She lay down on the floor and started drawing smiley faces. Su Rui smiled. A family of 5. Thinking about it, it seems pretty good. The Su Rui of the past had never thought about a wife and children, he only wanted a leisurely life. But now, with it all right before his eyes, he's starting to have a little fantasy about family life. Lin returned with 2 paternity test results. Upon going upstairs, she saw Su Rui sitting on the floor playing with building blocks with his 2 little princesses. After hesitating for a moment, she didn't disturb him. As Su Rui's housekeeper, this was the first time she'd seen him so happy. He was very rich. Indeed, extremely rich. Even she couldn't guess the exact amount. She only knew that as his housekeeper, she had 500 billion yuan at her disposal, and the global investments she handled exceeded 500 billion yuan. Su Rui was a man whose strength couldn't be measured in money. He was relaxed and leisurely, but the word happy rarely appeared on Su Rui's face. Even if an investment yielded a return exceeding 100 billion, he would only offer a habitual smile. It had nothing to do with happiness. Gaining or losing 100 billion meant nothing to him, except today. After bringing the 2 little princesses home, she saw a constant smile on Su Rui's face. Lin looked at the paternity test results in her hand. She hadn't read them. She didn't know the results. But seeing Su Rui's happy expression, she hoped that the 2 paternity tests truly showed he had 2 biological daughters. Miss why aren't you going inside? The nanny came over with fruit. You go about your business. Lin smiled slightly, not wanting to disturb Su Rui's quality time with his child. Su Rui had already noticed Lin's return. Sweethearts, you play by yourselves for a while. Daddy will watch you. Su Rui stood up. Daddy, you stepped on my ankylosaurus. Sorry Daddy didn't see. Luckily, my ankylosaurus is very hard. Tao, your ankylosaurus is a plush toy, it's very soft. No, the ankylosaurus is very hard. It's definitely soft. The ankylosaurus is angry, it says it doesn't want to live in the castle anymore, it's going to wander in the forest. There are naughty Tyrannosaurus Rex in the forest, they'll bite it. Well, okay then. Ankylosaurus, you can live in the castle with the Triceratops. Tao, how about we give them each a floor? Okay, the Ankylosaurus will live on the first floor, and the Triceratops will live on the second floor. The 2 little ones talked as they built their dinosaur castle. Su Rui sat down on the sofa. Lin handed 2 paternity test results to Su Rui. Although Su Rui was certain from his heart that Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao were his daughters, science is rational, and even a 0.001% chance of otherwise made him feel somewhat nervous. Especially after spending a day with them, he genuinely liked them both. After hesitating for a while, Su Rui finally opened the documents. He smiled. At the end of both documents, the same thing was written. Cumulative probability of parentage, RCP, 99.999%. 999s followed. That is to say, they were 100% his biological daughters. He already liked these 2 little ones intuitively. Now, medically, it was 100% confirmed that these 2 little ones were his, Yang Mi's, and Riba's biological children. Su Rui's gaze towards them softened even more with tenderness and affection. He, Su Rui, had his own children. A slice of life story about a rich dad. If you like it, please add it to your favorites, give it a like, and leave a review. Thank you so much. Chapter 011 Bathing My Daughter, The Ruthless Questioning Machine. Please add to your favorites and give it a like. Burn these 2 paternity test results. Su Rui instructed. There's no need to keep these things. It wouldn't be good for the children to see them when they grow up. Ya Lin nodded. She immediately went out and burned the 2 paternity test results. Daddy, look. Our castle is finished. Little Orange and Little Peach cheered, their laughter filled with a sense of accomplishment. So amazing? Wow, my daughter is really capable. Su Rui sat down with them again, admiring their great architectural achievement. My Triceratops and Ankylosaurus have a castle to live in now. Thank you, Orange. Little Peach happily kissed Little Orange on the cheek. You're welcome. Little Orange happily kissed Little Peach on the cheek as well. Her goal was to build a castle, who lived in it wasn't important. I helped too, won't you give me a kiss? A doting father's pleading. Daddy's great too. The 2 of them kissed Su Rui on the cheek together. You 2 are the best. Su Rui couldn't resist kissing them on the cheek. Together, we put the little dinosaurs into the castle. Then, I listened to their earnest, nonsensical stories about the Ankylosaurus and Triaposaurus defending the castle against the Tyrannosaurus Rex invasion. I should say something. Yang Mi and Dilraba have taught them very well. At 2 years and 3 months old, both Xiao Zhu Zi and Xiao Tao Tao have exceptionally strong expressive abilities, especially Xiao Zhu Zi, whose logic is remarkably clear. The fairy tale-like stories even captivated Su Rui. Mr. Su, it's already 8:30. The 2 ladies can prepare for their baths and then go to bed. The nanny came over to remind them. Su Rui looked up at the clock on the wall. He hadn't realized it was already 8:30. Babies, it's late, time for a bath and bed. Su Rui said gently. Okay. The 2 little ones nodded obediently. Daddy, can I hear a story after my bath? Little Peach asked, blinking her big eyes. Mommy tells us stories every night before bed. Little Orange added. Tell a story? This made Su Rui both amused and exasperated. But how could he refuse his daughter's request? Of course, Daddy will tell you a nice story. Su Rui smiled and agreed, then turned to Ya Lin and instructed, go get me a children's storybook right now. Okay. Ya Lin smiled knowingly. She called and had a box of children's bedtime books delivered. 2 nannies helped Little Orange and Little Peach bathe. But, Su Rui was sitting in the living room admiring their dinosaur castle when Little Peach ran out naked. Miss Peach, slow down. Be careful not to slip. The nanny's face turned pale with fright. Tao Tao, why are you running out here without taking a bath? Su Rui was both amused and exasperated. Daddy, aren't you going to bathe us? Mommy usually bathes us. Su Rui paused for a moment. You want Daddy to bathe you? Yes. Little Orange also ran out naked. The 2 girls blinked their adorable big eyes, eagerly pulling his hands. Okay. Then Daddy will bathe you. After all, they're only 2 years old, bathing them isn't a problem. Hee, let's go. Going to take a bath. Daddy, do you want to bathe with us? Sometimes Mommy bathes with us too. Mommy and you are both girls, of course we can bathe together. But Daddy is a boy, I can bathe you, but I can't bathe with you. Why can't boys bathe with girls? Well, Su Rui was caught completely off guard by the first major test of his life. Because the Earth needs to revolve around the sun. Let's leave it at that for now. Then why does the Earth revolve around the sun? Because the sun's gravity attracts the Earth. Why does the sun's gravity attract the Earth? Well, because the sun is very heavy, with a very, very large mass. Why is the sun so heavy? It looks so small. Because it's very far away, so it looks small. Why do things that are far away look small? Well, Su Rui was already sweating profusely. Because water spinach tastes better than the sun. Why does water spinach taste better than the sun? Because water spinach tastes better than potatoes. Why does water spinach taste better than potatoes? Because potatoes taste better than pumpkins. Su Rui came out of the bathroom, drenched in sweat. His head was buzzing. These 2 girls were like machine guns, their little mouths never stopping. Daddy, why is mixing mud with number 4 snail rice noodles more powerful than Ultraman fighting Pikachu? When Su Rui carried them out of the bathroom, the 2 little girls were still endlessly asking questions. Sweeties, let Sister Ya play with you in the room for a while. Daddy's covered in bubbles from you all. Daddy's going to take a shower first, then I'll tell you a story, okay? Then Daddy's going to take a shower. Hurry up and shower. We'll miss you. The 2 little girls stood on the bed and leaned in to kiss their father's cheeks. Su Rui was immediately touched by their tenderness. He ruffled their little heads. Ya Lin, play with them for a while. Don't let them fall. Yes, Mr. Su. Ya Lin played with them. However, Sister, yeah, do you know why mixing number 4 snail rice noodles with concrete is more powerful than Ultraman fighting Pikachu? Ha! What snail rice noodles? What Ultraman fighting Pikachu? Anyone would be stumped by this question. Is this Su Rui's own wild idea, or theirs? Ahem, little orange, little peach, shall I tell you a story? I'll tell you a story about Snow White. Su Rui returned to the bedroom after showering. The two little ones were lying on the bed, listening attentively to Ye Lin telling the story of Snow White. I'll do it. You can go rest now. Su Rui took the storybook and sat between them. Babies. Daddy will tell the story while you close your eyes and go to sleep, okay? Okay. The two little girls nodded. They closed their eyes. Su Rui read the story of Snow White once. Seeing them motionless, he assumed they were asleep. He gently put down the book, preparing to turn off the light and go to sleep. But the book had barely been put down when the two little girls opened their round, wide eyes. They looked at Su Rui with wide-eyed excitement. Aren't you asleep? Daddy, I can't sleep. Little Orange rolled over. Can't sleep either. Little Peach snuggled against him. Then Daddy will tell you another story. Su Rui read the story of the Little Mermaid from beginning to end again. But they still stayed awake, their eyes open. Daddy, I miss Mommy. Little Peach suddenly sat up, her eyes a little wet. I miss Mommy too. Little Orange started sniffling too. Su Rui felt a pang of heartache seeing them both on the verge of tears. He hugged them both tightly. You missed Mommy on your first day away, right? The two little ones clung to Su Rui, both sniffling uncontrollably. This was their first time away from their mother. They always slept with Mommy before. Although they loved Daddy too, it was still a little strange being away from Mommy's embrace for the first night. Chapter 012 The Family of Five's First Video Chat. Please collect and give flowers. Hongdaeon. Film Set Hotel. Yang Mi and Dilraba were both filming their new dramas. Because the film sets were close together, they were staying at the same hotel. Just like at home, they slept together. After filming all afternoon, they had just returned from the set and showered. The two leaned against the headboard, the moonlight shining through the window onto their tired but beautiful faces. A long day of filming left them exhausted, but the longing in their hearts kept them awake. Reba, how are Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao doing? Are they settling in with Su Rui? A hint of worry flickered in Reba's eyes. I want to know too. I wonder if Su Rui is treating them well. This is the first time they've been away from us for so long. Reba's words silenced Yang Mi. Her face was filled with complex emotions and longing. What do you think Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao are doing now? Are they asleep already? Maybe Su Rui should let them rest early. I was thinking of video calling them, but what if they're already asleep and I'll wake them up again? The two women exchanged a glance. Their expressions of longing were exactly the same, both from being away from their two daughters for the first time. Sister me, I miss their laughter so much. Little Orange always likes to hug my neck with her little hands when she sleeps. Suddenly they're both gone, it feels so strange. Me too. Yang Mi closed her eyes, as if she could feel that warmth. Little Peach always says to me before going to sleep every night, Mommy Yang Mi, I love you. The more they talked, the stronger their longing became. They wanted to sleep but couldn't. On the other end of the line, Little Orange and Little Peach looked exactly like their mother. Daddy, do you think Mommy and the others are asleep? Little Orange asked. Daddy, let's video call Mommy and see if they're asleep, okay? Little Peach said. Okay, Daddy, let's video call Mommy, okay? Little Orange immediately agreed. The two looked at him expectantly. Then let's call Mom. Since they can't sleep because they miss their mom, let them see her. It's this late. They shouldn't be asleep either. The video call connected quickly. Yang Mi and Dilraba's surprised faces appeared on the screen. Mom! Little Orange and Little Peach called out simultaneously. Seeing their mother's face, their eyes lit up. Little Orange. Little Peach. You're still awake. Yang Mi and Dilraba smiled when they saw their daughters in the video. Their longing was instantly relieved. The two little girls couldn't sleep and missed you. Su Rui smiled. Mommy missed you too. Yang Mi and Dilraba gave their two daughters a kiss through the screen. Mommy, where are you? Why doesn't it seem like we're at home? Mommy's on set right now. You went to film? Yes. Mommy and Daddy are both very busy with work right now, so Daddy is taking care of you for now. I'll come see you when I'm done here, okay? Okay. The two little girls chatted happily with their mother. Mommy, Daddy took us to the mall today and bought us so many toys and lots of new clothes. Little Orange excitedly shared. Really? That must have been so much fun. Yes, so much fun. Daddy even built a dinosaur castle with us. Oh, and I also made a caterpillar friend at Daddy's house, but it went home to sleep last night, so I didn't see it. Little Peach enthusiastically shared as well. Peach, why were you playing with the caterpillar again? Her mother, Reba, was both amused and exasperated. But it was so cute. Be careful it doesn't bite you. No, I didn't touch it. The three of them chatted happily in the video call for a long time. Yang Mi and Reba could clearly feel that their two daughters were very happy with their father. Little Orange, Little Peach, it's getting late. How about mommy sings to lull you to sleep? Okay. Which mommy do you want to sing for you today? How about Reba mommy sings for you? Have you decided? Alright, then I'll sing for you today. Lie down obediently first, okay? I'll sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star for you. Reba started singing a nursery rhyme on the other end of the video call. Her voice was gentle and beautiful, full of maternal love. Twinkle, 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 twinkle. Reba sang while gesturing the scenes from the lyrics. Little Orange and Little Peach lay in bed, listening to Reba mommy's familiar voice, their eyes gradually becoming hazy. They quickly fell asleep. Reba on the other end of the video call wasn't sure if they were asleep. She persisted in singing twice. Seeing they didn't move, she stopped. Su Rui, are they asleep? Dilraba asked softly. Yes, they are. Su Rui nodded. He put the two little girls in the frame, so they could see them more clearly. In the video, Yang Mi and Dilraba watched their two daughters sleeping soundly beside their father, both showing maternal tenderness. Su Rui, thank you so much. I can tell they both like you very much. Living with you makes them very happy. Yang Mi said. No matter what, I am their father. It's normal to want them to be happy. Su Rui smiled faintly. Yang Mi and Dilraba smiled gently in return on the other end of the video call. The three of them looked at each other across the video. It was quiet. A special atmosphere permeated the air, especially for Yang Mi and Dilraba. Watching their two daughters sleep beside their father on the other end of the video, they felt that Su Rui had suddenly appeared in their lives. This man, he was their daughter's father, their dad. He was also their first man so far. They had both given him a child. By the way, I took some beautiful photos of Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao shopping today. I'll send them to you. Su Rui broke the silence. He sent over the photos of Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao that he had taken that day. These photos are so cute. They look like little princesses in their ancient costumes. Really, Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao look so beautiful in them. Yang Mi and Reba's hearts melted when they saw the photos. Look at Xiao Ju Ziai's expression. It's like she's saying, I'm the most beautiful little princess. It's so funny. Is Xiao Tao Tao imitating a dance from an ancient drama? Su Rui said. They both really like ancient costumes, and they started dancing around as soon as they put them on. Yang Mi and Reba both laughed. Their laughter was very gentle. They flipped through the photos. Seeing the two little girls building blocks, Yang Mi said, Xiao Ju Ziai has always wanted to play with building blocks, but I was worried about the danger, so I didn't buy them for her. Now she finally got to play, and she looks like she's having a lot of fun. I bought them large building blocks, so there's no need to worry about them swallowing them. Su Rui said. Thank you, Su Rui. Yang Mi suddenly said very seriously. I told you, they are my daughters. Taking care of them is my duty. Su Rui didn't need their thanks in this matter. After thinking for a moment, he asked. Yang Mi and Reba, I have a question for you. Little Orange and Little Peach are probably nicknames, right? I still don't know their real names. What are their names? Chapter 013 Reba, as long as Sister Mi doesn't mind, I can do it. Please collect and give flowers. Yang Mi and Reba exchanged a glance. Both of them were a little embarrassed. Finally, Yang Mi said, Little Orange's full name is Su Ruyun, and Little Peach's full name is Su Luhan. I'm sorry, we used your surname without your permission. She then explained, mainly because Little Orange and Little Peach always ask about their father, we used your surname so they know their father's surname is Su. Of course, if you don't want it, we can change it after we take the children back. Su Rui shrugged and smiled. Why wouldn't you want to? They're my daughters, it's only natural that they take my surname. Changing their surname now might make them feel like their father doesn't want them anymore. I love them very much. Su Rui made no attempt to hide his affection for his two daughters. Yang Mi and Dilraba, on the other end of the video call, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Su Rui's words. A relaxed smile involuntarily appeared on their faces. Reba said, no matter what, you're their father. They didn't even ask you to name them. If you don't like the names, you can help them change them. It's okay, these two names are quite nice. Su Ruyun, that name suits Xiaoju's temperament perfectly, giving off a classical beauty vibe, which Xiaoju's definitely has. Su Luhan sounds adorable, with a touch of mischievousness, very similar to Xiao Tao Tao's personality, perfectly matching her cute and playful image. Su Rui, speaking, asked curiously, Reba, do you like caterpillars? Ha! Of course not. Reba smiled wryly. I don't know why this girl likes caterpillars. Back in our hometown, she'd see a caterpillar in the garden and tease it with a stick, often scaring Xiaojuzi into screaming. I thought she was like her mother. Su Rui joked. I don't look like someone who likes caterpillars either, really. Reba subconsciously pouted. Su Rui laughed heartily. Realizing he was being too loud, he lowered his voice. They're both already asleep. You two are already on set so soon, you must be very busy with work. You should get some sleep too. That's what Su Rui said. His gentle concern warmed Yang Mi and Reba's hearts. They both nodded. Su Rui was about to hang up the video call. Yang Mi said, wait. Su Rui, if you sleep between the two babies like that, they'll easily roll to either side. Let them both sleep on one side, and you sleep on their side. Put a folded blanket on the other side so they don't fall off. A mother's attention to detail. Okay. Su Rui did as she said, making a simple height-increasing position. Then he let the two sisters sleep together. The two little ones huddled together, their tiny hands still clasped together. Su Rui couldn't help but smile as he looked at them. On the other end of the video call, Yang Mi and Dilraba smiled gently at their daughters. I'll have someone change the beds tomorrow. Let's sleep like this tonight. You two should go to sleep early too, Su Rui said. Okay. Good night, Su Rui. Good night. Su Rui smiled slightly, showing them one last look at her two sleeping little darlings. She hung up the video call. Good night, my little princesses. Su Rui leaned down and kissed their little faces, then carefully lay down beside them to sleep. The film cruise hotel. Yang Mi and Dilraba had somewhat eased their longing for their daughters, but they still couldn't sleep. The two of them looked through the photos Su Rui had sent them. Their faces wore motherly smiles. Sister Mi, those two ancient costumes that Xiaojuzi and Xiao Tao are wearing look familiar. They look familiar too. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Aren't they treasured pieces from that children's clothing store in Hunlong Plaza? Now that you mention it, it really does seem like it. The two women zoomed in on the photos, becoming increasingly certain that the two girls were indeed wearing the store's two signature pieces. Both Yang Mi and Dilraba showed expressions of surprise. We thought those two ancient costumes were beautiful before. But 6.5 million yuan a set was just too expensive, we couldn't bring ourselves to buy them for them. We didn't expect Su Rui to buy both sets for them. Those two outfits cost him 13 million. They exchanged a glance. Su Rui's doting on Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao surprised them. Mi Ji, what does Su Rui do? How can he be so rich? Look at the photos he took of Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao playing. There are so many newly bought toys in the background. Those toys alone must be worth several million. I don't know. Yang Mi shook her head. As long as he's good to Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao, it doesn't matter what he does. That's true. After all, he's our children's father. Reba said, staring at the ceiling. Yang Mi also looked at the ceiling. Both of them thought of the scene from the video call just now, the family of five chatting and laughing. Both of their faces unconsciously flushed. So, this is what it feels like to have a father. Sister Mi, I actually quite like this feeling. Is our Dilraba smitten? Could it be that she's fallen for Su Rui? Yang Mi teased. He's still Xiao Tao Tao's father, after all. I gave birth to his daughter, so it's normal to have slightly different feelings for him. Sister Mi, don't you feel the same way? Don't you? It tickles Dilraba, stop teasing me. Okay, I admit it, a little. Yang Mi said, blushing, like you said, he's also Xiao Ju Ziai's biological father, and like you, I'm a woman who gave birth to his child. It's impossible for me to say I have absolutely no feelings for him. It was fine before we met. But now, seeing how good he is to Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao, seeing how much they like him, I feel a desire to give them both a complete family. She was already embarrassed, but saying this made her even more so. Actually, seeing them so happy with their dad, I've had the same thought. Reba chimed in shyly. The two sisters exchanged a glance, both a little embarrassed. This was indeed a complicated matter for them. A moment of silence followed. Reba whispered, Sister Mi, as long as you don't mind, I can do it. Yang Mi was slightly taken aback, but immediately understood what she meant. Her face flushed. She whispered back, we'll give him our first time together, get pregnant together, have children together, go through postpartum confinement together, and take care of the children together. Do you think I'd mind? The key isn't whether we'd mind. Whether he minds or not is the real issue. That's true. Chapter 014 Villa Renovation, go find the little squirrel. Please collect and give flowers. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, falling on the warm bed. Su Rui opened his eyes, Little Orange and Little Peach were sleeping soundly, cuddling together. The two seemed to be lost in sweet dreams, their faces beaming with carefree smiles. Su Rui looked at them tenderly and kissed them on the cheek. He gently got up. "Mr. Su, breakfast is ready. Please eat first. The two young ladies can sleep in. The kitchen will prepare their breakfast right away." The nanny said this to Su Rui and immediately went to the bedroom to be with the two little ones. The two of them were alone in the room. Someone needed to watch them. "Mr. Su, the designer from yesterday has sent over several designs." Lin handed Su Rui a tablet. Su Rui glanced through them. There were 5 designs in total, mostly based on a pink princess theme. Each one had a different style. Let them choose when they wake up. Go with whichever one they like. Su Rui thought for a moment and then asked, "How long will this whole renovation take?" "If it takes too long, they'll have to consider moving the two little ones to another place. I've already discussed this with the designer. All the design plans have readily available materials. Once the plans are finalized, we can bring them all over immediately. There won't be any structural changes to the house. For the health of the two ladies, we won't be painting the walls. Instead, we'll be using soft-textured wallpaper. It can be done within a day." Lin specifically emphasized the issue of the walls. After all, painting can be quite harmful to children. "In that case, I'll take them somewhere to play after breakfast," Su Rui said. "Dad, where are we going to play today?" As Su Rui was speaking, Little Orange and Little Peach peeked down from the second floor. They looked incredibly cute, their hair disheveled from just waking up. "Why are you up so early? Want to sleep a little longer?" "I felt Daddy wasn't around, so Tao Tao and I woke up," Su Rui asked with concern. "We woke up as soon as we felt Daddy wasn't around." The nanny carried them downstairs, one by one. As soon as they were on the ground, the two little ones rushed into Su Rui's arms. "Good morning, Daddy. Good morning, my darlings." Su Rui picked them up. He gave them kisses. He let them sit on his lap and brought over the tablet. "Daddy's going to renovate our house. How about you two decide which style you like?" "Okay." Little Orange and Little Peach curiously flipped through the design plans. They didn't understand the specific designs, but they had their own judgment about whether they looked good or not. "Orange, look at this. The pink, fluffy walls are so cute. And there's a toy house. The carpet is fluffy too. The room is like a princess's castle. And there's an indoor slide, so great. How about we take this one?" "Okay." 5 options. They quickly decided on the style they wanted. "Are you sure you want this one?" I really like this." "Yes, this is so pretty. Since you like this style, let's renovate our house according to this style. Daddy will take you out to play all day today, and when we come back you'll see your princess castle," Su Rui said. "Okay." The two clapped their hands happily. Su Rui handed the tablet to Lin. The design was finalized, and Lin contacted the designers immediately to have them come over. "Miss Peach, Miss Orange, drink some water first. How about we have breakfast after we drink water?" The nanny brought their water cups. The two little ones sat on Su Rui's lap, sucking on their water cups. They looked so cute. After drinking their water, their breakfast was served. Fresh fruit, fragrant fried eggs, milk, and juice. "Miss Peach, Miss Orange, shall we sit on the chairs to eat?" The nanny said. "I want to sit on Daddy's lap to eat." "Me too." The two little ones shook their heads, unwilling. "But then your daddy won't be able to eat. We can feed Daddy." "Yes, that's what we want." Little Orange used a children's fork to pick up a piece of fruit and released it from Su Rui's mouth. "Thank you, Orange." Su Rui ate it in one bite and said to the nanny, "Let them eat like this." The nanny nodded. She helped them put on bibs. So young, so rich, and so doting on his children. What a rare good man. Little Orange, poking at her fried egg with a fork, asked, "Daddy just said he'd take us out to play today. Where are we going?" "Where do you want to go?" Su Rui asked. "I want to see the squirrels. Once, when Mommy took us to the park, I saw a really cute squirrel in a tree. But it ran away so fast, and I've never seen it again." Little Orange's eyes lit up as she thought of the cute squirrel she'd seen before. "I want to see and play with squirrels too." Little Peach got excited too when she heard about squirrels. "Daddy, let's go find the squirrels to play with." "Yes, Daddy, squirrels are so cute." "Okay, Daddy, let's go find the squirrels to play with." Su Rui. I didn't say no, so why is she starting to whine? Su Rui smiled and said, okay. If you want to see squirrels, then let's go see squirrels. I remember there are lots of squirrels in our woods. If you want to see squirrels, after we finish eating, let's prepare some nuts and go to the woods to see if we can get a squirrel to come down and play with you, okay? The two little ones were stunned to find squirrels in their house. Dad, do we have squirrels in our house? Don't squirrels live in forests? Why do we have squirrels in our house? Because we're big, we have a little forest in our house. Su Rui said with a smile. Then what about Tyrannosaurus Rex? Little Tao Tao suddenly snuggled into Su Rui's arms. I'm afraid of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ha! Kids' imaginations are really something else. Su Rui smiled and said, there are only squirrels in our forest, no Tyrannosaurus Rex. You can play without worry, don't worry about a Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly appearing. That's reassuring. Little Tao Tao breathed a big sigh of relief, patting her tummy. Tao Tao, let's eat quickly. After we finish eating, Daddy will take us to see the squirrels. Okay. With play in mind, the two little ones ate with great enthusiasm. They even forked off bits of food to feed their dad after a few bites. Finished eating. Daddy, let's go find the squirrels to play with. Let's go, let's go. You can't go into the forest in your pajamas, can you? Let Auntie change you into some nice clothes, then we'll go, Su Rui said. Can we wear the ancient costumes we wore yesterday? I want to wear ancient costumes too. Of course you can, go ahead. Thank you, Daddy. The two of them kissed Su Rui on the cheek together. One had milk residue all over their mouth after drinking milk, the other had juice residue all over their mouth after drinking juice. These two little ones. Su Rui smiled indulgently. While they were changing clothes, he ate some breakfast himself. Mr. Su, everything is ready. I brought some pine nuts, hazelnuts, walnuts, sunflower seeds, pecans, and almonds that squirrels might like. Also, water bottles and snacks for the two young ladies. Lin had personally prepared everything for the trip. The house is being renovated, and they'll be out all day, so Lin prepared a lot of things to ensure the two young ladies have a good time. Thank you for your hard work. Su Rui thought for a moment and said to Lin, could you check what's been going on with Yang Mi and Dilraba lately? Please be detailed. Su Rui remembered that he had just picked up the children yesterday, and the two of them went to the film set. It seemed they were really in a very urgent situation. After all, they are mothers. If there's anything he can do to help, he naturally doesn't want them to suffer. Understood, Mr. Su. I'll find out as soon as possible. Lin nodded. Daddy, we're all ready, are you full? The two little ones were dressed, and the nanny carried them down. Daddy's full. Let's go, Daddy will take you to find the squirrels. Su Rui picked them up, one on each side, and carried them out. In the yard, a dozen large trucks were already parked there, unloading. All the unloaded items were adorable children's furniture. They were just waiting for them to leave so the villa renovation could begin. A white shuttle bus was parked at the gate. It would take them anywhere on the estate. Daddy, didn't you say the squirrels are in our house? Why do we need to take a car? Little Orange looked at her father curiously. Because our house is very big, walking is tiring. Su Rui patted her little head and signaled the driver to start. Linear. Two nannies and two female bodyguards were also in the shuttle bus as they set off. Why do they need female bodyguards at home? What if a bug darts out of the woods and scares my daughter? Let's go! The two little ones cheered excitedly. The shuttle bus drove for 15 minutes before finally arriving at a grove of trees by the river. The morning sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting dappled patterns on the path beneath our feet. The grove was lush and vibrant with life. Tender green leaves rustled gently in the breeze, accompanied by the occasional birdsong, creating a very soothing sound. Wildflowers in red, yellow, purple, and white bloomed quietly in the shade, releasing a delicate fragrance that attracted bees and butterflies. What a big forest, bigger than a park. Daddy, look, there are butterflies. Little Peach was already excitedly chasing after a butterfly. Little Orange had a clear goal, to find squirrels in the woods. Where are the squirrels? Su Rui followed the little one in the search. He had indeed seen several squirrels when he walked here before. This place should be a good home for squirrels. There should be some, right? If not, they'd have to get some from the zoo. Daddy, look. I see a squirrel. Tao Tao, come quick. It's a squirrel, it's a squirrel. It saw me. Little Orange's new eyes were incredibly useful. From afar, a squirrel could be seen hopping and leaping among the treetops. Where? Little Peach immediately ran over. Look, there it is. I see it. Orange, look. There are other squirrels. So many squirrels playing. Squirrel, come and play with us. The two little ones were incredibly excited. In the woods, a group of lively squirrels leaped among the treetops. Their figures appeared and disappeared among the green leaves, darting lightly through the branches, chasing and playing. Their fluffy tails swayed back and forth, a huge attraction for children. They also noticed Little Orange and Little Peach. They seemed filled with curiosity about the two innocent children. Two squirrels quietly perched on a branch, observing them. Tao Tao, look. There are two squirrels looking at us. They definitely want to play with us. Daddy, don't you think so? Little Orange looked up at Su Rui. Could Su Rui say no? He smiled and said, Daddy also thinks they like you and want to play with you. Why don't you give them some food and see if they'll come down and play with you? Okay. The two little ones each grabbed some nuts and ran into the woods to feed the squirrels. But the squirrels scurried away warily. Don't run away. We came to play with you. Tao Tao and I brought you some yummy food. Look. Little Orange showed off the nuts in her hand and raised her hand, hoping the squirrels in the tree would come down and take the food from her hand, like in the TV dramas. That way, she would have a chance to touch the cute squirrels. Orange, the squirrels just met you, they might be a little shy. You two put the nuts on the ground, then watch from a distance, they might come down. Su Rui stepped forward to remind them. Little squirrels, we're not bad people. We came to play with you, Orange, and I want to be your friends. Little Peach shouted. Then, the squirrels were startled. They ran even further away. Little Peach looked at her father with a pitiful expression. Daddy, do the little squirrels not like us? Su Rui almost laughed out loud. Little Peach, who can befriend caterpillars, is definitely not an ordinary person. Squirrels are cute, and you are cute too. If you like squirrels, squirrels will definitely like you too. Let's give them some time. Su Rui demonstrated by scattering a handful of pine nuts on the ground. Little Orange and Little Peach then followed him and scattered the nuts they had in their hands on the ground. The father and his two daughters stepped back a few meters. Su Rui squatted down with them to watch the squirrel's reaction. Daddy, do you think the squirrel will come and eat our nuts? Little Orange asked softly. Of course it will. Squirrels love nuts. They'll come running when they smell the aroma. Su Rui answered softly. Daddy, when will the squirrel come down? Little Peach asked very quietly. Let's wait a little longer, without making too much noise. The squirrel will know we mean no harm and will come down. Su Rui answered very quietly. Squirrels have a very good nose. The aroma of the nuts on the ground quickly reached them. 4 or 5 squirrels that had run off came running back. They cautiously peeked out from the tree, their little eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly checking if it was safe. Look, the squirrels are coming. Let's not move. The two little ones covered their mouths, motionless. In Su Rui's eyes, they were much cuter than the squirrels in the tree. A squirrel slowly climbed down from the tree. It grabbed a nut with its little paws and quickly ran to the side to eat it. Other squirrels followed suit, grabbing nuts to eat as well. Little Orange and Little Peach were overjoyed at this scene. Daddy, the squirrels are eating our food. Daddy, the squirrels are so cute. Their bellies are so big. Daddy, I love them. Daddy, let's give them some more food. Afraid of scaring the cute squirrels away, the two little ones each grabbed a handful of nuts and scattered them in front of them. Right in front of them. Su Rui grabbed a handful and scattered them a little further away. Lure the squirrels closer, little by little. Chapter 016. Dad can't go on blind dates, Mom will be angry, please collect and give flowers. The squirrels finished eating the nuts in front and slowly approached. Finally, 6 squirrels came to within 2 meters of them. They seemed to have confirmed that the 3 people squatting on the ground wouldn't harm them. They became much bolder. Each squirrel stared at them for a while, and after confirming it was safe, quickly picked up the nuts, sat up straight, and began to gnaw on them with their sharp teeth. Nut crumbs fell to the ground with the sound of the squirrels chewing. It was as if they were putting on a show specifically for Little Orange and Little Peach. Little Orange and Little Peach looked at the squirrels so close, their eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. They look so cute eating. Little Orange whispered. SHH Orange, keep your voice down, you'll scare them away. Okay. Little Orange made a shushing gesture. They were having a great time watching. After the squirrels had eaten their fill, they stuffed the remaining food into their mouths and carried this heavenly treat back up the tree. Goodbye, little squirrels. We'll come see you again tomorrow. What do you want to eat tomorrow? Orange and I will bring you some. Little squirrels, talk to us. Seeing that all the squirrels had run away, Little Orange and Little Peach stood up and shouted at the tree. The little squirrels all stood there, staring blankly at the two of them. What were these 2 human cubs saying? They heard us. Look, they're all standing there listening to you talk. But they can't talk. I guess they want to play with you too, Su Rui said. Really? They're really standing there listening to us. Little squirrels, go home now, we'll come see you again tomorrow. Bring your friends to play too. Peach and I will bring you yummy treats tomorrow. Little Orange waved goodbye to them. Little Peach imitated her. The squirrels ran away. Look, they understand what you're saying, Su Rui said with a smile. Hee hee, the little squirrels are so fun. They're so cute. Daddy, can we come see them again tomorrow? Daddy will come with you anytime you want to play. It's their own home, just a 10-minute drive away. I can take them 3 times a day. My little princesses, you've seen the squirrel too. Where do you want to go next? Su Rui picked them up. Next, the two little girls looked around curiously. Seeing the river, Little Peach opened her eyes wide and said, "Daddy, shall we go fishing in the river?" "Fishing is dangerous. Mommy said we can't play in the river." Little Orange immediately said. "Little Orange, do you want to go fishing?" Su Rui asked with a smile. "Yes, but Mommy said fishing is dangerous." Little Orange said. "What are you afraid of with Daddy by your side? Since you want to go fishing, Daddy will take you fishing. However, this riverbank is too high, it's not suitable for you to fish. Daddy will take you to another place to fish. Anyway, they're going to be out playing all day. He might as well take them to something fun. Daddy, you can't tell Mommy we went fishing, okay? Mommy will scold us if she finds out we went fishing." Little Orange solemnly instructed. "Pinky promise, this is our secret, we absolutely won't tell Mommy." "Okay. Pinky promise, for 100 years, no changing it, whoever changes it is a little puppy. Is that okay now? We can go fishing now." Clearly, Little Orange also wanted to play the fishing game. The two little girls ran ahead hand in hand. They were incredibly happy. "Slow down, Daddy can't catch you," Su Rui called out, then instructed Ye Lin beside him. "Pass the word down, count the number of squirrels in the manor. Catch all the squirrels and get them vaccinated." "Understood, Mr. Su." Ye Lin noted down the instructions and made a phone call. Within half an hour, multiple drones were scanning the entire estate with infrared sensors, searching for squirrels. After returning from his world tour, Su Rui's favorite fishing spot was the riverside. While sea fishing was more lucrative, the sea breeze was too strong and uncomfortable. The riverside, on the other hand, felt much better. The sun was warm, and the river breeze was gentle. Most importantly, the uncles and grandpas fishing by the river were very kind. The van stopped a short distance away. The two nannies were about to follow when Ye Lin stopped them. "Mr. Su doesn't like a group of people following him when he's fishing. I've already put the water bottles and fruit boxes for the two ladies in Mr. Su's bag. Just wait here. I'll call you if I need anything." The nannies nodded and didn't follow. The two little ones happily followed their father, their faces full of anticipation as it was their first time fishing. "Hey, isn't this Xiao Su? What brings you two little beauties today?" An old man saw Su Rui and greeted him with a smile. "These are my two daughters, Little Orange and Little Peach." Little Orange and Little Peach, say hello to Grandpa Zhang. "Hello, Grandpa Zhang." Little Orange and Little Peach called out in their sweet, childlike voices. The usually composed fishing group erupted in excitement. Everyone rushed over to surround the two adorable little ones. "Hey, hello there. So cute. Xiao Su, you always come alone. We thought you were single. So you were married all along. You kept it a secret for a long time." An older man wearing a straw hat teased. "So, you're the one who won't accept my granddaughter? Oh, you already have one at home. Uncle, are you setting up a blind date for our dad? Oh, little girl, you know a lot. Is that right? Ha ha ha, yes, your dad used to come fishing alone, everyone thought he was single. Humph, no way, our dad has a wife. Dad, you can't go on blind dates, you know Mom will be angry." Both Little Orange and Little Peach stomped their feet in a cute but fierce way. This amused the group of elderly men and women. Okay, Dad won't go on blind dates with them. That's right. You can't introduce Mom to our dad, we have a mom. Little Orange and Little Peach weren't intimidated, warning them loudly. Their cute but fierce demeanor amused all the fishermen. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Su, your two daughters are so cute. Oh, they're so cute. Bring your daughters fishing often in the future." Little Orange and Little Peach, right? "If you come tomorrow, Grandpa will prepare the best cake in Shanghai for you. The best cake shop in Shanghai is owned by Grandpa's family. Too much cake isn't good for children. Uncle will prepare some delicious fruit for you tomorrow. Uncle's family has the freshest and best fruit in the country." A group of wealthy and leisurely fishermen from Shanghai were completely mesmerized. Chapter 017 became the darling of Shanghai's fishermen. "Please collect and give flowers." All right, you bunch of old men and uncles, don't scare my daughters. I brought them here to fish, not for you to visit. Go fish your own fish. Look again, 1 million each. Su Rui laughed and scolded. "You said it yourself. 1 million shouldn't have a time limit, right?" Su Rui's phone started ringing incessantly. "WeChat can only transfer 200,000 at a time. Wait a minute, I'll transfer it to you 5 times. This is so annoying. Has no one told Lao Ma about this? Who can use 200,000 at a time? I'll talk to Lao Ma about this when I see him another day. Is 1 million a lot? Why are you being so stingy? I've transferred it to you. Little Su, now you have no reason to refuse us seeing your little baby, right?" Now, a dozen or so fishing enthusiasts, without exception, they all transferred 1 million to Su Rui. Su Rui was both amused and exasperated. They often came here to fish, so they had a group chat. Su Rui was also in this group. Transferring money to him wasn't difficult. Trying to show off your wealth in front of me, huh? Su Rui knew very well that most fishermen in Shanghai were wealthy and had plenty of free time, but he truly hadn't expected someone to give $1 million each just to watch their daughters fish. You said it yourself, another $1 million for another viewing. Now that you have it, can we watch now? Little Orange and Little Peach, do you know how to fish? Your dad is a great fisherman. Let him teach you, and your uncle and grandpa will cheer you on from the sidelines. Yes, cheer you on. The fishermen were bored. Seeing two adorable little girls join them fishing, the group of bored fishermen instantly became enthusiastic cheerleaders. Daddy, they're so strange. I mean, why are they watching us fish? Aren't they here to fish? The two little ones were completely confused. Ignore them. Let's fish by ourselves. Su Rui was too lazy to bother with these bored fishermen. He took out the children's fishing gear he had prepared for them, baited their hooks, and cast them into the water. See those two floats on the surface? Pull them back when they sink. Daddy will demonstrate for you in a bit. Su Rui also baited his hook and cast his own line, joining them in fishing for fun. Was he really going to let them fish? Of course not. The fish in the river varied in size, some so large that even adults struggled to hold them, let alone two tiny little girls. What if he pulled them into the water? It would be very dangerous. I already said I came to play with them. Just let them play like it's real, that's enough. Xiao Su, this won't do. How can they catch fish with two toy fishing rods? Exactly. At least get them two smaller rods. They were grumbling to each other. Su Rui's fishing rod suddenly moved. Daddy, my fishing rod moved. Look, it sank. Su Rui was stunned. This is possible? They were both holding toy fishing rods. Good job, Xiao Ju Zi, reel in the line slowly, don't rush. Su Rui quickly grabbed her hand to prevent her from being pulled into the water by the fish. I have a fish too, Daddy, look. At the same time, Xiao Tao Tao's fishing rod also bent, and she shouted excitedly. Don't rush. Daddy's holding you, slowly reel in the line. Su Rui was astonished. Could these two girls have inherited his innate fishing talent? Is this even possible? The surrounding elderly men and women were both surprised and delighted to see this. The newbie protection period is amazing. They caught a fish right away. Little Orange and Little Peach, you're so amazing. Go, pull the fish up. Slow down, slowly reel in the line. These wealthy and leisurely Shanghai bigwigs had all become Little Orange and Little Peach's devoted fans. They were shouting more excitedly than anyone else. Little Orange caught a medium-sized crucian carp. Little Peach caught a medium-sized pomfret. These two little ones were filled with a sense of accomplishment after catching fish for the first time. They were so excited they were dancing with joy. We caught a fish, Dad, aren't we great? Great. Dad never expected you two to be so amazing. Here, have some water before you continue. Okay. The two little girls took a couple of sips of water from their cups. They sat down next to Su Rui and eagerly started fishing again. They were having a blast. A group of elderly men and women behind them were even more excited than if they had caught a big fish themselves, seeing the two girls catch fish, even tiny ones the size of a thumb. They kept praising them for being so good. This made them even more eager to show off, and they fished with incredible enthusiasm. Hongdian. The film crew's dressing room. Filming has temporarily come to a halt. Yang Mi and Dilraba are resting on the sofa in the dressing room. Sister Mi, what do you think the two little ones are doing right now? I want to know too. Yang Mi smiles. Mothers always think about their children when they're resting. A moment of silence. Yang Mi fiddles with her phone, then hesitates before looking at Dilraba. Dilraba, how about we video call Su Rui? I really miss Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao. Dilraba nods without hesitation. I want to see them too. I just don't know if Su Rui is free. Yang Mi thought for a moment. Let's try, maybe they're free to video call. The two tidied their hair and leaned together to video call. On the other side, Little Orange and Little Peach were intently watching the float on the water, hoping for a fish to bite again. Su Rui's phone rang. He saw it was Yang Mi's video call. He froze for a moment. If he remembered correctly, Little Orange said Yang Mi and Reba wouldn't let them fish. Babies, we're doomed. What's wrong? Mommy's video calling. What do we do? The two little ones panicked, their faces blank with confusion. After Daddy answers, you absolutely mustn't reveal that you're out fishing. The two little ones nodded quickly. Su Rui turned to the onlookers and said, you guys better disperse quickly. The kid's mother won't let them fish. Don't give me away. Hurry up, move aside. The fishermen laughed and returned to their seats. Dad's video calling me. Calm down. Okay, okay. The two little ones took a deep breath together, indicating they were calm. He answered the video call. Hi, Su Rui. Did I bother you? Yang Mi thought he was busy since it took him so long to answer. No, I'm just taking them for a walk outside. Little Orange, Little Peach, come say hello to Mommy. Mommy. The two little ones huddled together, happily greeting her. Looks like you're having a lot of fun, Reba said with a smile. Yeah, we just caught several fish. It's so much fun. Little Peach blurted it out the moment she opened her mouth. Startled, she quickly covered her mouth and hid behind Su Rui, too afraid to continue the video call. Little Orange also became flustered. Didn't Daddy say we couldn't say we were fishing? Why did you tell Mommy so directly? I got so excited I forgot. This is terrible. Chapter 018. Don't argue next time. You scared all my fish away. Please collect and give flowers. Yang Mi, Reba. Wasn't this just a walk? How did it turn into fishing? Ahem, the house is under renovation today, so I brought them out to play for a while. Don't worry, it's very safe. After all, she was the children's mother, so Su Rui still explained to them, to avoid making them worry. Yang Mi and Reba laughed and cried for a while. They were already there. They didn't say anything more. Yang Mi said, don't let them get too close to the water. Reba also cautioned, don't let them go off alone, kids can disappear in the blink of an eye. Don't worry, they'll sit right next to me and fish. Su Rui said, patting the two little ones behind him. Alright, stop hiding, Mom already knows. Tell Mom how many fish you caught today. Mommy, will you scold us? Little Orange poked her head out. Yang Mi said, try to go fishing less often. If you do go fishing, you must stay with Daddy, okay? Okay. Seeing that their mother wasn't angry, the two little ones finally came out from behind their father, relieved. They immediately began excitedly introducing their catch. They spoke with great enthusiasm. Yang Mi and Reba could tell that they genuinely enjoyed fishing with their father. Mothers are always cautious. Fathers always want to take their children on adventures. As long as safety is ensured, there shouldn't be any major problems. Although Yang Mi and Reba were a little worried, they trusted that Su Rui would take good care of Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao. They chatted for 10 minutes. The film crew started urging them to come back. Babies, Mommy has to go to work. You two stay with Daddy and don't run around, and definitely don't go playing in the water, understand? Reba instructed. Okay. Mom, can we video chat tonight? I'll tell you how many fish we caught. Yeah, Mom wants to sing tonight too. Yang Mi and Reba didn't answer, looking at Su Rui. They wondered if video chatting every night would bother him and make him feel uncomfortable. Since you're going to video chat with Mom tonight, let's hang up quickly so Mom can go to work early. The sooner Mom finishes work, the sooner I can video chat with you. Su Rui smiled slightly. He made his stance clear. Yang Mi and Reba on the other end of the video call were clearly happy. Then Mom will go get busy. Be careful, okay? He waved goodbye to the three of them. Don't overwork yourselves, you two should rest. Su Rui said. Yang Mi and Reba on the other end of the video call were both slightly taken aback, their faces flushing slightly. Okay, we know. They nodded and hung up the video call. Yang Mi and Dilraba exchanged glances, both seeing each other blush. Perhaps because they belonged to the same man, they could even feel each other's heartbeats at that moment. Su Rui's words of concern brought them an unprecedented warmth. Was it because of his concern? Or because he was the father of their child? Or perhaps because he was their man? Ahem, let's go, Dilraba, let's finish filming early and go back to the hotel. Yang Mi pursed her lips, composing herself. He, Sister Mi seems to be smitten. Don't talk about me, you're the same. I didn't deny it, I really was smitten for a moment just now. Being suddenly shown concern by Su Rui, I almost blurted out husband. If our family could really be together, Sister Mi, don't you think it would be so happy? Dilraba was only 22 years old, the age when a young girl's heart is filled with first love. As she spoke, she couldn't help but fantasize. Didn't we agree to raise Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao together? And now you're already thinking about husbands? Yang Mi teased. Husband. Thinking about calling Su Rui husband, Yang Mi's face turned even redder. I did think it would be great if the two of us raised Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao on our own. But ever since Su Rui reappeared, I felt these past 2 days that it would be really nice to have a husband to raise the child with us. We have a husband, and the child has a father. Besides, in every sense, Su Rui is our husband. Dilraba said with a touch of playfulness. Yang Mi couldn't deny this. Su Rui had taken their virginity. They had both given birth to Su Rui's children. He was the father of both children. Nominally, it was perfectly reasonable for them to call him husband. Alright, now's not the time to think about this. Regardless of Su Rui's attitude, even if the three of us were to have a relationship, we need to get through this difficult time first. Let's go, time to get to work. Yang Mi pulled Reba away. Hearing Yang Mi say this, Reba's fantasies immediately shattered. Indeed, nothing was more important than work now. Being able to get back to the hotel early after finishing work on set each day to video chat with her daughter and Su Rui, that was already enough for them. After their mother allowed them to go fishing, the two little ones were even happier. Sitting on either side of their father, the two girls cast their small fishing rods, and one by one, they caught small fish. Even Su Rui didn't know if these two girls had inherited his innate fishing talent or were just receiving special treatment during their beginner's protection period. They caught over 20 fish that morning. Although they were all relatively small, this success rate completely outclassed the group of well-equipped anglers from Shanghai behind them. Normally, these anglers would be furious. But Little Orange and Little Peach were different. They were the most popular people along the riverbank. Everyone was too busy cheering them on. Watching them fish was much more enjoyable than catching fish themselves. It was nearing noon. The sun was getting stronger. Su Rui didn't plan to let them bask in the sun there. Sweeties, it's already noon. Let's find somewhere to have lunch. How about Daddy takes you to the amusement park this afternoon? Upon hearing amusement park, the two little ones immediately jumped up from their little stools. They nodded excitedly. Let's go eat quickly. After lunch, let's go to the amusement park. Fishing is fun, but fishing all the time gets boring. The amusement park is much more fun. Daddy, let's put the little fish back in the water. They've been playing with us for so long, they must miss their mom and dad. Daddy, let's let the little fish go home. Let them go home and have lunch with their mom and dad. Su Rui smiled. These two little ones are getting cuter and cuter. Then say goodbye to the little fish. Su Rui poured the little fish from their bucket back into the river. Goodbye, little fish. Come visit us again next time. We're going to have lunch now. You guys should eat more too. You're too little, even smaller than us. Bye-bye. The two little ones waved their tiny arms, like saying goodbye to their friends. A group of men behind them were completely charmed. Xiao Su, your two daughters are so cute. Do you often bring them out fishing? Just let me know in the group chat if you're going fishing, and I'll immediately drop everything at work to support them. Old John, you even know how to support them? If you like kids so much, hurry up and have your sons, daughters, grandsons, and granddaughters. Su Rui joked. These grown men were completely captivated by Little Orange and Little Peach, utterly mesmerized. Alright, I'm done chatting with you guys. Orange, Peach, say goodbye to Uncle and Grandpa. Su Rui picked them up. Goodbye Uncle, goodbye Grandpa. Next time, don't keep shouting, you scared away several of my little fish. That's right, next time you need to be quieter, understand? The two little girls said earnestly, their sweet, childlike voices incredibly adorable. The group of grown men immediately smiled and nodded repeatedly. Next time you come fishing with your dad, I'll bring you some treats. I'll bring you some toys. Goodbye, Little Orange, Little Peach, let your dads bring you fishing often. These fishing buddies treated Little Orange and Little Peach like their precious pets. They waved until they got into the car and left. Who would have thought that these grown men were all top-tier business tycoons in Shanghai? Seeking flowers, reviews, rewards, and all data, thank you so much. Chapter 019 Dad is the king, with two queens, seeking collection and flowers. Since the house was under renovation, they naturally ate lunch outside. They kept mentioning the amusement park, muttering it as they ate. After lunch, they immediately dragged Su Rui to the amusement park. They skipped the roller coasters, pirate ships, and log flumes. These were too adult and too thrilling. Su Rui took them to ride the Ferris wheel, trampoline, teacups, and miniature train. However, in the end, what interested them most was surprisingly the most ordinary slide. They were having a blast playing on the slide with a group of other children at the amusement park. They couldn't stop playing. Su Rui let them play. They could play however they wanted. He even took a couple of nice photos of them every now and then. He was completely enjoying the joys of being a father. To be honest, he had never felt life was so interesting before. Since having these two, even just watching them play happily made him, as their father, unable to help but smile along. Lin stood beside Su Rui. The phone rang. Lin took 2 steps back and answered the phone. Ms. Ya, I found the information you asked me to look up. Was it thorough? Very thorough. Send it to me. Lin hung up the phone. A document immediately arrived in her email. Lin glanced at Su Rui, who was taking pictures of Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao, and put her phone away. She didn't want to spoil his fun. Ju Ziai, Tao Tao, come and have some water before you play. Look at you two, you're all sweaty from playing. Su Rui called out. Coming. The two little ones came running over, already covered in sweat. But they still weren't done. They sipped their water bottles. Daddy, do you want to play on the slide too? It's so much fun. Xiao Ju Zi invited while drinking water. This slide is for little kids like you. Daddy's going to collapse if he sits on it. Daddy, if you shrink a little, you can go down the slide with us. Little Peach looked at her father with expectant eyes. Little Orange said, Daddy is an adult, he won't turn into a little kid. Then we can't play on the slide with Daddy? I think slides are so much fun, I really want to play with Daddy. Little Peach pouted in disappointment. Not necessarily. We're planning to build a playground at home. We'll get you a children's slide, and we can also get an adult slide. Daddy can carry you down the slide. Su Rui said. Really? We want to build a slide in our house too. Yay! Now we can play on the slide at home. The two little ones skipped and hopped, hand in hand, to continue playing on their slide. They played for the entire afternoon. Mr. Su, the renovations at home are complete, and we can come home anytime. These are the monitoring data sent over. The environmental indicators are all fine after the reinstallation. It's safe to move in immediately. It was evening. Yelin received the call and immediately reported the situation to Su Rui. Got it. Su Rui didn't bother to look. He'd already spent the entire afternoon at the amusement park. Even if he was having fun with them, watching them play on the slides would get boring after a while. Su Rui clapped his hands. Sweeties, your princess castle is all finished. We can go home now. Daddy. The two little ones pounced on him like rabbits. They hugged their father's neck on either side. Which princess castle is it? Is it the block castle we built together? Little Orange asked. No, it's our home. Did you forget? This morning when we left, Daddy let you choose your favorite decorating style, and now our home is exactly what you wanted. Shall we go home and see your princess castle? Su Rui picked them up. After all, they were girls. Even little Peach, who thought caterpillars were cute, was overjoyed to hear that their home had become a princess castle. Let's go home quickly. We can live in the castle from now on. Goodbye slide. I'll miss you. Goodbye playground, we're going home now. They waved goodbye after playing on the slide with Su Rui all afternoon. Their adorable appearance made Su Rui exclaim that he couldn't resist. How could there be such cute little ones? He gave them a big kiss on the cheek. Salty. Let Auntie wipe your faces, they're all sweaty. Su Rui said with a smile. Ju Zi and I are stinky princesses, hee hee. I don't want to be a stinky princess, Daddy, I want to be a fragrant princess. Me too. Since you want to be a fragrant princess, let's go home and rest for a bit. The first thing we'll do is take a bath, okay? Su Rui said. Okay. Little Ju Zi and Little Peach shouted together. They happily went home. The van pulled up at the door. The once luxurious villa had been completely transformed. While the original minimalist modern design remained the same, the color scheme had been changed to predominantly pink and white. Adorned with gold decorative lines, it was now a dreamy, girlish castle. The flower beats in front of the door were now filled with more vibrant roses and tulips, a riot of colors. So beautiful. Little Orange and Little Peach's eyes lit up as soon as they got out of the van. Daddy, look. It really is a princess castle. We're really going to live in a castle. Wow, that's amazing. Daddy, let's go inside the castle quickly. The two little ones had fought off sleepiness all the way home just to see their castle. Now that they finally saw their castle, they eagerly pulled Su Rui inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a dreamy pink space. The walls were covered in soft pink plush wallpaper, meticulously painted with various adorable cartoon animals and flowers. The entire floor was covered in white leather carpets. They felt soft and fluffy underfoot. The sofa was an adorable pink donut-shaped sofa. The chairs were soft white chocolate chairs. So pretty. Little Orange and Little Peach's eyes lit up. They pulled Su Rui and ran upstairs. But they were too slow climbing the stairs. Daddy, carry me. So eager. Su Rui smiled and picked them up. Upstairs. The living room had become a spacious play area. The toys they bought yesterday were laid out on the soft floor. A large strawberry bear, a large dog, colorful building blocks, and various educational toys. They'd also added an indoor swing and a large slide. Look up. Su Rui put them down and pointed to the ceiling. On the fluffy ceiling, there were cotton candy-like clouds and twinkling stars. It's so beautiful. Daddy, it really looks like a castle. Tao, we're princesses living in a castle now. Then Daddy is the king and Mommy is the queen, right? Yes, Daddy has two queens. Two queens? Su Rui smiled. Sweetie, shall we go see your rooms? Okay. Chapter 020 Forever with Daddy, please collect and give flowers. The entire villa underwent renovation, including the rooms. The overall feel of the master bedroom remained unchanged, but considering the child was still young and often slept with her parents, The designer added a screen around the large bed in the master bedroom. The room next to the master bedroom underwent a significant transformation. It was transformed directly from a guest room into a children's room. A delicate princess bed was placed in the center of the room. The headboard was carved with exquisite patterns, and the bed canopy hung softly. The pink sheets and pillows were embroidered with delicate lace. Every detail exuded a refined and luxurious girlish style. Beside the bed was a uniquely designed bedside table, upon which sat a delicate lamp and some adorable toys. There was also a large, comfortable beanbag chair shaped like a cute bunny. The room's windows were large and bright, draped with pink curtains, offering views of the garden and the distant blue sky. Several potted plants sat on the windowsill, their lush greenery adding a touch of life to the room. The entire room's design was imbued with girlish charm and a dreamy atmosphere. Every detail had been carefully considered and designed, aiming to create a comfortable and imaginative personal space for the little princesses. Su Rui was very satisfied. However, Little Orange and Little Peach frowned. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Su Rui asked. "Daddy, don't you like us anymore?" Little Orange said, while Little Peach nodded repeatedly, pouting and looking at him with a pitiful expression. Su Rui was completely dumbfounded. "Dad, I've prepared a princess castle for you, why don't you want me anymore?" "Why do you say that? Daddy doesn't dislike you. Daddy doesn't want to sleep with us, doesn't that mean he doesn't like us and doesn't want us anymore?" Little Orange's eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. "This room is so beautiful, it's obviously prepared for them. If they sleep in this room, they can't sleep with Daddy anymore. They'll become abandoned princesses. Poor thing." The more she thought about it, the more pitiful she felt. Wah-ah-ha! Little Orange burst into tears. Now, seeing Little Orange cry, Little Peach's tears also turned on, and she burst into tears too. "What's wrong?" The nanny rushed in upon hearing the crying. Su Rui waved his hand, telling them to leave it alone. He knelt down and hugged them both. "Daddy didn't say he wouldn't sleep with you. This room is just for now. You two can sleep here when you're older." Wah-ah-ha! The two little ones cried even louder upon hearing this. "Su Rui, this isn't enough. Why are they crying even more?" "Mr. Su, children this age are most afraid of sleeping separately from their parents." The nanny came over and whispered in his ear. "Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Daddy misspoke. You can always sleep with Daddy. Daddy won't let you two sleep in a separate room, okay?" Su Rui quickly comforted them. Little Orange and Little Peach slowly stopped crying. They looked at their father with teary eyes, sniffling. The tears on their delicate, pretty faces were heartbreaking to see. Okay, don't be angry anymore. You can sleep with Daddy if you want, or you can sleep with Daddy if you don't want to. It's up to you." Su Rui gently wiped away their tears. "Daddy won't lie? If Daddy lies, he'll turn into a little puppy." The two little ones wiped away their tears and looked at their father earnestly. "Daddy definitely won't lie to you. Come on, Daddy will pinky swear with you. Pinky promise, for 100 years, no changing, whoever changes becomes a puppy. Is that okay?" Pinky promises are sacred in the eyes of children. After Pinky swearing, their tears finally turned to smiles. They hugged Su Rui tightly. "Never be separated from Daddy. We want to be with Daddy forever." How could a father resist these words from his two adorable daughters? The old father's heart was filled with overwhelming emotion. He gently embraced them. At this moment, Su Rui truly understood the meaning of all his money. It was to give them the very best. To make them true princesses. To make them the apple of his eye. "Daddy, I need to pee." Just as Su Rui was filled with emotion, Xiao Tao Tao suddenly blurted out. "Su Rui." He couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Go ahead. After you go to the toilet, you two might as well take a shower. You're both sticky and sweaty. We want Daddy to help us shower." "Su Rui, I can help you shower, but you can't ask questions. A whole host of questions were giving me a headache." "Why?" "Because, wait, I just said no. Why did you two come so quickly, Orange?" "But I really want to know why." "Because, Daddy wanted to play with your toys. Didn't we buy bath toys? How about we play in the bathtub?" "Okay, bath time." Su Rui breathed a sigh of relief and happily went to bathe his daughters. Even the bathroom had transformed into a pink, girlish space, and the two little ones' princess dreams had fully awakened. They soaked in a bubble bath in the tub, playing with their toys. They were extremely happy. After their bath, the family chef had already prepared a delicious and nutritious dinner. Su Rui had them sit in their high chairs. "It smells so good." Little Orange and Little Peach were also hungry. Faced with the fragrant dishes, they happily began to eat. Little Orange scooped up a spoonful of fragrant rice, stuffed it into her mouth, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. Little Peach picked up a shrimp, made a crunch sound with her little mouth, and ate it with relish. "Eat slowly." Su Rui reminded them with a smile. Watching them eat, he himself felt the food tasted even better. But, as they ate, the two little ones' movements slowed down. Little Orange's eyelids began to grow heavy, and she struggled to open her eyes wide. The spoon in her hand wobbled, unable to reach her mouth. Little Peach's little hands gradually lost their strength. His arm grew heavier and heavier. The small food seemed much heavier than usual. "Daddy, it's delicious," Little Orange murmured, her little head slowly drooping onto his arm. Little Peach couldn't hold on any longer either. Her little head bobbed up and down, finally plunging into the rice bowl in front of her with a thud. Su Rui chuckled softly at this. He didn't wake the two children. He carefully carried them upstairs and put them on the bed. Little Orange and Little Peach curled up in two balls on the bed, breathing evenly, with satisfied smiles on their faces, as if they were still enjoying their delicious dinner in their dreams. Su Rui gently covered them with the blankets. He lightly kissed their foreheads. "You played so much during the day, are you sleepy now?" He teased them with a smile. He told the nanny to stay in the room with them. He went downstairs to eat first. "Are Miss Orange and Miss Peach asleep?" Yang Lin asked. "They played all day and didn't take a nap, they're exhausted now," Su Rui teased. He wasn't surprised at all that they fell asleep while eating. Chapter 021 A $1 billion Bet. A sleepless night in the entertainment industry. Please collect and give flowers. After finishing their meal, Su Rui sat on the cute donut-shaped sofa. "Mr. Su, I found out what happened to Yang Mi and Dilraba." Seeing him free, Yang Lin took out her tablet and displayed the information. "Just tell me." Su Rui was checking out their new sofa for the two little ones. "Soft. Very comfortable. The height is just right." Ms. Yang and Ms. Dilraba co-founded an entertainment company called Jiexing Media a couple of years ago. Leveraging their fame, Jiexing Media has developed very well. Especially after several hit dramas, its earning power has rivaled that of top entertainment companies. This has attracted the attention of many in the industry. Many investors in the entertainment circle wanted to invest in Jiexing Media and get a share of the pie. To maintain the company's independence and control, Ms. Yang and Ms. Dilraba rejected all investment requests. This displeased the investors. Several leading companies joined forces, attempting to suppress Jiexing Media's development and force them to comply. Su Rui said, fearing that Jiexing Media would become too dominant and they wouldn't get a share of the pie, they wanted to set a trap to take over Jiexing Media. That's very capitalist. Continue. Jiexing Media faced collective targeting within the industry, and its performance declined sharply. At this time, 8 leading companies Tianya Media, Huai Brothers, Tangren Media, Yuxin Media, Zishan Media, Hesong Media, Enlight Media, and Lemon Media issued a 10 billion yuan performance-based agreement. If Jiexing doesn't accept this bet, it will face continuous targeting from 8 leading companies, ultimately leading to its bankruptcy and acquisition. So Ms. Yang and Ms. Dilraba had no choice but to agree. The bet agreement states that if Jiexing can earn 10 billion within a year, it will acquire 7% of each of these 8 companies. But if it loses, these 8 companies will jointly divide 56% of Jiexing's shares. Su Rui coldly curled his lip. That's a bit cunning. For them, Jiexing getting 7% from each company is insignificant, it's just another shareholder. By having all 8 companies collectively acquire 56% of Jiexing's shares, they become a joint major shareholder, wielding immense power and having much more room for maneuver. Yang Lin nodded. "I think Ms. Yang and Ms. Dilraba have also realized this. So we have to win this gamble no matter what." Su Rui naturally understood this as well. 2 years ago, when Jiexing was at its peak, they had just given birth to their 2 children, Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao. Even during that period, they had the time and energy to develop the company and didn't contact him to ask for his help in caring for the 2 little ones. Now, for them, it was a do-or-die situation. That's why they wanted to entrust the 2 children to him for a while. The reason these 8 top entertainment companies put forward this betting agreement was to dig a trap they had no choice but to fall into. It's conceivable that they would absolutely not let Jiexing win this bet easily. Otherwise, how would they invest in Jiexing? How would they get a slice of this fresh pie? Su Rui rubbed his temples. Helping them is easy for him. But, once their troubles are resolved, will he take Little Orange and Little Peach away? Even though it's only been 2 days, Su Rui has already developed a very deep affection for his 2 daughters. He was asked to separate from his 2 daughters. That's impossible. However, they are, after all, Little Orange and Little Peach's mothers. It wouldn't be right to stand by and watch them die. With his abilities and resources, frankly speaking, even if Yang Mi and Dilraba really wanted to fight him for custody of the children, it would be completely impossible. This worry was somewhat unnecessary. Yang Lin. Su Rui looked up, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable firmness. Make arrangements. Tomorrow, I need to meet with those bosses who have designs on Jiexing Media. Yes, Mr. Su, I'll take care of it right away. Yelin nodded. She knew Su Rui's tone implied the seriousness of the situation. She turned and went to arrange the meeting. Su Rui's one sentence caused complete sleeplessness in the entertainment industry tonight. The bosses of 8 top entertainment companies, Tianya Media, Huai Brothers, Tangren Media, Yuxin Media, Zishan Media, Hesong Media, Enlight Media, and Lemon Media, held the fates of countless stars in their hands. They held extremely high positions in the entertainment industry. However, the news that Su Rui wanted to meet with them reached their ears. It excited them immensely. Rumors circulated that Su Rui wielded immense power, his influence extending across various industries. Yet he rarely appeared in public. His sudden request to meet with them, could it be? I've heard the name Su Rui in private settings, but I've never had direct contact with him. His sudden summons must have a reason. I've heard he has an extremely wide network, his resources reaching all sectors of the world's primary, secondary, and tertiary industries. His sudden summons of us, maybe he wants to develop the domestic entertainment industry. This is an opportunity. Zhang, the general manager of Tianya Media, paced back and forth at home. After thinking for a moment, he said to his secretary, "Have Jin Mishan dress up beautifully tomorrow. Prepare all the clothes, both elegant and sensual. Have her change into whatever Mr. Su likes." If they could get Su Rui's approval, the company would have a steady stream of funds. If not now, when? Meanwhile, Wang Zongjun of Huai Brothers was also discussing the same topic with his team. Mr. Su's invitation cannot be ignored. He wields significant influence across various industries. This summons is both an opportunity and a challenge. We must be fully prepared. Wang Zongjun's voice was firm and powerful, tinged with obvious excitement. Tell Dong Xian and Su Ruoxuan to prepare. They'll be meeting Mr. Su with me tomorrow. Dress smartly, the two of them must have distinct styles. Yes, Mr. Wang, I'll take care of it right away. Li Xiaoming of Tangren. He happened to be at the company. He had summoned all the company's top executives for an emergency meeting. Su Rui is a mysterious and unpredictable man. Countless legends surround him in the capital circles. But very few people actually know who he is. All that's known is that whichever industry his capital flows into thrives. The entertainment industry is currently in a developmental stage. If we can get his support, we might have a chance to dominate. We must seize this opportunity. I heard he's still single. We can have Jin Chen and Gulnazar get to know him better. Men never refuse women who offer themselves up. That makes sense. Go tell them to prepare immediately. All 8 companies came up with the same idea. The top female executives of all 8 companies couldn't sleep. They'd never heard of Su Rui before, but after inquiring with their bosses, they learned he was an incredibly powerful man. They'd all rushed to find makeup artists and stylists overnight to help them plan their makeup and outfits for the next day. If they could catch the eye of such a top tycoon, regardless of whether the company would profit, they'd definitely gain a huge advantage. Who wouldn't be tempted? Chapter 022 Simple renovation costs 180 million. How could he be so extravagant? Please collect and give flowers. Are the 2 little ones hungry? Su Rui returned to the bedroom. Little Orange and Little Peach were snuggled together, fast asleep. Having only eaten half of dinner, Su Rui asked the nanny with some concern. If the 2 ladies wake up in the middle of the night, Mr. Su can call us. We'll make them some formula. The nanny said. Okay, you 2 should go and rest too. Mr. Su, get some rest. The 2 nannies gently closed the door. Su Rui gently climbed into bed. Watching his 2 daughters snuggle together, fast asleep, a doting father's smile crept across his face. How could these little ones be so adorable? Hey, I have 2 of them. Daddy. Delicious. Little Tao Tao probably thought she was eating, sucking on her fingers as she held the little orange. The scene was just too cute. Su Rui couldn't resist taking out his phone and recording a video. Thinking back, Yang Mi and Reba joined a group chat. They created a 3-person group. Then he sent them all the photos and videos of the 2 little ones feeding squirrels, fishing, and playing games at the amusement park that day. Since they came along, the urge to share had only grown stronger. Yang Mi and Reba had just returned to their hotel from the film set. They hadn't even changed their clothes yet. Seeing that Su Rui had created a group chat and posted photos and videos in it, they immediately sat down together to watch them. Looking at their adorable faces, smiles unconsciously appeared on their faces. The day's fatigue vanished. Dilraba, these photos are so cute. Yang Mi, they seem so happy every day with you. Dilraba, yes, every photo and video shows them all smiling. Yang Mi, thank you, Su Rui. It's so comforting to see my daughters so happy. Both Yang Mi and Dilraba felt that Su Rui was a good father. This made them feel both relieved and somewhat amazed. They were quite surprised that Su Rui liked Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao so much. Photos and videos weren't enough. They felt a little empty if they didn't see Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao every day. Dilraba couldn't resist initiating a multi-person video call. Su Rui didn't refuse. He gently swiped the screen to answer the video call. Yang Mi and Dilraba's faces immediately appeared on the screen, both wearing gentle smiles. Su Rui, where are the children? We'd like to see them, Dilraba said. Yang Mi whispered in agreement, I haven't talked to them all day, and I feel so empty inside. The two little ones are already asleep. Su Rui turned the camera around, letting them see the two little ones sleeping soundly in bed. Yang Mi and Reba saw the two little ones' angelic sleeping faces, and a mother's unique happy smile appeared on her face. They looked so peaceful, like two little angels. Seeing them like this, all the fatigue of the day disappears. Su Rui said, we did some renovations at home today, so I took them out to play this morning. They didn't take a nap at noon because we went to the amusement park, and as a result, they both fell asleep during dinner. These two little ones are often like this. If they wake up at night, just give them some formula. Yang Mi was a little worried about the renovation. Are you moving in right away after the renovation is finished? Renovation residue isn't good for the children's health. Why don't you stay in our villa for a while? Don't worry. The environmental impact assessment is perfect. Su Rui knew they, as mothers, would worry about this. He sent them the environmental impact assessment report. The two of them opened the document and carefully reviewed it. Every data point was fine, which reassured them. News reports of children developing health problems due to renovation residue are not uncommon. They were afraid too. Su Rui, you spent 180 million on the renovation? Reba suddenly exclaimed. The environmental impact assessment report had a materials list on the last page, detailing the materials used, their sources, and specific prices, totaling 186.7 million yuan. A simple renovation cost that much. This really shocked Dilraba. These two are already considered good at making money, but a renovation completed in just one day costing nearly 200 million yuan is outrageous. Young master duo? Yang Mi looked back and her eyes widened when she saw the total price. I was also worried about their health, so everything I used was completely natural. Su Rui said calmly. If they hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have even noticed how much the renovations cost today. Less than 200 million to build a castle they liked. It was incredibly worthwhile. Su Rui, just who are you? Yang Mi and Dilraba, newcomers to the world of capital, knew nothing of Su Rui. Their impression of Su Rui was solely based on his appearance at the Cannes Film Festival. Attending the Cannes Film Festival as a guest must mean he was incredibly wealthy and powerful. Now, it seemed Su Rui's wealth and power were even more outrageous than they had imagined. Don't worry about the two little ones' safety. I will. You must be tired after a long day, go to sleep early. Su Rui turned the video camera towards them and said, yeah, you must be tired after taking them out all day, you should go to sleep early too. Good night, Su Rui. Dilraba said, go to sleep early. Yang Mi also said, somewhat bewildered. The video call ended. The two women stared at each other, holding their phones, Su Rui's identity becoming increasingly mysterious. The children's father. What kind of person was he, really? Good night, little ones. Su Rui kissed their little cheeks. He turned to face them and fell asleep. The two little ones smelled sweet and comforting, like baby food. Su Rui smiled. He yawned, then cuddled them and went to sleep. They slept through the entire night. The two little ones didn't wake up at all. When Su Rui woke up in the morning, they were still fast asleep. How can they sleep so much? Good morning, my little princesses. Su Rui kissed their cheeks, watched their adorable sleeping faces for a while, then got up to have breakfast. Anyway, the bed now had a safety rail, so he didn't have to worry about them falling off in their sleep. Good morning, Mr. Su. Aren't the two ladies awake yet? The nanny asked. They're probably too tired from playing yesterday, they're still sleeping. Let them sleep. Su Rui sat down to eat breakfast. Good morning, Mr. Su. The bosses from Tianya Media are already waiting for you. Yeah, Lin said. Let them wait. When will the two little ones wake up? Let's talk after breakfast. He couldn't bear to see his two little ones wake up and cry because they didn't see him. A few petty scoundrels. None of them are as important as his precious daughter. Chapter 023 Little Peach with the bed lets hide her pants, please collect and give flowers. 9:30. The sun outside was already very bright. Little Orange and Little Peach seemed to have a telepathic connection, and they both groggily opened their eyes. Little Peach stretched and yawned lazily. Where's Daddy? Daddy seems to have already gotten up. Little Orange also stretched lazily. Oh, Orange, I had a dream last night. What kind of dream? I dreamt I was swimming, and a big shark was chasing me. It scared me to death. Little Orange blinked. Suddenly, she sat up in bed. Then she reached out and touched Little Peach's bottom. It was wet. Peach, you wet the bed again. You wet the bed every time you dream of a shark. Really? Little Peach lifted the covers, the sheets were soaking wet. She touched her own pants, they were completely wet. Orange, I think I really did wet the bed. Little Peach scratched her head a little embarrassedly. What should I do? I don't want Daddy to know I wet the bed. Then let's hide our pants. That way Daddy won't find out you wet the bed. Little Orange rubbed her head, having come up with a brilliant idea. Yeah, Daddy didn't see my wet pants, so he won't know I wet the bed. Orange, you're so smart. Little Peach immediately took off her pants. Then she climbed off the bed and hid her wet pants under the bed. That way Daddy won't find out I wet the bed. Little Peach, with her bare bottom, clapped her hands, looking very proud. Then we'll cover ourselves with the blanket. That way Daddy won't see you wet the bed. Little Orange got up and covered the urine stains on the bed with the blanket. Let's go, Peach, let's go downstairs to find Daddy. Let's go, I miss Daddy. Me too. Having hidden the evidence of bedwetting, the two little ones held hands and happily went downstairs. Daddy. Good morning, Daddy. The two reached the stairwell and saw Su Rui downstairs, greeting him happily. Good morning, Tao Tao, what are you doing with your bare bottom? Where are your pants? Upon hearing the voice, Su Rui unconsciously smiled gently. Turning his head, he saw little Tao Tao wearing only a shirt and froze. Daddy, last night, I dreamt a shark was chasing me. It was so mean, it bit off my pants. I couldn't find my pants when I woke up this morning. Little Tao Tao explained earnestly. Su Rui, a shark bit off her pants? What? Miss Tao Tao might have wet the bed. The nanny, being experienced, whispered an explanation in Su Rui's ear. Su Rui paused, stunned. I almost burst out laughing. They wet the bed, fine, but then they said their pants were bitten off by a shark. How cute. Okay, forget about the shark biting off your pants. Daddy will go get you another set of clothes to change into. Su Rui smiled and got up. He didn't intend to expose the two sisters' little trick. No, Daddy, don't come up here. The shark is still in our room. If you go in now, it will bite you. We can't go in now. Little Orange cried out quickly. Still in the room? Okay then, let Auntie go to another room and find you some clothes to change into, okay? Su Rui smiled. Okay. The two little girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two nannies smiled and carried the two girls down to Su Rui. One got them clothes to change into, and the other tidied the room, changing the mattress, sheets, and duvet covers. Orange, you're so clever. Daddy didn't notice. The two little ones sat at the dining table, whispering sweet nothings. Don't dream about sharks again next time. You wet the bed every time you dream about sharks. Little Orange reminded them softly. I don't want to, it just came into my dream by itself. Okay then, next time you dream about sharks, call me, and I'll come into your dream and chase the shark away for you. Okay, thank you, Orange, you're the best. Little Peach happily gave Orange a hug. What are you two whispering about? Are you hungry? Let's eat breakfast. Su Rui personally brought their breakfast to them. He didn't say anything. The two little ones happily ate their breakfast. They fell asleep halfway through dinner yesterday, and didn't have any milk last night, so they were really hungry now. They ate their breakfast clean. So full. Daddy, look, my tummy is so round. Little Peach lifted her shirt, revealing her round belly. Silly girl. Su Rui patted her head, squatted down, and told her, you can't just lift your clothes up like that outside, okay? Okay, Daddy. Little Peach put down her clothes and jumped into his arms. Little Orange also jumped into Su Rui's arms. Daddy, where are we going to play today? Yes, where are we going to play today? Daddy, can we go feed the squirrels first? I want to feed the squirrels too. The two little girls' eyes lit up at the mention of squirrels. It was like going to see their best friends. Su Rui picked them up and sat them on the donut-shaped sofa. Daddy will take you to feed the squirrels later. But after feeding the squirrels, Daddy has to meet some people. Do you want to go with Daddy, or stay home and play with Sister? Yeah, Su Rui asked. Even though he already knew the answer, he still chose to ask for their opinions. With Daddy. The two little girls answered in unison, without any hesitation. Then Daddy will go with you to feed the squirrels first. Then you can come with Daddy to meet the guests, okay? Okay. Let's go. Let's go feed the squirrels. Little Orange and Little Peach held their father's hands on either side, eagerly heading out to find their squirrel friends. Lin brought some nuts that squirrels love to eat and gestured for the two nannies to come along. Chapter 24, President Su is feeding the squirrels. You just wait. Please collect and give flowers. City center of Shanghai. A high-end private club called Yulong Club. This is usually a gathering place for business elites and celebrities. Today, the CEOs of 8 influential companies in the entertainment industry Tianyu, Huai, Tangren, Yuxin, Zishan, Hesong, Enlight Media, and Lemon have gathered together. anxiously waiting for Su Rui's appearance. What's Mr. Su up to? He said he wanted to see us, why hasn't he shown up yet? The CEO of Huai glanced at his watch, already impatient. The CEO of Tianyu sat on the sofa, tapping his fingers on the table, be patient. The CEO of Tangren took a sip of tea. He appeared relatively calm. Mr. Su has a powerful background and acts mysteriously. It's good enough that we've even met him, waiting a bit won't hurt. Regardless of his background, what's the point of leaving us hanging like this? My schedule is very tight. The CEO of Yuxin was quite displeased. Call his secretary. Ask when exactly he'll be there. Waiting like this isn't a solution. The CEO of Zishan simply took out his phone and dialed the number Yelin had previously used to contact them. Before the call connected, his expression was one of wanting to unleash a torrent of abuse. As soon as the call connected, his expression immediately transformed into a forced smile. Hello, Miss Ya, this is Lu Jiarui from Zishan Media. Didn't Mr. Su ask us to meet at Yuelon Club? It's almost 10:30, why hasn't Mr. Su arrived yet? What? Mr. Su is feeding squirrels? 3 squirrels? 6 squirrels? Lu Jiarui from Zishan Media was dumbfounded when he heard the dial tone. Although the others couldn't hear what was being said on the other end of the line, they heard Lu Jiarui's words clearly. Old Lu, what's with the 3 squirrels and 6 squirrels? What does that mean? Yeah, what exactly does Mr. Su mean? What does this have to do with squirrels? A group of entertainment industry bigwigs were completely baffled. I don't know. His secretary said he was feeding squirrels, and told us to wait a little longer. Lu Jiarui and the group exchanged bewildered glances. Then let's wait a little longer. Maybe feeding the squirrels has some deeper meaning? So when I asked if it was 3 squirrels, his secretary said it was 6 squirrels, meaning, twice as much as 3 squirrels? Based on 3 squirrels' current market value, twice that is 20 billion. Does that mean Mr. Su will bring in a 20 billion cooperation? That's possible. If we can secure this. The group's automatic imagination gave them a mental climax. A 20 billion investment is no small sum. Daddy, do the little squirrels want to be friends with us? They're not as afraid of us today, are they? Little Orange and Little Peach squatted on the ground, watching the little squirrels eat their fill so close to them, completely absorbed. I think they really like you too. Maybe you two really can become good friends someday, Su Rui said with a smile. They like Daddy too, Little Orange said with a grin. Yes, they like the 3 of us. No, they like all of us. Little Peach made a big circle with her hand, as if that would include everyone. After the little squirrels finished eating, they stuffed some nuts into their mouths. Then they went back up the tree. They've eaten their fill. Goodbye, little squirrels. Be careful, don't fall from the tree. Falling will hurt. We'll come see you again tomorrow. Bye bye. Little Orange and Little Peach stood up and waved goodbye enthusiastically to the squirrels as they left. Su Rui waited patiently for them. Daddy, the little squirrels are gone. Can we come and feed them every day? Su Rui took their hands. Of course. If you want to be friends with the little squirrels, Daddy will bring you here to play with them every day. Okay. Thank you, Daddy. Daddy, squat down. Why? As soon as Su Rui squatted down, the 2 little ones jumped into his arms, one on each side, and kissed him on the cheek. Little ones. Su Rui lovingly picked them up. Let's go. Now, let's go see our guests with Daddy. Okay. Let's go. Daddy, I want to get down and walk by myself. Daddy, let's see who runs the fastest, shall we? Okay, ready, go. Yeah, hee hee ha ha ha. Daddy's not as fast as me. I'm number 1. Yuelong Club. The doorman had already been notified in advance. Upon encountering a man named Su Rui, he immediately notified the group of distinguished guests upstairs to come down and greet him. Hello, sir. We are a members-only club. Do you have a reservation? Or have you already made an appointment with other guests? Please tell me their names so I can verify for you. The doorman saw Su Rui leading 2 little children and stopped him with a smile. Su Rui. Su Rui spoke calmly. Yes, Mr. Su, please wait a moment. The doorman immediately notified the manager via earpiece. The manager also immediately notified the group of entertainment industry executives in the private room. 8 executives, accompanied by a group of female celebrities, rushed out to greet Su Rui. These seasoned veterans of the entertainment industry, who had been in the business for many years, were visibly taken aback by Su Rui. They hadn't expected Su Rui to be so young. Younger is even better. The female celebrities they had prepared for him today would certainly come in handy. Mr. Su, you've arrived. Please come in, please come in. Mr. Su, it's the first time I've met you. I didn't expect you to be so young. You truly are a young talent. I admire you. It's our honor to meet Mr. Su today. The moment they met, a chorus of flattery and smiles appeared. Take it easy, don't step on my daughter's foot," Su Rui said expressionlessly. Everyone was stunned. They looked down. He was holding the hands of two adorable little girls, one on each side. Their attention had been completely focused on Su Rui, ignoring the two children entirely. He has children? This caught them completely off guard. "Little girls, what are your names? You're so cute." Zhao Liang, a woman from Hesong, was the first to react, squatting down to befriend the two little ones. The other actresses reacted quickly as well. They immediately joined in, surrounding Little Orange and Little Peach. "Little darlings, you're so pretty. How old are you? What do you like to eat? There are lots of delicious things here. Shall I take you to eat something delicious?" Su Rui already had children, and he had brought them with him. It would be very inappropriate for him to approach them directly. At this moment, befriending his children was clearly the best option. "Sisters, you're so pretty. Sister, I've seen you on TV. Our mom is often on TV too. My name is Little Orange, and this is Little Peach. We're both 2 years old." The two little ones were completely unguarded. A group of beautiful older women surrounded them, chatting happily. "Mr. Su, please come in." The 8 CEOs breathed a slight sigh of relief, 4 on each side leading the way. "I didn't expect Mr. Su to be so successful at such a young age, and to have such a happy family. Both daughters are so adorable, it's truly enviable. Mr. Su, my little granddaughter is also 2 years old this year. I'll bring her to play with your daughter sometime." Su Rui remained cold, ignoring their flattery. He didn't come to them today to make friends. He followed them to the private room. A group of female celebrities were playing with Little Orange and Little Peach. 8 entertainment industry bigwigs invited Su Rui to take a seat, and they sat down beside him, 4 on his left and 4 on his right. None of them recognized Su Rui and knew anything about his temperament. But they were, after all, a group of cunning old foxes. Judging from Su Rui's expression, something felt off. Chapter 25 Yang Mi and Dilraba are his women? Terrifying. Please collect and give flowers. Mr. Su, I've long admired your reputation in the capital world. It's quite an honor to have the 8 of us gathered here. Was it on your orders? The boss of Hesong broke the silence with a beaming smile. Everyone else looked expectantly at Su Rui, who sat at the head of the table. They hoped that his apparent displeasure was merely a facade befitting a powerful figure. As long as his purpose in coming today is good, it doesn't matter what kind of temper the big boss wants to display. Big bosses, after all, have their own tempers. Su Rui scanned them. His expression changed from indifferent to cold and stern. "I invited everyone here today to discuss matters concerning Jiexing." Su Rui's gaze swept over each of the business owners present, his eyes firm, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. The business owners exchanged glances. They pondered inwardly, wondering why Su Rui suddenly brought up Jiexing. What is Su Rui's relationship with Jiexing? They had investigated Jiexing's shareholding structure when they were investigating it, and found no evidence of his investment or any other form of involvement. Could it be he wants to invest in Jiexing with them? It's not impossible. Mr. Su, if you have designs on Jiexing, rest assured, we will definitely cooperate with your actions. To be honest, we are currently planning an operation against Jiexing. Before long, we can divide Jiexing up among ourselves. Mr. Su, if you are interested, we can give you the lion's share. Tianyu's young CEO, Zhang, was, after all, young. Eager to curry favor with Su Rui, he spoke without thinking. After CEO Zhang's self-disclosure, the other 7 old foxes immediately fell silent. They observed Su Rui's expression. If Su Rui truly wanted to divide Jiexing with them, then they could use Jiexing as a pie to sit at the same table with this big shot. If not, or if there were other circumstances, then CEO Zhang would be considered a sacrifice. Su Rui sneered. "Yang Mi and Dilraba, the co-founders of Jiexing, are the mothers of my 2 children." Upon hearing this, all 8 were dumbfounded. A cold sweat broke out on their brows. They were so frightened they almost stopped breathing. Who could have imagined that Yang Mi and Dilraba had such a powerful backer as Su Rui? No, more accurately, no one had imagined that Yang Mi and Dilraba were both Su Rui's women. They'd even had a child together. This was no ordinary fling. Although they didn't know why Su Rui hadn't intervened before, now that he had, the situation was beyond their control. They knew very well that Su Rui's influence in the financial world was not to be underestimated. Offending him was absolutely unwise. If they truly angered Su Rui, his retaliation could have disastrous consequences for them. "Everyone, I don't want to be too harsh. I'm here today to tell you. Your schemes against Jiexing make me uncomfortable. If you continue to make me uncomfortable, I don't mind personally stepping in and letting you experience what true discomfort feels like." Su Rui's words were calm, but the coldness in his voice carried an undeniable chill, enveloping everyone around him. It sent shivers down their spines, making their hair stand on end. "Mr. Su, you misunderstand. There is indeed some business competition between us and Ms. Yang and Ms. Dilraba, that's undeniable. We didn't know Ms. Yang and Ms. Dilraba had this relationship with you before. Business competition, you know, is all about connections. Now that we know Ms. Yang and Ms. Dilraba have such a close relationship with you, rest assured, Huai brothers will absolutely not do anything to target Jiexing again. If Ms. Yang and Ms. Dilraba would do us the honor, I think cooperation between us would be a better choice. Wang Zongjun of Huai brothers immediately changed his tune. The others reacted quickly as well. Mr. Su, I absolutely meant no offense. Regarding the betting agreement, Heshuo immediately withdraws. Mr. Su, rest assured, Yuxin will no longer target Yang Mi and Dilraba. Not only that, we can also provide Ms. Yang and Ms. Dilraba with necessary resources. We truly didn't expect Ms. Yang and Ms. Dilraba to have such a deep relationship with you. On behalf of everyone at Tangren, I apologize to you. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks, hoping you'll be magnanimous. Yes, I'll also punish myself with 3 drinks. These vixens were all terrified. They initially thought Su Rui was coming to invest in Six Squirrels, a company with a 20 billion yuan fortune. Unexpectedly, he came to confront them and demand an explanation. They were terrified. It wasn't that they were inexperienced, it was simply that the Su Rui they knew was far too powerful. Many rumors circulated in international financial circles about Su Rui. David's Bridal, America's largest wedding dress retailer, lost over 200 billion yuan in market value in 6 months because its owner looked down on Chinese people and insulted Su Rui. A year later, the company suddenly filed for bankruptcy. No one knew how Su Rui had managed to do it. All that was known was that when the owner of David's Bridal tried to plead with Su Rui, he had already disappeared. Yellow, America's largest trucking company with a century-long history, had its owner's son hit Su Rui's car while out and about, arrogantly throwing money at Su Rui and driving off without apologizing. Afterwards, Yellow didn't sell a single truck and went bankrupt after only 7 months, resulting in over 30,000 people losing their jobs. The US state government attempted to mediate the conflict between Yellow and Su Rui, only to find that Su Rui was unreachable. Instead, a military-industrial company took over Yellow's factory. It was rumored to be a little-known weapons manufacturer supported by Su Rui. This weapons manufacturer rapidly expanded in the following 6 months, its weapons quickly spreading from the US to major military conflict zones worldwide. Many similar incidents occurred. Maintaining a good relationship with Su Rui allowed even the most dangerous and insignificant companies to grow rapidly. Conversely, offending Su Rui meant certain death. I'm glad to see that you all can distinguish right from wrong. You and Jiexing are all colleagues in the entertainment industry. Normal competition is fine, but if it turns into vicious competition, resulting in a monopoly, it's bad for everyone. What do you think? Su Rui's expression softened somewhat, but his gaze, sweeping over everyone, remained sharp. Regardless of age, everyone subconsciously wiped away sweat. The warning in his words was all too obvious. Yes, Mr. Su, you're right. Any industry thrives when diverse and vibrant, and the entertainment industry is no exception. We understand this principle, so please rest assured. From now on, there will be no more malicious competition between Jiexing Entertainment and other companies. Jiexing Entertainment is a rising star in the industry, and we're looking forward to collaborating with them more in the future, right everyone? Of course, absolutely no problem. Just kidding. Su Rui has already used the phrase dominant force. Given the relationship between Su Rui and Jiexing, how could they possibly be the ones with a monopoly? If they really displease Su Rui, they'll be the ones who suffer. Now that everything's clear, everyone, please enjoy your drinks. Orange, Peach, we're leaving. Calling his daughters, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on Su Rui's face. Daddy! The 2 little ones ran over and jumped into Su Rui's arms. Su Rui carried the 2 little ones downstairs. The others immediately followed behind, respectfully seeing him off. They hadn't even gone downstairs yet. 4 people walked up to them. They were all taken aback when they saw Su Rui, then greeted him with beaming smiles. Chapter 026 4 Bank Managers, please deposit your money in my bank. Please collect and give flowers. Bank of China. Agricultural Bank of China. China Construction Bank. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. The 4 bank managers from the Shanghai headquarters gathered together. Upon seeing Su Rui, they immediately ran up to him with smiling faces. Mr. Su, isn't it a coincidence? The 4 of us came here today to talk about your affairs. Isn't it a coincidence that we just happened to meet you here? And these 2 children are. The 4 bank managers also noticed Little Orange and Little Peach in Su Rui's arms. My daughters. Su Rui smiled faintly. Hello, Uncle. Little Orange and Little Peach greeted them in their sweet, childlike voices. Oh, hello there. So cute. So Mr. Su already has children. I didn't bring any gifts for the 2 little ones on our first meeting. Next time. Next time, please bring them to my home yourself. Little ones, what kind of gifts do you like? Even the high-ranking bank manager, with a beaming smile, teased the two girls. It was definitely about building relationships. But it must be said, the two girls were undeniably adorable. While they were chatting, the 8 entertainment industry bosses behind them were quite surprised to see the 4 people blocking Su Rui's path. Isn't this the head of one of the big 4 banks? Normally, we wouldn't even have the right to see them. I never expected to see them here today. After a brief discussion, everyone wanted to step forward and make an appearance. After all, they were big names in the entertainment industry, but in front of the heads of the big 4 banks in Shanghai, they were practically nothing. They probably wouldn't even give them a second glance normally. Of course, they wouldn't miss an opportunity to show their faces. Gentlemen, bank managers. The Tangren's boss stepped forward to greet them. Hello. The ICBC manager gave a polite, slight smile, then ignored them. He didn't even bother to look them over. Mr. Su, the 4 of us came here specifically for you today. Since we've run into each other, why don't we give you a little time to chat? Yes, Mr. Su, we know you're usually busy. Since we've met, let's sit down and talk together, so we don't have to bother you a second time. Su Rui couldn't help but ask curiously, I've never seen the 4 of you so close before. What's going on today? Why did you all suddenly decide to come find me? We're here to argue. The bank manager joked, then gestured for him to leave. Mr. Su, let's talk in a private room. It'll only take half an hour. If you don't leave after that time, we'll leave ourselves. All right. Orange, Peach, Daddy ran into 4 old friends. Can we wait a little longer? Okay. Although Little Orange and Little Peach felt a little bored, their father had things to deal with, so they nodded obediently and didn't make a fuss. The 4 bank managers, 2 on the left and 2 on the right, cleared a path for Su Rui. Everyone else, whether entertainment industry bosses or top actresses, stepped aside. They were utterly ignored, and dared not utter a single word. Just how powerful is this Su Rui? The presidents of the 4 major banks' headquarters in Shanghai, with extremely high administrative ranks, and they're all so polite to him. Junior manager Zhang of TNU Entertainment muttered. The others remained silent. Their eyes held only hidden horror. After all, they were all seasoned veterans. The presidents of the 4 major banks' headquarters in Shanghai, their identities had transcended the circle of capital, entering a circle they could never touch power. Even these 4 men, with their extremely prominent status, had to be respectful to Su Rui. These people, whom the presidents wouldn't even give a second glance, if they dared to offend Su Rui, they wouldn't even know how they died. Thinking back to what Su Rui had just said to them in the private room, it was probably considered lenient because his daughter was present. If his daughter hadn't been there, their companies might have been wiped out on the spot. Many people subconsciously wiped away sweat. Buy plane tickets. I want to go to Hundian myself. Also, buy a set of jewelry worth no less than 5 million yuan, no, 2 sets. Book my plane tickets right away too. I'm going to Hundian this afternoon. Prepare 2 checks for 5 million yuan each. Book my plane tickets too. Get me a share transfer agreement right away. I want to take it with me to Hundian. The shrewd tycoons already knew what to do. Only little John was still making a fuss. What are you doing? Su Rui may be powerful, but you don't need to be this afraid. As long as we don't provoke him, he won't do anything to us. We live in a society governed by law, right? Yes, you're right. They were too lazy to pay attention to this young man who had just taken over TNU Media from his father. Young people are young and impetuous, and it's understandable. But these guys weren't that stupid. If GXing's situation isn't handled well, their company, built over a decade ago, could be gone in an instant. Mr. Wang, the tickets are booked. How about we leave now or we'll talk about it later? Wang Zongjun of Huai Brothers waved his hand. He wasn't in a hurry to leave immediately. The others didn't leave either. They waited here for Su Rui to come out. Room 88. What would you 4 like to talk about? Su Rui sat down and got straight to the point. Mr. Su, your ICBC card is almost full, isn't it? What I mean is, why don't you continue to deposit your remaining funds with our bank? Those 3 insist on keeping it. They're trying to take it from me. You see, after your old card reaches its limit, how about I open a few new cards for you, and you can continue depositing your funds with ICBC? You'll be more comfortable using them. The ICBC branch manager didn't mince words. You already said Mr. Su's card is currently being used by your ICBC branch. It's about time other banks took over. Old Lee is absolutely right. Your ICBC can't keep hoarding Mr. Su's funds forever. Hey, the way you're talking makes it sound like Mr. Su has never deposited money with you. I only have 300 billion deposited here, and you have 400 billion. You still have the nerve to say that? Mr. Su only has 200 billion deposited with me. Last time I was already on my way to Mr. Su's residence. Come on, who intercepted me? That's because your information was inaccurate. Mr. Su was fishing, and you went to his house to do business. If I didn't intercept him, who would I intercept? You have no sportsmanship. Su Rui finally understood why they said they were here to argue. They're all here, and they're already arguing. If he weren't around, these 4 banking tycoons would probably be fighting. Daddy, what are those 4 uncles doing? Little Tao Tao asked curiously. They're discussing something. What are they discussing? I feel like they're arguing. Aren't they friends? They are friends, they're brainstorming. What's brainstorming? It's discussing problems. Oh, they nodded, half understanding, watching the 4 of them argue, just wanting to see a show. It's quite interesting. They're almost ready to applaud. Chapter 027 Yang Mi Reba is dumbfounded. Have these people taken the wrong medicine? Please collect and give flowers. Alright. The children are watching here. What kind of behavior is this? Su Rui interrupted their argument. Looking at Little Orange and Little Peach in his arms, he prepared to treat them equally. Since all 4 of you are here, there's no need for you to make a wasted trip. How about this? My old card is almost full anyway, so I'll open 1 card at each of the 4 major banks. All the money in these 4 cards will be deposited into my 2 daughters' accounts for their living expenses when they grow up. Do you have any nicer card designs? Find them out and let each of my daughters choose one. Su Rui's words immediately stopped the 4 bank managers' argument. He immediately had his secretary bring a tablet, flip through all the most attractive card designs, and let the 2 little ones choose. Zhu Zi, Tao Tao, what kind of bank card do you like? Su Rui helped them turn the pages. However, bank cards are mostly designed for adults. Even those with anime-themed designs are usually geared towards teenage girls. Not pretty. This one isn't pretty either. I don't like it. I don't like any of them. Little Orange and Little Peach shook their heads after flipping through all the cards. The 4 bank managers were getting anxious. If the 2 children gave up on choosing a card just because of its design, it would be a huge loss. Orange, Peach, you don't like any of these designs? It's okay, you can use the tablet. Tell Uncle what pictures you like online, and Uncle will customize cards based on your favorite pictures. Yes, we'll customize whatever pictures you like. It's just a card design. Ordinary people don't have the right to choose, but Mr. Su's daughter wanted a card design she liked, so how could she not get one? It's just a matter of a word. Well, I want to choose a picture of a baby panda. I want a Peppa Pig picture. I also want a caterpillar card. Tao Tao, why do you want a caterpillar card? Because I like caterpillars. Look at this caterpillar picture, isn't it cute? Not cute at all. I want a pretty butterfly card. There are tons of children's pictures online, and the 2 little ones quickly chose their favorites. Then let's customize it according to their choices. Orange, Tao Tao, thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. When can we receive the cards? They'll be delivered to your house this afternoon. Okay, thank you, Uncle. Little Orange and Little Peach clapped their hands happily. They didn't know what the bank cards were for. To them, the bank cards with pretty designs were more like toy cards. What child wouldn't be happy to have toys to play with? Now you can argue, right? Su Rui teased. He picked up Little Orange and Little Peach. Since things are resolved, I won't keep you company any longer. I won't be home this afternoon. Leave the cards with you after they're processed. I'll have someone pick them up. See you off. None of the 4 bank managers left empty-handed. They were naturally happy. They warmly saw Su Rui downstairs. Are the big 4 banks short of money these days? No, not at all. The amount of money lying in the banks makes these bank managers nervous. But Su Rui's money is different. Other wealthy individuals, when depositing tens of millions, will negotiate interest rates with banks, hoping for a 5% annualized return. Su Rui, however, not only doesn't want high interest, but he proactively lowers the annualized interest rate to 1%. What does this mean? It's lower than the interest rate for a current account. What bank wouldn't want such a deposit? Although Su Rui's requirements are that the interest rate on loans he makes cannot exceed 3%, and the funds must flow to the real manufacturing sector, especially the technology industry, and not to the real estate or financial sector. It doesn't matter. Even at a 3% annualized interest rate, the bank can still earn 3 times the interest. Compared to a 4% interest rate on deposits, a 5% or 6% interest rate on loans. That 3 times the interest is quite considerable. The key is that the demand for such low-interest loans is high. Basically, as soon as Su Rui's money came in, a large number of business owners in the real economy lined up to apply for loans. The bank's sluggish lending business was instantly revitalized. How could they not scramble for it? Mr. Su, are you leaving already? Take care. Let's meet again sometime. The 8 entertainment industry bosses outside, seeing Su Rui and the 4 bank managers come out, immediately greeted them with beaming smiles. They followed behind the 4 bank managers. A group of female stars followed behind their boss. Let's go. Goodbye, uncle. Goodbye, sister. Su Rui got into the car. Little Orange and Little Peach happily waved to everyone. Goodbye. The group waved from behind, until they were out of sight. When you are strong, the world will be full of kindness towards you. Even your children will receive the best care in the world. The 4 bank managers didn't want any interaction with the group of businessmen behind them. After Su Rui left, he didn't give them a chance to ingratiate themselves, and they each got into their cars and went back to their banks to open accounts. The businessmen were somewhat embarrassed. However, their biggest concern wasn't cultivating relationships with the bank managers. It was going to Hung Dian to gain Yang Mi and Dilraba's forgiveness. Hung Dian, Yang Mi and Dilraba were filming in different production crews. Their outstanding achievements had attracted the covetousness of their peers, something they hadn't anticipated. Now the situation was undeniable. The only way was to fight. Especially Yang Mi. As a career-oriented woman, compromising when faced with trouble isn't her style. It's just 10 billion. There's always a chance if she takes a gamble. Ms. Yang, the bosses of 7 companies Huai, Tangren, Yuxin, Zishan, Hesong, Enlight Media, and Lemon are here to see you. What do you think? The production manager rushed into the set. What are they here for? Yang Mi frowned. 7 of the 8 companies that targeted her before had come. What are they planning this time? Director, I'll go out and meet some guests first. Since she was already here, there was no escaping it. I'll go with you. Upon hearing that several big names in the entertainment industry had arrived, the director immediately got up and followed Yang Mi to the lounge. Miss Yang, hello, hello. Long time no see, Miss Yang. Please have a seat. We've already sent someone to invite Miss Reba. She'll be here soon. Please have a seat and a cup of tea. The owner of Guangming personally poured Yang Mi a cup of tea. He politely presented it to her. Yang Mi was stunned. Have these people lost their minds today? They're using such polite language. They're calling her miss all the time. They've never been this courteous before. Sister Mi, what's wrong? At this moment, Reba walked in. Seeing a group of people here, her expression immediately darkened. What else do you want? The betting agreement has already been signed. There's still a year left. Are you all in such a hurry? A year from now, the outcome is still uncertain. Reba is Xiao Tao Tao's mother. Xiao Tao Tao is fearless, and Reba is clearly no different. These people showed no mercy towards Jiexing's ambitions. Of course, she didn't need to be too polite to them either. Ms. Dilraba, you've misunderstood. Please sit down, please sit down. Don't be so angry. Have some tea. We're here today to tell you that our 10 billion yuan betting agreement is null and void. The owner of Guangxian was the first to produce the agreement and tear it to shreds on the spot. Yes, we're here today for this. We're all in the same industry, there's no need to be so tense. Tear it up, tear it up. Several people together produced the betting agreement and, in front of Yang Mi and Dilraba, tore it to pieces and threw it on the ground. Yang Mi and Dilraba were both stunned. What did this mean? These people had forced Jiexing to join this betting agreement. How could they tear it up so quickly? Moreover, their attitude was clearly completely different from before. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, we've already torn up the agreement. Can you two just pretend this never happened? We don't need to compete anymore. Our respective companies can utilize each other's resources. If Jiexing needs any help, whether it's borrowing actors, any other resources, or even cash flow, of course, you two certainly aren't short of funds. Basically, what I mean is, just let us know if you need any assistance. Yes, our respective companies are happy to help you. There was indeed a misunderstanding between us before. Let's just let that go now. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, to express our apology, we're presenting you with these 2 pieces of jewelry. These are 2 checks for 5 million each, a sincere apology. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, I was rash before. To express our apology, I can transfer shares of our company to Jiexing. Not only an apology, but even a gift was prepared. What's going on? Yang Mi and Dilraba stared blankly at this group of usually arrogant industry bigwigs. They weren't sure if it was just their imagination. There was an undisguised fear in everyone's eyes. Fear? What were they afraid of? It couldn't be the 2 of them. Because they had been filming on set for the past 2 days and hadn't done anything else. Then what was making them so afraid? They couldn't understand. They completely couldn't understand. But there was no doubt. Their willingness to cancel the 10 billion yuan bet was a good thing for both them and Jiexing Media. There was no reason to disagree. Yang Mi stood up and addressed the crowd. Although Jiexing is confident of winning this 10 billion yuan bet, since you are unwilling to continue with it, I respect your choice. This bet agreement is officially void. As for these apology gifts, that's unnecessary. Everyone, Dilraba and I still have work to do, please leave. They hadn't even figured out what they were up to, how could they easily accept their gifts? Then we won't bother you any longer. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, let's have dinner together sometime. Like I said, if GXing needs anything, we can contact each other, we're all in the same industry. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, we look forward to cooperating with you in the future. Yes, we're all really looking forward to working with two such excellent actresses. Please, no need for further introductions. They had guessed that Yang Mi and Dilraba wouldn't accept their apology gifts, but whether or not someone accepts a gift is another matter entirely. Having heard the answer they wanted from Yang Mi, their mission for the day was considered accomplished. Looking back, at least they had personally come to apologize. As for Mr. Su, his anger should subside a little, right? The dressing room. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, please get some rest. We're not in a rush for today's scene, I can film the other actors' scenes first. You can come back and continue filming whenever you're free. We won't bother you any longer. The director who accompanied Yang Mi and Dilraba, even though he hadn't offended them before, subtly changed his attitude upon seeing the entire entertainment industry's bigwigs treating them with such deference. He became even more obsequious and polite. Just kidding. Even the industry's top bosses were bowing and scraping before them. How could a director like him not be polite? Only Yang Mi and Dilraba remained in the dressing room. Sister Mi, what's going on? Dilraba looked at Yang Mi with a bewildered expression, and Yang Mi was equally bewildered. I don't know what happened either. These people suddenly came over and immediately said they wanted to tear up the betting agreement. And then, as you saw, they even apologized to us. Could they be trying to trip us up again? Reba asked suspiciously. This was too strange. I've been considering that possibility too. But, did you notice their expressions? I felt like something had happened that made them very afraid. It didn't seem like they were trying to trip us up, but rather, they were afraid of us. That's the feeling. Afraid of us. We were just filming on set, we didn't do anything, why would they suddenly be afraid of us? Besides, before, they were all so arrogant, acting like they had us completely under their thumb. What happened that made them suddenly afraid of us? Reba was even more puzzled. It definitely wasn't something we did that made them afraid. Something else must have happened. Yang Mi muttered to herself, suddenly thinking of someone. Reba, do you think it could be him? Him? Who? Wait, Sister Mi, you mean, Su Rui? Reba's eyes widened suddenly. This was too suspicious. The two of them had been on set the whole time. There wasn't a single powerful figure around them capable of handling all these entertainment industry bigwigs simultaneously. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced to personally confront them. Thinking about their lives, the only variable was Su Rui. Honey, what you're saying actually makes sense. Besides him, we don't have any new faces around us. Dilraba's expression became even more incredulous as she spoke. Imagining Su Rui's appearance in her mind, she muttered to herself, who exactly is this Su Rui? How does he have the power to scare these arrogant entertainment industry bigwigs like this? I feel like the father of our child is a very mysterious man. Yang Mi echoed this sentiment. At least within the entertainment industry, she had never heard of Su Rui. Since the entertainment industry is often closely linked to the business world, she hadn't actually heard of Su Rui in the business world either. Is it because I haven't been in the capital market long enough, or my network isn't big enough? Or, is Su Rui's network beyond what I understand? Yang Mi murmured. Sister Mi, anyway, the betting agreement is over, we can finally relax a bit. Reba stopped thinking about it. Without worrying about Alexander's billions in betting, a smile immediately appeared on her beautiful face. Yes. Without the betting agreement weighing on us, it's definitely much easier. Yang Mi smiled. To Reba, she said, Reba, let's confirm this with Su Rui. If he really helped us, we should thank him no matter what. Sister Mi, you're right. Let's video call Su Rui and see if he's free. Daddy, that monkey is so cute. Daddy, look at that baby hippo, it's so ugly I like it so much. Daddy, look at that bear, is it Big Bear? No, it looks like Xiang Er, a character from Journey to the West. Was that monkey King Gigi just now? I think it looked like King Gigi. Little Orange and Little Peach had never been to the zoo before. It was their first time visiting the zoo. It was their first time seeing these adorable animals in real life. The two little ones excitedly exclaimed at every animal they saw. Daddy, look, there's a crocodile in the water. How scary. Let's hurry, or the crocodile will find us and bite us. Hurry. Let's go see the zebras. I see zebras. The two little ones held Su Rui's hands, one on each side. They didn't like crocodiles. Su Rui's phone rang. Wait a minute. It's a video call from Mommy. Su Rui took out his phone. Little Orange and Little Peach saw it was a video call from their mother and jumped for joy. They clapped their hands as they jumped. Dilraba's mommy. Yang Mi's mommy. The video call connected, and the two little ones eagerly told their mothers about their day's activities. Mommy, Daddy took us to the zoo today. There are so many animals at the zoo. Mommy, look, there are crocodiles here, so scary, there are two of them. Look, they're sunbathing with their mouths open. Yang Mi and Dilraba could tell that the two little ones were genuinely happy. They hadn't taken them to the zoo before because they worried about the crowds. After all, as celebrities, they were used to being the center of attention. But as mothers, they didn't want their little Orange and Peach to be alone. Now that they were at the zoo with their father, their joy was palpable. Daddy's taking you to the zoo today. I've always wanted to go to the zoo, and now my dream has finally come true. Yeah, the zoo is so much fun. I wish Mommy could come with us. Yeah. When will you finish work, Mommy? Tao Tao and I miss you both so much. They hadn't seen their mother for 2 or 3 days, and suddenly this topic came up, and both little ones pouted, expressing their unhappiness. Of course, they missed their mother the most. Daddy is great, but kids will be kids. When Mommy's around, they want Daddy around too. When Daddy's around, they wish Mommy could be around too. Mommy misses you both so much. Last night, Reba's mom and I video called you because we missed you so much, but Daddy said you were too sleepy and fell asleep. Yes, you two slept so soundly. Mommy didn't even have a chance to chat with you. Yang Mi and Reba, afraid the two little ones would start crying, tacitly changed the subject. So that's why Mommy didn't video call us yesterday. Oh, we were asleep. But Ju Zi and I don't know why either. Mommy, it's not that we didn't miss you, it's just that we were eating and it was already the next morning. Yes, and then I dreamed I was being chased by a shark, and then I wet the bed. Little Peach suddenly covered her mouth and shook her head frantically, saying, I didn't wet the bed. I didn't wet the bed. A shark stole my pants. Yes, I can testify that a shark stole Peach's pants. That shark is so mean. Little Orange quickly covered for Peach. This flimsy lie amused both of their parents. However, Yang Mi and Reba tacitly refrained from calling them out. Oh, so it was stolen by a shark. Sharks are so mean. Yes, sharks are so mean. Peach doesn't like sharks. Orange doesn't like sharks either. The two little ones shook their heads like rattles. Mommy doesn't like sharks either. Who told a shark to steal Peach's pants? That's right. So mean, so mean. Su Rui watched the four of them chatting away, without interrupting them. The mother and daughters hadn't had a proper chat all day, so let them have one. Su Rui's gaze was mostly focused on Yang Mi and Dilraba. He wasn't a fan of the entertainment industry. However, he had met some female stars. In his mind, female stars were always associated with fame, fortune, and power. But Yang Mi and Dilraba seemed more like ordinary mothers. They hadn't seen their children in a long time, chatting with them and making them happy in a mother's unique way. They didn't seem like celebrities at all. This is what my two daughters' mother is like, Su Rui thought to himself. He felt a bit more favorably towards them. Sweeties, can you give your phones to Daddy? Mommy wants to chat with Daddy. Yang Mi said. Okay. The two little ones had chatted with their mother for a while, and Little Orange tiptoed to return the phone to her father. Sister, will you take us to see the zebras? Let Daddy and Mommy chat, hee. The two little ones, seemingly lost in thought, looked at their father and laughed together, then grabbed Yalin's hands and eagerly ran to see the zebras. You've been taking these two little ones out to play every day these past few days, aren't you tired? Reba asked with concern. They're my own daughters, taking them out to play, how could I be tired? I don't have much to do usually, I'm quite satisfied with my life now. Su Rui smiled faintly. He made no attempt to hide his affection for his two daughters. Yang Mi and Reba, sitting opposite him, were naturally very happy. A moment of silence followed. Yang Mi spoke up, Su Rui, do you already know about the trouble Dilraba and I are in? Several bosses from the entertainment industry came to see us today, apologizing and making amends. I've thought about it, and I can't think of anyone else who would help us, so, did you help us? Su Rui nodded. He didn't offer a pointless denial. After all, you are Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao's mother. Helping you out is nothing. These casual words instantly moved Yang Mi and Dilraba on the other end of the video call to tears. To Su Rui, it might have just been a small favor. But for them, it was a lifesaver for both of them and their company, GXing Media. A 10 billion yuan bet. This bet was incredibly stressful for them. It was practically designed to leave them defenseless. Now, Su Rui had solved their problem. The burden on their shoulders instantly lightened. You can imagine how happy they were. Thank you, Su Rui. Originally, these things had nothing to do with you. We're already very grateful that you could help us take care of the kids temporarily. We didn't expect you to solve such a huge problem for our careers. Thank you so much, Yang Mi said, wiping away tears of emotion. It was nothing. For Su Rui, this wasn't even a small favor. It was just a matter of a few words. I've been a bit busy these past few days, so updates have been delayed. Sorry. Chapter 32. Many people at the Panda Pavilion? Let's use the special passage. Please collect and give flowers. For you, it might just be a small favor. But for me and Sister Me, you practically saved our lives. Dilraba said excitedly, we'll definitely thank you properly when we get back. Dilraba is right. No amount of gratitude is too much for the help you've given us this time. Yang Mi added. Su Rui smiled. So how do you plan to thank me? This really stumped them. Su Rui spent 180 million yuan renovating his villa for Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao. With just a casual gesture, a group of bigwigs in the entertainment industry rushed over to apologize to them. Su Rui's strength far exceeded their expectations. How to thank Su Rui was indeed a problem. Don't worry about it. Little Orange and Little Peach are the best thank you gift you could give me. Su Rui interrupted their thoughts. This made Yang Mi and Reba a little embarrassed. The children were originally his. How did it become a thank you gift? Now that you're under less pressure, try to video chat with Little Orange and Little Peach more often. They miss you both quite a bit. They mention their mother all the time, Su Rui said. He wanted to do his best to fulfill Little Orange and Little Peach's wishes. Making them happy was his biggest thought right now. Okay. Reba nodded obediently. Yang Mi thought for a moment and said, Little Orange and Little Peach are going to get their vaccinations in a couple of days. I'll ask Reba for 2 days off to go back home, take them for their vaccinations, and spend time with them. Okay. Contact me then, and I'll have someone pick you up. Su Rui's voice was calm and gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. Yang Mi and Reba nodded silently. They said thank you and didn't refuse. Su Rui took her phone and walked over to Little Orange and Little Peach. Orange, Peach, Mommy will be back to see you in a couple of days. Su Rui said to them. Really? So happy. Mommy, please come back soon. I haven't seen Mommy in so long, I missed you so much. You can be with Mommy and Daddy. So happy. The two little ones danced with joy upon hearing this news. Mommy's hanging up the video now. You two have fun at the zoo with Daddy. No naughtiness, okay? Daddy gets tired taking care of you. Yang Mi and Dilraba reminded them. Okay. The two little ones waved at the phone in their sweet, childlike voices. Mommy, come back soon. Mommy will come back to see you as soon as I'm done. Bye-bye, Orange. Bye-bye, Peach. Goodbye, Dilraba Mommy. Goodbye, Yang Mi Mommy. The two little ones, a little sad to see the video call end, knew their mother would be back to see them in a couple of days, and happily jumped into their father's arms. Daddy, Mommy's coming back. So happy. Su Rui smiled and picked them up. You're so happy Mommy's back, but why aren't you this happy with Daddy around? Su Rui teased them. We're happy with Daddy around too. That's right, we're all happy. Little Peach made a big circle with her hands and then gave Su Rui a big kiss on the cheek. I want to kiss Daddy too. Little Orange imitated Little Peach, giving Su Rui a kiss on the cheek. A loud pop sound. The two little ones giggled. You two little ones. You've already learned to make Daddy happy. Alright, Daddy will carry you for a while, so you won't get tired. Which animal do you want to see next? Su Rui's face lit up with a fatherly smile. Daddy, are there pandas here? I want to see pandas. Me too. Me too. We've never seen a real panda before. Daddy, are there pandas here? Let's go see pandas, okay. The two little ones' eyes brimmed with anticipation at the mention of pandas. Kids, after all. They all love pandas. The panda enclosure is over here. Yalin glanced at the zoo map and led the way. Let's go see the pandas. Hee finally, we can see real pandas. Daddy, are pandas bears or cats? They're bears. Then why are they called pandas, and not bears? Or black and white bears? Maybe because although they're bears, they're as cute as cats, so everyone calls them pandas. The two little ones' questions always seem to touch on his blind spots. Oh, I see. The two little ones nodded very seriously. Even though they didn't know if it was right or wrong, their father's answer was so logical that they immediately felt he knew everything and was amazing. Led by Yalin, they soon arrived at the panda enclosure. As a national animal star, the panda enclosure is always the most popular attraction in the zoo. It's packed with people, 3 layers deep, overcrowded, and they were separated by glass, so they couldn't see the panda at all. Daddy, there are so many people. Little Orange and Little Peach craned their necks, trying to see the panda, but there were just too many people. Even if Dad picks her up, she can't see it. Su Rui frowned. What's so interesting about this? Ya Lin, contact the zoo. Ya Lin nodded. She knew what he meant. She made a call, and soon the director of the Shanghai Zoo arrived with a team. Hello, I'm Dong Rui, the director of the zoo. Mr. Su, this way please. You two children are so cute. You like pandas too? Dong Rui greeted them warmly. After all, zoos often have wealthy visitors who want to spend more money for their children to have closer contact with the pandas. This is a major source of revenue for the panda enclosure. Regular visitor tickets cost only a few dollars. Uncle, can we see the pandas? Little Orange asked the curator. Of course. Not only can you see the pandas, but you can also touch them. And, I have good news for you, you can see panda cubs. The curator was clearly very experienced in serving children. Really? That's wonderful. The two little ones' eyes lit up at the thought of touching the panda cubs. The curator led Su Rui to the inner enclosure of the panda house. Besides the feeding area, the inner enclosure also included a rest area, a checkup area, and an activity area for the pandas. After receiving a call from Yelin, the curator had someone bring the two panda cubs to the rest area. Upon entering, they saw two adorable little pandas babbling and cooing inside an enclosure. Xingguang and Heffen are currently operating outside. We can't call them in right now. We happen to have two 4-month-old panda cubs at the zoo, who can play with the children. The curator said, Daddy, put me down. I want to go play with the panda cubs. Be careful. Su Rui put them down, giving them a gentle reminder. Accompanied by the zookeeper, the two little ones put on shoe covers and gloves and went inside the enclosure to interact closely with the panda cubs. Chapter 31. I want to keep these two panda cubs at home. Please collect and give flowers. The panda cubs are so tiny. They've just learned to walk so cute. Auntie, can I touch them? Sure. Will they bite? No, you can gently stroke their fur. Wow, Daddy, come quick. I touched a panda cub. Their fur is so soft. It barked at me and Tao Tao. The two little ones were having a blast playing inside the enclosure. Su Rui, seeing how happy they were, was snapping photos of them. Daddy, look, this panda cub seems to like me. Auntie, can I hug it? Little Tao Tao was playing very well with the panda cub in front of her. Both were little creatures, and there was a kind of cross-species attraction between them. Little ones, you can hold it very carefully. If it struggles, put it down immediately, okay? The zookeeper instructed. Can I hold the panda cub? Little Orange immediately asked. Of course. Be careful, don't be too rough. Okay. Little Orange and Little Peach carefully picked up the panda cub in front of them. Girls are naturally good at playing house. After picking up the panda cub, they gently stroked its body as if holding their own babies. Neither panda cub struggled and seemed to enjoy it. Occasionally, it made soft, whimpering noises. The two little ones were incredibly excited. Ju Zi, look, it's so cute. Mine is cute too. Look, it's lying on my hand and not moving. Can I touch yours? Sure, can I touch yours? Hee, sure. The two gently touched the panda cubs in each other's arms, extremely happy. The panda cubs seem to really like you too, Su Rui said with a smile. The two panda cubs weren't running around or struggling in their arms. They even rubbed their noses against them every now and then. They were undeniably adorable. The key was that these 4-month-old panda cubs, like Little Orange and Little Peach, were incredibly soft and cuddly. The sight of two equally adorable species together was simply irresistible. Su Rui snapped photos like crazy as she spoke. I think the panda cub likes me too. Hee, my panda cub likes me too. Daddy, look, it's looking up at me. Panda cub, what's your name? I'm Little Peach. This is Little Orange. This is my dad, and I have two moms. They're at work and couldn't come today, but I'll bring them to see you next time. Little Peach started playing house. Little Orange wasn't to be outdone, hugging the panda cub, gently stroking its little head, and then telling it a story. Su Rui didn't disturb them. He let them play. As they played, the two of them became more and more engrossed, but the two panda cubs, listening to the baby talk in their ears, were hypnotized and fell asleep. That's right. Both panda cubs were asleep in their arms. Auntie, why isn't the panda cub moving? It's not dead, is it? Little Peach gently touched the panda cub in her arms. The cub's head drooped, startling Little Peach. Tears welled up in her eyes. Peach, the panda cub is asleep. Look, my panda cub is asleep too. It's so cute. Little Orange explained. Oh, it's asleep. I thought it was dead. Little Peach breathed a huge sigh of relief. Her tears flowed easily, and she smiled happily again in the blink of an eye. Daddy, the panda cubs are so cute, can Orange and I stay here and play with them a little longer? But the panda cubs are already asleep. It's okay, Daddy, we can hold them and sleep. I can also sing nursery rhymes and tell them stories. The two sisters started singing nursery rhymes to the sleeping panda cubs, soothing them to sleep, their tiny hands gently stroking their fur. Seeing how much they liked the two panda cubs, Su Rui asked the zoo director. "Director, my child really likes these two panda cubs. It seems these two panda cubs and my child get along very well. If I want to keep these two panda cubs at home, what procedures do I need to go through?" The zoo director was visibly taken aback. He said uncertainly, "It's not impossible to keep pandas privately. However, keeping pandas privately is subject to strict legal restrictions. The conditions are very stringent. You'll need a National Key Protected Wild Animal Domestication and Breeding License. You'll also need extensive knowledge of wild animals and professional husbandry skills. Furthermore, the cost of raising a single panda exceeds 400,000 yuan annually, not including the construction of the enclosure. Without a sufficiently large space for the panda's enclosure, approval is impossible." Su Rui said, "I remember I have a bamboo forest of over 100 acres in my yard. Would that be enough for the panda enclosure? If not, we can plan a 500-acre area, that's not a problem. As for other things, I can hire a professional keeper from here to live in my yard and help care for these two panda cubs. As for money, I can personally donate 100 million yuan to your zoo to improve employee welfare and the construction of the zoo's facilities." Su Rui's words immediately delighted the zoo director. Over 100 acres of bamboo forest that's even larger than their current panda enclosure. It's more than enough. With this space for the panda's habitat, there's no need to worry about money to raise them. The key point is, donate 100 million to their zoo. With that money, raising pandas at home wouldn't be a big problem. He could solve any problems that arise. "Mr. Su, it's clear you love children and animals very much. On behalf of all the staff and animals at our zoo, I express my gratitude to you." The zoo director, composing himself with excitement, bowed deeply to Su Rui. "Your conditions fully meet the requirements for privately keeping pandas. I'll call the Forestry Bureau to apply right away. Please wait a moment." The director eagerly contacted the Forestry Bureau. As a national treasure, privately keeping giant pandas requires an application to the State Forestry Administration. He was prepared to plead with his superiors. Even spending some money was entirely possible. But, to the director's surprise, after hearing that the person wanting to keep the pandas was Su Rui, the State Forestry Administration simply confirmed Su Rui's information and immediately approved the application. The approval documents were faxed over immediately. "Mr. Su, the approval is in." The director held the approval documents, somewhat bewildered. Of course, he hoped this approval would be granted, but he was prepared for a heated debate. The result was that he only submitted a name, and the State Forestry Administration seemed to simply confirm if it was a duplicate name before approving the application. This made the zoo director realize that Su Rui might not just be a wealthy man. Chapter 32. Let's name the panda cubs Little Apple and Little Mangosteen. Please collect and give flowers. Your efficiency is quite high. Su Rui glanced at the approval documents in his hand. He wasn't surprised at all. When they asked for his identity information, he knew it was a done deal. "Director, could you please find a female celebrity zookeeper to stay at my home? I will provide the best food and lodging. Your zoo will offer a salary, and I will offer her a salary that satisfies her. Her job is twofold: first, to take care of the panda cubs, and second, to look after my two little ones while my child plays with the panda cubs. I will have a specialist design the enclosure, you don't need to worry about that," Su Rui said. The zoo director said, "Of course I believe Mr. Su can take good care of these two panda cubs, but there's something I need to be frank with you." "Go ahead," Mr. Su said. "Raising pandas, especially cubs, requires more than just one keeper. It requires a whole team, at least 5 people, to be responsible for the cubs' growth." "Of course, no problem. Just do what you usually do for pandas. My requirement is a female-dominated team, you can arrange the rest yourselves," Su Rui said. "I understand. I'll assemble a care team for you right away." Su Rui readily agreed. "Ye Lin, please coordinate with the director and transfer the donation directly. By the way, director, can I take the two panda cubs home today?" "Of course. Absolutely no problem, just have the keepers come along." The director nodded excitedly. The rest was left to Ye Lin to handle. "Daddy, can we take these two panda cubs home and raise them?" Little Orange and Little Peach looked up at their father with expectant eyes as he approached. The two little ones had overheard their conversation. They couldn't understand the details, but they gathered that their father wanted to take the two panda cubs home to keep them company. "Of course. You two love these two panda cubs so much, and they love you both too, so we'll take them home and raise them. These two panda cubs will be your pets from now on. You two have to take good care of them. They'll grow up with you, and you'll be great friends, right?" "Yes. Shh Tao Tao, we need to be quiet, the panda cubs are asleep." The two were incredibly excited, but they were also afraid of being too loud and waking the panda cubs. They made a shushing gesture together. They already loved the two panda cubs, and now they belonged to them. This made them even more attached to the two panda cubs in their arms. "Auntie, what are their names?" Little Orange asked the zookeeper quietly. The zoo originally planned to solicit names online, but the specific names haven't been decided yet. Now that these two panda cubs are available for adoption, you can name them whatever you like, the zookeeper said with a smile. Really? Great. Daddy, what do you think we should name them? Su Rui smiled and said, "They're your good friends, you can name them whatever you want." Little Orange thought for a moment and said, "Then I want to call it. I've got it. I want to call it Little Apple. Look, it's round, just like a black and white apple." Little Peach slapped her forehead and said happily, "Why is it always fruit?" Su Rui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "But I really want to call it Little Apple, Daddy. Look, it really looks like a little apple, so round and cute," Little Peach said, touching the panda cub to show off how round and chubby it really was. Okay, if you like calling it Little Apple, then call it Little Apple. And you, Orange, what do you want to name your panda cub?" Su Rui smiled, watching Orange, who was deep in thought. "I'm thinking, Daddy, are you interrupting me?" Little Orange turned away. Thinking for a moment, a brilliant idea suddenly struck her. Turning around, her eyes lit up, she exclaimed, Daddy, I've got it. I want to name my panda cub Little Mangosteen, the kind Tao Tao likes to eat. Look at its white parts, don't they look just like the fleshy flesh of a mangosteen? Hee, I'll call it Little Mangosteen. Little Mangosteen, you're so cute. From now on, we're best friends. Ju Zi, look at my little apple, it's so cute too. After deciding on names for their pet pandas, the two little ones were even happier. The panda cubs in their arms looked even cuter. So, what are your plans now? Are you planning to continue visiting the zoo, and then come back to pick up Little Apple and Little Mangosteen? Or are you planning to take them home now? Su Rui asked. Go home, the two said in unison. With such adorable panda cubs already, I've lost all interest in the other animals at the zoo for the time being. Mr. Su, my team is all set. They can go back with you and help you take better care of the panda cubs. Of course, as per your request, they've also taken excellent care of your two daughters. This way, please. You can leave from the back. The headmistress led the way. Auntie, can I hold Xiao Shanzu? Little Orange asked. Auntie, I want to hold Xiao Pingguo too. Little Peach didn't want to let go for even a moment longer. Be careful, okay? The zookeeper didn't say anything more. He stayed even closer to them, to prevent any accidents. After all, they were national treasures. It was best to be careful. Little Apple, Little Mangosteen, we're taking you home. Daddy, let's go home. The two little ones happily hugged their panda cubs. Oh right, Peach, we seem to have forgotten something. What is it? Oh, I know, The two sisters exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. Daddy, squat down. Why? Su Rui squatted down. Little Orange and Little Peach came up to him from either side and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, Daddy. Silly girl. Su Rui smiled and ruffled their hair. As long as they like it, they can keep whatever they want at home. As long as they're happy. Chapter 033 Daddy, can we sleep with the panda cubs? Please collect and give flowers. It's so big. Such a big place, and it's one person's home. No wonder he could spend 100 million to adopt two panda cubs for his precious daughter. Ordinary people could never live in such a large estate. The 5-person team arranged by the zoo was immediately shocked by the scale of the estate upon entering. This estate is beyond description. Looking around, you can't see the end. As the car continued to drive in, they gained a deeper understanding of the estate's size. Working here, and only having to take care of two panda cubs and Mr. Su's two precious daughters, couldn't be easier and more comfortable. Everyone was very happy. When their cars stopped together in front of the villa, the sight of this castle-like structure made them even more aware of Mr. Su's doting affection for his two daughters. With this understanding, they knew how to care for Little Orange and Little Peach from now on. These two little princesses were definitely more precious than national treasures. Auntie, why aren't they awake yet? When they got out of the car, the two panda cubs in Little Orange and Little Peach's arms were still fast asleep, showing no signs of waking up. Little Apple and Little Bamboo are still small. They sleep for a long time each time, just like you two slept a lot when you were little. I see, the zookeeper said gently. I see. Can they sleep with us tonight? Yes, Auntie, I want to sleep with Little Apple. I don't want Little Bamboo to sleep in the cage either. It can live with us in our castle. Daddy, is it okay? Little Orange and Little Peach clearly adored the two panda cubs they had adopted. They'd barely gotten home and were already thinking about sleeping with them. If you sleep with the panda cubs tonight, where will Daddy go? Aren't you planning to sleep with Daddy? Su Rui joked. Our bed is big enough, we can put the panda cubs on it. Yes, yes, Daddy, can we sleep together? Look, the panda cubs like us, they definitely want to sleep with us too. The two little ones looked at Su Rui pleadingly. Their round eyes blinked. Su Rui shook his head in refusal. He, as their father, could totally accept Little Orange and Little Peach wetting the bed. But imagine two pandas wetting and pooping in the middle of the night. Who could stand that? Even national treasures couldn't tolerate it. However, he couldn't be too dismissive, lest he hurt their feelings. Auntie also said the panda cubs are still small. You two little ones, you're so restless when you sleep at night. What if you accidentally crush the panda cubs to death? How about this? Since your princess room is empty, we'll let the panda cubs lie there. That way, you can see Little Apple and Little Bamboo first thing in the morning. Su Rui offered a compromise. Having just gotten two adorable panda cubs as pets, it's understandable that they want to play with them every day. Moreover, as Little Orange and Little Peach's playmates, Su Rui also hopes these two panda cubs can build a better relationship with them from a young age. As long as they don't sleep together, everything else is fine. Su Rui glanced at the zookeepers, asking them if this was acceptable. Little Orange, Little Peach, your dad is right. You can play with Little Apple and Little Bamboo during the day, but it's best not to sleep with them. They poop on the bed. Aren't you afraid of the smell? Can't they go to the toilet by themselves? As soon as the zookeeper mentioned that the panda cubs would poop on the bed, Little Orange and Little Peach immediately frowned. Pooping on the bed, how disgusting. The thought of rolling over and landing on a pile of poop made the two little ones shudder in unison, and without a word, they quickly shook their heads. Dad, let's do it your way. Let the panda cubs sleep in the room next to ours. Okay, then it's decided. Su Rui smiled. He gave the zookeeper an approving look. Let's go. Little Apple, let's go home. Little Shanzu, you sleep so much. You sleep even more than me and Tao Tao. Do you want to wake up and play with us? The two little ones hugged their pet pandas, talking to themselves in their babyish voices. The phrase, completely enamored, couldn't be more fitting. Yalin arranged for several people to stay at the villa. Because of the panda cubs, Little Orange and Little Tao Tao were accompanied by two panda keepers in addition to their two caretakers. The two little ones, each holding one of the other two, came down to the second floor accompanied by the four keepers. Perhaps their climb up the stairs was too bumpy. The panda cubs in their arms were both woken up. Upon opening their eyes, they saw an unfamiliar environment. They instinctively made soft whimpering noises. In the unfamiliar environment, the panda cubs were most familiar with Little Orange and Little Peach. Both cubs instinctively snuggled close to Little Orange and Little Peach. Little Orange, Little Peach, the panda cubs are a little scared. You two should hold them and play with them for a while to give them a sense of security. They'll be even more attached to you later. The zookeeper reminded them. Little Apple, don't be afraid. You and Little Bamboo are in our home now. This is your home from now on too. Little Orange and Little Peach are your best friends. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Little Orange and Little Peach themselves are like children, and the zookeeper's words were like comforting their pet pandas. Of course, the panda cubs didn't understand what they were saying, but being panda cubs, Little Orange and Little Peach already smelled familiar with their milky scent from their journey back to the farm. This scent made them feel quite safe. They whimpered softly and didn't struggle much. They nestled close to the two pandas, curiously observing their unfamiliar surroundings. Little Apple, Little Bamboo, Orange and I will show you around our home, okay? Little Peach said, reaching out to pick up Little Apple. The zookeeper reminded them, Peach, the two panda cubs seem a bit attached to you now. You can put the panda cubs down now and try to get them to follow you. Okay. Little Orange and Little Peach put the panda cubs down. The two panda cubs seemed to accept that they were familiar with them. In this unfamiliar environment, they genuinely wanted to stay with those they were most familiar with. They whimpered softly and followed behind Little Orange and Little Peach. Giggle giggle Orange and the others are so cute. Little Bamboo, over here Peach, look, it's running towards me. Little Apple, come here, come here. The two little ones were having a blast playing. From the moment they returned home in the afternoon, Little Orange and Little Peach played with the two panda cubs. Perhaps because they were both so small, the two panda cubs and Little Orange and Little Peach got along very well. Even the zookeeper said that the two panda cubs really liked Little Orange and Little Peach. In just half an afternoon, the two panda cubs were already very attached to them. Wherever Little Orange and Little Peach went, the two panda cubs followed behind them, wagging their tails. If Little Orange and Little Peach wanted to hug them, they would happily oblige. Little Orange and Little Peach couldn't have been happier playing with them. So much so that after their meals, Little Orange and Little Peach would sit on the ground, holding their bowls, and eat with the two panda cubs. The 4-month-old panda cubs couldn't digest bamboo and were still drinking milk. The zookeepers prepared panda milk for them. The two panda cubs sat on the ground just like humans, then hugged their bottles and suckled vigorously. Their adorable appearance made Little Orange and Little Peach giggle. You too. Don't keep laughing while eating, you'll choke. Su Rui reminded them. Okay, Daddy. Those two are so cute. Little Orange and Little Peach nodded. But they turned and giggled at the panda cubs. Just like Su Rui found them adorable no matter what. They found the panda cubs adorable no matter what. You've been playing with the panda cubs for hours since you got back, and you're still so excited. Su Rui smiled and shook his head. Mr. Su, to be honest, if I had a panda, I'd be just as happy as Miss, for a long time. Yeah, Lin said from the side. Even though she wasn't a 3-year-old anymore. But with these two adorable panda cubs at home, even she joined Little Orange and Little Peach in playing with them for quite a while. Then you can spend more time playing with them. Su Rui said. Yeah, Lin smiled and nodded. Of course, she wouldn't refuse. After dinner, the two little ones dragged Su Rui along for a walk. The main reason, of course, was to take their panda cubs out to play. The estate was huge. They could go wherever they wanted. When they got tired, they went home for a bath. After their baths, the nanny made each of them a cup of formula. The panda cubs' keepers also prepared 2 special formulas for each of the 2 pandas. Upstairs in the living room, the 2 human cubs and the 2 panda cubs sat on the floor, all holding their bottles and drinking milk. This adorable scene even made Su Rui take out her phone and snap a few pictures. While she was filming, Reba's video call came in. Su Rui didn't remind them and answered it directly. Switching to the rear camera, the screen captured the scene of Little Orange and Little Peach drinking milk with the panda cub. What are they doing? What's with them giggling while drinking milk? Yang Mi and Reba asked with a smile. Their daughters were adorable no matter how they looked at them. Every time they saw them, the day's fatigue would instantly disappear, and they couldn't help but smile tenderly at them. These two girls have been excited all afternoon. Su Rui smiled. Orange, Peach, it's a video call from Mommy. Say hello to Mommy. Mommy. The two little ones immediately jumped up excitedly upon hearing it was a video call from their mother. Little Peach took the phone from Su Rui's hand. She held the phone up to the panda cub in front of her. Mommy, look, these are our new friends. This is Little Apple, and this is Little Mangosteen. Wow, these are your new friends. They're so cute. Did Daddy buy these for you this afternoon when we went to the zoo? Yes. Aren't they adorable? They really are adorable. These days, plush toys are made so realistically. Dilraba, look, they even move. No wonder you two are so happy. Really? Their eyes move too. Are they battery operated? Yang Mi and Dilraba's words completely overwhelmed Little Orange and Little Peach. Mommy, look. Little Apple and Little Mangosteen aren't plush toys. They're real panda babies. That's right. Daddy bought us real panda cubs, not fake ones. She pouted and explained loudly. This made both of their mothers laugh. Silly girls. Didn't Mommy already tell you? Pandas are our national treasure, you can't just keep them as pets. These two panda cubs are so cute, you can play with them like real panda cubs. Mommy likes these two panda cubs too. When Mommy goes back in a couple of days, you can introduce your best friends to Mommy, okay? Little Orange and Little Peach were almost in tears. Little Orange put down her milk bottle, took the phone from Little Peach, and took pictures of the two panda cubs up close. Mommy, look. Little Apple and Little Bamboo are real panda cubs. Look, they're drinking milk powder. Little Peach simply took the panda cub's milk bottle away. Little Apple, Little Mangosteen, Mommy doesn't believe you're real panda babies, I'll give them a hard time. The panda babies, whether they understood her words or were unhappy that their bottles were taken away, waved their little paws and let out a soft cry. Then they crawled over, picked up their bottles, and continued drinking. Yang Mi, Reba, did I just see that right? Yang Mi and Reba had the same question in their minds. They could move, you could say they were battery-operated toys. But they could cry out and crawl over to pick up their bottles to drink. This, Su Rui, you bought them two real panda babies? Yang Mi and Reba exclaimed. They were completely stunned. Aren't pandas national treasures? Can you buy them as pets? This afternoon at the zoo, these two little girls had a lot of fun playing with these two panda cubs. I saw they liked them, so I took them home. Su Rui said. These are national treasures. Taking two pandas home to raise, how much would that cost? Just because the two little girls had fun playing with the panda cubs, he took the panda cubs home. This is impossible to do without spending money. Otherwise, there would be plenty of people who want to keep pandas at home. Not much. It's like donating 100 million to the zoo. Su Rui said casually. Yang Mi and Dilraba were truly stunned now. 100 million. Last time, they spent 180 million to renovate the two little ones. Now, raising two pandas for his two little ones has cost another 100 million. Does he consider 100 million to be the basic unit of money? This guy is spoiling his daughters a bit too much. Chapter 35 Yang Mi Reba, I can't pay it back. I simply can't pay it back. Please collect and give flowers. Mom, do you believe me now? Little Apple and Little Shanzu are real panda cubs. They drink milk just like us. They both love me and Tao Tao so much. Little Apple and Little Shanzu have been playing with us ever since we got home. Mom, please come back soon. When you come back, I'll let Little Apple and Little Shanzu play with you too. Little Apple and Little Mangosteen, these are our mothers, remember them, okay? Little Orange deliberately held her phone close so the two panda cubs could recognize them. Okay. You two have fun with Little Apple and Little Mangosteen these next few days. Yang Mi and I will be going back soon. Reba said gently. Okay. Little Orange and Little Peach nodded vigorously. Then you two continue drinking your milk. Orange, give the phone to Daddy. Yang Mi said. Daddy, here's your phone. Little Orange and Little Peach sat down and continued drinking milk facing the two panda cubs. They wobbled along. They were very happy. They giggled occasionally. The two panda cubs really liked them, and would occasionally whimper along with them. The two little ones laughed even harder because of the panda cubs' appearance. Yang Mi and Reba in the video couldn't hide their motherly smiles as they saw their daughters so happy. Su Rui, you shouldn't spoil them too much. Yang Mi said, coming back to her senses. Reba added, yeah, if you spoil them like this, we might not be able to handle it later. They liked pandas, and actually bought them home. If these two kids want tigers later, where are their mothers supposed to get them two tigers? Their dad has the means. Their mom doesn't. Kids having pets helps them develop a sense of responsibility. Besides, it's nice to have two pets to grow up with. Su Rui said. But this pet is a giant panda. It's a national treasure. Other pets might die accidentally, and it's not a big deal, but what if they kill this giant panda? That would be troublesome, wouldn't it? Yang Mi couldn't help but worry. It's not uncommon for kids to have pets that die. Su Rui turned the camera. I've brought the entire panda care team home. They can take care of the panda cubs, as well as Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao. Don't worry about that. Su Rui's words silenced Yang Mi and Reba on the other end of the video call. Their father was spoiling their kids rotten, wasn't he? To let their two little ones care for pandas, he actually brought the entire panda care team home. How much did that cost? Yang Mi and Reba exchanged a glance, somewhat amused and exasperated. They had previously confidently stated that they could cover all of Su Rui's expenses for caring for Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao, but judging from the current situation, these expenses were far beyond their means. In just 3 days, Su Rui had spent nearly 300 million yuan on them. Their combined company revenue for those 3 days was less than 3 million yuan. Su Rui noticed their embarrassment. He smiled and said, I'm the children's father, taking care of them is my responsibility. Spending money on the children is normal. Before, my money was only used for banking or investing, it had no other meaningful purpose. Now, with Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao's arrival, my money has real meaning. If this money can make my precious daughter happy, I don't mind spending as much as I can. Yang Mi and Reba only heard his understated tone, but this nonchalant attitude towards money sent a shockwave through them, making their hearts pound. They were increasingly unable to fathom just how wealthy their children's father was. Could he be running a money printing factory? They had no idea. If Su Rui really wanted to make money, he could do it much faster than a money printing factory. After all, a single money printing machine, working 2 shifts for 16 hours, could only print 70 million. A money printing factory has about 10 machines, so it would only make 700 million a day. At that speed, Su Rui could earn that much in just 1 hour by the river. If the author went sea fishing on a yacht, the speed would be even faster and the profits even greater. At first, I was worried about whether there would be any problems between you and the children. Now it seems that we were completely overthinking it. Now I'm starting to worry that after we go back, these 2 little girls won't want us as their mothers anymore. Reba joked. Yang Mi nodded in deep agreement. After all, these 2 little ones get whatever they want from their father, he even bought them a panda as a pet. What else can't he give them? In comparison, what these mothers could give was much less. No. We'll never abandon our mom. Love you both. The 2 little ones heard the voices in the video and ran over, making a heart shape with their hands. Yang Mi and Dilraba were deeply touched. Mommy loves you both too. Yang Mi and Dilraba also gave their 2 adorable daughters a beautiful heart shape with their hands. The 2 little ones happily ran off to play with the panda cubs. Su Rui casually remarked, you 2 are up early today. Thanks to you. Reba said, after those bosses personally came to apologize to us, the crew was extremely kind to us, worried we'd get tired, and let us come back as soon as filming was almost over. Yang Mi said softly, I was worried that Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao had gone out to play all day and went to bed early, so I wanted to video call you early too, chat. Su Rui said, the betting agreement has been cancelled now. If you don't have anything else to do, you can come back directly. It saves Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao from having to rely on video calls to see their mother. I don't think those two girls have missed us much, Reba joked. Yang Mi nodded and smiled, then said seriously, although the performance-based agreement has been cancelled, Reba and I have already finalized our work schedules for the year. Whether it's appearing on shows, filming movies, or television dramas, the contracts are all signed. If we breach the contract, it won't just be a matter of paying money. As the two co-founders of GXing Media, Reba and I will also suffer a significant impact on our reputation in the industry. It will be very difficult for us to grow and become stronger in the future. So, Yang Mi looked at Su Rui apologetically, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao for a while longer. However, now that we don't have the performance-based agreement to weigh on us, we'll have more time. Reba and I will go back to see the children for a while. That will make things easier for you. With Su Rui's ability to judge people, it's clear that Yang Mi is definitely a career-oriented woman. She has her own career aspirations. Dilraba doesn't have much ambition in her career, but as Yang Mi's best friend and confidant, her goal is to support Yang Mi in her endeavors. It's good for women to have their own careers. Su Rui naturally didn't say anything. If you need any help at work, feel free to let me know, Su Rui said casually. Yang Mi and Dilraba were slightly taken aback. Su Rui's gentle concern brought them an unprecedented sense of warmth. The man on the other end of the video call was their first man, and the only man they'd ever been intimate with. He was also the father of their two children. 3 years ago, their encounter with Su Rui hadn't left a deep impression on them. But now, as their contact increased, the feelings Su Rui evoked in them were becoming increasingly strange. Even, a flutter of excitement and anticipation filled their hearts. Both Yang Mi and Dilraba had a slight blush on their faces. You've already helped us a lot. The rest of the work is just our routine, which we can handle ourselves, Yang Mi said. Su Rui nodded, but said nothing. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Su Rui, give them the phone. Let me see if they want to go to sleep. It's better for kids to go to sleep early, Yang Mi said. Ju Ziai, Tao Tao, stop playing. Mom video called, you two chat with her for a bit. Su Rui gave them the phone. The two little ones, clutching their phones, rolled around on the ground with the panda cub. Okay, you two. The panda cub is tired from playing with you. The panda cub needs to go to sleep now, why don't you two go to sleep too? How about mommy sings you a lullaby to help you fall asleep? Reba's voice was very gentle. But, the two little ones were bursting with energy today. No, mommy, we haven't played enough yet. Little Apple and Little Mangosteen aren't sleepy either, look, they're having a lot of fun too. Mommy, let me tell you, besides Little Apple and Little Mangosteen, we also have squirrel friends. But we don't know the squirrel friends yet, Orange and I will introduce you to them later. There are 5. No, there are 6. There are 7. There are 100. The two little ones were chatting with their mother on their phones. They talked about squirrels, caterpillars, and animals at the zoo. The two little ones happily shared their day's experiences with their mother. As they chatted, having not had a proper rest all day, the two little ones, listening to their mother's gentle voice, began to droop their eyelids. They talked until they snuggled together and fell asleep. Surprisingly, 2 panda cubs nestled beside them and also fell fast asleep. Orange, Peach, Yang Mi and Reba called to their daughter. The phone, lying on the floor, obscured their little faces, only their even breathing could be heard. Asleep. Su Rui picked up the phone and showed them the picture of her 2 daughters sleeping with the panda cub. You two should get some rest too. I'm taking them to bed. Okay, good night. You've worked hard. Yang Mi and Reba waved at the camera. Only after Su Rui hung up did the two put their phones down. Hotel room. Yang Mi and Reba sat on the bed, the warmth of their phones clearly visible. And the warmth in their hearts was equally evident. Sister Mi, Su Rui really spoils the kids. I thought we were already spoiling them a lot, but compared to her, I feel like we've been neglecting them these past 2 years. Reba said. I never expected him to spoil the children so much. Little Orange and Little Peach are truly happy with Su Rui. Yang Mi's expression became complicated as she spoke. What's wrong, Sister Mi? Su Rui is so good to the children, isn't that great? When we entrusted Little Orange and Little Peach to him, weren't we worried he wouldn't treat them well? Now that he's so good to them, why do you seem even more worried? Reba asked, looking at her with confusion. Little Orange and Peach are well taken care of by their father, of course I'm just as happy as you are. But, Reba, have you considered that our relationship with Su Rui is very special? The better their relationship with Su Rui, the more unwilling they will be when we help with our work and have to take them away from their father. I think they'll be very, very sad then. The thought of the children crying their hearts out because they had to be separated from their father tugged at Yang Mi's heartstrings. Before they met their father, they could lie to them by saying he was working far away. Now that they've been living with their father for a while, if they were taken away from him again, the two little girls would probably feel like they didn't have a complete family. So, that's true. Reba also realized this problem. Then what can we do? We can't just tell Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao not to be with their father anymore. That's not fair to them either. Besides, I feel that Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao's relationship with their father will only get better and better. Yang Mi wholeheartedly agreed. As a mother, of course, she couldn't ruin the relationship between her children and their father. But what she was considering was also a practical matter. Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao were Su Rui's daughters. That was an indisputable fact. She and Reba are the mothers of Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao, that's an undeniable fact. But to Su Rui, they aren't necessarily wives. This makes their relationship very delicate. Wait. Yang Mi suddenly thought of something. Wife. Su Rui's wife. Reba, if we could both become Su Rui's wives, wouldn't this problem be easily solved? Yang Mi said, blushing. If Su Rui acknowledged them as wives, then there wouldn't be the issue of taking Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao away. Becoming his wife. Reba's face also turned red. Becoming his wife would indeed eliminate this problem, but I feel that Su Rui is powerful, wealthy, and influential. Whether he would even want two female celebrities like us as wives is a question. This question also made Yang Mi deflate slightly. Although she and Reba are morally upright, it's undeniable that the entertainment industry is considered lowbrow by many. Would Su Rui see them that way too? She didn't know. But her children's future happiness was the most important thing to her. Yang Mi pondered for a long time before saying, we've seen how happy Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao are these past few days with Su Rui, knowing they have a father. I hope our children have a complete family and are always happy. Reba, I think we should try and see if Su Rui can accept us. If he can accept us, we can give Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao a complete family. Reba was slightly taken aback, a little surprised and embarrassed. Sister Mi, do you mean we should actively pursue Su Rui? It's not that we should actively pursue him. If we're too proactive, he might think we're after his power and money. Yang Mi shook her head. She continued, what I mean is, we both need to have the awareness in our hearts that we see him as the father of our children, as our husbands, and then what? Reba. Then take a tiny, slight initiative. Don't create such a big distance between you. Let him know we don't have any other intentions, we just simply want Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao to have a complete family. If he can sense our feelings and doesn't reject us, then we'll explain our thoughts to him clearly. From now on, we'll both be his wives. Yang Mi's face grew increasingly red as she spoke. Reba bluntly retorted, isn't that just the two of us actively pursuing him? Oh, Reba, don't be so direct. We're not really actively pursuing him, it's just actively trying to close the distance between us. To slightly increase the possibility between us. Don't you want Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao to have a complete family? Yang Mi pouted playfully. Dilraba laughed and said, Sister Mi, why are you blushing so much? I didn't say it wasn't allowed. If I could give Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao a complete family, of course I, as their mother, would be very happy. Especially now that Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao are getting older, and they'll soon be facing the issue of starting kindergarten. I can hardly imagine how sad they would be if they discovered their family wasn't complete after starting school. And Dilraba leaned against Yang Mi with a slightly playful air. I didn't think much of it before, but lately I've been video chatting with Su Rui every day, and honestly, I think it would be great if we could have a husband like him. Oh Dilraba, you're up to something. Yang Mi immediately started teasing her sister. Eh? Sister Mi, don't you have any feelings for him? You dare say you have absolutely no feelings for Su Rui? Reba said matter-of-factly. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Yang Mi's expression said it all. Reba, from now on, we can't just think of Su Rui as Little Orange and Little Peach's dad like before. We need to have a real sense that he's our husband. Okay, I know. Be a little more proactive, but still a little reserved. Don't let Su Rui think we're after his money. Okay. Reba made an okay gesture. She smiled and leaned close to Yang Mi. Although, they hadn't thought Su Rui would be their husband before. But both Reba and Yang Mi subconsciously knew that Su Rui was their man. After all, it was an undeniable fact. Now they had to treat Su Rui as their own husband. Although it was a little embarrassing, there was also a contradictory, heart-fluttering anticipation. Sister Mi, I suddenly really want to go back soon. Why? Because I really want to see Little Orange and Little Peach soon. Really, just to see Little Orange and Little Peach soon? What else? I think you really want to see Su Rui again soon? Really? Really? Reba lay on the bed with a grin. Looking at the ceiling, her thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. I wonder what those three are doing now. Yang Mi said with a smile, Little Orange and Little Peach are already asleep. Su Rui is probably sleeping with them too. That's true. I didn't expect Su Rui to be such a good father. Reba smiled foolishly as she spoke. Yeah, I didn't expect Su Rui to be so good to them. Sister Me, I'm increasingly wanting to be his wife. Okay, don't get a fever. If you get bloated, I can't help you. Go to sleep quickly. Let's try to finish filming the remaining scenes as soon as possible these next couple of days so we can go home earlier. Yang Mi teased. The sisters dared to say anything to each other. I feel like I'm already bloated. Should I call Su Rui? No. Good night, Sister Me, I'm already asleep. Good night. Yang Mi giggled. The two sisters leaned against each other. Crossing her legs, she herself was bloated. After Su Rui carried the two little ones back to their room, he really didn't have much to do. Before, he would check his phone early to see what news his invested companies had, or he would look at world news, study the global situation, and analyze investment trends. But now, he had absolutely no interest in any of these things. Even just lying in bed watching the two little ones sleep felt far more meaningful than making money itself. Looking at their exquisitely beautiful faces, watching their little mouths babbling in their sleep, whether they were dreaming of drinking milk or talking, watching their little hands clasped together, they were just so adorable. As he watched, Su Rui himself grew sleepy. Smelling the faint milky scent of his daughters, Su Rui slept soundly until dawn. Before, his sleep was rather light. Since the arrival of Little Orange and Little Peach, his sleep had been exceptionally good these past few days. He could sleep through the night every time. Su Rui woke up to find Little Orange and Little Peach gone from his bed. His heart skipped a beat. He immediately got up. As soon as he stepped outside, he heard giggling laughter coming from the living room, and his tense mood instantly calmed down. You two got up so early today just to play with Little Apple and Little Bamboo? Su Rui was both amused and exasperated. Good morning, Daddy. Little Orange and Little Peach saw Su Rui get up and rush towards him with open arms. The morning sunlight shone on them. The two little ones were like radiant little angels. Oh, Daddy, hug me. Su Rui crouched down and scooped them both up in his arms. He kissed them both hard on the cheek. Daddy woke up and didn't see you. I thought you were gone. For a moment, he even wondered if he'd been dreaming these past few days. The dream was over. His lovely daughters were gone. Thankfully, his daughters were still beside him. Ju Zi and I slept too long, so we woke up early. We saw Daddy was still sleeping, so we secretly got up to play with the panda cubs. Little Tao Tao hugged her father's neck and said with a grin, Daddy, after breakfast, shall we take Little Apple and Little Mangosteen to see the squirrels, okay? Peach and I want to introduce Little Apple and Little Mangosteen to our squirrel friends. They'll definitely like Little Apple and Little Mangosteen too, Little Orange said, giving her father a big kiss on the cheek. Of course, no problem. Then let's go eat breakfast first. After breakfast, let's take the panda cubs to play. Yay! Daddy said yes. Daddy's so nice. The two little ones happily kissed Su Rui on the cheek. The next 2 days, with the pandas, Little Orange and Peach's greatest joy each day was taking Little Apple and Little Mangosteen to play around the house. The two panda cubs' relationship with Little Orange and Peach grew stronger and stronger. They followed them around every day. They ran and rolled around on the grass together. They went to the woods to find squirrels. Little Orange and Little Peach fed the squirrels, then the two panda cubs playfully chased them. When the sun was nice, Su Rui took them outdoors to bask in the sun and get some calcium. The two panda cubs followed them closely. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Little Orange and Little Peach were catching butterflies on the grass with their two panda friends. 2 caretakers and 2 zookeepers were with them. Su Rui's phone rang. It was Yang Mi calling. Su Rui, Reba and I have finished filming our scenes for today. We're on our way to the airport now. Okay. Send me your flight number, and I'll have someone pick you up, Su Rui said. Then, Reba and I will come to your place. Or will you bring Little Orange and Little Peach to our house? Yang Mi asked uncertainly. Just come directly to my place. You'll only be back for a day or two, and then you'll have to go back to the film set to shoot. Little Orange and Little Peach don't need to travel back and forth. From now on, when you come back to see Little Orange and Little Peach, just come directly to my place, Su Rui said calmly, offering an unquestionable solution. Okay, then we'll come to your place from now on. Yang Mi nodded. Her voice was gentle, even a little submissive. Su Rui hung up the phone. Yeah Lin, Go pick them up from the airport. Yes, Mr. Su. Yeah, Lin nodded. She went to the airport herself to pick up Yang Mi and Reba. Orange, Peach, Mommy and the others are already on their way to the airport. You'll see Mommy soon, Su Rui called out to them. The two little ones immediately cheered happily upon hearing this. Yay! Mommy's back. Little Apple, Little Mangosteen, our Mommy's back. Yay yay yay! They said this while picking up their panda friends and spinning them around. Then they ran to Su Rui's side together. Daddy, what time is it? Little Orange asked. 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, then what time will Mommy and the others get home? Little Peach asked. They should be home before dinner. You can have dinner with Mommy tonight, Su Rui said. Yay! It's been so long since I've had dinner with Mommy. Daddy, can we wait for Mommy at the door later? I want to see Mommy as soon as possible. Me too. Daddy hasn't seen Mommy for a long time either. Daddy misses Mommy just like we do, right? The two little ones had no idea about the true situation of their parents. They assumed their parents were a loving couple. Su Rui patted their little heads. He smiled but didn't answer. Mom won't be back for a while. You two play first. I'll call you later, Su Rui said. Dad, I want to go to the door and wait for Mom now. I want to go now too. Our house is too big, it'll take a long time to get to the door. If we don't leave now, we'll miss Mom when she gets home and we haven't even reached the door yet. Ju Zi is right, Dad, let's go now, okay. The two little ones tugged at Su Rui, pleading and begging. Su Rui was completely charmed by them. How could he refuse such a small request? Okay. If you want to go now, Daddy will go with you. But Daddy tells you, Mom and the others won't be home for at least 2 more hours. You don't need to rush, take your time, Su Rui said, taking the two little ones' hands and walking towards the door. Little Apple and Little Bamboo wobbled along behind them. Only 2 hours until we're home. Daddy, then we have to hurry, otherwise Mom will be home before we even get there. Little Orange and Little Peach clearly thought their house was incredibly big. 2 hours wouldn't even get them to the front door. This childlike cognitive bias left Su Rui both amused and exasperated. The house was indeed large, but not so large that it would take 2 hours to walk to the front gate. Given their short legs, walking around the entire estate would probably take more than 2 hours. Walking straight to the front gate would definitely take less than 2 hours. Don't rush. Even if you walk slowly, we have a shuttle bus. Daddy can ride with you, Su Rui said with a smile. Thinking about the little car they could ride in, the two little girls slowed their pace. That's right. Daddy is the smartest. Then let's ride in the little car to pick up Mommy in a little while, okay? Okay. You can do whatever you like, Su Rui said affectionately. Yay. The two little ones jumped and skipped happily. Their interest was then drawn to the family shuttle bus. Daddy, can we make the little car a little cuter? Little Peach asked in her sweet, childish voice. How can we make it cuter? Well, we can make the little car pink, and then draw cute big eyes and long eyelashes on it. Little Peach gestured as she spoke. We can also put 2 cute bunny ears on the little car. Little Orange added excitedly. We can also make a cute little tail. Little Peach chimed in. Su Rui roughly understood what they meant by cute little car. It was just a cartoon bus from an animated film. Thinking about it, the shuttle bus at home was indeed a bit plain. If it could become the cartoon-style shuttle bus they imagined, taking them around the manor would obviously be much more princess-like. That's a good suggestion. Since you like this style of bus, after picking Mom up from school later, you can take your paintbrushes and draw the design you want. Daddy will arrange it for you, Su Rui said. His daughter's little wishes had to be fulfilled. Thank you, Daddy. Daddy, kneel down, we want to kiss you. Daddy, hurry. The two little ones jumped and bounced in front of him. Su Rui ruffled their hair. He knelt down and peacefully enjoyed the kisses from his two precious little princesses. Then he picked them both up in his arms. The two little ones hugged their father, giggling. It wasn't just happiness. It was also the bliss of being with their father. Around 5:30, the manor gates opened automatically. A hunky state limousine slowly entered the manor. Daddy, is Mommy back? The two little ones' faces lit up with anticipation when they saw the car arrive. Mommy's back. Su Rui nodded, giving them a positive answer. The two little ones immediately ran forward excitedly. Mommy, you're back. Mommy, I'm Orange. I'm Peach. The two little ones waved excitedly as they called out. The car slowly came to a stop. Yang Mi and Reba got out of the car from the back seat, one on each side. Having seen their precious daughters for so many days, Yang Mi and Reba couldn't help but feel tears welling up in their eyes as soon as they got out of the car and saw the two little ones. They went up and each hugged one of them. Yang Mi hugged little Peach. Reba hugged little Orange. They affectionately nuzzled their little faces. Holding their sweet, soft daughters in their arms, all their longing was released in that moment. For them, it didn't matter which one they were hugging. They conceived together, raised their children together, and both little Orange and little Peach were their own daughters. Finally, I've met my precious daughter. Yang Mi excitedly and gently kissed little Peach's cheek. Then she gently tucked the little one's hair behind her ear, gazing intently at her adorable baby daughter. You've gotten so chubby these past few days with Daddy, you seem to have gained weight, Yang Mi said with a smile. Peach has gained a pound. Little Orange in Reba's arms giggled. And you, Orange? How much weight have you gained? Reba asked with a smile. She hadn't seen her precious daughter for many days, and holding her in her arms, she couldn't help but kiss her. Hee hee, I've gained a pound too. Little Orange proudly patted her round belly. For them, gaining weight didn't matter, all they felt was the joy of seeing their mother. The two girls each hugged their mother's neck, shaking their heads and giggling happily. Mommy, have you missed us these past few days? Little Peach asked. Of course I have. I think about you every day. Yes, Mommy has been working really hard these past 2 days to come home early so I could see you sooner. Otherwise, I wouldn't be home until tomorrow morning. Reba said with a smile. We both missed Mommy too. You think about her every day. Does Mommy miss Daddy? Little Orange and Little Peach asked in unison. To be honest, although Little Orange and Little Peach weren't full sisters, as half-sisters who grew up together, they often shared a deep understanding. Yang Mi and Reba blushed slightly. Their gazes unconsciously drifted to Su Rui beside them. To say they wanted to would seem too forward. To say they didn't want to wouldn't be true either. They had already discussed how to face Su Rui, and although they were slightly blushing, they didn't make themselves look too embarrassed. She smiled slightly at Su Rui. Her expression was gentle, and also grateful. You've worked so hard taking care of the child these past few days. Yang Mi spoke up. You've taken very good care of Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao, Dilraba added. Isn't this what I, as their father, should do? Su Rui smiled calmly, appearing even more poised than they did. Daddy's so good to us. Oh, right, Mommy, look, these are Little Apple and Little Mangosteen. The two little ones slid down from their mother's arms. Then they held their little pets high in the air. They were proving to their mother that the panda cubs their father had bought them were real panda cubs, not plush toys. Eek! The two panda cubs made soft, whimpering sounds together. They looked at the two unfamiliar women with curiosity. Yang Mi and Reba had seen pandas before, but had never actually touched one. These two panda cubs were so adorable that they couldn't resist squatting down and gently stroking their soft fur. As the panda cub's warm body touched their fingertips, the living panda was held in the arms of their two daughters. Both Yang Mi and Reba felt even more deeply the love Su Rui had for Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao. Even the fathers of Class 1 couldn't do something like this. Isn't it cute? Hee hee, this is Xiao Ping Guo, and this is Xiao Shanzhu. They look very similar, but they're different. Xiao Ping Guo's ears are rounder, and Xiao Shanzhu's ears are a little flatter. Xiao Ping Guo, Xiao Shanzhu, this is our mom. This is Yang Mi's mom, and this is Reba's mom. The two little ones enthusiastically introduced them. Their adorable appearance kept Yang Mi and Reba's smiles never fading. Okay, don't stand at the door like that. If you have something to say, tell us when we get home. Su Rui reminded them from the side. Although he didn't want to disturb the mother and daughters, seeing how interested they were, he figured they could stay at the door for half an hour without being told. Daddy, can we ride in the little car back? I want to tell Mommy about our house. Me too. The two little ones visibly became excited as soon as their mothers got home. Sure, whatever you want. Su Rui smiled. The shuttle bus that had just dropped them off at the door was still parked there. The family of 5 sat in the bus. Little Orange and Little Peach, holding panda cubs in their arms, enthusiastically introduced every corner of the house to their mothers. Actually, they didn't really know much. They could only say that this was a bamboo forest, and Daddy said that they would build a home here for Little Apple and Little Bamboo. It was a very, very big forest, with their squirrel friends, as many as 100. There were many beautiful fish in that lake, and they had even fed the fish with their father at the lakeside. Yang Mi and Reba listened to their daughter's descriptions while looking at the seemingly endless manor. In the videos from a few days ago, I kept hearing Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao say that their dad's house was very, very big, but I only heard it. I didn't really grasp the concept of big. After actually entering the estate, I discovered that it was even bigger than Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao described, and even bigger than they had imagined. They had always thought it was just a large estate of a few thousand square meters. Now I know that this estate is estimated to be over 1 million square meters. The Forbidden City is only 720,000 square meters. Su Rui's estate was visibly larger than the Forbidden City, by a significant margin. Both Yang Mi and Reba were worldly wise. However, riding the shuttle bus through the estate, they were still stunned by its splendor and grandeur. These past few days, their two beloved daughters had been living in this idyllic paradise. This made Yang Mi and Reba instinctively focus their attention on Su Rui. He was increasingly enigmatic. He looked about Yang Mi's age, so how could he be so wealthy? No. To be able to dedicate such a vast area to a private estate, it couldn't be simply a matter of being rich. And where was this? This was Shanghai, where land was incredibly valuable. Owning such a large private estate in Shanghai further proved that he was far more than just wealthy. Perhaps he wielded immense power. These thoughts simultaneously crossed the minds of Yang Mi and Reba. This made them even more hesitant to express their feelings directly to Su Rui, lest he think they had ulterior motives. How many days are you two planning to rest after coming back? Su Rui, sitting in front, turned around and asked. Yang Mi and Reba quickly avoided his gaze. It's Friday today. We've both discussed it with the crew and will start filming on Monday, Reba said. 2 days is fine. Su Rui nodded, saying nothing. The two little ones were happy to see their mother return. They would probably be even happier with her by their side these 2 days. Only 2 days? Mommy, can't you stay home a few more days? How about 10 days? Not enough, not enough. 100 days would be great. The two little ones clearly didn't have much of a concept of time. They just thought 2 days was too short. They really wanted their mother to stay with them longer. Ideally, she'd never leave again. Mommy has to work. If Mommy didn't work, of course I'd want to be with you every day. Yang Mi and Reba comforted her. But Daddy doesn't have to work. Little Tao Tao pouted. Yang Mi glanced at Su Rui and gently comforted him, because Daddy worked very hard the past 2 years. He was really tired. So now Daddy is resting at home to be with you. Daddy's resting at home, of course Mommy has to go out to work. Okay, you two stop pouting. Mommy promises you, I'll come back to see you whenever I have time. And, Mommy video chats with you every night, doesn't she? But we want Mommy to be here with us. Little Orange grumbled. Little Peach nodded in deep agreement. However, the two little ones knew their mother had to work, so they didn't throw a big tantrum about it. Pouting, Little Orange said sensibly, then Mommy has to stay with us these next 2 days and can't work anymore, okay? Mommy promises you. These next 2 days, Mommy and Daddy will be with you 24 hours a day. Yang Mi finished speaking and secretly glanced at Su Rui. Dilraba's gaze also fell on Su Rui. They didn't show it overtly. However, their words, just as they themselves suspected, were an attempt to get closer to Su Rui. As for Su Rui, he didn't have any objections. He didn't think too much about it. In his opinion, with their parents by their side, Little Orange and Little Peach would definitely be happier. As long as they were happy, there was nothing to worry about. The shuttle bus arrived at the villa's entrance after about 10 minutes. They got off the bus. The dazzling, supersized villa before them made Yang Mi and Dilraba's expressions quite interesting. The pink and princess-style decor made it hard to believe this was a large villa. No wonder Little Orange and Little Peach always said they lived in a princess castle. This was practically a princess castle. And a cartoon version at that. We're home. Mommy, this is our home, isn't it beautiful? The two little ones were extremely satisfied with this princess castle. They skipped and hopped, pulling their mother into the house. Only when Yang Mi and Dilraba stepped into the princess castle did they understand why Su Rui had spent 180 million yuan renovating a villa. The interior decoration was entirely designed to princess castle standards. Some of the materials inside were from the most prestigious brands they knew, so high-end that even they felt a pang of regret if they wanted to buy them. Some of the items were brands they didn't even recognize. In terms of quality and materials, they were far more luxurious and expensive than the brands they knew. Most importantly, these things weren't just expensive. They ensured that Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao could live safely here. Safety was more important than anything else. Su Rui, you've put your heart into this. Yang Mi couldn't help but exclaim. They are your daughters, and they are my daughters too. Being good to one's own daughters doesn't need anyone's praise. Mr. Su, dinner is ready. Would you like to eat now? A female chef approached. Yang Mi and Reba were slightly taken aback when they saw the chef, then their faces showed great surprise. You are Fang Kinja, the head chef of Liangshi Night Banquet? Ms. Yang, Ms. Reba, hello. The chef greeted them with the understated elegance of her name. They didn't react with any fanfare or excitement because of Yang Mi and Dilraba's fame in the entertainment industry. In fact, Yang Mi and Dilraba were somewhat taken aback and couldn't quite process it. Fang Kinja was the first head chef of state banquets, a grand disciple of Sun Yingyu, and his only female apprentice. She herself was also a master chef of state banquets. Currently, she is the head chef of Liangshi Night Banquet. The reason she and Dilraba knew Fang Kinja was because of a business negotiation a couple of years ago. The other party spent a lot of money to pull strings and have Fang Kinja cook a meal. At the time, it was so delicious that they wanted to see the chef. That's how they had the opportunity to meet Fang Kinja. Since then, they haven't been able to eat Fang Kinja's food even once, let alone them. They heard that many business elites in Shanghai, whose status is far higher than theirs, don't even have the chance to eat a meal cooked by Fang Kinja. They never expected to see Fang Kinja at Su Rui's manor. "Aunt Fang, what are we eating today?" Little Orange and Little Peach were quite familiar with Fang Kinja. After all, they saw her every day at mealtimes. "Aunt Fang has prepared a feast for you today, you'll find out soon enough." Fang Kinja smiled gently at the two children. Yang Mi and Reba looked at Su Rui curiously. These two little girls, do they eat Fang Kinja's cooking every day? To take care of the two young ladies' daily needs, President Su hired the best nutritionist and the best chef. Chef Fang is now President Su's family chef. He prepares 3 delicious meals a day according to the two young ladies' nutritional needs. Ya Lin explained from the side. This casual explanation stunned Yang Mi and Reba. Chef Fang, whom others couldn't hire even with money and connections, was now Su Rui's family chef at his estate. This. No wonder Little Orange and Little Peach have gained a pound in the last few days. Eating nutritious meals prepared by a master chef every day, they probably would have gained even more. Looking at their two daughters' already used expressions, Yang Mi and Dilraba couldn't help but give a wry smile. Since these two girls started following Su Rui, it feels like they've reached the end of their lives. "Mommy, let's eat first. I'm hungry." Little Orange and Little Peach pulled the two girls along. They had played all afternoon, only eating a little fruit in between, and were indeed hungry now. "Have you washed your hands? Mommy will take you to wash your hands, okay?" "Okay. Daddy, you haven't washed your hands either. Come on, let's go wash our hands together." The two little ones pulled their parents along. Su Rui smiled. Yang Mi and Reba both subconsciously glanced at Su Rui. He really spoiled the children. I wonder if he'll spoil his wife. This thought made Yang Mi and Reba's faces flush slightly. They didn't dare show it too obviously. They secretly looked away. The family sat at the dining table. Besides the nutritious and delicious children's meals, there was also a large table of state banquet-level cuisine. I never expected that coming back to see my daughter would give me the opportunity to enjoy Chef Fang's state banquet cuisine. Thank you, Su Rui. Dilraba is a foodie by nature. With such delicious food in front of her, she didn't stand on ceremony. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating. One bite. The taste buds were instantly captivated by the delicious food, and she couldn't help but squint her eyes to savor the flavor. So delicious. Little Orange, Little Peach, you two are so lucky. You get to eat such delicious food every day with Daddy. The last time Mommy ate something this delicious was 2 years ago. Reba exclaimed, showing off a bite. Her words were no longer just praise for the food, but rather overflowing with envy for her two daughters. To be able to eat such delicious food every day, that's just too wonderful. Why? Can't Mommy eat it if she wants? Aunt Fang can make it for us any time we want to eat. Little Peach looked at her clear eyes with a big question. Reba almost choked. My little princesses. Your mommy really can't eat what she wants. No one is as lucky as you two, having such an amazing father who lets you eat gourmet food prepared by a master chef every day. The food you take for granted is unattainable for 99.999% of people. That 99.999% includes both of your mothers. Mommy, what's wrong? Little Peach tilted her head and asked, wondering why Mommy wasn't answering her question. Nothing. Because Aunt Fang is making delicious food for you at Daddy's house. Mommy is working outside, so of course I can't eat it. Reba explained casually. Oh, I see. Little Peach nodded. Then Little Orange continued. Mommy, after you finish work, you can come with us. Then you can eat delicious food with us every day. Okay. Reba nodded without hesitation. With such delicious food waiting for her every day, to be honest, she even wanted to be Su Rui's daughter. Reba paused slightly. She glanced at Su Rui subconsciously, then lowered her head and continued eating. Being his daughter was definitely out of the question. She wondered if being his wife was a possibility. Tell me what you'd like to eat, and Chef Fang can make you some more. Su Rui said. It was clear they really loved Chef Fang's state banquet cuisine, especially Dilraba. She looked like a total foodie. She was rather cute. Can we really order more? I'd like to have 2 more servings of this grape shrimp. It was just so delicious. 2 servings each aren't enough. Su Rui smiled. He gestured for Yelin to go to the kitchen and get 2 more servings of grape shrimp for Dilraba. Dilraba, mind your image a little. Yang Mi was both amused and exasperated. While we're trying to get closer to Su Rui, this is a bit much. Sister Mi, it's so delicious. I'll give you 1. Dilraba was completely captivated by the food. She didn't care about her image anymore. She'd already said she wanted to treat him like her husband. Why be so reserved in front of her husband? Right, Su Rui? Dilraba ate while glancing at Su Rui with a smile, looking every bit the foodie. Yang Mi face-palmed. He. Little Orange and Little Peach didn't seem particularly interested in the food, but with their two mothers and father around, the smiles on their faces never faded. Are you making fun of Mom? Reba playfully pouted. Her expression carried both the tender love of a mother and the playfulness of a young girl. After all, she was only 22 years old. She was in the prime of her youth. No, Mom Reba, I'm so happy. Little Orange is having her first meal with Mom and Dad. It's so happy. Me too. Little Peach also raised her hand. Little Peach is so happy to eat with Mom and Dad too. I wish I could eat with Mom and Dad every day. Su Rui, Yang Mi, Reba. The two little ones' simple words silenced all three of them. Even Reba put down her food. Her eyes were a little blurry. Their innocent and carefree demeanor made Yang Mi, Reba, and even Su Rui feel a little guilty as adults. Mom and Dad, what's wrong? This is the first time our family has eaten together as a family. Aren't you happy? Dad, have a bite of my shrimp, it's so delicious. Reba, Mom, you have one too. Yang Mi, Mom, here's one for you. Little Tao Tao shared the shrimp from her bowl with everyone. Then she used a fork to pick one up and put it in her mouth. Eating with her parents, the shrimp tasted even better than before. So delicious. Little Tao Tao giggled as she ate. Silly girl, eat slowly. Su Rui smiled gently and ate the shrimp his daughter had given him. Yang Mi and Reba were deeply moved. Looking at Su Rui beside them, they felt even more determined to give Little Orange and Little Tao Tao a complete family. Mommy, try some too. Yang Mi composed herself, greeting her daughter's happiness with a smile. It's really delicious. Dilraba ate and laughed. Although the children's meal was low in oil and salt, how could it not taste good when it was made by her daughter with love? Mommy and Daddy, you've both eaten Peach's shrimp. I'll give you some of my fish, it's boneless. Daddy, here you go. This is Mommy's. Little Orange happily shared her food with her parents. Sharing food with her parents made her beam with joy. She couldn't hide it. After Mommy and Daddy finish eating, you can eat by yourselves. If I share more, you'll be hungry tonight. Su Rui teased. He didn't refuse the food his daughter shared. He ate it in one bite. Daddy, is it good? Delicious. Su Rui gave a thumbs up. Dad, you didn't even praise my shrimp for being delicious. Little Peach pouted. Su Rui paused for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Daddy forgot. I'll give you a thumbs up too. Tao Tao's shrimp was delicious. Little Tao Tao laughed happily, shaking her head as she ate her food. Eating with Mom and Dad is so wonderful. As their parents, Su Rui, Yang Mi, and Dilraba all unconsciously wore smiles. After dinner, the air was filled with the happy laughter of Little Orange and Little Peach. Mom, let's go upstairs to play. Let me show you the toys Dad bought for us. So many. As soon as they finished eating, Little Orange and Little Peach couldn't wait to take their two mothers upstairs to play. The two little ones always struggled to climb the stairs. Yang Mi and Reba each picked them up. Daddy, come on over. Little Orange and Little Peach clung to their mother, waving incessantly at Su Rui. With both their parents home, they both wanted them to stay close. Coming. Su Rui, of course, wouldn't refuse his daughter's invitation. The second floor was their own private play area. The entire 500 square meter living room was filled with their toys. Mommy, look, this is the strawberry bear Daddy bought me. Little Peach said, getting down from Reba's arms and jumping on the bear to show off her climb. Then she slid down from the bear. Mommy, this is the dinosaur castle that Tao Tao, Daddy, and I built together. Look, Tao Tao's Triceratops and Ankylosaurus still live in here. Little Orange couldn't wait to show off her prized creation, even though she'd seen it in videos. But kids, they're always eager to tell their parents about their favorite things. Let's go play with Little Orange and Little Peach for a while, Yang Mi said to Su Rui beside her. Go ahead. Su Rui shrugged. They were Little Orange and Little Peach's mothers, why should they ask him before playing with them? Mommy's here. It's been so long since I played with my darling daughters. Peach, why does your dinosaur live inside Orange's castle? Isn't a castle for princesses? Yang Mi and Reba went over and sat down casually on the floor, just like at home, to sit beside their daughters. Because we're already living in the princess castle Daddy built for me. So this castle is for the dinosaurs now. Daddy, come on over. Little Orange and Little Peach pulled Su Rui over too. They made him sit between their two mothers. Then they moved all their belongings over. They wanted their parents to play with their toys and games together. Yang Mi and Reba secretly glanced at Su Rui out of the corner of their eyes. At this moment, Their hearts were pounding. Is this what it feels like to be with your husband and children? Not only did they feel the children were happy and joyful, but they themselves felt a strong flutter in their hearts. There was also a sweet feeling. The children were over 2 years old, but this was the first time they had felt such a strong heartbeat. This feeling was truly wonderful. It was rare to see Little Orange and Little Peach so happy. Su Rui, Yang Mi, and Reba played with Little Orange and Little Peach until dark. Children truly never tire. They wanted to play with every toy. And they wanted their parents to play with them too. They were covered in sweat but didn't want to stop. It was already 8:30. Su Rui said to them, Orange, Peach, Little Apple, and Little Bamboo are all tired from playing. They're already asleep. You can stop now. Mommy will be home with you tomorrow and the day after. You can take a bath and go to bed tonight. The two panda cubs were already curled up inside their dinosaur castle, one hugging a dinosaur toy and asleep. Okay. The two little ones didn't linger. They stopped as soon as they were told. Because bathing can be fun too. Then, how about I and Reba's mom bathe with you? My daughters and I haven't bathed together in so long, Yang Mi said with a smile. This delighted Little Orange and Little Peach, who clapped their hands and cheered enthusiastically. The bathroom is here. Su Rui pointed to the private bathroom on the second floor. Miss Yang, Miss Reba, I've prepared your toiletries, and your pajamas are all in the bathroom. As the housekeeper, Lin naturally had to prepare these things in advance. Thank you. Yang Mi and Reba nodded, picked up Little Orange and Little Peach, and carried them to the bathroom. Su Rui sat on the floor. Watching the two little ones so happy with their mother, he seemed lost in thought. Inside the bathroom, the completely princess-themed bathroom once again made Yang Mi and Reba marvel at Su Rui's doting love for his two daughters. Even the bathtub was princess pink. You're exaggerating, aren't you? Mommy, we haven't taken a bath together in so long. Hee hee. I'm so happy today. The two little ones were soaking in the bathtub with their mother. The gentle water. And Mommy's warm embrace. Haven't you taken a bath with Daddy lately? Reba asked. Daddy always bathes us. He hasn't bathed with us. The two little ones' eyes lit up as they spoke, as if on cue. Mommy, can we go and call Daddy to come in and take a bath with us? Yes, Daddy has never bathed with us. I really want to take a bath with Mommy and Daddy. Mommy, wait a minute, I'll go call Daddy to come in and take a bath with us. Little Tao Tao said, trying to get up. Reba quickly grabbed the little girl and hugged her. Her face turned red. Okay. The reason Daddy doesn't bathe with us is because Daddy's a boy. We're all girls, so we can bathe together. Daddy's a boy, so he can't bathe with us. Reba hurriedly said. She was afraid that if she didn't catch her, this little one would run off naked and drag Su Rui back in. Just imagining the four of them, mother and daughters, bathing with Su Rui, her already red face turned even redder. Boys and girls can't bathe together. Come on, Mommy will help you get a nice, fragrant bath. Yang Mi's face flushed slightly as she gently helped her daughter bathe. Does Daddy bathe you every day? Yeah. He doesn't Daddy even scrub your necks? You all have little black necklaces now. Are the necklaces pretty? They're not clean, so they're pretty. Look down, Mommy will scrub them for you. Yang Mi giggled. Even though Su Rui hadn't cleaned the two little ones properly these past few days, the small oversight somehow gave her a strange sense of home. A man is already doing quite well. Mommy, I'm so happy today. Little Tao Tao said while playing in the water. So this is what it feels like to be with Mommy and Daddy. Tao Tao loves it. Ju Zi loves it too. Mommy, can we stay with Daddy forever? I want to stay with Mommy and Daddy forever. Little Ju Zi looked up and said earnestly. Yang Mi and Reba both smiled gently. They didn't know how to answer them. After all, this matter doesn't depend on them. Brothers, can we break 10,000 flowers today? Please give us a boost. Thank you everyone. Daddy, smell me, do I smell good? The two little ones came out of their bath and immediately jumped into Su Rui's arms. Let me smell you. Su Rui picked up the two little ones and took a deep breath. Very fragrant. You're already a fragrant little girl. Hee. Girls, when they hear someone say they smell good, they're overjoyed. Daddy, Mom smells good too, smell me. Little Tao Tao said. Yang Mi and Reba, who came out in their pajamas, blushed immediately. You two, stop fooling around. It's getting late, time for bed. Are you two sleeping with Daddy or Mommy tonight? Yang Mi asked. She was trying to distract them, but this question caused a big problem. Of course we'll sleep with Mommy and Daddy. Little Orange and Little Peach said happily. They'd never slept with their parents before, and the two little girls were really looking forward to it. Yang Mi and Reba felt awkward. To be honest, Su Rui was a little awkward too. You've been sleeping with Daddy every day these past few days. Now that Mommy's back, you can sleep with her. Mommy missed you so much. Didn't you say you missed Mommy too? Su Rui said. But we want to sleep with Mommy and Daddy. Little Peach pouted. Even Little Orange pouted and said, Mommy and Daddy are finally together, of course we want to sleep with them. Little Peach nodded repeatedly, agreeing wholeheartedly. Yang Mi and Reba were incredibly embarrassed. Alright, you too. Daddy's been very tired taking care of you these past few days. Now that Mommy's back, let Daddy get a good night's sleep. Stop it, sleep with Mommy tonight. Yang Mi said. To keep the two little ones from causing trouble, she deliberately adopted a relatively serious expression. That did it. The two little ones were already unhappy about this, and Yang Mi's seriousness seemed like a scolding to them. Tears welled up instantly. They streamed down their faces. Wah! Why can't Mommy and Daddy sleep with us? Other children's parents sleep with them, why can't ours? Wah! Don't Mommy and Daddy love us? Wah! The more they talked, the sadder they became, and the more they cried. Mommy and Daddy don't not love you. Okay, don't cry. Su Rui felt a pang of heartache seeing his daughters cry like this. He sat down on the sofa, letting them sit on his laps, one on each side, and wiped their tears. But the little girls' tears were like a free tap. Once started, they wouldn't stop. The more Su Rui comforted them, the louder they cried. The more tears fell. Yang Mi and Reba were heartbroken. Okay, babies, Mommy and Daddy didn't say we don't love you. Don't cry, okay? You'll look ugly if you cry anymore. Look, you look like a big, messy cat. The real issue for Little Orange and Little Peach wasn't about looking ugly. It was that their parents didn't want to sleep with them. Wah! Cough cough cough, Mommy and Daddy just don't love us, cough cough wah. We want to sleep with Mommy and Daddy, cough cough. The two little ones were crying so hard that they coughed when they tried to speak. It broke the hearts of all three of them. Yang Mi and Reba looked at Su Rui with a mixture of heartache and embarrassment. Su Rui also looked at them. With his daughters crying like this, how could he possibly continue? Alright, Mommy and Daddy will sleep with you. Stop crying, or Mommy and Daddy won't sleep with you anymore. Su Rui said. He gently patted their backs, to help them catch their breath, so they wouldn't choke from crying. Really. Little Orange and Little Peach finally stopped crying. They sniffled, waiting for a more certain answer. Silly girls. Why would Daddy lie to you? Come on, let's go to sleep together. Su Rui got up, picked them up, and spun them around twice. Giggle. I can sleep with Mommy and Daddy now. The two little ones immediately stopped crying and started laughing. They cried so quickly. They laughed just as quickly. Their delicate little faces were streaked with tears, making them incredibly endearing. Mommy, come quick. We're going to bed. The two little ones waved frantically, afraid their mother wouldn't come. Yang Mi and Reba exchanged a glance, their faces flushed. They hadn't expected that their first night back would be sleeping with Su Rui. But now, it was clear they couldn't avoid sleeping with him. Otherwise, the two little ones would cry themselves to death. Luckily, they had planned to become his wives together before they came back. Having prepared herself mentally, it wasn't so awkward. She pursed her lips. She followed. Here you are. Look how happy you are. You were crying so hard just now, and now you're laughing so happily. Yang Mi and Reba took a wet wipe from the table and followed Su Rui to wipe their tears. Because Mommy and Daddy love us, of course we're happy. Little Orange said happily. Mommy and Daddy sleeping with you means they love you? Reba teased. Yes. Little Peach nodded vigorously. Her little expression was quite serious. Her seriousness left Su Rui, Yang Mi, and Reba speechless. Perhaps, in a child's heart, parental love is that simple. The family of 5 went to the master bedroom. Su Rui put Little Orange and Little Peach on the bed. Little Orange and Little Peach, who could finally sleep with their parents, jumped and bounced happily on the bed. Don't jump. If you jump, you'll get all sweaty and have to take a bath. Su Rui said with a smile. He wanted to use a stern voice to make them behave, but all he heard was his father's doting affection. However, it was Little Orange and Little Peach's first time sleeping with their parents. They clearly wanted to behave well. As soon as Su Rui spoke, the two sisters obediently lay still on the bed. They lay up straight. They even obediently pulled their little blankets over themselves. Daddy, Peach and I are all set up. You two come up and sleep too. Daddy, you sleep in the middle, Peach and I will sleep on either side of you, and then Mommy, who's next to us? Hee. Little Orange had even arranged the seating. What a coincidence. The seating arrangement was perfect. Neither Su Rui, Yang Mi, nor Dilraba felt awkward. They were all separated by their daughters. You're here. Su Rui smiled and lay down in the middle. Yang Mi and Dilraba were a little embarrassed, but with their daughters between them, it was alright. They climbed onto the bed together. They lay down on either side. Hee. I can sleep with mommy and daddy now. So happy. Me too, super happy. Surrounded by their parents, Little Orange and Little Peach's faces were full of joy and happiness at being with their parents. Sleep? They couldn't sleep at all. Little Orange climbed up and lay on Su Rui's belly to look at Little Peach. Little Peach also climbed up and lay on her father's belly to look at Little Orange. The two sisters faced each other and giggled together. Then they rolled over together to hug mommy. They laughed even harder. You two are so excited, aren't you going to sleep? Dilraba pinched Xiao Tao Tao's little cheek. I want to sleep. Xiao Tao Tao immediately lay down obediently, then happily moved closer to her father. She closed her eyes for 2 seconds. Then she secretly opened her eyes again. Daddy, are you asleep? What do you think? Su Rui rubbed her little head. Now mommy and daddy are in bed with you, so close your eyes and sleep well. Little Peach closed her eyes and pulled her blanket tighter. She was incredibly well behaved. Little Orange also laid down obediently, but her good behavior lasted less than 10 seconds. Mommy, you haven't sung nursery rhymes for us in so long. Little Peach immediately propped herself up, nestled on Su Rui's belly, and said, Yes, I want to listen to mommy sing me songs to fall asleep too. Yang Mi asked, What nursery rhymes do you want to hear? Peach, what do you want to hear? Orange, what about you? Let me think, how about we listen to the clapping song? Okay, then let's listen to the clapping song. Mommy, we want to hear the clapping song. After selecting the song, the two obediently lay down again. It was the first time they had sung in front of Su Rui, and both Reba and Yang Mi were a little embarrassed. They knew that if they didn't sing, the two little ones definitely wouldn't sleep peacefully. They could only sing together. You clap once, I clap once, two babies ride an airplane. You clap twice, I clap twice, two babies ride horses. The two little ones were very well behaved while listening to the songs, not moving at all. Even after Yang Mi and Reba finished singing, they remained motionless, and both had their eyes closed obediently. Su Rui thought they had fallen asleep. Being with mommy for so long, it's true that listening to mommy's songs helps me fall asleep. I didn't expect you two knew these kinds of nursery rhymes. Su Rui said softly. To be honest, Yang Mi and Reba at this moment were completely different from the glamorous image she saw on TV. They looked exactly like two young mothers. For a while, Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao were always restless in their sleep. So, Miji and I learned to sing nursery rhymes for them. Gradually, we learned almost all the nursery rhymes from Biwan nursery rhymes. Reba whispered. We can practically be called a nursery rhyme encyclopedia now. Yang Mi jokingly whispered. Mommy, what does nursery rhyme encyclopedia mean? Xiao Juzi asked in a similarly soft voice. It was as if she was whispering to them. Her eyes, which had been closed just moments before, were now wide open again. Su Rui, Yang Mi, Reba, weren't you asleep? Why are your eyes open again? Close your eyes and go to sleep. Su Rui was both amused and exasperated. But daddy, I can't sleep. Me neither. Little Orange and Little Peach said, propping themselves up again, turning to look at their father, then at their mother. Their bright, sleepy eyes showed no sign of sleepiness. What are you two planning to do tonight? Yang Mi was both amused and exasperated. Mommy, you haven't told us a story yet. I want to hear the story of the fox and the tiger. Then lie down and close your eyes. Yang Mi pinched Xiao Ju's little cheek helplessly and began telling the story of the fox borrowing the tiger's might. She knew these two little ones wouldn't make a fuss while listening to stories, so she slowly and deliberately told the story, stretching it from 5 minutes to 15. The two little ones started yawning as they listened. Then their breathing finally became even. Are they asleep? Yang Mi asked. Xiao Ju lay on her side in Su Rui's arms, and she wasn't sure if the little one was actually asleep. I think I'm asleep. Su Rui touched Xiao Ju's little cheek, but the little girl didn't react. Tao Tao is asleep too. Reba whispered. The little one also snuggled in her father's arms, sleeping close to him. These two little ones are finally asleep. Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief. These two girls usually fall asleep pretty quickly. They're clearly excited to see you both after so long. Su Rui said. I can tell. Yang Mi and Reba smiled happily. As mothers, seeing their daughters excited and happy because their home brings them a great sense of fulfillment. This feeling of being loved and cherished by their children is a beautiful feeling that every mother can never give up. I think the reason Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao are so happy today is because it's their first time being with their parents. It's usually just me Ji and I taking care of them. While you've been taking care of them, me Ji and I have been on set. For them, it's either having a mother but no father, or having a father but no mother. It's rare to have both parents here today, so they're very excited. Reba said. You should come back and spend more time with them when you have time. I can tell they're really happy today. Su Rui nodded, not denying it. We'll come back when we have time. Yang Mi said softly. She gave him a deep look. We hope we'll come back often, so we won't disturb your life and work. Reba added. My life now revolves around taking care of them. As for work, my job now is also taking care of them. Su Rui shrugged and smiled. He yawned as he spoke. These past few days, he'd been putting the two little ones to bed early every day, and he'd gradually developed the habit of going to bed early himself. Plus, listening to them sing and tell stories just now made him even sleepier. The two little ones are already asleep. You two should go to sleep early too. I'm going to sleep first. Good night. Yang Mi and Reba responded softly. Sharing a bed with Su Rui for the second time was a very complicated feeling for both of them. They wanted to sleep but couldn't. The first time they shared a bed with Su Rui was 3 years ago. At the time, all three of them had drunk a bit too much, so they didn't actually feel anything. 3 years later, they were lying together with Su Rui again. Now, there were two of their daughters among them. The daughters loved their father very much. They liked to sleep close to him, and they, at this moment, silently regarded him as their husband. It was precisely because of this that neither of them could sleep. Regardless, this was the first time they had consciously slept in the same bed with their husbands. The feeling of the whole family lying together was definitely better than when they slept with Little Orange and Little Peach. Good night, husband. Yang Mi silently said in her heart. Reba, sleeping on Su Rui's other side, did the same as Yang Mi. She silently said goodnight to Su Rui in her heart. She also added the term husband. Chapter 045 Little Peach's sleeping posture is definitely inherited from her mother Reba. Please collect and give flowers. Because he had been going to bed earlier lately, Su Rui woke up earlier than usual every day. He opened his eyes. Little Orange and Little Peach were curled up in his arms like two cashews. Both of them were making little noises, perhaps dreaming of drinking milk. Yang Mi and Reba, who used to sleep separately, had probably gotten used to holding their daughters when they slept at night. Both women were lying on their sides facing Su Rui, their hands draped over him. Especially Dilraba, one long leg was even draped over Su Rui. The mother and her 4 daughters effectively pinned him in the middle. The crucial point was that all 4 of them were sleeping soundly. He wanted to get up, but was afraid of waking Xiao Ju and Xiao Tao Tao. He decided to just lie there quietly. Su Rui glanced at Yang Mi and Dilraba on either side of him. Frankly, he didn't have a very deep memory of sleeping with them 3 years ago. He only knew it was them when he woke up that morning. 3 years later, they were lying with him, along with their 2 daughters. This feeling was very subtle for Su Rui. Of course, Su Rui wasn't the kind of man who couldn't resist beautiful women. He wasn't the kind of man who would have impure thoughts whenever he saw a beautiful woman. Su Rui's complex emotions stemmed largely from his daughters, Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao. From the time Yang Mi and Reba returned until their last night's sleep, the 2 little girls' demeanor was noticeably different. While they were happy when they were with him, the happiness they felt was different from what they had shown the previous night. Perhaps this is what it feels like for children to have both their parents by their side. For them, having only their father or only their mother wasn't the happiest thing. The happiest thing was having both their parents with them. This made Su Rui begin to ponder a question: should he give Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao a complete family? As their father, this question became something he couldn't ignore. Although their encounter 3 years ago was purely accidental, and even the birth of Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao was accidental, now that accident had occurred. These 2 little ones were now a living, breathing part of his life. He also really liked Little Orange and Little Peach. He hoped to be responsible for their future. You're awake so early. Yang Mi had woken up sometime earlier. Opening her eyes, she saw Su Rui staring intently at her, her face instinctively flushing slightly. Good morning. Su Rui snapped out of his reverie and smiled faintly. Good morning. Yang Mi replied. The sky was already bright, and although the room wasn't very bright, the dim light was enough for Yang Mi to see Su Rui's face clearly. Seeing Su Rui so closely for the first time, Yang Mi also realized for the first time how handsome he truly was. Completely unlike the pretty boys in the entertainment industry these days, he had sharp features and a natural masculine charm. He was very handsome, very manly, and just looking at him made a woman feel very safe. Adding to that, his faint smile just now made Yang Mi's heart pound fiercely for a moment. You're all awake. Dilraba yawned sleepily. Then, subconsciously, she moved closer to Su Rui, her long legs, already draped over him, stretched even higher, almost pressing down on Xiao Tao Tao as well. Hey Reba, Xiao Tao Tao's sleeping posture must be inherited from you. Su Rui couldn't help but tease. Reba was stunned for a moment, then looked down and realized her legs were completely draped over Su Rui. If it weren't for Xiao Tao Tao in between, she'd probably be half hanging on him. Reba's pretty face immediately turned red. She quickly pulled her legs back. I just fall asleep at night and. How was she going to explain this? Reba awkwardly buried her head under the pillow. This sight, however, made Su Rui laugh. Frankly, Xiao Tao Tao definitely inherited some traits from her mother. It was kind of funny. Alright, I didn't say anything to you. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Su Rui said. I thought you'd be disgusted by me. Reba looked up, feeling rather embarrassed. What are you two talking about? Xiao Tao Tao rubbed her eyes, yawned, and sat up. Waking up to find her parents beside her instantly banished the little one's sleepiness. Just a moment ago she was yawning, but in the blink of an eye, she was all smiles. She jumped into Su Rui's arms and gave him a big kiss. Then she planted a big kiss on Reba's mother's cheek. Next, she climbed over Su Rui's belly and jumped into Yang Mi's mother's arms, giving her another big kiss. She was overjoyed. Ju Zi, wake up. You can sleep so much. Mommy, Daddy, and I are all awake, but you're still asleep. Little Peach, who had just woken up, saw Little Orange still sleeping and immediately went over to gently shake her. Good morning, Mommy and Daddy. Good morning, Little Peach. Little Orange yawned and stretched vigorously. Just like Little Peach, seeing her parents beside her as soon as she woke up, she happily gave each of them a big good morning kiss. Then she sat on her father's lap with a grin. Her mind was blank when she woke up in the morning. The little one hadn't thought about anything. She simply enjoyed the atmosphere of her parents being around. Get up if you're awake, don't stay on Daddy's lap. Yang Mi said with a smile. I don't want to get up. Little Orange lazily nestled in Su Rui's arms. But Mommy and Daddy are going to play with us today. Orange, are you going to sleep at home? Little Peach looked at Little Orange with his big eyes. At the mention of going out to play, Little Orange immediately sat up. Wake up. Where are we going to play? The two little ones became excited at the mention of playing. This was the first time Mom and Dad had taken them out to play together. However, Yang Mi said, I can take you to play today, but you have to get your vaccinations first. You were supposed to get them a couple of days ago, but Mom was on set the other day. I'm free these 2 days, so you have to get your vaccinations before you can go play. At the mention of vaccinations, Little Orange and Little Peach immediately screamed. Daddy, I'm so sleepy. I had a nightmare last night, and I didn't sleep at all. I need to sleep now. Daddy, can you hold me? Daddy, I want to sleep too. I'm so sleepy. I'm already asleep. Little Orange and Little Peach immediately snuggled into Su Rui's arms, each deliberately pulling on his hands and hugging him tightly. Then they pretended to be sleeping pigs, making purring sounds. Chapter 46. With these conditions, you want to give my daughter vaccinations. Please collect and give flowers. Daddy can give in to you on everything else. But there's no room for discussion about vaccinations. Mommy said we have to get vaccinated, so we have to get vaccinated. Su Rui patted their little bottoms. Vaccinations, of course, can't be taken lightly. But it hurts a lot. Little Orange sat up, pouting, looking unwilling. What adults consider necessary, children may not see the same way. For her, vaccinations were nothing but pain. Daddy knows it will hurt. But every child needs to get vaccinated. How about this, if you both go and get your vaccinations today, Daddy can grant each of you one wish. Su Rui coaxed. What wish? Little Orange asked. How would Daddy know what your wishes are? You can think about it slowly, and tell me when you think of something. As long as it's a wish you can think of, Daddy can make it come true for you. Su Rui said with a smile, patting the two little girls' heads. Orange, is that okay? Little Peach looked at Little Orange uncertainly. Little Orange's mind was clearly quite sharp. Based on past experience, whether she and Little Peach wanted to or not, they would eventually be forced to get vaccinated. Since they were going to be forced to get vaccinated anyway, it was much better to have Daddy grant them one wish today than simply being forced to get vaccinated in the past. Okay then. Daddy, you said it yourself. But I haven't decided what I want yet. Can I tell you when I've decided? Of course. Su Rui smiled, picked up the little girl, and gave her a big kiss. Hee. I promise I won't cry when I get my vaccination. Me too. Tao Tao is so brave. Daddy, I want a kiss too. Little Tao Tao opened her arms, wanting a hug and a kiss too. How could Su Rui favor one over the other? He gave her a hug and a kiss as well. To Yang Mi and Reba, this scene was full of warmth and sweetness. Since you've decided, let's get up quickly. It's Saturday today. If we go late, the hospital will be very crowded. If we go early, we can go play earlier after the vaccination. Reba said with a smile. Let's go to the hospital for vaccinations. What was initially a source of fear quickly became something they were completely indifferent to. After finishing the breakfast prepared by Fang Kinja, the family of 5 set off from the manor. Yang Mi and Reba first went back to their villa to retrieve Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao's birth certificates and vaccination records. At Huashan Hospital in Shanghai, Although they had arrived early enough, the hospital was still packed with people on Saturday, especially the children's clinic. It was incredibly crowded. Did you always bring Xiaoju and Xiao Tao here for their vaccinations? Su Rui frowned noticeably. He had assumed that Yang Mi and Dilraba, being celebrities, would take Xiaoju and Xiao Tao to a better hospital for their vaccinations. He hadn't expected the hospital to be so crowded. Huashan Hospital is already the best hospital in Shanghai. We gave birth here, so our medical records are here, and we've been getting our vaccinations here ever since. Yang Mi and Dilraba didn't seem to see anything wrong with it. Huashan Hospital in Shanghai has outstanding medical capabilities and a very high safety record. Aside from the crowds, there were no other problems. Don't you think there are too many people here? Su Rui rubbed his temples. Seeing Xiaoju and Xiao Tao wearing masks, Su Rui felt it was inappropriate. Doesn't a large crowd prove the quality of the medical resources here? The masses have discerning eyes. Reba said. Su Rui shook his head. If you always bring Xiaoju and Xiao Tao here for vaccinations, you're only increasing their exposure to other viruses in the hospital. There are many types of hospital-acquired diseases, and the more people in the hospital, the greater the chance of them being exposed to these diseases. Yelin, go contact the hospital and have them transfer all of Xiaoju and Xiao Tao's files. Seeing the crowd at the entrance, Su Rui didn't even plan to take Xiaoju and Xiao Tao inside. Yes, Mr. Su. Yelin went directly to the hospital leadership. Yang Mi and Reba were both stunned. But, Huashan Hospital is already the best hospital in Shanghai. Where can we transfer their files? Who told you Huashan Hospital is the best hospital in Shanghai? Yang Mi, Reba, she felt somewhat aggrieved. They chose this hospital because they knew it had the best medical resources in Shanghai, which is why they've been having Xiaoju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao get their vaccinations there. I don't mean to blame you. Get in the car. From now on, Xiaoju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao can go to the new hospital for their vaccinations. Su Rui said. Then you arrange it. Yang Mi and Reba nodded and said nothing more. Given Su Rui's connections, if he said there were hospitals better than Huashan Hospital, then there definitely were. They just hadn't received that information yet. After Yelin came out, Su Rui had the driver turn the car around and head to the hospital he specified. Children generally need to continue receiving vaccinations until they are 7 years old. Hepatitis B vaccine, BCG vaccine, polio vaccine, DPT vaccine, MMR vaccine, Japanese encephalitis vaccine, hepatitis A vaccine, group A and C meningococcal polysaccharide vaccine, and a whole host of other vaccines need to be administered. Vaccination can easily cause a temporary drop in a child's immunity. And then, with a weakened immune system, they'd be in a crowded hospital. This was something Su Rui didn't want to see. The two little ones were so young, Su Rui didn't want them exposed to such unstable factors. The nanny van arrived at an unremarkable building in the city center. The entrance was marked with the gold lettering typical of government-affiliated institutions Shanghai Sanatorium. 2 security guards stood at the entrance. What alarmed Yang Mi and Reba was that these 2 guards were carrying guns. Judging from their upright posture, they were clearly not ordinary security guards. If they weren't mistaken, these 2 were probably military personnel, if not active duty, at least retired. This made them look up again at the 5 large characters above the entrance Shanghai Sanatorium. Clearly, this was not a medical resource they could access in their current status. Please show me your identification. The security personnel politely blocked their way. Yelin took out a special medical card from her bag. After swiping the card and verifying her identity, the security personnel saluted and let her through. Let's go. Su Rui led the way. Passing through the ordinary lobby and pushing open the back door, the scene before my eyes was completely different. A wide expanse of green lawn. A few people were leisurely strolling on the grass. A cluster of medical buildings. But there were no crowds anxiously queuing. Only birdsong and fragrant flowers. No wonder this place is called a sanatorium. Yang Mi exclaimed. I didn't expect there to be such a large place in the heart of Shanghai. Reba was more surprised. Mr. Su, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have greeted you at the entrance. A group of men in white coats hurried across the lawn and approached Su Rui, each one apologetic for not greeting him sooner. Their name tags identified them. Director, Zhang Longxing. Vice President, Li Jiaqian. Vice President, Zhao Qiqan. Chief Physician, Wang Haifeng. Chief Physician, Wu Suyang. Yang Mi was utterly dumbfounded when she saw these names. Although she wasn't familiar with the big names in the medical field, she occasionally flipped through medical magazines during her pregnancy, when she was anxious and worried. The people she saw now were all titans of the domestic medical field. Each of them was capable of snatching people from the jaws of death. It's no exaggeration to say that if the King of Hell wanted someone dead at midnight, any one of them could keep them alive until dawn. And now this group of people was all gathered together. This was absolutely a medical dream team. She would 100% believe you if you said they were going to fight the king of hell. My goodness, what kind of place is this sanatorium? How could it gather all these big shots together? Even more astonishing is the utmost respect these big shots showed to Su Rui. Sister me, haven't I seen John Longxing in a magazine before? He seems to be the most famous expert at Peking Union Medical College Hospital in Beijing, and a highly authoritative master internationally. I'm not mistaken, am I? Reba whispered in Yang Mi's ear. It's him. Yang Mi nodded. The others are all top experts in the medical field too. That impressive? I noticed they all showed a lot of respect for Su Rui. Could Su Rui also be a very accomplished medical expert? Reba casually remarked. Yang Mi paused, not immediately understanding Reba's train of thought. Mr. Su, what brings you to the hospital today? After exchanging pleasantries with Su Rui, the hospital director looked back at Yang Mi, Reba, and their daughters, Xiao Ju and Xiao Tao. All four of them were wearing masks, especially Yang Mi and Reba, who were also wearing sunglasses. This combination made it difficult to discern their relationship with Su Rui. Su Rui said directly, "These are my two daughters. They used to get their vaccinations at Huashan Hospital, but I've transferred their files here. They can get their vaccinations here from now on. If they ever get sick or have any illnesses, please take good care of them." Your daughters. Su Rui's words surprised the group of doctors in white coats. They hadn't expected Su Rui to have two daughters. Then the two women holding the children's hands must be their mothers, right? However, this wasn't their concern. The hospital director said, "Since you have children, you should have transferred their files here long ago. Don't worry. I'll have the head nurse personally record the children's vaccination times. From now on, when your children come here for vaccinations, the head nurse will handle it herself, to avoid anyone hurting the children." Thank you for your trouble. Su Rui smiled. Come on, Orange, Peach, let's go get our vaccinations. After the vaccinations, where do you want to go? Mommy and Daddy will go with you. Daddy, this doesn't feel like a hospital. Little Orange and Little Peach ran forward, each taking one of Su Rui's hands. This place isn't open to the public, so there will be fewer people. You don't have to think of this place as a hospital, that way you won't be so scared. Su Rui explained. Oh. Little Orange and Little Peach seemed to understand, but not quite. For them, the most obvious feeling was that this place didn't feel like any other hospital they'd been to before. It didn't have that obvious hospital vibe. They were definitely less scared. The hospital director and his entourage personally led Su Rui and the others to the pediatric ward. There were practically no people in the hospital. Even the corridor smelled fresh, unlike the strong medical smell of other hospitals. The director personally called over the head nurse of the pediatric ward to give Little Orange and Little Peach their vaccinations. The head nurse's technique was excellent. Little Orange and Little Peach, who usually thought vaccinations were painful, both felt today's shots were like mosquito bites. Not painful at all. The two children just had their vaccinations. Don't let them get too tired today, the head nurse instructed. Can we go play today? Little Peach asked, looking up. Of course you can play, but don't run and jump around too much and get all sweaty. Don't tire yourself out. The head nurse said gently. Hee hee, I'm so glad we can play. The two little ones had no concept of being tired, they only heard that they could play. Mommy and Daddy, the shots are done now. I told you I wouldn't cry. Hee hee. I didn't cry either. Mommy and Daddy, can we go play now? Wait a minute. Su Rui picked up the two children and said to Yang Mi and Reba, since you're already here, you two should register here too. Come here if anything happens in the future. Us? Register here? Yang Mi and Reba were both somewhat taken aback. Not for any other reason than simply doubting whether they were qualified to register here. They had just entered the hospital. It was obvious that almost everyone here, without exception, possessed the demeanor and air of a leader, and they were all leaders of considerable rank. Most junior leaders probably wouldn't even be qualified to recuperate here. Just like Su Rui said, this place isn't open to the public at all. Compared to these people, the two of them definitely belong to the category of those not open to the public. Madams, this way please. I'll personally create files for you both. The hospital director, who had been accompanying them, immediately stepped forward enthusiastically to handle the matter upon hearing Su Rui's words. Yang Mi and Dilraba looked at Su Rui with some uncertainty, until Su Rui nodded affirmatively. Only then did they have the courage to take out their ID cards. To be honest, as celebrities, even as emerging figures in the entertainment industry, they have absolutely no sense of superiority here. Yang Mi, Dilraba. The dean paused, taken aback, upon seeing their ID cards. Somewhat taken aback. Not the kind of wow. Mr. Su Rui's wife is Yang Mi and Reba. Kind of take away. More like, huh, how come Mr. Su Rui's wife is Yang Mi and Reba? Whether they were a good match or not was obvious from their tone. This made Yang Mi and Reba somewhat embarrassed. The dean also realized his tone was off and cleared his throat slightly awkwardly. Ms. Yang, Ms. Reba, please wait a moment. I'll personally create files for you too. Since you two are Mr. Su's wives, of course you should be filed in the highest priority, super-level file. These words were clearly meant for Su Rui. Su Rui, I used to think I was quite confident. After meeting you, I inexplicably feel a little inferior. Watching the dean leave, Yang Mi gave a self-deprecating laugh. They were both intelligent people, how could they not hear the implication in the director's earlier astonishment that the two of them were simply unworthy of Su Rui? If it were before, she would have confidently rolled her eyes. I'm not just an actress, I'm a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry now. Who am I unworthy of? But now, Su Rui's repeated shocks had genuinely made her doubt whether she was worthy of him at all. It was fair to say that those who could be admitted to this hospital for treatment were not worthy of being compared to him. Not to mention someone like Su Rui, whose arrival was greeted and fawned over by the director with a large entourage. Worthy? How could they be worthy? With Yang Mi's self-awareness, she was certain that if she and Dilraba hadn't given birth to 2 children for Su Rui, they wouldn't even be qualified to stand beside him. You will always be the mothers of my children, Su Rui said. This was the best response he could give. Yang Mi and Reba were both slightly taken aback. This answer inexplicably gave them a strong sense of security. Looking at Su Rui, a fighting spirit inexplicably ignited within them. They hoped to achieve greater success in their careers in the future, so that they could stand more confidently by Su Rui's side. Ms. Yang, Ms. Reba, these are your ID cards. These are our hospital medical cards. The cards have a dedicated one-on-one contact number for top-level files. If you have any issues in the future, you can call this number at any time, and we will dispatch a professional medical team immediately. The hospital director returned and respectfully handed the 2 cards to Yang Mi and Reba. He also reported to Su Rui, Mr. Su, I have also transferred your 2 daughters' files to the top-level files. Thank you very much, Director Zhang. Su Rui picked up Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao, got up, and left. You're too kind. Let me see you all out. They welcomed you in, then saw you out. The hospital director didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Only after Su Rui's car had driven away did he lead the group back to the hospital. Inside the car, Dilraba's gaze returned from the rearview mirror. Curious, she asked, Su Rui, all the doctors at this hospital seem incredibly skilled. Did you found this hospital? Or are you a top expert in the medical field? Do I look like an expert? Su Rui shrugged and smiled. The Shanghai municipal government wanted to establish a super medical pilot hospital, but their finances were limited. So they approached me to discuss investing in this hospital with the best medical resources, the most advanced medical concepts, and the best medical drugs. So, you could say I founded this hospital. However, the land was provided by the Shanghai municipal government, and I gave the Shanghai State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission half the shares. In general, this hospital is a public-private partnership. I see. No wonder these doctors were so polite to you. Reba finally understood. Yang Mi, however, was even more shocked by Su Rui's explanation. He's so capable. As a career-oriented woman, Yang Mi possessed a certain business acumen. Leaving aside Su Rui's ability to single-handedly support a massive medical project that even the Shanghai municipal government couldn't manage independently, simply giving half of his shares to the Shanghai State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, SASIC, demonstrates a level of audacity rarely seen in ordinary businessmen. This half of the shares effectively binds him firmly to the SASIC. What is this? This is shrewdness. Yang Mi looked at Su Rui, who was holding Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly harmless man, who doted on his daughters at home, possessed such courage and audacity in the business world. Yang Mi suddenly understood why Su Rui was so wealthy. With his audacity, he deserved his wealth. Su Rui, would you teach me business sometime? Yang Mi asked sincerely. Sure, feel free to ask me any questions. Su Rui didn't care what she was thinking. She wanted to learn, and he didn't mind teaching her some business skills. Mom and Dad, can you please stop talking about work? Didn't you promise yesterday that you'd play with us for the next couple of days? Little Orange and Little Peach pouted at their back-and-forth banter, then put their hands on their hips in protest. Sat in their high chairs, their expressions made Su Rui burst out laughing. He reached out and pinched her little nose. Okay, Mommy and Daddy won't talk about work anymore. But you two heard what the nurse said, right? You just had your vaccinations today, so you can't play too wildly or get too tired. Daddy's condition is that I can play with you, but you can't sweat. If your baby carriers get wet, Mommy and Daddy will take you home immediately. Su Rui said, feigning seriousness. Can I go to the water park with Tao Tao? Playing in the water won't make you sweat. Little Orange asked. No, you just had your shots, you can't play in the water. Su Rui shook his head and refused. Then can we go to the amusement park? Little Tao Tao asked. No, have you forgotten how sweaty you two were last time you went to the amusement park? Su Rui refused again. Can we go to the zoo? Yes. Mom and Dad, let's go to the zoo. We've never been to the zoo with Mom and Dad before. Mom and Dad, please let's go to the zoo together. The two little ones immediately agreed as soon as the zoo was mentioned. Su Rui thought for a moment and said, going to the zoo is fine, but you have to promise Mom and Dad that you won't run around everywhere. You can only stroll around slowly with Mom and Dad. Remember what Dad just said? If your baby carriers get wet, I'll take you home right away. Okay, no problem. We can go to the zoo with Mom and Dad. The two little ones' happiness was immediately reflected on their faces at the prospect of going to the zoo with their parents. This scene made Yang Mi and Reba smile with happiness. As a mother, you can tell from your daughter's laughter that their happiness is completely genuine. Su Rui, thank you for being so good to our daughter. Yang Mi said sincerely. You said yourself that she's our daughter. Su Rui replied casually. This sentence left much to the imagination, and the perceptive Yang Mi couldn't help but pause slightly. What did Su Rui mean by that? Was he implying something? Or did he have some thoughts about their relationship? Little Orange and Little Peach came to the zoo for the second time. Since they came with their parents this time, they were clearly much happier than the first time. Much happier. The two little ones' laughter could be heard throughout the visit. They even took the initiative to act as tour guides, pulling Yang Mi and Reba along as soon as they entered the zoo, pointing out where the zebras, crocodiles, elephants, and giraffes were. They were having a wonderful time. Last time, we didn't visit any other places after going to the panda enclosure. We still hadn't finished exploring half of the zoo. This time, we leisurely finished the remaining exhibits. The two little ones have excellent memories. On the way home, she recited to her parents the animals she had seen at the zoo, as if they were her most cherished memories. She even commented on which were cute and which weren't. They arrived home just in time for dinner. Yelin had already informed Fang Kinja that they would be home for dinner. So, when they arrived, a table laden with state banquet delicacies was being served. Mom and Dad, you three eat downstairs. Tao Tao and I are going upstairs to eat with Xiao Pingguo and Xiao Shanzu. You can't sneak upstairs and eavesdrop on our conversation. Little Orange said very seriously to Su Rui, Yang Mi, and Reba. The little one's sudden seriousness confused all three of them. What secret did these two little ones suddenly want to share? What do you two want to say? Su Rui asked with a smile. We didn't say anything. We're going to eat with Little Apple and Little Mangosteen. Auntie, could you take our food upstairs for us? Orange and I can go up by ourselves. Daddy, could you lift us out of our chairs? Little Peach opened her arms wide. Little Apple and Little Mangosteen have their own food to eat. You can't feed them your food. Su Rui gave them a brief instruction and let the two little ones play. He lifted them both out of their high chairs. Okay. The two little ones held hands and climbed the stairs, using both their hands and feet. After the nanny took the food upstairs, they wouldn't let her watch them. She told them to come downstairs too. What are these two little girls doing? Yang Mi was both amused and exasperated. They talked about the zoo the whole way back, so why do the two sisters have secrets to share now that they're back? At this age, children also have their own little secrets. The nanny said something from the side. Let them be. They might just let it slip themselves in no time. Su Rui said with a smile. Little Orange and Little Peach hid in their secret base tent, making sure all the zippers were zipped up. Each of them held a baby panda. Instead of playing with the panda cub, they secretly snuggled together and whispered, Tao Tao, have you noticed? Mom and Dad are acting a little strange. Little Orange spoke first. I noticed too. When we were at the zoo, all the other kids' parents were very affectionate, but our parents didn't seem affectionate at all. Little Tao Tao nodded vigorously. Exactly. Although Mom and Dad are both very good to us, something seems off between them. Little Orange hugged the panda cub, using her still not so bright mind to imagine all the possibilities. Tao Tao, do you think our mom and dad are distant because they haven't been together for so long? I don't think that's the reason. We haven't seen Dad for a very, very long time either, but when we see him, we're very affectionate. Little Tao Tao shook her head. Little Orange thought this made a lot of sense. Thinking in another direction, she said, do you think they might already be divorced? I've seen it on TV, some parents are clearly divorced, but they don't tell their children. Shocked. This little one is so precocious. What's divorce? Little Peach tilted her head, clearly unfamiliar with the word. Divorce means, Mom and Dad aren't together anymore. Little Orange explained. But aren't our mom and dad together? They might be pretending to be together. Little Orange thought about it more and more and felt it was possible. Otherwise, Why don't they seem affectionate at all? And Peach, think about it, Dad has never called Mom wife, and Mom has never called Dad husband. Why do they have to call each other husband and wife? Because other kids' parents call each other that. No, when we went to the zoo, not all the other kids' parents called each other husband and wife. I even heard some kids' moms call them you rascal. Little Orange suddenly lost confidence. Little Peach's words don't seem to be wrong. Then what do you think is going on with our parents? I really feel like they're not affectionate when they're together. It's true they're both good to them. She can sense it very clearly. But she can also sense that her parents aren't affectionate towards each other. She didn't notice it when they video chatted before. Today, her parents took them to the zoo, and this feeling gradually became clearer. It's best not to say it. Children's intuition is really accurate. I still think it's because Dad works away from home for too long, and he's a little distant from Mom. Mom and Dad love us so much, they definitely won't get divorced. Little Peach said. Then, what if they really get divorced? Does divorce mean Mom and Dad will separate? I think so. Little Orange thought for a moment and said, it seems like after Mom and Dad get divorced, they'll fight over the other kids, and then one of us might go with Dad and the other with Mom, and we won't be able to see each other anymore. I don't want to. I want to be with Orange forever. I want to be with Mom and Dad forever. Little Peach immediately burst into tears upon hearing this. Her voice was trembling with sobs. Peach, don't cry. Peach, don't cry. Little Orange went over and hugged Little Peach, comforting her like a little adult. What if Mom and Dad really have to separate? Little Peach sniffled. Little Orange thought for a moment and said, we can't let Mom and Dad get divorced. Even if Mom and Dad are really divorced, we have to find a way to get them back together. But Orange, how do we do that? Let me think. Little Orange put her little brain to work, and after a long time, her eyes finally lit up. Peach, I've got it. We do this, and then this. Orange, you're so smart, that way Mom and Dad will definitely be back together. We must get Mom and Dad back together tonight. Go for it. Go for it. Su Rui and Yang Mi Reba didn't know what the two little ones were whispering about upstairs. They went up to find them after they finished eating. The two little ones were sitting on the giraffe chair eating. They were eating so obediently. Are you two done whispering? Su Rui asked with a smile. Dad, what are you saying? We weren't whispering. We just came up to eat, right, Tao Tao? Yes. Mom and Dad, are you full? I'm full too. Can I stop eating? Little Tao Tao rubbed her tummy and burped to show her parents. I'm not eating anymore, I'm so full. Little Orange also handed her plate to her mother. Eat these shrimp. Reba fed them the few grape shrimp on the plate. Each grape shrimp costs several thousand yuan. It would be such a waste not to eat them. Reba's mom, I really can't eat anymore. Little Orange ate one, rubbed her tummy, and couldn't eat anymore. You two didn't eat much either. We spent the whole day at the zoo, and you ate so little tonight. Yang Mi pinched their little cheeks, forcing them to each eat one shrimp until they finished the rest. Can I not eat the rest? Little Tao Tao looked at her father pleadingly. Her meaning couldn't be clearer. Daddy, help. My tummy is about to explode. If you can't eat, then don't. If you're hungry, you can have formula tonight. Su Rui patted their little heads. Mommy, Daddy said we don't have to eat anymore. Little Tao Tao immediately became smug, as if she had received a royal decree. You little rascal. Yang Mi smiled helplessly and handed the plates to the nanny. She sat down and pulled the two little ones into her arms. You two were really just eating? Is there something you can't tell Mom and Dad? We won't tell Mom. No, Peach, we weren't whispering. We were eating with Little Apple and Little Bamboo. Little Apple, Little Bamboo, isn't that right? Wah! The two panda cubs protested. Are you taking advantage of us because we can't talk? Mom, look, Little Apple and Little Bamboo both said yes, Orange and Peach were just eating properly. Little Orange said with a giggle. Yang Mi was amused. Seeing their resolute refusal to talk, she didn't press them to reveal what they had been talking about. Mom and Dad, I'm so tired today. Can we not go for a walk tonight? Can you watch TV with Orange and me? I want to watch Finding Nemo. Little Peach said. Okay, then I'll watch TV with you. Yay, Daddy's so nice. The two little ones ran over excitedly and sat on their father's laps, one on each side. Mommy, you come too. The two little ones patted the seats next to Su Rui. Yang Mi and Dilraba blushed slightly, a little embarrassed, but didn't want to show it too obviously in front of the children. They sat down on either side of Su Rui. Finding Nemo watched for over an hour. Little Orange and Little Peach, who had been playing outside all day, were getting very sleepy while watching. The two of them swayed back and forth in Su Rui's arms, their eyelids constantly drooping. If this continued, they would fall asleep. No, they hadn't finished what they were supposed to do tonight. Little Orange suddenly sat up straight, forcing her eyes open, and said, "Mommy, I'm sleepy. Let's take a bath and go to bed, okay?" "I want a bath too." Little Peach yawned, and to avoid falling asleep, she simply got off her father's lap. She wobbled and almost fell over. "Why don't you just go to sleep?" Su Rui said. He thought they would fall asleep right away, but these two girls actually got up. "No, we want a bath." Little Orange shook her head vigorously. "Because a bath would make her less sleepy." "Okay, then Mommy will take a bath with you, and then we'll go to bed, okay?" Reba said. "Okay." The two little girls nodded and immediately pulled Yang Mi and Reba to the bathroom to take a bath. Why did they have to take a bath? "Because I was so sleepy. I was going to fall asleep without a bath." Sure enough, as soon as I took off my clothes and splashed water on myself, the bathroom was filled with the happy laughter of the two little ones. Since the two little ones had just received their vaccinations today, Yang Mi didn't let them take a bath. He gave them a quick bath and then carried them out to Su Rui. "Su Rui, take them to bed first. Reba and I will take a bath too, and then, we'll come find you," Yang Mi said. Afraid the little ones would cry, she didn't even mention sleeping separately. "Let's go." Going to sleep. Su Rui simply lifted the two little ones high, letting them sit on his shoulders as they went back to their room. "So high. Hee daddy's so awesome. Be careful," Reba quickly warned, startled. Only a father would dare to do this, a mother would be afraid the children would fall. "Relax, go take your baths." Su Rui gently tossed the two little ones onto the bed. The two little ones were unusually well behaved today, happily clinging to Su Rui's arms on either side. Then they looked at him with a grin. "You two are acting strange today. Tell Daddy secretly, what are you two planning to do today?" Su Rui asked curiously. I won't tell Daddy. Daddy will find out soon," Little Peach said with a smile. "Can't Daddy tell us?" "Yes, no one." Little Orange nodded. Then the two little ones patiently waited for Yang Mi and Reba to return to the house. "Eh? You two aren't asleep yet?" Half an hour had already passed. He thought they would have fallen asleep long ago. "Because we want to sleep with Mommy and Daddy." "Mommy, come upstairs quickly." The two little ones waved eagerly. "What are you two planning to do today?" Something seemed off about the two little girls today. "Nothing much." "Mommy, lie down, hurry up." Mommy and Daddy were in bed, and the two little ones started getting busy. Lying down. "Can we go to sleep now?" "Mommy, turn off the light." "Mommy, wait a minute before turning off the light." Little Orange hurriedly sat up, then looked at Su Rui, Yang Mi, and Reba with a serious expression on her innocent face. Then she exchanged a glance with Little Peach. The two little ones nodded. They kissed Su Rui on the cheek together. "Daddy, you have to kiss me before you go to sleep." Su Rui? Just as he was wondering what these two girls were up to, Little Orange immediately said to Yang Mi and Reba, "Mommy, Peach and I have already kissed Daddy, so you have to kiss Daddy before you go to sleep too. Because we're going to say goodnight now, so you can kiss Daddy too, Mommy." Yang Mi? Reba. Her face flushed instantly. These two girls didn't do anything like this yesterday, so why are they suddenly asking them to kiss their dad today? "Mommy, are you and Daddy really divorced?" Little Peach couldn't help but blurt out when she saw her two mothers hesitate for a long time before kissing their father. Then her eyes welled up with tears. Although this wasn't part of the plan she and Orange had discussed, the thought of her parents really not being together made it impossible for her not to feel sad. Main text. The word divorce came from the mouth of 2-year and 3-month-old Tao Tao, and Su Rui, Yang Mi, and Reba were all stunned for a moment. The three of them immediately realized that the somewhat unusual behavior of Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao after returning home today was related to this. Divorce? They didn't know where they had learned this word, but their ability to realize this was very likely because their trip to the zoo today had made them realize that their relationship wasn't like that of a typical couple, and their actions seemed to be an attempt to bring them back together. Yang Mi, Reba, and Su Rui all felt the same way at this moment. They felt sorry for their children's sensitive and sensible nature. They also felt guilty for making them feel uneasy about this matter. Silly girls, nothing like that. Why would you suddenly think of such a thing? Yang Mi and Reba quickly hugged the two little ones, comforting them. Really not? But neither of you wants to kiss Daddy, Little Peach said, sniffling. Yang Mi and Reba looked at Su Rui, a little embarrassed, but as mothers, they were more afraid that Little Orange and Little Peach would realize there were problems in their family at such a young age. You two are so shy, you just want to see Mommy and Daddy kiss, don't you? Su Rui naturally didn't want to leave a shadow in his two precious daughters' hearts. He pointed to his cheek. Yang Mi and Reba breathed a sigh of relief and went up without hesitation, kissing Su Rui on both cheeks. He immediately said to the two little ones, "See? Mommy doesn't not want to kiss Daddy." I just don't want to appear too intimate in front of you. I'm afraid you two will be embarrassed. Now you can stop overthinking, right? Mommy and Daddy are fine. Little Orange said, Daddy, you haven't kissed Mommy. Is this girl really that meticulous? Su Rui chuckled and ruffled her little hair. He then kissed Yang Mi and Reba on the cheek. The two little ones were, after all, innocent children. Their initial thought was that their parents were divorced, and they wanted to use this kiss to reunite them. Now, hearing their mother say they weren't divorced, and seeing them kissing each other, their doubts vanished instantly. Their eyes, which had been red and about to well up with tears, immediately transformed into happy smiles. Our mom and dad aren't divorced. That's great. Mom and dad won't abandon us. Tao Tao, we can be with mom and dad forever, never to be separated. Mom and dad, we'll be together forever, right? Little Orange looked at them happily. The hopeful expectation on her innocent face inexplicably stung the hearts of the three adults on the bed. Of course, Daddy will never let you be sad. Su Rui smiled and patted their heads. Mommy promises you too, no matter what, Mommy will always love you. Reba's mommy loves you too, forever. Yang Mi and Dilraba echoed the sentiment. The innocent little girls couldn't understand the wordplay in the adults' conversations. Hearing their parents say they would always love them, the two little girls immediately rolled around happily in their parents' arms. The worries they had felt vanished completely. Only the happiness and contentment of being loved by their parents remained. The two little ones' behavior made the three adults on the bed feel complicated. Okay, stop playing around. Now you can sleep peacefully. Come on, Daddy will hold you while you sleep. Su Rui pulled them into his arms, preventing them from rolling around. He. Love Daddy. Little Tao Tao propped herself up and gave Su Rui a big kiss on the cheek. Then she nestled obediently in his arms, clinging to him as she slept. Zhu Zi will always love Daddy and Mommy too. Little Zhu Zi also kissed Su Rui on the cheek. Thinking one kiss wasn't enough, she gave him another. Then she peacefully lay down in her father's arms and fell asleep. You two be good girls and go to sleep. Yang Mi and Reba stood on either side of them, gently stroking their backs. The two little ones smiled happily. They felt relieved. Sleepiness quickly crept in. Good night, Daddy and Mommy. The two little ones yawned, blinked a couple of times, and their breathing became even. Having received affirmation from their parents, the two little ones' innocent faces were filled with happy smiles. The three adults in bed, however, couldn't sleep. Their feelings were complicated. No one expected that their two daughters, at such a young age, would realize that their relationship was abnormal. Once they grow older, it will be even harder to deceive them. These past few days, Su Rui has seen his two beloved daughters happy and doesn't want their joyful childhood to be overshadowed by the conflict between the three adults. Yang Mi, Reba, I think we should talk this out. I don't want Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao to be unhappy because of what we're doing. Even more, I don't want them to feel like they only have a dad and no mom, or only a mom and no dad. You can probably see that the two little ones are much happier when both their parents are around. Yang Mi and Reba nodded. How could a mother not see that? Su Rui continued, from now on, whether you like it or not, you two are my women, the mothers of my two children. Even if you don't want to, you'll have to wait until the children are 18 before we sit down and talk things through. Before they reach adulthood, I must make sure they know with absolute certainty that they have a complete family, a father who loves them, and two mothers who love them. Su Rui's voice brooked no argument. He didn't even give them a chance to object. Yang Mi and Reba were both surprised and delighted to hear this. Since Su Rui had already put it this way, they had no reason to hide anything anymore. Yang Mi began, Su Rui, to be honest, Reba and I were discussing a few days ago about giving Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao a complete family. After what happened tonight, I think our resolve has only strengthened. I know that neither of us is good enough for you right now, in terms of status or position. We will definitely become stronger and strive to become two women worthy of you in the near future. Reba added, we both gave you our first time, and we had your child. Actually, in our hearts, you've always been our man, the father of our children. And, you're the only man we've ever had. So, as long as you don't mind me and sister me, we'll be good women to you, and good mothers to our children. Reba blushed after saying this. Wasn't that a bit too direct? We agreed not to be so direct. This has turned into a direct confession from her and sister Mi. To be honest, I don't have very deep feelings for either of you, but when it comes to what's best for the children, I think we're both on the same page. So, for the sake of Little Orange and Little Peach, I don't mind you becoming my real women. In fact, I hope you'll give me the opportunity to develop genuine feelings. Su Rui was blunt. This made Yang Mi and Reba even more surprised and delighted. Su Rui's words already indicated that he was giving them a chance. We will definitely become better women, worthy of being your women. Yang Mi said very earnestly. I hope we can be like Little Orange and Little Peach, always by their side as their parents. Dilraba was quite sentimental, even she was a little moved by what she said. Then, she boldly and proactively leaned in and kissed Su Rui on the cheek. Yang Mi didn't expect Dilraba to be so bold. Since Dilraba had already kissed her, she had no reason not to. She pursed her lips, leaned in, and gently kissed Su Rui on the cheek. Her face flushed, her heart was racing, but at this moment, she felt more of a sense of relief and happiness. Now that everything is clear, I hope the three of us won't let Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tazai act with the same anxiety they did today. Children their age should grow up carefree, surrounded by the love of their parents. Instead, they shouldn't be worrying about whether their parents are divorced, afraid of being separated from the people they love most, and trying to find ways to get their parents back together. These are not things children their age should be thinking about or doing. Su Rui said. Yes. Yang Mi and Reba both nodded heavily. They understood what Su Rui was saying all too well. What the two little ones did today had deeply worried them. They never wanted the two little ones to worry and be afraid of such things again. Then let's go to sleep. Tomorrow, let's see where the two little ones want to go, and we'll take them there together. Let them feel their parents' love again. Su Rui smiled faintly. Having clarified the matter completely, he felt much more at ease. Good night. Yang Mi and Reba felt even more relaxed. They gently said goodnight, turned off the light, and leaned closer to Su Rui, feeling more comfortable. Su Rui was more direct. He opened his arms and pulled them both into his embrace. The mother and daughter on his left, the mother and daughter on his right. He let them both sleep in his arms. Yang Mi and Reba were slightly taken aback, then a surge of heat made their faces flush. However, now that everything was clear, they had nothing to be ashamed of. They both leaned closer, nestling in his arms with their daughters. Good night. They both kissed him on the cheek simultaneously. Two hands, one on each side, gently rested on his body. Early morning. Little Tao Tao dreamt she was Sun Wukong, imprisoned under the flaming mountain by Buddha. So heavy. So hot. Little Tao Tao tried to turn over, but there was simply too little space. She couldn't move at all. Unable to bear the heat, little Tao Tao frowned and groggily opened her eyes. Then she found herself sandwiched between her parents, unable to move at all. Her mother's legs were draped over her father, pressing her down as well. Mommy, you're pressing on me. Little Tao Tao pouted, thinking that her mother's sleeping posture was even worse than hers. But, seeing her mother sleeping in her father's arms, with him holding her, little Tao Tao secretly covered her mouth and giggled. Orange, Orange, wake up. The little one, through Su Rui's belly, reached out to pull at Little Orange, who was sleeping on the other side. Little Orange wasn't completely subdued, but with Yang Mi clinging to Su Rui while sleeping, Little Orange felt like she was sleeping on a fiery mountain. Little Peach pulled her, and she immediately woke up. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up. Orange, look, look. Mommy and Daddy really didn't get divorced. Look, look. What they saw was two mothers nestled in their father's arms. The father gently embraced both mothers. This scene filled the two children with a sense of security and happiness. They could feel their parents' love, so their hearts were also full of love. The two little ones giggled as soon as they woke up. Then, they quietly kissed their parents on the cheek. Why are you two little girls up so early today? Su Rui groggily opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was the two little ones' tender and adorable faces. He smiled and patted their little heads. Up earlier than Mommy and Daddy, did you two have nightmares? Yang Mi also woke up. Seeing that she had snuggled in Su Rui's arms all night, she felt a little embarrassed, but naturally kissed Su Rui on the cheek. Good morning. Morning. Su Rui kissed her on the cheek in return. This gesture made the two little ones giggle happily. Wow, Mommy and Daddy have such a good relationship. Hee. Mommy and Daddy didn't abandon them. They can be with Mommy and Daddy forever. What are you two laughing at? Yang Mi smiled and pinched their cheeks. So happy. Reba, Mommy, get up and give him a kiss. Yang Mi, Mommy kissed Daddy. You should get up and kiss Daddy too. Little Orange became the kissing supervisor. Why are you up so early? Reba yawned, stretching lazily like a cat. She slept so well last night. Because Mommy, you were on top of me, and you woke me up because I was hot. Mommy, Yang Mi, Mommy just kissed Daddy, it's your turn. Little Peach urged impatiently. This made Su Rui and Yang Mi both amused and annoyed. Do they really need to be so eager for this? Really? However, Su Rui still took the initiative to pull Reba up in his arms. He kissed Reba on the cheek right in front of them. Good morning. Good morning. Being kissed by her man first thing in the morning made Reba blush with happiness. Then she generously wrapped her arms around Su Rui's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Hee. Daddy and Mommy are so shy. Little Tao Tao shouted happily, covering her face shyly. Reba tapped her on the head. You little brat, did you rush me? Now you're embarrassed. Want to sleep a little longer? If not, get up now. Ouch. Daddy, Mommy hit me. You deserve it. Su Rui laughed. Humph. Daddy only loves Mommy, he doesn't love me anymore. Orange, let's get up and eat breakfast by ourselves. We're not going to be with Daddy anymore. Little Peach pouted, pulled Little Orange off the bed, and then the two sisters said something to each other, giggling as they ran hand in hand to the living room to play with Little Apple and Little Bamboo. These two little girls. Reba smiled lovingly. Perhaps this is the foundation that allows them to be carefree. Su Rui said. The love of their parents is the best soil for their carefree lives. Let's get up too, Yang Mi said with a smile. She got up and brought Su Rui his outer clothes. She and Reba helped him change like wives. After he was dressed, ahem, you go out and keep them company first, Yang Mi said softly. You won't let me see? Su Rui teased. Yang Mi and Reba blushed. Even though everything had been clarified, changing clothes in front of him was still a little embarrassing. Look at how blushed you are. I'm not a 17 or 18-year-old boy anymore, I'm not interested in women changing clothes. Su Rui smiled. He walked out of the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Yang Mi and Reba both breathed a sigh of relief. But there was a little disappointment in their hearts. However, this disappointment was fleeting. Their relationship with Su Rui had taken a big step forward. They were already quite content. Mommy, you look so beautiful today. So pretty. The two little ones and two panda cubs sat together, drinking milk from their bottles. Seeing Yang Mi and Dilraba come out of the house, they couldn't help but exclaim. Little Orange even made a heart shape with her milk bottle. Okay, it's dripping on your head. Dilraba laughed. Su Rui looked at Yang Mi and Dilraba, somewhat amazed. Yang Mi wore a finely tailored white top paired with high-waisted jeans. Simple, yet elegant and stylish. The key was that it accentuated her figure beautifully. Her curves were perfectly defined. Her S-shaped figure was on full display. Dilraba wore a floral dress, which clearly highlighted her enthusiasm and liveliness. A delicate necklace and a pair of distinctive earrings perfectly showcased her exotic beauty. Both women were dressed casually. However, being natural clothes hangers, even the simplest outfits looked exceptionally pleasing to the eye. This was the first time Su Rui had looked at them so closely. Yang Mi and Dilraba, at the peak of their beauty, were indeed very pretty. There was no doubt about that. Do we look good? Dilraba asked expectantly when she saw Su Rui looking at them. We look good. Su Rui nodded, not hesitating to praise the women. Daddy, Orange and I want to wear pretty clothes today too. We want to be as pretty as Mommy, Little Peach said with a smile. Showing off. Yang Mi said with a smile, then finish your breakfast first, and then put on your pretty clothes. Otherwise, if you get food stains on your clothes while you're eating, you won't have any pretty clothes to wear. We can just drink milk and not eat. No, half of the milk is enough. You need to eat some breakfast too. You two are so young, don't be picky eaters. Little Apple and Little Mangosteen eat more than you. The two panda cubs already roughly know their names are Little Apple and Little Mangosteen. They made soft whimpering sounds. Then they sucked even harder on their panda milk bottles. Humph, we won't lose to Little Apple and Little Mangosteen. We'll eat lots and lots and lots of them too. The two little ones suddenly became competitive. Su Rui smiled and carried them both downstairs. Yang Mi and Reba followed behind. The two little girls perched on their father's shoulders, sucking on their milk bottles, then smiling at their mother behind them. Waking up this morning felt so good. Hee. Mommy, after breakfast, Tao Tao and I will introduce our squirrel friends to you. You've met Little Apple and Little Mangosteen, but you haven't met our squirrel friends yet. They're very cute. The two little ones said. Okay. Anyway, we don't have anything planned today. Mommy and Daddy will go with you wherever you want to go, just like yesterday, Reba said. So, after dinner, the two little girls put on their cute little dresses and slung their adorable little backpacks over their shoulders. Both backpacks were filled with nuts and snacks. Their tiny bodies, carrying tiny backpacks, and their two little braids bobbing up and down. They were incredibly cute. Wow, Daddy, look, it's a bunny car. As soon as the two little ones stepped outside, they saw that the shuttle bus parked at the door had transformed into exactly what they had described yesterday. It had ears, its headlights were adorable big eyes, it had long eyelashes, and a round, cute tail. Do you like it? Yes. Thank you, Daddy. The two little ones clapped their hands happily. They ran over eagerly to ride their bunny car. Mommy, Daddy, come quick. Let's ride the bunny car together to find the little squirrel. Coming. Yang Mi and Reba got on the bus with Su Rui. Today, both parents were with them, and the nanny was on leave. The family set off in the adorable shuttle bus. The brand new shuttle bus made the two little ones even more interested in the trip, and they found the scenery much more beautiful along the way. Su Rui, we can't just give them whatever they want. They'll spoil them. Yang Mi reminded them. When they came back the day before yesterday, the shuttle bus was a normal shuttle bus. Now, this cartoon shuttle bus was completely custom-made to their liking. This is just basic material security. It's not about spoiling them. What's the point of my money if I don't use it to create the life my daughters want? People often say they're afraid of spoiling their children, which often stems from their worry about not being able to continue providing a comfortable life or meet their children's growing needs. So they try to suppress their children's demands when necessary, keeping them within their control. But I'm not worried about that. Whether now or in the future, I will give them anything they want. I want them to know that they deserve all the good things in this world. I want them to know from a young age that there is nothing in this world they desire but cannot have. They don't need to spend their energy on external material things during their growth. They can just focus their energy on their inner growth. Su Rui said calmly. Yang Mi and Dilraba looked at Su Rui, stunned by his explanation. What confidence does it take to say such things? Looking at their two innocent and carefree daughters, Yang Mi and Dilraba, it suddenly seems like their father has taken them straight to Rome. Their lives will likely be completely different from their mother's. After all, their environment, influenced by their father, was far more complex and nuanced than his own. Daddy, what are they building over there? Little Peach looked around and suddenly saw a group of workers constructing what looked like an amusement park. The amusement park construction has started. Soon you can play all sorts of amusement park rides at home, Su Rui said with a smile. Yay! We have our own playground at home now. The two little ones were overjoyed. Yang Mi and Reba were completely stunned. Wow! To give these two little ones some fun, he actually built a playground right in their house. This extravagance, this pampering, only he could do that. They all thought Su Rui spoiled his children. They never expected him to spoil them like this. The key was what Su Rui had just said, which left them with no reason to say he was spoiling his children. Su Rui was more impressive than them. He had a bigger vision. The children he raises can't be any worse than the children they raise. Let him be. The cartoon shuttle bus took them to the familiar woods. With the introduction of Little Orange and Little Peach, Yang Mi and Reba met their squirrel friends and fed them nuts. Then the two little ones took them to the lake to feed the large koi. The two little ones had a great time playing with their parents. Yang Mi's phone suddenly rang. After answering the phone, Yang Mi looked excited. What's making you so happy? Su Rui asked casually. There's an international brand networking event in Shanghai tonight. It's attended by heads of major international brands, as well as domestic agents and distributors. I heard they'll be confirming new brand ambassadors and spokespeople for various brands at the event. The organizers invited Dilraba and me to attend together. This is an opportunity for us. I want to attend tonight's event. Yang Mi was full of enthusiasm when it came to work. You guys don't actually need to be so busy, Su Rui said casually. Frankly, he didn't care about the little money they earned. Dilraba and I talked yesterday, we'll become women more worthy of you. Maybe the money we earn is insignificant to you, but we'll constantly improve ourselves, making ourselves more qualified to stand by your side, Yang Mi said very earnestly. Su Rui nodded and said nothing more. At this moment, Su Rui felt a greater appreciation for Yang Mi. Intercontinental Hotel, Shanghai. International brands gathered here. LVMH, Chanel, Hermes, Rolex, Tiffany & Co., Burberry, Christian Dior, Gucci, Fendi, Prada, Van Cleef & Arpels, Boucheron, Montblanc, Patek Philippe. Dozens of internationally renowned luxury brands participated in today's networking event. These brands covered leading international names across all sectors, including luxury handbags, apparel, watches, jewelry, and cosmetics. Domestic brand distributors also attended. The purpose of today's event was to find new partners. This included operational collaborations with brands. It also included broader collaborations such as brand advertising endorsements and brand ambassadorships. Therefore, in addition to distributors, the event also invited numerous entertainment companies. For an event of this caliber and scale, entertainment companies from the three core entertainment circles of Beijing, Hong Kong, and Shanghai all brought their most popular male and female stars. Simultaneously, a large number of journalists from the financial and entertainment sectors were present to follow up on brand collaborations and the highlight moments of their favorite idols endorsing high-end brands. Shanghai is so luxurious. The Shanghai dollar truly lives up to its name. The decorations in this banquet hall are absolutely gorgeous. My Ying Bao is sitting in the VIP area over there. Yufu Gag, I saw my Yubo Gag. The scale of this banquet is huge. Holy crap, there are celebrities and bosses everywhere. This is the most prestigious brand event in the industry. Didn't you notice that the official Weibo accounts of brands like LV and Hermes are all following today's event? My brother will definitely get an international endorsement today. The atmosphere inside the venue was relatively quiet, but the internet was buzzing with excitement. The venue, comparable to an all-star extravaganza, drew the attention of countless fans to today's banquet. Celebrities entered the venue one after another. The CEOs, CMOs, and CBOs of the international brands, who were the final guests, were all resting and chatting backstage. Before the banquet officially began, the domestic bosses spent their time exchanging pleasantries. John, the CEO of Tianyu Media, held a glass of red wine. He looked at the 7 bosses who had previously signed the 10 billion yuan gambling agreement with him with a hint of schadenfreude. I heard you guys really went to apologize to Yang Mi and Dilraba. Wow, you guys are really getting old. I'm impressed by how cowardly you've become. I checked out this so-called Su Rui afterward. He doesn't even own a single company. It's questionable whether the rumored powerful figure is even him. These days, as long as you dare to act tough, there will always be a bunch of fools who believe you. Zhang's words made the 7 men across from him turn green. What did he mean by, there will always be a bunch of fools who believe you? He meant they were all fools? But they were shrewd people, not some 30-year-old like Zhang. It was understandable that he liked to boast. It would be petty to argue with him about such a trivial matter. They were more than grateful that someone was willing to risk their life to investigate. So, is Mr. Zhang planning something today? The Tangren boss asked with a smile. Gentlemen, the performance-based agreement we signed with GXing clearly stipulated that if any of our 8 companies withdrew from the agreement for any reason, the remaining participants would automatically split their remaining shares equally. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Now, all 7 of you have torn up that agreement, which is considered an automatic waiver of your share of GXing shares. So now, if I win this agreement, Tianyu alone will get 56% of GXing shares. Do you think I'd miss this opportunity? Mr. Zhang's smile was somewhat sinister. In recent years, as a leading brand in the entertainment industry, Tianyu's development hasn't been very good. Compared to the other 7 companies, Tianyu is on a downward trend. Mr. Zhang himself is well aware of this. That's why he's going to take a gamble. As the leading company in the past 2 years, GXing has been developing very well. If they could acquire absolute control of GXing, it would be like giving Tianyu a second chance at life. At this time, the more other companies give up, the less he can afford to give up. He must thoroughly acquire GXing. Win this still unresolved betting agreement. It seems Mr. Zhang is very confident about winning this betting agreement? The boss of Hesong said with a smile. Of course. Mr. Zhang laughed loudly. His surname is Zhang, the Zhang of arrogance. He was confident enough to ensure that Yang Mi and Dilraba had no chance of winning this betting agreement. It seems that our Mr. Zhang's ambitions extend beyond GXing. If I'm not mistaken, the reason Mr. Zhang is so persistent about this betting agreement is probably because he has his eye on those 2 beauties at GXing, right? The boss of Zishan teased. Young women, who doesn't like them? Mr. Zhang shrugged, not denying it at all. If he can acquire Jaywalk Studio, then Yang Mi and Dilraba will be his for the taking. To be honest, countless men want to have their way with Yang Mi and Dilraba. He currently has the best chance of getting them both. Then we all wish you good luck. I hope you have a successful start. The 7 bosses didn't say anything, but their tone was somewhat encouraging. Could they really afford to mess with Yang Mi and Dilraba? What kind of power does Su Rui, who's behind them, actually possess? Perhaps they could use Xiao Zhang to test the waters. If Su Rui is truly as powerful as the rumors suggest, then they'll really have to keep a low profile from now on, especially in front of GXing Media. But if Su Rui is just all talk and no action, as Xiao Zhang claims, then sorry, they're top companies in the entertainment industry. Why should they be subservient to a new company like yours, and try to steal our cake and chips? Dream on. Oh, Xiao Zhang, the 2 young women you've taken a liking to have arrived. The boss of Enlight Media pointed to the end of the red carpet. Yang Mi and Dilraba were dressed to the nines. Yang Mi wore a classic red long evening gown. The skirt flowed gracefully, and the fitted design accentuated her figure. A delicate diamond necklace adorned her neck, echoing her earrings and adding a touch of elegance. A few loose strands of hair cascaded down her sides, exuding both grace and femininity. Dilraba chose a white fringed gown, its simple yet stylish design. The fringe swayed gently with her steps, adding a touch of dynamism. A pair of unique sapphire earrings contrasted sharply with her white dress, and a beautiful bracelet graced her wrist, showcasing her impeccable taste in the details. Her makeup was fresh and natural, with subtle blush and lip gloss giving her a radiant complexion and youthful vitality. The 2 sisters walked hand in hand, gracefully onto the red carpet. As top actresses in the entertainment industry, Yang Mi and Dilraba's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Reporters immediately surrounded them on either side. Flashbulbs went off incessantly. Photos and videos of them at the event appeared almost simultaneously on major online platforms. My sister Mi, Dilraba is so beautiful. Holy crap, she's absolutely gorgeous. My Dilraba is still the prettiest, so beautiful she truly deserves to be called a goddess. The netizens were completely mesmerized. To be fair, Yang Mi and Dilraba did look stunning today. They were already beautiful, and the exquisite evening gowns further elevated them, setting them far apart from ordinary female celebrities. Dilraba, let's do our best today and try to land more endorsements. Yang Mi whispered in Dilraba's ear. Don't worry, sister Mi, I will. Our husbands are so amazing, we can't be too bad. Dilraba nodded. You dare call him husband now? I've never heard you call him that at home. Yang Mi teased with a laugh. I'm embarrassed at home. Dilraba playfully stuck out her tongue. Elegant yet youthful and energetic. This scene of them whispering on the red carpet was posted online by reporters, attracting a crowd of onlookers who exclaimed how beautiful, cute, sexy, and charming they were. Yang Mi and Dilraba didn't sit among the female celebrities. Instead, they sat in the seats reserved for industry bosses. Their current identities are both top-tier female celebrities and rising stars in the entertainment industry. Choosing between these two positions is a non-issue. Mr. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, long time no see. Mr. Zhang took the initiative to greet them. If smoking weren't prohibited in the venue, he would have loved to light a cigar to make himself look more like a true tycoon. Mr. Zhang looks great. It seems Mr. Zhang is very confident about tonight's banquet. Yang Mi gave a superficial smile. Of course. There are dozens of international brands here today. Even if everyone shares, we can still get a few endorsements. Mr. Zhang shrugged and smiled, then changed the subject. But Ms. Yang, you two might be wasting your beautiful outfits tonight. Tonight, your company, GXing, won't get a single endorsement. Do you believe me? Yang Mi gave a cold laugh. Since the other party was being impolite, she saw no need to be polite in return. Mr. Zhang, did you think this was a domestic brand negotiation? Your Tianya Media's influence isn't large enough to affect these top international brands. Let's all rely on our own abilities. I really don't believe that with Dilraba's and my capabilities, we can't secure a few endorsements today. Like you said, Mr. Zhang, there are dozens of international brands here today. Even if everyone shares the spoils, GXing will still get a few. Yang Mi remained composed. Business is business. Having chosen to start a business and become a capital entity, she had the confidence to compete with these people. What I said is definitely correct, but I forgot to mention something, except for your GXing. Mr. Zhang said with a smile, the previous performance-based agreement has only been in effect for 2 days. I think you haven't forgotten it, have you? Mr. Yang, although those 7 companies have torn up the agreement and automatically withdrawn from this bet, don't forget, I didn't come running to apologize to you, I didn't break the contract, and I never intended to withdraw from this bet. If Mr. Yang's memory is still good, he shouldn't forget that after the others withdrew from this agreement, the remaining people split the shares equally. Now that they've all withdrawn, if I win this bet, then Tianyu will get 56% of your GXing shares. Do you think I'll give you that opportunity tonight? Seeing Yang Mi's sullen face, Xiao Zhang was even happier. To be honest, Mr. Yang, even if you two can land a few endorsements today and increase your commercial value a little, so what? Our bet agreement is a 10 billion bet, a 10 billion, Mr. Yang. Do you really think you can earn that much money by acting in a few dramas, movies, variety shows, and brand endorsements? Please, we gave you this impossible amount precisely to make it impossible for you to achieve this goal. Why bother? Stop struggling. I have a suggestion, Mr. Yang, please consider it. Mr. Zhang said to himself, you two can just admit defeat. Anyway, this isn't public, it's just between you and me. From now on, I'll be the largest shareholder of GXing. You two should treat me better. You understand what I mean, right? We can totally cooperate to grow stronger together. Otherwise, I don't mind using my position as the largest shareholder to dismantle GXing, merging its high-quality assets into Tianya Media, and making GXing disappear forever. You can consider it. After saying this, Mr. Zhang gave Yang Mi and Dilraba a knowing smile. Just as the other bosses had noticed, besides wanting to acquire GXing, Mr. Zhang also had a huge interest in Yang Mi and Dilraba. He didn't even hide his interest in this regard. Yang Mi and Dilraba's expressions were both very unpleasant. Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to be so persistent about this performance-based agreement. It seems the rumors circulating that Tianyu is declining is true. Yang Mi was equally blunt. Since Mr. Zhang still wants to continue with this agreement, he shouldn't forget that it doesn't just stipulate that if one of your companies withdraws, you can equally divide GXing shares. According to the agreement, if any of your 8 companies withdraw from this agreement for any reason, the shares GXing demands will be evenly distributed among the remaining companies. Now, only Tianyu remains participating in this agreement. This means that if GXing wins this agreement, we will also directly acquire 56% of Tianyu's shares. This agreement is the same for both GXing and Tianyu. Mr. Zhang, don't think you can win this agreement so easily. The final moment hasn't arrived yet, and the final outcome is still up to you. Yang Mi exuded an aura of dominance, giving him a cold glance. As a career-driven, strong woman, her aura was in no way inferior to a man's when facing off against competitors in the business world. At least when facing Mr. Zhang, she was even more imposing than him. Mr. Zhang was also quite surprised by the decisiveness Yang Mi displayed. But men are like that. The more a woman they want acts like this, the more excited they become. Ms. Yang, do you really think the two of you have a chance to earn 10 billion in a year? Don't be delusional. If it were 100 million or even 1 billion, I believe you both have the ability to earn it, but 10 billion? The two of you wanting to earn 10 billion in a year? That's a joke. You two should just admit defeat. Victory and defeat are common in war. Losing to me isn't shameful. Besides, even if you lose, so what? I'll treat you both well. Mr. Zhang smiled ambiguously as he spoke. Although Yang Mi's attitude was very resolute and she seemed very confident, in Mr. Zhang's eyes, the two of them were destined to lose. Moreover, he had a trump card. It could ensure absolute success. Mr. Zhang, the year isn't up yet. Since you want to continue this betting agreement, then we'll play along to the end. Yang Mi clearly didn't want to waste any more words with him. She gave him a cold glance and then looked away. Mr. Yang, I'm giving you a chance. If you can back down now, the only loss will be for Jiexing. But if you insist on continuing this impossible betting agreement, you'll be the ones who lose. Then you won't even have a chance to stay in this industry. Don't blame me for not warning you. Mr. Zhang gave a cold laugh. No matter what tricks you try, we'll play along to the end. Yang Mi said. She didn't even look at him. Mr. Zhang shrugged indifferently, looking completely confident. I've already given you a chance. Since you yourselves don't want this chance, then don't blame me. Fine. Then when you're groveling, you'll be even more eager to fawn over me. He finished speaking and left with a smile. Yang Mi wanted nothing more than to slap him across the face. This guy was disgusting, but she wasn't in the mood for that now. She truly hadn't expected that while the bosses of the other 7 companies had voluntarily withdrawn from the performance-based agreement, only Xiao Zhang from Tianyu was so insistent on it. As long as one of the second-party companies hadn't voluntarily withdrawn from the agreement, it would remain in effect according to its terms. The burden that had just been lifted from their shoulders had now fallen back on them. And this time, the performance-based agreement posed an even greater threat to them. Before, it was just 8 companies sharing 56% of the shares equally. Whether they would merge their shares to strengthen their control over Jiexing was just an unknown. However, now only Tianyu Media remains as a participant in the performance-based agreement. If they lose, Tianyu will directly acquire 56% of Jiexing Media shares, becoming its largest shareholder. Although Jiexing won the agreement and also acquired 56% of Tianyu's shares, what Mr. Zhang just said was indeed true. For an entertainment company, earning 10 billion in a year is incredibly difficult. Sister Mi, what do we do now? Reba was anxious. She wasn't a career-driven woman, but she knew the difficulty of this performance-based agreement. Confidently speaking, earning 10 billion in a year wasn't impossible. After all, even a 0.1% chance is still a chance. But rationally speaking, the probability of failing to earn 10 billion in a year was extremely high. She had thought things would be easier now, that she could spend more time at home with Xiaoju and Xiao Tao, and have more time to build her relationship with Su Rui. They hadn't expected that attending a banquet would bring this pressure back onto them. Yang Mi gave a wry smile. Holding Reba's hand, she said, judging from Mr. Zhang's expression, he's 100% determined to continue with this betting agreement. And this guy clearly doesn't just want to acquire Jiexing, he has designs on us too. Do you want to be harassed by him? Of course not. Dilraba shook her head, her eyes resolute. We're Su Rui's women now. No one but Su Rui can even think about messing with us, let alone touching us. Yang Mi said, so we only have one path to choose now. That's to fight him to the end. Although earning 10 billion in a year is extremely difficult. But if we can secure a few more endorsements tonight to significantly boost our commercial value, it's not impossible. Yang Mi stated her position while also offering a concrete solution. The endorsement fees were minor. The key was securing top-tier endorsements from these international brands, which would prove their commercial worth. With higher commercial value, they can command higher salaries for roles in television dramas and films. But that's not the main point. The main point is that they are not only celebrities but also rising stars in the entertainment industry. They are spokespeople for their own companies. Their own commercial value has been greatly enhanced, which means the company will be able to attract more capital within the industry. At that time, whether it's attracting investment or Jiexing, the parent company of Jiexing, investing in television and film, they will be able to obtain better resources and receive a higher share of the profits. Dilraba, since this betting agreement is still in effect, we have no way out today. No matter what, we too must try to secure more endorsements tonight. Yang Mi said seriously. Dilraba nodded firmly in agreement. She knew that Mr. Zhang's reappearance had left them with no other options. Sister Me, if we can really win this bet, won't it make Su Rui look at us differently? At least, if we can earn 10 billion in a year, we'll have more confidence standing beside him. Don't you think so? Reba suddenly smiled, her expression clearly more determined, even showing an unprecedented fighting spirit towards this 10 billion bet. Yang Mi was taken aback. You know what, it's really true. We've always hoped to prove our worth to Su Rui, to become more worthy of him. This 10 billion bet is an opportunity for us to prove ourselves. Yang Mi's words also fueled her fighting spirit. What she initially saw as immense pressure now, viewed from a different perspective, seemed like a chance for them to succeed. Sister Me, let's cheer each other on. Reba took a deep breath, full of energy. Go for it. Yang Mi also took a deep breath, her expression resolute. At this moment, the female host from Phoenix TV walked onto the stage. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend our banquet tonight. Tonight, dozens of international brands, many domestic business giants, and popular celebrities have gathered here to witness the birth of a miraculous collaboration. Now, let's welcome the representatives from international brands to this banquet with warm applause. The host finished speaking, and enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Hundreds of CEOs, CMOs, and cross from top luxury brands around the world, dressed in suits, entered from backstage. As the world's largest luxury goods consumer region, these brand representatives from around the globe were relatively polite, with most wearing faint smiles. However, as the brands holding the dominant position, their faces also betrayed a degree of arrogance. Their gazes swept across the thousands of attendees in the hall. How collaborations would proceed, how brand ambassadors would be chosen, it was entirely up to them. The brand representatives took their seats one by one. The host spent over half an hour on stage, introducing the various brands and domestic operators/distributors present. He also went over all the collaborative projects that would be carried out today. This will give both sides a clear understanding. Now, please proceed to the main venue. I hope everyone attending today will gain a great deal. As soon as the host finished speaking, the waitresses began leading the way, guiding everyone to another venue. Here, dozens of brands were showcasing their upcoming new products. A dazzling array of luxury handbags, top-tier designer apparel, and various jewelry pieces designed by international masters. The vast venue resembled an exquisite exhibition hall. The real business negotiations were just beginning. Holy crap, this place is so luxurious. So many luxury items. My eyes are dazzled. These luxury items must cost at least tens of thousands, right? They look like luxury items that cost around 10,000 yuan. Every single item seen on camera, I estimate, costs at least tens of thousands, and many are worth tens of millions. Holy crap, so expensive? I don't think I've seen these styles on the market before. Aren't these brands afraid of being copied if they release them prematurely? Before the genuine product is released, you can't see the details at all. Who would buy a high-quality replica of a luxury item without the details? I hope my brother can endorse the most high-end brand. Come on, the biggest winner tonight is definitely our Yingbao. Honey, you think you can lose to Zhao Liying? You're kidding. Stop arguing, everyone. The final winner will definitely be our goddess Dilraba. Anyone disagree? The scene at the venue was simultaneously updated online. Online, fans from various groups had already begun their online battles for their idols. Little did they know, their online battles were meaningless. Whether their idols could win more endorsements didn't depend on their online shouting and fighting. It depended entirely on the appreciation of these international brands. Inside the venue, hundreds of brand representatives leisurely raised their wine glasses, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by a group of bosses and celebrities. Especially Van Cleef & Arpels and Patek Philippe, top-tier brands among top-tier brands, were the first choice for celebrities eager to boost their commercial value. Mr. Mark, it's a pleasure to meet you tonight. I just heard that Van Cleef & Arpels is preparing to expand its influence in China. I wish Van Cleef & Arpels all the best in achieving your business goals and realizing greater profits. Yang Mi, with Dilraba by her side, squeezed through the crowd. As one of the investors, Yang Mi's way of speaking was quite different from the usual flattery of celebrities. This immediately caught the attention of Van Cleef & Arpels CEO Mark Jason. More accurately, Yang Mi's words attracted his attention, making him notice Dilraba beside her. Seeing that Mark Jason was drawn to Dilraba, Yang Mi immediately introduced her. Mr. Mark, this is Ms. Dilraba, one of the co-founders of our GXing Entertainment. Ms. Dilraba is also one of the stars we promote most, and she has a very high level of popularity in the current domestic market. Ms. Reba, hello. Mark Jason smiled and raised his wine glass. Mr. Mark, it's a pleasure to meet you. Van Cleef& Arpels, as one of the most prestigious jewelry brands internationally, wants to expand its influence in China and therefore needs a suitable spokesperson. Mr. Mark, what do you think of my image? Reba also raised her wine glass confidently, taking the initiative to chat with him and directly offering her services. With so many celebrities watching, any opportunity to speak must be made to clearly state one's purpose. At this kind of banquet, subtlety only leads to failure. This was a lesson Yang Mi had taught her. Ms. Reba's image is indeed very suitable for our brand. Mark Jason clearly thought highly of Reba and said with great interest, would Ms. Reba be interested in trying on our upcoming Dream Angel collection? It would be my pleasure. Reba nodded elegantly and gracefully. She winked at Yang Mi beside her, the meaning clearly saying, Sister Mi, watch me now. Yang Mi returned the look, go for it. Why did Yang Mi insist on bringing Dilraba along? She was certain of one thing, Dilraba had a clear advantage in appearance. Van Cleef & Arpels, as a top international jewelry brand, has historically used only European and American celebrities as brand ambassadors. This choice aligns with their product image. Now, to expand their market share in China and find a brand ambassador who fits their image, Dilraba's qualifications are definitely superior to others. Dilraba possesses a strong exotic beauty, yet also incorporates the aesthetics of Eastern women. She embodies Van Cleef & Arpels' brand image while also appealing to mainstream aesthetics in the Chinese market. With Dilraba taking the initiative, the chances of securing this endorsement are extremely high. The other actresses nearby, seeing Mr. Mark so enthusiastically inviting Dilraba to try on the new jewelry collection, were all disappointed, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. This was Van Cleef & Arpels, the world's top jewelry brand. If they could land this endorsement, their commercial value would instantly skyrocket. Unfortunately, now, this opportunity was no longer relevant to them. Mr. Mark's attitude towards Dilraba clearly showed his satisfaction with her image. Since they couldn't compete, then, Sister Mi, long time no see. Lu Cixi warmly approached Yang Mi. Dilraba looks so beautiful today. With her qualifications, I think she can definitely land this Van Cleef & Arpels endorsement. Sister Mi, congratulations in advance. Lu Cixi and Yang Mi had previously filmed Chinese Paladin 3. Although they weren't in the same company and hadn't collaborated much since, their relationship remained superficially good. Sister Mi looks so beautiful today. Sister Mi is a big star in the industry now, and a very capable person too. Back when we acted together in Chinese Paladin 3, we were just ordinary actresses. Sister Mi has now successfully transitioned and has her own company. And Sister Mi's company is doing so well now, I really hope we can work together again sometime. Tang Yan, who also starred in Chinese Paladin 3, came up to greet Yang Mi. Having worked together before, the three of them had a better chance of having things to talk about and being closer than other actresses. Running a company is incredibly stressful. Before, when I was acting, I only needed to focus on acting well. Now that I have my own company, I also have to think about how to develop it well. If there's an opportunity, we could definitely consider further collaboration. But today, I think we shouldn't waste time catching up. Yang Mi pointed to the numerous brands in the venue and smiled, let's work together and secure more endorsements. Yang Mi was under immense pressure today. As celebrities, she and Dilraba were quite satisfied to each secure one endorsement tonight. But as a capital company facing immense pressure, she wanted far more than just one or two endorsements. Let's do our best together. Lu Cixi and Tang Yan didn't exchange many pleasantries. They also wanted to seize more opportunities for themselves. Just then, Dilraba, dressed in a stunning gown and wearing a complete set of jewelry from Van Cleef & Arpels' new Dream Angel collection, walked out from backstage. Under the dazzling spotlight, Dilraba gracefully entered the banquet hall in a shimmering gown, instantly becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Her beauty was like the brightest star in the night sky, not only because of her impeccable looks and elegant demeanor, but also because of the captivating radiance emanating from the latest Van Cleef & Arpels Dream Angel jewelry she wore. A Dream Angel necklace, meticulously crafted by Van Cleef & Arpels, shone brilliantly around Dilraba's neck. With exquisite craftsmanship and a unique design, it cleverly arranged countless perfectly cut diamonds, like angel wings gently encircling her jade-like neck. The pendant at the center of the necklace was a rare sapphire, deep and mysterious, like the eye of an angel, gazing upon the beauty of the world. Her ears were adorned with matching earrings, designed in the shape of delicate feathers and set with tiny diamonds. They swayed gently with her steps, like angel wings fluttering in the wind, radiating a dazzling brilliance. When she extended her hand, a dream angel ring caught everyone's eye. The exquisite design and the brilliance of the gemstone complemented each other, like an angel's blessing, bestowing upon her unparalleled charm. Dilraba reappeared, stunning everyone with her beauty and the magnificence of the jewelry. These representatives from international brands had seen countless celebrities, but this didn't stop them from staring intently at the angelic Dilraba. Some even held their breath at her breathtaking beauty. At this moment, Dilraba was not merely a dazzling female star, but an angel who had stepped out of a dream. The Van Cleef & Arpels Dream Angel collection was perfectly presented to the world, exuding glamour and mystery. Many brands' eyes lit up at this sight. They were all secretly plotting something. Meanwhile, the other female celebrities attending the event appeared somewhat indifferent and unimpressed. The reporters' cameras clicked incessantly. Under the flashes, Dilraba was breathtakingly beautiful. So beautiful. Wow, is this my goddess Dilraba? She really looks like a goddess now. All eyes on me. I declare, from this day forward, I'm Dilraba's dog. Get out of the way, get in line. She's so beautiful. She's absolutely no less stunning than those Western actresses. Holy crap, what kind of talk is that? Don't even compare Western actresses to my Dilraba, our Dilraba is the most beautiful. When photos and videos of Dilraba wearing Van Cleef & Arpels' new jewelry collection appeared on various platforms, the online buzz immediately propelled her to the top of trending topics. Everywhere you looked, you could see Dilraba's beautiful photos. It has to be said, she truly looked stunning. Ms. Dilraba, our Dream Angel collection looks like it was tailor-made for you, it's absolutely gorgeous. You perfectly align with our brand image. Would you be interested in becoming Van Cleef & Arpels' brand ambassador for Greater China? Mark Jason was very satisfied with Dilraba's appearance while trying on the jewelry. The exotic style paired with their jewelry design perfectly embodied Van Cleef & Arpels' design philosophy of bringing mystery and beauty from afar. Thank you very much for your appreciation, Mr. Mark. I feel extremely honored to have the opportunity to become Van Cleef & Arpels' brand ambassador for Greater China. Dilraba nodded elegantly. She was so excited she wanted to jump for joy. This is a Van Cleef & Arpels ambassadorship, an endorsement that countless female stars would dream of. However, in such a setting, especially while wearing high-end jewelry, a dignified and elegant image is essential. I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration. After the banquet, we can discuss the details of the collaboration and then sign the endorsement contract, Mark Jason said. Yes, Mr. Mark. Dilraba nodded. Immediately, enthusiastic applause erupted in the hall. Congratulations to Dilraba on securing the Van Cleef & Arpels brand ambassadorship. Dilraba, you're amazing. With this Van Cleef & Arpels endorsement, Dilraba, you're sure to be the hottest actress going forward. Congratulations, Dilraba. Having heard the intention to collaborate directly from the CEO of Van Cleef & Arpels, the male and female celebrities present all stepped forward to congratulate Dilraba. How much of it was genuine was unknown, but celebrities, after all, have to be able to feign sincerity. At least it showed they had no ill intentions towards her, so that there would be opportunities for future collaborations. After the congratulations, the other celebrities weren't going to sit idly by. They either accompanied their bosses to negotiate with brands, or they tried to get close to the brands themselves, cultivating relationships to secure endorsement opportunities. Dilraba had already landed a Van Cleef & Arpels endorsement, leaving one less top-tier endorsement. They had to work even harder to secure other endorsements. Sister Me, all done. Dilraba came to Yang Mi's side, finally relaxing and smiling happily. Securing the Van Cleef & Arpels endorsement was a resounding success. Well done. Yang Mi smiled and gave Dilraba a thumbs up. The two of them were essentially two sides of the same coin. It didn't matter who landed the endorsement. Other actresses might be envious and jealous, but Yang Mi wasn't. She was just as happy as Yang Mi. Miss Dilraba, I'm John Clark, CBO of Montblanc. You look absolutely stunning, like a beautiful angel. I see an extraordinary quality in you, like a blooming flower radiating a captivating aura. We at Montblanc have a brand new fragrance line called Paradise Call, a new floral-based collection, and I think you perfectly embody our product image. Seeing you reminds me of flowers, as if I can smell their fragrance, it brings a sense of beauty. I'd like to invite you to be the spokesperson for our perfume line. Would Ms. Dilraba be interested? Dilraba was taken aback. She hadn't expected a brand representative to proactively approach her to invite her to be their spokesperson. Yang Mi subtly nudged Dilraba. She gave her a meaningful look. Oh, of course, no problem. It would be my honor to be the spokesperson for your brand. Then let's discuss the specifics of the collaboration after the banquet. John Clark didn't leave, but instead turned his gaze to Yang Mi beside him. Ms. Yang, I heard you're not only a celebrity but also run your own company. I didn't realize you were so successful. Mr. John, you're too kind. Compared to Montblanc, my company is just a small operation. Yang Mi said modestly. John Clark smiled, not elaborating on the topic further. He stated frankly, Ms. Yang, I observed the female celebrities at the event. They are all beautiful, but in terms of temperament, they are more like actresses than anything else. You, however, possess a professional aura that they lack. You combine the captivating beauty of an actress with the professional confidence we seek. Montblanc is about to launch a new generation of its Master Series fountain pens. If Ms. Yang is willing, I would very much like to have you become our brand ambassador in Greater China. This was a pleasant surprise for Yang Mi. John Clark hadn't expected to give them double the good news. Of course, Mr. John. I am very interested in becoming a brand ambassador for Mont Blanc fountain pens. I've always kept a Master Series fountain pen in my office, only using it when signing important contracts. I never imagined I would one day become a brand ambassador for Mont Blanc fountain pens. Mr. John, this is truly a wonderful surprise. I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration. Yang Mi said generously. This made John Clark, who was already interested in having her as a spokesperson, even happier. He smiled and said, I think our collaboration will be very pleasant. I look forward to signing the contract with both of you. Cheers, cheers. Yang Mi and Dilraba raised their glasses together and clinked them with his. The two sisters exchanged a glance. They had just secured 3 endorsements. Their joy was beyond words. Having secured collaborations with Van Cleef & Arpels and Mont Blanc, Dilraba and Yang Mi attracted even more attention. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, I am Diana, CEO of Gucci. Would you be interested in discussing brand endorsements with me? You both look radiant today. I am Abe's, Co of Tiffany & Co. We at Tiffany & Co are committed to creating exquisite jewelry. I think your lives are as wonderful as our jewelry. If possible, I would like to invite Ms. Dilraba to become our brand ambassador. Before attending the event, the brands had some understanding of the attending celebrities. Currently, among the top female stars in China, Yang Mi and Dilraba are undoubtedly the two with the largest fan base. Furthermore, Yang Mi and Dilraba's images are exceptionally outstanding among the assembled stars. Many major brands began vying for Yang Mi and Dilraba. This made Yang Mi and Dilraba the most dazzling presence in the entire venue. Their brilliance even overshadowed the international brands themselves. The bosses and their artists from the entertainment industries of Beijing, Hong Kong, and Shanghai, while maintaining faint smiles on their faces, were inwardly cursing. Yang Mi and Dilraba were too popular. A newly established capital group, only 2 years old, had managed to attract so many international brands simply by virtue of their own fame. The pie is only so big, if they take a bigger slice, the rest will naturally get less. More importantly, they were taking the biggest slice of the pie. Van Cleef & Arpels, Mont Blanc, Gucci, LV, Patek Philippe, Hermes, these true giants are all extending olive branches to them. The pie left for them is not only small, but also not very appealing. This is fatal. But they have no choice. They can only watch helplessly as Yang Mi and Dilraba are surrounded by a group of manufacturers. Watching the two of them chat and laugh among these brand representatives. Watching them close deals one by one. My sister Yang Mi is amazing. Ha ha ha, other celebrities are begging these brands to endorse them, but Yang Mi and Dilraba are being surrounded by brand representatives offering to endorse them. That's the difference. Look at the expressions of the other actresses, ha ha ha, it's hilarious. Doesn't anyone see the expressions of those bosses in the entertainment industry? They could be made into memes. Today, Jiexing's best decision was bringing Dilraba to Van Cleef & Arpels. After Dilraba's stunning appearance, she immediately attracted the attention of these brands. My sister Yang Mi is still the best. Jiexing is going to make a fortune from this. So beautiful, no wonder Jiexing makes money. From the perspective of the company, netizens didn't feel anything. But as celebrities, Yang Mi and Dilraba have a huge fan base. Seeing that Yang Mi and Dilraba were the most popular, the cheers outside the venue were also the loudest. Other celebrities' fan groups, much like their idols, are left with nothing but envy, jealousy, and resentment, along with guilty-looking verbal sparring. After all, Yang Mi and Dilraba's performances at tonight's banquet were truly outstanding. Unable to beat them. Completely unable to beat them. At Su Rui's manor. In the second-floor living room, a 230-inch TV projected a picture from Su Rui's phone. Little Orange and Little Peach sat on different chairs, one hugging the giraffe's neck and swaying back and forth, the other on a zebra chair, grabbing the zebra's ears and swaying back and forth. Daddy, I want to see that picture up there. Mommy Reba in that picture is so beautiful. Daddy, I want to see that video. Daddy, why are so many foreigners surrounding our mommy today? Mommy and the others are doing business with these foreigners. Su Rui replied, then asked, it's getting late, how about Daddy carries you to bed? No. The two little ones clung tightly to their little zebra chair and giraffe chair, afraid their daddy would carry them to bed. We want to wait for Mommy to come back. Mommy's leaving tomorrow, so Tao Tao and I want to hug her tonight. Yes, Daddy, don't carry us to bed, otherwise we won't see Mommy when we wake up tomorrow morning. The two little ones blinked their eyes at Su Rui. Su Rui rubbed his temples, it was already 9:30. But it's really late. Mommy will be back very late tonight. How about this, when Mommy comes back, I'll tell her to stay a little later tomorrow morning, so you can walk her to work together after you wake up, okay? No, I want to wait for Mommy to come back. Daddy, please promise us, we'll wait for mommy to come back with you. The two little ones started to tear up. Those little tears just came so easily. Alright, stop crying. If you stop, Daddy will agree. Seeing they were about to cry, Su Rui immediately gave in. The tears were already flowing. If he forced them to go to sleep now, they'd probably wail. A little later to bed is fine. He can always sleep a little later tomorrow. Besides, who knows, maybe these two girls will fall asleep while watching. Thank you, Daddy. Little Orange and Little Peach immediately stopped crying and happily ran over to give Su Rui a kiss on the cheek. Daddy will hold you while you watch. Su Rui was about to reach out and pick them up. The two little ones ran away like rabbits. Hee hee, no Daddy holding me. Little Peach laughed triumphantly, hands on her hips, wiggling her little bottom. Why? What if Daddy carries us to bed? We're such tiny little kids, we can't resist if Daddy carries us to the room, so we can't let Daddy carry us. Little Orange explained. Orange is right. Orange, let's switch. Okay. I want to ride your giraffe. Okay, I want to ride your zebra too. The two little ones found their own chairs, sat side by side, and rocked back and forth. Su Rui watched, both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected these two girls to be so wary. But, dads really do find their daughters adorable no matter what. Want to watch some TV? No. Daddy, I want to see more pictures of Daddy. Me too. Alright, I'll find you some more pictures of Mommy. There just happens to be a ton of beautiful pictures circulating online from tonight. They can look at them to their heart's content. Inside the venue, the expressions of all the big and small bosses in the entertainment industry, just as netizens said, could be made into memes. 8 leading companies gathered together. The boss of Zishan Entertainment casually remarked, Mr. John, weren't you so confident you wanted to swallow GXing Media? Now, this situation looks very bad for you. Yang Mi and Dilraba can secure endorsements from at least a dozen brands, and most of them are top-tier brands present tonight. Their endorsement fees tonight alone are estimated to be several hundred million. Plus, their commercial value will skyrocket after tonight, and their subsequent endorsement fees, appearance fees, and speaking fees will definitely increase accordingly. If just 2 of their movies become hits, and they manage to generate some merchandise, it's not impossible for them to earn 10 billion this year. We don't care, since we've already withdrawn from this betting agreement. But what about you, Mr. Zhang? If they really win this betting agreement, they'll directly take 56% of your Tianya Media shares. Then Tianya Media will have to change hands. The boss of Zishan Entertainment's tone at the end was clearly provocative. The other bosses also wanted to use Xiao Zhang to test the waters behind GXing Media. Xiao Zhang, judging from the atmosphere tonight, GXing will definitely be the most successful entertainment company in the next year or two. Making 10 billion a year is really possible. Xiao Zhang, this one betting agreement has cost you 56% of the company's shares. I wonder what your father will think. I thought Xiao Zhang was really confident of victory. He seems helpless. Isn't he just like everyone else, only watching Yang Mi and Dilraba steal the spotlight? The group subtly and overtly tried to sow discord among Xiao Zhang. Although young, Xiao Zhang was a seasoned businessman. He could easily see through their attempts to stir up trouble. However, he didn't care. Young Master Zhang sneered, "You people are really getting old. Besides encouraging young people like me to stir up trouble behind the scenes, you have absolutely no control over the future situation." Young Master Zhang's words stunned the 7 people beside him. They were slightly embarrassed. They hadn't expected young Master Zhang to see through their thoughts. But it doesn't matter. Because everything is under my control. You really think I'm just sitting here watching like you? Please, I'm determined to carry out this betting agreement to make money, not to do charity. Young Master Zhang took a sip of red wine. Looking at Yang Mi and Dilraba in the crowd, he remained completely calm. Not only calm, but the more successful they became, the stronger the excitement in his eyes. For no other reason than that. He had enough ability to manipulate them. I'm done chatting with you all. The show is officially starting tonight. Mr. Zhang sneered, then gave a few instructions to his assistant. He then walked towards Yang Mi and Dilraba in the center of the crowd, holding his wine glass. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, congratulations. Your haul tonight is truly impressive. Major brands are vying to collaborate with you. Your brilliance not only overshadows other celebrities, but even we, your peers, have been outshone. Impressive. Mr. Zhang swirled his wine glass, his smile wide. It's all just everyone being modest. And it's also thanks to the patronage of various brands. Yang Mi smiled slightly. Surrounded by representatives from various brands, she couldn't be too cold. But Mr. Zhang's sudden approach made Yang Mi very wary. She wondered what he was up to. Hey, Mr. Yang, you're being too polite. It's mainly because you two are incredibly capable. You're not only good at pretending, but also at hiding your abilities. In that respect, I believe no one here can match you too. Your achievements today are, in my opinion, a testament to your own skills. Undeniably. Mr. Zhang's words were laced with sarcasm from the start. This blatant sarcasm immediately attracted the attention of those around them, not just the brand representatives, but also other distributors and celebrities. Everyone's eyes turned towards them. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by that? Yang Mi suppressed her emotions, feigning composure. At this moment, Mr. Zhang suddenly lowered his voice, moved closer to Yang Mi, and said in a voice only they could hear, Ms. Yang, we're all smart people. Some things, no matter how well you hide them, can't be hidden forever. I already told you, I'm here today to give you an opportunity. I'll say it again, I don't want to ruin you and Dilraba today. Doing so would mean nothing to me, and would even be a huge loss for me, so, I'm glad to see you succeed so much tonight. However, my happiness is conditional on your GXing group obediently relinquishing 56% of its shares. If you insist on going against me, then tonight you will be the biggest threat to TNU Media. I don't mind destroying you completely in my own way, and then taking over GXing. What exactly do you want? Yang Mi's face immediately darkened. From Mr. Zhang's tone, she sensed that he seemed to know some secret about her and Dilraba. Their biggest secret was their secret pregnancy and childbirth. Could it be, he discovered something? I've already made my intentions very clear. I believe what Mr. Yang is most interested in is what I possess, right? Mr. Zhang gestured for them to proceed. Yang Mi and Reba exchanged a glance, hesitated for a moment, and then resumed their professional smiles. Excuse me, everyone. Yang Mi led Reba away from the crowd and headed straight for a quiet corner of the venue. Mr. Zhang smiled slightly, sipping his red wine as they followed. Mr. Yang and boss Reba certainly have a secret. So it seems what I found out is 100% true. Mr. Zhang appeared extremely calm and composed, displaying the complete air of a victor with everything under control. What exactly are you trying to say? Reba couldn't hold back any longer and glared at him coldly. Dilraba, don't make that face. Look how beautiful you are today. This expression is a complete waste of all that jewelry you're wearing. Mr. Zhang spoke with an irritating tone, laughing as he spoke. He only said half the story. It was like he was deliberately teasing his prey. This made Yang Mi and Dilraba very uncomfortable. Mr. Zhang, why don't you just say what you want to say? Yang Mi said sternly. Fine. I won't beat around the bush with you. According to my investigation, you two do seem to have a daughter each. Su Rui, Su Luhan, quite nice names. I just wonder what your fans will think if I make this public. What will the brands think? I imagine your commercial value will vanish in an instant. Mr. Zhang looked at them with a half smile. He enjoyed watching their ever-changing expressions. Back then, Su Rui brought 2 children to them, clearly stating that Yang Mi and Dilraba were the children's mothers. Everyone else rushed to apologize. But he did something completely different from the others. He spent a fortune digging up the information. After spending over 10 million, he finally obtained the information he wanted. He couldn't be certain if Su Rui was the father of the children. However, the materials he possessed were enough to prove that Yang Mi and Dilraba had indeed had 2 children. That was enough. This was a fatal weakness for a female celebrity. The reason he insisted on this betting agreement was because this information gave him the certainty and confidence to win. Judging from your expressions now, those 2 children are indeed yours. Mr. Zhang elegantly took a sip of red wine. Yang Mi and Dilraba recovered from their shock. Looking at Mr. Zhang in front of them, their faces were filled with anger, even an urge to slap him. He was actually using the children to blackmail them. But beyond their anger, Yang Mi and Dilraba felt a deep sense of helplessness at being manipulated. Little Orange and Little Peach were not only their Achilles heel in their careers, but also their Achilles heel as mothers. Both publicly and privately, they didn't want their children exposed to the public, subjected to criticism and public pressure that shouldn't befall them at their age. Chapter 56 Yang Mi and Reba, we will never betray our men. Please subscribe. How exactly did you find out about them? Yang Mi asked dejectedly. The fact that Mr. Zhang could accurately name Xiao Zhu Zi and Xiao Tao Tao meant he had indeed found out the specifics. Yang Mi just didn't understand. The 2 of them had always been very good at keeping Xiao Zhu Zi and Xiao Tao Tao a secret. To prevent them from being exposed to the public too early, they rarely even took them out to play, so they had never even been to the zoo. The few times they did go out, they always wore masks, glasses, and hats, protecting them thoroughly. How on earth did Mr. Zhang find out about them? There are no secrets that stay hidden forever. Most importantly, there's no information that money can't uncover. I spent over 10 million to dig up information about your 2 daughters. You 2 have to help me earn that money back. Mr. Zhang chuckled. Since things had come to this point, Mr. Zhang decided to be frank. Mr. Yang, I'll say it again, I don't want to ruin you. I have no reason to ruin you. If my Tianya Media can acquire 56% of your GXing Media shares and become its largest shareholder, your commercial value will be Tianya Media's commercial value. I have no reason to destroy the company's most profitable assets. As long as you admit defeat and give me 56% of the shares according to the contract, you will still be the most dazzling stars tonight, and the two bosses who reap the greatest rewards tonight. No other unpleasant things will happen. But if you don't agree, then I don't mind destroying you myself. Anyway, after I get the shares in GXing Media, I have ways to revitalize your valuable assets. Think about it. Yang Mi and Dilraba's faces were extremely ugly. This feeling of being held hostage was really unpleasant. But Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao were precisely their weaknesses. Despite the significant blow to their careers that they voluntarily relinquished their 56% stake in Jaywalk Studio to EE Media, both Yang Mi and Dilraba would unhesitatingly choose their children over their careers. Little Orange and Little Peach are only 2 years and 3 months old. If they were suddenly exposed to the public eye in this way, they would never be able to freely go out with their father again. They would be followed by paparazzi wherever they went. And some people would intentionally or unintentionally take photos of them and post them online. They desperately wanted to avoid being subjected to this kind of media scrutiny at such a young age. Yang Mi and Dilraba exchanged a glance. The sisters were of one mind. You win. Yang Mi sighed helplessly. But now that things had come to this, and she had been given the upper hand, she had to accept the consequences. She said, after today's banquet, we'll each present our betting agreements. It will end with GXing conceding defeat early, and will transfer 56% of GXing's shares to Tianyu. However, we must also sign a new agreement. What you know absolutely cannot be leaked. Otherwise, for any negative consequences, we can unconditionally reclaim those 56% of the shares. Mr. Zhang, being a businessman, immediately said, Ms. Yang, you're making things difficult. What if one day you don't care about your child's privacy and secretly leak the information to the outside world, then say I leaked it? Wouldn't that be the same as taking back those 56% of the shares? I can't sign this agreement. Besides, I hold the initiative now. You don't seem to have the right to negotiate with me, do you? Yang Mi said, Mr. Zhang, while the initiative is yours, we are now the company's most valuable asset, the foundation of its profits. If you want us to make more money, then we must have a say. If you feel this is inappropriate, then let a third-party company intervene. If the situation I mentioned occurs, the third-party company will independently investigate the cause of the matter. As long as you didn't intentionally leak their information, you won't bear any responsibility, and you can keep your 56% stake securely. Yang Mi's suggestion tempted Mr. Zhang. He had no interest in leaking the two children's information, and he would never do something that would destroy his most valuable asset. No problem. I agree to your conditions. We'll do it your way, bring in a third-party company, and conduct an independent investigation immediately if the situation you're worried about occurs. Mr. Zhang smiled and said, I didn't want to negotiate with you, but you certainly have the right to negotiate with me. Yang Mi nodded. She was clearly not happy about this kind of cooperation. The only consolation was that by exchanging 56% of the company's shares, they had secured a carefree environment for Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao to grow up in. Are you satisfied now? Reba glared at him fiercely. She pulled Yang Mi to leave. People like Xiao Zhang are just disgusting. Wait a minute. Mr. Zhang smiled and called out to Yang Mi and Reba. I've already agreed to your requests. Now I have one request, don't worry, it's just a small one, and I hope you can agree to it. Mr. Zhang believed everything was under his control. He had successfully acquired 56% of GXing Media shares, becoming its largest shareholder. Now, it was time to fulfill his second wish. Unbeknownst to him, his overreaching ambitions would cause all his previous gains to vanish. Speak. Yang Mi stopped, looking at him expressionlessly. Yang Mi, Dilraba, can't you feel my feelings at all? Now that our two companies have merged, we are the closest partners. I think we can definitely take things further. We're all in the entertainment industry, you should understand what I mean, right? Mr. Zhang stroked his chin. Now that he had spoken, his gaze towards Yang Mi and Dilraba was no longer concealed. It was filled with greed and desire. You want to sleep with us? Dilraba gave him a disgusted look. Dilraba, that's a superficial way of putting it. Sleeping with you is just a process. I don't deny that I want to possess you both. But it's not simply about sleeping with you. I'm the largest shareholder of Jaywalk Studio, and you two are the most capable people in Jaywalk. If we can establish a closer relationship beyond our working relationship, then we'll be on the same side. At that time, I can use all my resources to make you the hottest stars in the entertainment industry. CEO John looked at them with a smile. Not only do you want to sleep with us, but you also want us to be your long-term lovers, is that what you mean? Yang Mi said disdainfully. If you insist on interpreting it that way, fine. Since things were already laid bare, Mr. Zhang dropped the pretense of gentlemanly conduct. In fact, besides wanting your shares, the second biggest reason I want to take over GXing is because I want both of you. Let me put it this way, if you don't agree to my demands, then our previous agreement is null and void. I will not hesitate to expose everything I know to the public. Either give me the company along with yourselves, or I'll take your company alone, and your careers will collapse, and your children will become the talk of the town for countless netizens. You decide for yourselves. To demonstrate his resolve, Mr. Zhang downed his glass of red wine in one gulp. He looked at Yang Mi and Dilraba with an equally expressionless face. He assumed that Yang Mi and Dilraba's apparent concern for their child, even if they hesitated, would ultimately lead them to compromise. After all, not compromising would bring them no benefit. But Mr. Zhang completely overlooked the fact that these two women, as Su Rui's women and the mothers of Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao, could be incredibly resolute once their bottom line was utterly crossed. As Su Rui's women, they had no reason, and would never, allow other men to take advantage of them, let alone become other men's mistresses. They had already wholeheartedly considered themselves Su Rui's women. If they could break even this bottom line, then what right did they have to say they were worthy of him? Such betrayal was absolutely impossible. As mothers of Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao, they genuinely wanted to provide their daughters with a carefree environment to grow up in. But if it required them to become someone else's mistresses to achieve this, wouldn't their children be ashamed of their mothers when they grew up and found out? Zhang Kaiming, I'm telling you, our agreement is cancelled. Didn't you want 56% of GXing's shares? Didn't you want me and Reba? Dream on. Yang Mi was furious. She threw the red wine in her hand at his face. What do you take us for? We value our children, but we never want our children to have a mother with no moral boundaries. Reba also threw red wine at Zhang Kaiming's face. The commotion had already attracted many glances. It was unclear what the three of them were talking about in the corner. Suddenly, seeing Yang Mi and Dilraba throwing wine, a large number of reporters, sensing something was amiss, immediately started snapping photos. Mr. Zhang was completely stunned. He hadn't expected Yang Mi and Dilraba to suddenly change their demeanor. They actually threw wine at him. His anger flared instantly. With a swarm of reporters' flashes pointed at him, Mr. Zhang, already furious, was now even more humiliated. His anger escalated. You forced me to this. Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. I hope that next time you kneel on the ground begging me, you'll kneel straighter. Mr. Zhang wiped his face and smashed the empty wine glass on the ground. He picked up his phone and called his assistant. Then, a photo of Yang Mi and Dilraba pushing a stroller appeared on the large LED screen in the venue. The entire venue fell silent instantly. Then, an uproar erupted. That looks like Yang Mi and Dilraba, right? Even though they're wearing sunglasses, their figures are unmistakable. It's definitely Yang Mi and Dilraba. Who are these two kids? I haven't heard they have children. Could it be? The celebrities in the venue subconsciously looked at Yang Mi and Dilraba, some shocked, some suspicious, but mostly with expressions of anticipation. Unmarried pregnancy. Secret childbirth. In the entertainment industry, this is like a nuclear bomb for a female star. Just a moment ago, they were the most dazzling stars in the venue. Suddenly, it was revealed that they had children. Many people were waiting to see them fall from grace and be trampled on by the crowd. Holy crap, what's going on? Are those my beloved Yang Mi and Dilraba Dilmarat? No way, no way. Holy crap, they've never publicly acknowledged a relationship. How come? They even have a child. My world feels like it's collapsed. Damn, this photo is photoshopped, right? These days, people love using celebrities' photos to spread rumors. These people must be held legally accountable. A lawyer's letter. We absolutely must send a lawyer's letter. Yang Mi and Dilraba Dilmarat's fan groups were the first to explode. They were just watching Yang Mi and Dilraba Dilmarat's solo performances when they suddenly saw the photos of them with children, and many of their most ardent fans felt their hearts stop. Few fans can accept that their idols are married and have children. Fans of other celebrities saw this photo. Those who had been suppressed that night suddenly found an opportunity to turn the tables. The barrage of criticism was instantly devastating. It directly bombarded Yang Mi and Dilraba's various accounts. The innocent image has completely collapsed. How do so many people still have fans like this? Hey, come out and defend them. Your idols already have children. Ha ha ha, I never expected that Yang Mi and Dilraba had been hiding it from everyone and had children. We've all been deceived by them. The outcry was like a tidal wave. Just a simple photo being exposed immediately propelled the hashtags #Yang Mi Dilraba secretly gives birth hashtag and #Yang Mi Dilraba Skyle This'll dialed enough torrent soy sauce hashtag to the top 2 trending topics. Yang Mi and Dilraba are, after all, the most popular and top-tier female stars in the entertainment industry. The moment this explosive topic surfaced, Weibo's servers experienced massive delays, nearly crashing. For Weibo, it didn't matter which celebrity was involved in the scandal, what mattered was the buzz and traffic. At that moment, tens of millions of netizens were watching the drama unfold online. A server crash would have resulted in huge losses. Weibo's CEO immediately instructed network engineers to increase bandwidth, allowing more netizens to enjoy the drama smoothly. Millions of netizens were both discussing it online and waiting for more explosive content. Yang Mi and Dilraba, in the venue, looked pale. This photo meant that they, along with Xiao Ju Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao, would begin to face external scrutiny and public pressure. But now, this was something they had to face. "I'll make you suffer a terrible fate." CEO Zhang glanced at them with considerable disdain. Then, under the spotlight of a group of reporters' cameras, he walked onto the stage. "Distinguished guests, I believe today's meeting should be a sincere and honest affair, ensuring that every collaboration is free of hidden problems. However, right here today, our two most popular actresses, Yang Mi and Dilraba, have concealed their true identities from all of us. I don't think their status as mothers should be questioned, but in business collaborations, deliberately concealing the fact that they have children is absolutely a lack of character and irresponsible towards other partners. If it were suddenly revealed during future collaborations that they have had children, the impact on any brand could be devastating. Many of you may be wondering about this, but I can tell you definitively that Yang Mi and Dilraba have indeed had children, and their children are already over 2 years old." As Mr. Zhang spoke, the images on the screen changed. More photos appeared on the screen. There were photos of Yang Mi and Dilraba secretly shopping with their daughters, Xiao Ju Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao. There were photos of Yang Mi and Dilraba driving with their daughters, Xiao Ju Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao. There are also photos of the two of them dining at a restaurant with their daughters, Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao. More, clearer photos have been released. To everyone present, Yang Mi and Dilraba did indeed have a child. Brands that had been in talks with Yang Mi and Dilraba Dilmarat all frowned, some even visibly displeased. Reporters at the scene captured all of this on camera and uploaded it online. Now all collaborations are off. Yang Mi and Dilraba Dilmarat are definitely going to fall from grace. Deliberately concealing the fact that they've had children, no brand would want to work with actresses like that. If I were a brand, I would refuse to cooperate immediately. Entrusting the future of their brand to two morally flawed actresses is a huge blow to their brand image. Luckily, the news came out early. It's probably the end of Yang Mi and Dilraba Dilmarat's acting careers. They probably won't be getting any commercial collaborations with them in the future. Even acting is going to be tough. Online, there were both harsh criticisms and sarcastic mockery. The atmosphere of gossip and speculation intensified. Everyone stared at the screen, constantly refreshing the feed with new photos and videos. At the banquet, Yang Mi and Dilraba faced the questioning gazes of the audience, leaving them no room for explanation. Things had progressed to this point, and they couldn't explain anymore. They could only let the matter be fully exposed before figuring out how to resolve it. Resolve it? Yang Mi and Dilraba both smiled bitterly. For actors, especially actresses, it's all about youth. What does youth mean? Being married and having children means youth is over. An actress's lifespan is essentially over. Few fans will still support a married woman with children. Now that this matter has been exposed, their only option left is to fade out of the entertainment industry, stay home to be wives and mothers, and gradually be forgotten. This is already the best solution. On stage, Mr. Zhang was still dissatisfied with the atmosphere. Yang Mi and Dilraba had completely enraged him. He now wanted not only to ruin their careers, but also the two of them. He wanted to completely eliminate their chances of a comeback. This would also make them more obedient to him when they begged for mercy in the future. Distinguished guests. Mr. Zhang's voice once again drew everyone's attention. The reason I'm standing up today and publicly pointing this out is because I'm outraged by the character of Yang Mi and Dilraba. If it were just about pregnancy and childbirth, I believe that's every woman's right. Even if they deceived all the audience, fans, and representatives of the brands present, it could be considered somewhat understandable. But in reality, their pregnancy and childbirth process was far more complicated and unbearable than everyone imagines. A privately photographed medical record appeared on the LED screen behind him. It showed the dates Yang Mi and Dilraba were admitted to the hospital for registration. Same gestational age. Same production time. The names of the two children are also displayed. Both children are listed with the surname Su. Reporters took photos frantically. Almost immediately, a photo of this medical record circulated on the homepages of major portal websites and video websites. Online discussions intensified. The appearance of this medical record directly confirmed Yang Mi and Dilraba's pregnancy and childbirth. At the manor, Su Rui also saw the photo at the same time. "Daddy, I want to see mommy's pretty pictures, not this. We can't read, we can't understand it." The television was simultaneously displaying the image on Su Rui's phone. The two little ones didn't understand what this photo meant, still innocently wanting to see their mother's beautiful pictures. Mommy looks like she's been bullied, Su Rui said expressionlessly. The photos from the scene showed that Mr. Zhang from Taishan had released Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao's medical records. Yang Mi and Dilraba, sitting in the audience, were completely on the defensive. Although he wasn't in the entertainment industry, it wasn't hard to understand that for female celebrities, having their secret pregnancy and childbirth publicly revealed was a devastating blow. Xiao Zhang was targeting them both, and deliberately choosing such a grand banquet to publicly reveal this made his intentions even more obvious. Mommy's being bullied. Daddy, let's go help Mommy. We can't let bad people bully Mommy. These bad people. How can they bully our Mommy? Upon hearing that their mother was being bullied, the two little ones immediately climbed down from their little chairs, hands on their hips, looking furious. Why don't you two stay home? Daddy will go help Mommy, Su Rui said. The two little ones immediately shook their heads like rattles. No, Mommy's being bullied. We have to go help. We want to go with Daddy to fight the bad guys. Everyone who bullies Mommy is a bad guy. So many people are bullying Mommy. Tao Tao is afraid Daddy can't beat them, so Tao Tao wants to go with Daddy to help him fight the bad guys. That's right. Orange wants to go with Daddy to fight the bad guys too. We have to defeat all the bad guys who bully Mommy. Their innocent little faces spoke with the most determined words. Su Rui looked at their indignant expressions and finally didn't refuse their request. Alright, let's go save Mommy together. Let's go defeat those bad guys who bully Mommy. Okay. Then Daddy, let's hurry up and leave, otherwise Mommy will be beaten by those bad guys. Okay, let's go now. Su Rui picked up little Orange and little Tao Tao and went downstairs. Yeah, Lin, prepare the car. Yes, Mr. Su. Yeah, Lin was also keeping an eye on the banquet. She had noticed the unexpected incident. Knowing that Mr. Su wouldn't stand idly by, she had already instructed the driver to wait at the entrance. Upon exiting the house, Su Rui led Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao to the banquet venue. The banquet hall. While everyone was still carefully examining the document, Mr. Zhang loudly proclaimed, "This document shows that Yang Mi and Reba were pregnant at the same time and gave birth on the same day. Is such a coincidence really possible? The only explanation is that they both slept with the same man on the same day and got pregnant at the same time. Look at the surnames of the two children, the facts prove they share the same surname. And my investigation shows that the man behind them, surnamed Su, is an extremely wealthy person. I have reason to deduce that Yang Mi and Dilraba slept with this man surnamed Su for money, and even had children with him for money." The impact of Mr. Zhang's last words was comparable to a nuclear bomb. The entire venue erupted in uproar. The reporters' cameras were practically smoking from being pressed. A barrage of flashes were aimed at the content on the LED screen, and another barrage of flashes were frantically aimed at the pale-faced Yang Mi and Dilraba. Now that the matter had been exposed like this, Yang Mi stood up and angrily retorted, "We did have a secret encounter with Mr. Su, but it wasn't about money. We didn't have these two children because of money either. Please show some respect. You can slander us, but you can't slander our children. If it wasn't about money, then is it because of love?" The young Mr. Zhang on stage mocked mercilessly. The brand representatives in the audience couldn't stand it anymore. As a major international brand, they weren't against female celebrities who had given birth. In fact, many of their spokespeople had publicly admitted to having children, but they couldn't accept this kind of deception and concealment. Fortunately, this deception and concealment was exposed before the cooperation officially took effect. If it had been exposed after the cooperation had begun, the impact on their brand would have been extremely negative, especially consumers in Greater China, who place great importance on the private lives of celebrities. Once such a crisis of trust erupts, the brand will inevitably be implicated. Ms. Reba, while your image and temperament perfectly match Van Cleef & Arpels' business needs, your lack of integrity completely contradicts our brand values. Therefore, I'm sorry, we cannot continue discussing further cooperation with you. Ms. Yang, Ms. Reba, Montblanc has always pursued integrity and confidence, and your current behavior demonstrates neither integrity nor confidence. Your actions are extremely inconsistent with our principles, and there's no need to discuss any further specific cooperation between us. Ms. Yang, Hermes will not accept a celebrity with questionable personal conduct as our spokesperson. Brands that had initially expressed interest in further collaborations are now informing them of the termination of their agreements. They are also subtly or overtly expressing their displeasure at this deception. Clearly, after this cancellation, it's impossible to work with them again. This is essentially equivalent to blacklisting Yang Mi and Dilraba from brand collaborations. Both Yang Mi and Dilraba had anticipated this situation. When the first photo appeared on the big screen, this outcome was inevitable. Therefore, neither of them was surprised. They could only accept it. There was no need for further explanation. As expected, these brands hated when celebrities deceive them. Just a moment ago they were the most dazzling stars, and now they've become the target of everyone's criticism. How ironic. Ironic, my foot. They brought it on themselves and deserve it. I thought they were so innocent, but they're shameless for having other people's children for money. And having children with the same man at the same time. My values are shattered. Disillusioned, ha, ha ha ha. I bet no brand will ever work with them again. With this kind of character, they should just get out of the entertainment industry. A frenzy of people stirring up trouble online ensued. Fans of other celebrities echoed this sentiment, and aside from a few casual observers, the majority of netizens were condemning and criticizing them. Yang Mi and Dilraba, present at the event, didn't know the full extent of the online backlash. However, given their time in the entertainment industry, they could roughly guess that the internet was currently filled with condemnation of them. They were mentally prepared for any eventuality. The worst that could happen was retiring from the entertainment industry. Thinking about it, there wasn't much to be afraid of. Since the matter was already exposed, their attitudes only hardened. On stage, CEO Zhang, seeing that his goal had been achieved, walked up to Yang Mi and Dilraba with schadenfreude. I gave you chance after chance, but you courted your own doom, so don't blame me. Are you satisfied now? Originally, it wasn't a big deal. You were still getting endorsements, still being top-tier actresses, Now, not only have you lost all of that, but even the child you've always wanted to protect has been exposed. In the coming year, earning 10 billion is completely impossible for you. 56% of the company's shares are mine. You've completely collapsed. CEO Zhang said, a suggestive expression on his face. He planned to offer them a lifeline when they had nothing left, to lend them a helping hand. Right now, I'm the only one who can help you. Although your acting careers will definitely have to come to a temporary halt, it doesn't mean your careers are truly over. If you both agree to my demands and become my mistresses, I will retain your remaining 44% of the shares. This way, you will still enjoy the company's profits. How to make money isn't important. What's important is making money. I think you both understand that. If you won't even take this last option, then don't blame me for using my position as the largest shareholder to gradually strip away your remaining shares, offering them a piece of candy while simultaneously wielding a knife in their path. Mr. Zhang thought he had driven them to this point, and that they wouldn't give up on this last resort. Unexpectedly, Yang Mi and Reba had a completely different mindset. Since the matter had already been exposed, they didn't care anymore. With a tacit understanding, the two stepped forward and slapped Mr. Zhang across the face, one on each side. Damn it! Mr. Zhang was instantly consumed by rage. His roar drew the attention of everyone in the room. The reporter snapped photos incessantly. Let me tell you, don't even think about using the children to blackmail us. We did have children with Mr. Su, but I've said it before, our children weren't with him because of money, never. You think we're so despicable as to become your mistresses for money? Dream on. Isn't everything you've done today just trying to force us into becoming your mistresses? I'm telling you now, in front of everyone, even if you try to blackmail us with the children, we will absolutely not agree to such a despicable demand. Yang Mi's voice was very loud. Loud enough for everyone in the hall to hear her. At this point, there was no point in hiding anything. Since Mr. Zhang had already been so rude to them, why bother showing him any mercy? Sure enough, Yang Mi's words drew stares from the guests in the hall. Their gazes towards Mr. Zhang were all filled with disdain. This made Mr. Zhang's face extremely ugly. He hadn't expected Yang Mi to be so daring, directly exposing his ulterior motives to the public. Yang Mi, are you crazy? Mr. Zhang grabbed Yang Mi's hand. If it weren't for the large group of reporters and cameras pointed at him, he would have slapped her. In front of so many people, Yang Mi directly exposed his intention to use their weakness to blackmail them into becoming his mistresses, which was tantamount to exposing his private morality as well. He represented TNU Media. His image being damaged was equivalent to TNU Media's image being damaged. Damaged company image was an unbearable blow to him, especially in front of so many international brands. This made him want to tear Yang Mi apart on the spot. You bad person, let go of my mother. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Yang Mi and Mr. Zhang, the banquet hall doors were suddenly pushed open by two female bodyguards. A tall, handsome man, carrying two adorable babies, strode into the banquet hall. Su Rui, holding Little Orange and Little Peach, approached Mr. Zhang. Let go. Su Rui stared at Mr. Zhang expressionlessly. His imposing aura completely overwhelmed him. Mr. Zhang broke out in a cold sweat. A deep-seated fear gripped him. The man before him seemed like a colossal beast from the deep sea, exuding overwhelming pressure. Mr. Zhang subconsciously swallowed. Then, he instinctively released his grip. Su Rui, you don't think you're so great. According to my investigation, you don't even own a company. What are you pretending to be? Mr. Zhang was overwhelmed by Su Rui's aura. He retreated repeatedly. Chapter 058 Introducing you, this is my wife Yang Mi and Reba. Please subscribe. You bad person, you're not allowed to call our dad a wolf. Our dad is a good person, not a wolf. You're the big bad guy, bullying our mom. I'm going to beat you up, you big bad guy. Little Orange and Little Peach were furious that their mother was being bullied and their father was being called a wolf. The two little ones broke free from Su Rui's embrace, slid off him, and pounced on little Zhang's feet, punching him repeatedly. Their small bodies possessed little energy, but their determination to protect their parents was not to be underestimated. Damn it! Little Zhang raised his foot to kick the two little ones away. Su Rui's gaze sharpened, and a surging killing intent, like a deep-sea current, enveloped little Zhang. Little Zhang's body instantly stiffened. Cold sweat poured down his back. He stared stiffly at Su Rui, his cold gaze filled with murderous intent. He had no doubt that even if he kicked them, or even touched a hair on their heads, his life would be over tonight. Zhu Ziyi, Tao Tao. Yang Mi and Reba quickly rushed forward and hugged little Zhu Ziyi and little Tao Tao, to prevent them from getting hurt. Mommy, Daddy, and I are here to protect you, Little Orange and Little Peach said firmly. Thank you. Mommy is so touched. Yang Mi and Reba hugged their daughters, their faces immediately showing maternal tenderness. Mommy, are you hurt? Peach and I have already taught that big bad guy a lesson. He will never dare to bully you again. Little Orange looked at her two mothers, and seeing that they were unharmed, her little face relaxed considerably. Then she gave her mother a warm, comforting hug. Mommy, don't be afraid, we will protect you. Yes, it's so good to have you too. Yang Mi and Dilraba were so moved by the two little ones that they almost cried. This scene was captured on camera. These are Yang Mi and Dilraba's children? They're really cute. The scene of these two little ones hitting someone just now, I'm actually a little touched. No matter how they came into this world, these two children are innocent. These two little girls are so adorable. Didn't you guys notice this man? Holy crap, he's incredibly handsome. No wonder Yang Mi and Dilraba both had children with him. I'd be willing to have his children with other women too. Your values follow your looks, huh? He's really handsome. You can feel his aura even through the screen. If he's really rich, then he's both handsome and rich. I'd like him too, and I'd want to have his children too. The male lead entered with two adorable children. The netizens watching the drama online became even more engrossed. Those who had initially been overwhelmingly criticizing Yang Mi and Dilraba were now mostly praising Xiao Zhu Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao, as well as their father, Su Rui. Su Rui's appearance in the banquet hall with Xiao Zhu Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao also caused quite a stir among the attendees. Most of the celebrities were simply enjoying the drama. They wanted to see how this escalating situation between Yang Mi and Dilraba would end. Several actresses had met Su Rui before at the Yulan Club. They roughly knew that Su Rui's identity was extraordinary. They hadn't expected him to appear publicly at this event. It seemed he was there to support Yang Mi and Dilraba. Among the crowd were also domestic agents and distributors who recognized Su Rui. Little Su? Why are you here with Xiao Zhu Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao? Don't tell me. Yang Mi and Dilraba are Xiao Zhu Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao's mother. A small, elderly man in a suit walked over with surprise. Grandpa Zhang. Little Orange and Little Peach recognized him as the grandpa who had been fishing by the river earlier. They greeted him warmly. Hey, hello little babies. Old Zhang beamed as soon as he saw Little Orange and Little Peach. Is there a law that says they can't be Little Orange and Little Peach's mother? Su Rui chuckled teasingly. No, it's just very unexpected. If I had known Miss Yang and Miss Reba were your wives, Little Orange and Little Peach's mothers, I wouldn't have been here watching the show like this. Old Zhang said frankly. Seeing the two of them holding the adorable Little Orange and Little Peach, and thinking about how he had been watching their mothers make a fool of themselves, he felt a little guilty. You didn't know their identities, it's not your fault, Su Rui said calmly. There was more than one big shot from Shanghai fishing by the river earlier. Su Rui appeared with Xiao Zhu Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao, and the group of Shanghai bigwigs immediately followed. It really is Xiao Zhu Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao. Oh my, you two are getting cuter and cuter. Why haven't you gone fishing with your dad these past few days? The uncles often chat by the river about when you'll come again. I didn't expect to see you two here. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Hello, Grandpa Li. Good evening, Uncle Chien. Little Orange and Little Peach have excellent memories. They greeted everyone one by one. This delighted the group of old men and women. Looking at Yang Mi and Reba, a look of self-reproach appeared on their faces. Little Su, you should have told us about this. If we had known they were Little Orange and Little Peach's mothers, we would have helped them from the start. Look at the situation now, it's made your children's mother suffer. These old men and women truly meant what they said. They had a very good relationship with Su Rui, not only because many of them had received support and financial assistance from Su Rui, It was also because Su Rui was a renowned top expert in their fishing circle. Who hasn't been amazed by his incredible fishing skills? Plus, Little Orange and Little Peach are now the darlings of their Shanghai fishing circle. If they had known beforehand that Yang Mi and Dilraba were Su Rui's women, the mothers of Little Orange and Little Peach, they would have intervened from the very beginning of this farce. It's not too late to know now. Let me formally introduce you. This is my wife, Yang Mi, Little Orange's mother. This is my wife, Dilraba, Little Peach's mother. Su Rui smiled and introduced them generously. Yang Mi and Dilraba were stunned. Their faces instinctively flushed red. Su Rui actually publicly acknowledged them as his wives in front of so many business tycoons in Shanghai. This counts as acknowledging their status? Their hearts were pounding. Seriously, acknowledging them both as his wives at once. Is this really okay? Hello. Yang Mi and Dilraba responded with a slightly awkward tone. Suddenly appearing at a business event as someone's wife was a little uncomfortable for both of them. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, now that we know who you are, please don't take this too seriously. As your agents and distributors, even if we can't decide on the spokesperson, we will definitely arrange other resources for you. Your careers aren't over yet. I also own 2 children's clothing brands. You can shoot commercials with your children, Zio Juzi and Zio Tao. I also own a furniture brand. If Ms. Yang and Ms. Dilraba don't mind, you're the spokespeople for my brand. I have my own beauty brand, and I would like to invite Ms. Yang and Ms. Dilraba to become our brand spokespeople and ambassadors. These fishermen in Shanghai aren't ordinary fishermen, they're all shrewd and unassuming business tycoons. Yang Mi and Dilraba were stunned by their enthusiasm. Their gazes instinctively drifted to Su Rui. They knew perfectly well that the reason these business tycoons from Shanghai were so enthusiastic and so openly willing to give them resources was because of Su Rui. Just how much influence did Su Rui wield? He was clearly the youngest in the group and should at least address these Shanghai tycoons as uncle, yet these business moguls of the older generation treated Su Rui with unbelievable kindness. Mr. Zhang, standing to the side, stared blankly at the scene. He was dumbfounded. The moment Su Rui appeared, these Shanghai tycoons, who usually paid little attention to entertainment industry bosses like themselves, suddenly surrounded him, showering him with enthusiastic greetings. Judging from their tone, they were even willing to defy public opinion and utilize Yang Mi and Dilraba. All of this was because the man behind them was Su Rui. Who the hell is he? When investigating his identity, he genuinely found very little information related to Su Rui. Not even a company. He hadn't even seen any investments under Su Rui's name. He had initially thought that Su Rui was simply an actor hired by Yang Mi and Dilraba from somewhere, whose purpose was to put on a show for them, forcing them to abandon the multi-billion-dollar gambling agreement. Now it seems that Su Rui's actual situation is far more complex than he imagined. He wouldn't. Could he really be as extraordinary as the rumors say? Mr. Zhang's heart pounded. A sense of unease spread rapidly through him. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the CEOs, CBOs, and CMOs of the international brands, upon seeing Su Rui enter, almost simultaneously thought of a man who was somewhat unfamiliar to them. Just as Easterners often perceive Westerners as looking alike, these Westerners, seeing Su Rui, this Easterner, also felt he resembled many others. For a moment, they were unsure of his identity. John, look at this man, isn't he Mr. Su? I'm not sure, but he does look a bit like him. If it really is him, then tonight's banquet is of great significance to us. Did he say Miss Yang and Miss Reba are his wives? I think so. My God, if Miss Yang and Miss Reba are his wives, then we're in big trouble tonight. Mark, excuse me for a moment. I need to make a call to the chairman to confirm this man's identity. Excuse me too. Everyone, please take your time chatting. The CEOs of the various brands hurriedly ran to the side to make video calls to their chairman. Why not call? How can you verify someone's identity over the phone? One by one, after connecting to the video call, they discreetly pointed the camera at Su Rui, who was chatting with elderly men and women in Shanghai's business district. Almost simultaneously, the chairman on the other end of the phone all recognized Su Rui. Mr. Su actually graced your event today. Mark, go over there right away so I can greet Mr. Su. John, that's the esteemed Mr. Su. You didn't offend him today, did you? No, everything's fine. That's good. John, take your phone and go over there. I need to speak with Mr. Su. A group of CEOs from international brands confirmed Su Rui's identity with their chairman. They all secretly wiped away sweat. Then, they took their phones and went forward. Hey Mr. Su, this is Mark Jason, CEO of Van Cleef & Arpels. Your presence truly graces this event. Our chairman heard of your arrival and was eager to greet you personally. He turned his phone screen towards Su Rui. A middle-aged white man in his 50s, wearing a suit, appeared on the screen. Mr. Su, I apologize for meeting you in such an inappropriate manner. I heard from Mark that you were at the event and couldn't wait to say hello. If you have time to visit France again, please let me know immediately, and I will personally go to the airport to pick you up. Then, Mr. Su, please take a ride on my newly purchased yacht and let me accompany you on a fishing trip. Tonight, please have Mark accompany Mr. Su to the banquet for me. Nick, you're too kind. We can go fishing together sometime. Su Rui smiled faintly, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. Before him, besides the Van Cleef and Arpels video, were CEOs from other major brands, each holding a phone. A row of phones surrounded him. It had become an online meeting. Mr. Su, this is Alain Wertheimer, president of Chanel. Do you remember me? If I had known you would be attending tonight's dinner, I should have personally led a team to China. Mr. Su, this is Jean-Marc Vacheron of Vacheron Constantin. I vividly remember dining with you last time. I truly hope to have the opportunity to invite you to dinner again. Mr. Su, Mr. Su, Mr. Su. The enthusiastic greetings from dozens of brand owners on the other end of the phone created an eerie silence in the entire venue. Even the business tycoons from Shanghai surrounding Su Rui, watching the heads of these top international brands in the video call before him, were all extremely polite, extremely respectful to Su Rui. They were all dumbfounded. No one knew Su Rui's specific background. They only knew that Su Rui was very rich and capable, but no one knew just how capable he was. Today, seeing these usually arrogant and disdainful Western corporations and conglomerates being so polite to Su Rui became even more mysterious in their eyes. Daddy, who are they? They're so noisy. Little Orange and Little Peach peeked over, looking at a row of foreigners on a phone screen, pouting. These are all my dad's friends from abroad. Su Rui smiled and offered an explanation. Su Rui's use of the word friend flattered the group of business owners. A look of delight spread across their faces. Mr. Su, is this your daughter? I've never heard you mention this before. They're so adorable. Our Hermes fashion designers haven't designed children's clothing before. Mr. Su's two daughters are so cute, it suddenly reminded me that Hermes could design children's wear. Mr. Su, why don't we have our designers design some children's clothes for your daughters? If all goes well, we can launch a children's clothing line, and then have Mr. Su's daughters endorse our brand. We at LV are also interested in designing children's clothing for Mr. Su's daughters, and we're sure it will satisfy Mr. Su. Because it was a face-to-face video call, the speakerphone was on. Everyone could hear the voice from the phone. A group of big bosses were fawning over Little Orange and Little Peach. This scene completely stunned everyone in the venue. Su Rui knew they were trying to curry favor with him in this way. It didn't matter. He was used to this kind of thing. Compared to the issue of what Xiao Ju and Xiao Tao Tao were wearing, Su Rui was more concerned with resolving Yang Mi and Dilraba's career issues. He pulled Yang Mi and Dilraba to his side. Let me introduce you, these two are my wives, Yang Mi and Dilraba. Chapter 59 Capitals Kneeling. A night of 80 billion. Please subscribe. Wife? The group of international tycoons on the other end of the phone were all stunned. They had never heard of Su Rui having a wife. But Su Rui was inherently very mysterious, and their understanding of him was very limited. Even if he had a wife, it would be normal. The only question was, why was he suddenly introducing his wives to them? Yang Mi? Dilraba? Frankly, they didn't know either of them. But these top bosses in the entertainment and business worlds always had a very accurate eye for people. A quick glance at Yang Mi and Dilraba beside Su Rui revealed that their aura suggested they belonged in the entertainment industry. Therefore, they immediately understood Su Rui's purpose in introducing his two wives to them. Mr. Su, your two wives truly possess extraordinary elegance. Our Hermes is currently holding open auditions for a global brand ambassador, and seeing your two wives, I believe the results are already decided. If you don't think our brand is too cheap, I would like to invite your two wives to become our Hermes global brand ambassadors and advertising spokespeople. You're so quick to speak. As soon as the Hermes boss spoke, everyone else rushed to extend invitations to Yang Mi and Dilraba. Mrs. Yang, Mrs. Dilraba, if you both don't mind our brand, LV would also like to invite you to become our global brand ambassadors. Or, one of you could serve as a brand ambassador, and the other as our advertising spokesperson. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, it would be our honor if Van Cleef and Arpels could have you both become our global brand ambassadors. Mr. Su, I wonder if Patek Philippe would have the honor of inviting your wives to become our brand ambassadors and spokespersons. Please give us a chance. The people around, whether they were major distributors and operators, or entertainment industry bosses and their male and female stars, even the reporters snapping photos, their expressions at this moment were so rich they could have spontaneously performed a wonderful Peking opera. These internationally renowned bosses, to curry favor with Su Rui, actually went to this extent? It's outrageous. A spokesperson would be easier to handle. Almost all brands use local celebrities as brand ambassadors in different countries. This is a perfectly normal localization strategy. Therefore, the brand ambassadors for the same brand are completely different in different countries. However, the position of global brand ambassador is extremely special. A brand typically only has one brand ambassador for a period of time, especially these international giants, who rarely change the strategy. In the past, these brands' global brand ambassadors were all Westerners, either celebrities from the brand's country of origin, or the most influential celebrities from Europe and America, without exception. But today, because of Su Rui's appearance, dozens of brands, without any research or thought, are all willing to give up the global brand ambassador position to Yang Mi and Dilraba. What's most chilling to them is the feeling that these top executives are practically begging Yang Mi and Dilraba to be their global brand ambassadors. At this moment, everyone looking at Su Rui, who remained silent in the crowd, felt a sense of oppressive power, as if a colossal giant were standing before them. The bosses of the 7 companies Zishan, Hassan, Yuxin, and Enlight Media, who had previously targeted Yang Mi and Dilraba, were now swallowing hard. The facts were clearly laid bare before them. The power of Su Rui, the man behind Yang Mi and Dilraba, was beyond their comprehension. Even these bosses, who could wield considerable influence in the international entertainment and business world, had to treat Su Rui with utmost respect and carefully maintain their relationship with him. They were nothing but nobody compared to him, like little rascals whom everyone else looked down on. Luckily, they had apologized to Yang Mi and Dilraba early on. Look at the trembling, isolated CEO Zhang. They were even more grateful they hadn't participated in tonight's operation against Yang Mi and Dilraba. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Since this man arrived at the venue, how did things change so drastically? I just used AI image recognition to look at the faces on these phones, and damn, they're all the behind-the-scenes bosses of huge corporations. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Isn't that obvious? He summoned all these brand owners the moment he appeared. How could he be an ordinary person? Yang Mi and Dilraba seemed to have found a real powerful backer. No wonder they were both willing to have his children. With that kind of power, women who want to have his children would probably have to be evaluated to see if they're even qualified. The astonishment online was no less than that of those present. Everyone was frantically refreshing their feeds for information about tonight's banquet. Twists and turns. It's incredibly exciting. At the banquet venue, upon hearing the personal invitations from the brand owners, Su Rui smiled faintly. Thank you very much for your hospitality. Mimi, Dilraba, these owners are all my friends. Since they've so warmly invited you to become their global brand ambassadors and spokespeople, would you consider it? Su Rui nudged Yang Mi and Dilraba beside him. Oh, of course, no problem, it's my honor to be your brand ambassador. It's my honor too. Yang Mi and Dilraba immediately nodded in agreement. What was there to hesitate about? My goodness. These are all top global brands. These brands have never had a global brand ambassador from the East before. These two are definitely the first celebrities to become their global brand ambassadors. And for so many top global brands, they thought tonight would be the end of their careers. Unexpectedly, Su Rui's sudden appearance not only instantly saved their careers but also directly propelled them to unprecedented heights. No, more accurately, Su Rui's appearance brought their careers to a height they could never reach through their own efforts alone. For him, this height was simply a matter of him introducing them to these big bosses. It's unimaginably powerful. Fortunately, he's their man. Yang Mi and Reba glanced at Su Rui furtively, their hearts filled not only with warmth but also with intense admiration. I hope our cooperation will be fruitful. It is our honor to cooperate with you both. If you have any conditions during the cooperation process, please feel free to raise them at any time, and we will certainly make arrangements accordingly. Mrs. Yang, Mrs. Reba, if you have the time, please come to France with Mr. Su. I hope to have the opportunity to invite your family to dinner. Yang Mi and Dilraba clearly expressed their willingness to accept their endorsement offers, and the group of bosses on the other end of the video call all breathed a sigh of relief. Their tense and expectant expressions visibly shifted to relaxed ones. If there's a chance, let's catch up properly when we meet. I won't say much more in this situation. Su Rui spoke calmly. Okay, Mr. Su must have a lot to do, so I won't bother you any longer. Su Rui said goodbye, and the bosses tactfully stopped talking. However, their video call didn't end. They instead gave some instructions to their respective CEOs. Then they ended the video call. A group of people surrounded Su Rui. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, we misunderstood you both. I sincerely apologize to Ms. Yang and Ms. Dilraba. Mark Jason from Van Cleef & Arpels was the first to apologize. Even their big boss treated Su Rui with utmost respect. How could he dare offend Yang Mi and Dilraba? Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, I apologize to you both. I'm sorry, I was impulsive. We truly didn't know of your distinguished status, which caused such a misunderstanding. Please forgive my rudeness. After hanging up the video call, the CEOs, CBOs, and CMOs all apologized respectfully. to avoid leaving any unpleasant impressions after tonight. Yang Mi and Dilraba were already quite surprised by tonight's gains. How could they possibly hold such a small matter against them? Frankly, if they were the bosses, they would have made the same choice in this situation. How could they blame them? It was just a misunderstanding. It's all cleared up now. I hope this kind of problem won't occur in our future cooperation. Yang Mi calmed herself down and forgave them. The group breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid any complications, they all produced their contracts. Each company produced 2 contracts. One was for a global brand ambassadorship. The other was for a domestic advertising endorsement. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, since there are no other issues, why don't we sign the contracts now? That way, you two can go home and rest with your child earlier. Wait a minute. Su Rui waved his hand, stopping them. He walked straight to the trembling Mr. Zhang standing to the side. The crowd automatically made way for him. You! Mr. Zhang's voice trembled. Tonight's events had taught him that the reason he couldn't investigate Su Rui's information wasn't because Su Rui lacked information for him, but because he simply lacked the ability to access it. Su Rui was indeed as terrifying as the rumors suggested. No! Judging from the strength he displayed at today's banquet, he possessed even more terrifying power than the rumors claimed. If I remember correctly, you were one of those 8 CEOs who targeted Jiexing back then, right? I didn't expect that even after everyone else gave up, you'd still be so persistent. You still want a performance-based agreement, right? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Su Rui snapped his fingers. All the brand CEOs were stunned for a moment, then immediately and tactfully surrounded him. Mr. Su, what are your orders? Su Rui said, my wife and this boss are engaged in a bet. The agreement requires my wife to earn 10 billion this year. With so many brands here, given my wife's status and position, 10 billion should be more than enough after signing your contracts, right? Of course. A mere 10 billion? We can make Miss Yang and Ms. Dilraba work hard for a whole year. The chairman just specifically instructed that the endorsement fee can be filled in however you like. It's our honor to cooperate with Miss Yang and Ms. Dilraba. There's no need to worry about the money. Our chairman also gave the same instructions, so please rest assured, Mr. Su, we understand what to do. These people understood perfectly well. Su Rui wanted to use them to teach this little Kalamai a lesson. If they could help Su Rui, why hesitate? The group immediately had a table brought over. It was placed directly in front of Mr. Zhang. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, please sign here. Our endorsement fees for both of you will be calculated entirely in US dollars. All the contracts were laid out in a row. This was the first time Yang Mi and Dilraba had received such treatment. They glanced at Su Rui. A mixture of gratitude and emotion filled them. The two of them signed their names on the stack of contracts together, then affixed Jiexing's official seal. This pile of documents, just signing them made their hands ache. Not to mention, they had never experienced anything like this before. The brand CEOs were quite astute. They contacted their company finance departments beforehand, and as soon as the contracts were signed, the finance department immediately transferred the funds. Ding dong, ding dong. Yang Mi and Dilraba's phones kept buzzing with text message notifications about changes in the company's account. All agreements were signed. Yang Mi and Dilraba took out their phones and saw that the company account had received a new transfer of 85.676 billion. Both of them were stunned. To be honest, this was the first time they had ever seen so much money at once. And all of this money was theirs. Excitement. There was no doubt about it. Looking at the calm Su Rui, Yang Mi and Dilraba were deeply moved. He had given them unprecedented confidence. Mr. Zhang, there's no need to wait a year. We've already earned 10 billion. Even in US dollars, that's 10 billion. Yang Mi directly took out her phone and showed Mr. Zhang the text message confirming her payment. The number 85.776 billion displayed was so striking it was almost blinding. Mr. Zhang's legs went weak, and he staggered backward. This Su Rui is terrifying. Just tonight's endorsement alone earned Yang Mi and Dilraba over 80 billion. He completely lost this 10 billion gamble. The moment Su Rui walked into the venue, his defeat was already sealed. Mr. Zhang, according to our contract, from now on, 56% of Tianyu's shares belong to Jiexing. Since both sides are present tonight, why don't we just settle this matter directly? Yang Mi said. Mr. Zhang, his hands were trembling. He had been so confident of victory, but he never imagined that Su Rui's appearance would cause him to lose completely. 56% of the company's shares. My God. Mr. Zhang, we told you not to continue, but you wouldn't listen. Now that Jiexing has already fulfilled the performance-based agreement ahead of schedule, you should accept your loss. Don't be so arrogant in the future. Sign it, and after you sign, apologize to Mr. Su and Ms. Yang and Ms. Reba, just like we did. The bosses of the other 7 companies then stepped in, kicking him while he was down, subtly distancing themselves from him, to avoid being implicated unnecessarily. You bunch of old foxes. Young Master Zhang glared at him fiercely. Unfortunately, there's no going back. He knew perfectly well that these people wanted to use him to test Su Rui. He had been too arrogant and jumped into this trap himself. He had buried himself. Now, even if he was unwilling, he had no choice but to sign the equity transfer agreement. Yang Mi and Dilraba weren't going to be polite to him. They signed their names together as co-founders of the company. They became the largest shareholder of Tianyu Media. I will definitely take back everything I've lost. Mr. Zhang clenched his fist, gritted his teeth, threw down his pen, and left the banquet hall. The artists under Tianyu Media were caught in a dilemma. But in the end, not a single one followed their boss. Everyone could see that the old era of Tianyu Media had completely come to an end. Now, Yang Mi and Dilraba from GXing Media are the largest shareholders of Tianyu Media, and the new era they represent has officially begun. Tonight, even just exchanging a few words with Yang Mi or Dilraba could potentially benefit their future careers. Congratulations, Sister Mi. Congratulations, Sister Dilraba. I'm Hua Chinayo from Tianyu Media, nice to meet you all. Sister Mi, Sister Dilraba, I'm Zhang Yingrong from Tianyu Media. Sister Mi, Sister Dilraba, you both look so beautiful tonight, and your baby with Mr. Su is so cute. No one cares about Yang Mi and Dilraba secretly having a child anymore. All around are voices of flattery. Chapter 60 Dilraba, my child is 2 years old, but tonight was my first kiss. Please subscribe. So realistic, damn it. Just now everyone was laughing at Yang Mi and Dilraba, now they're all swarming around them to flatter them. Hey, is your idol a fence-sitter? Why is nobody mentioning Yang Mi and Dilraba's premarital pregnancy and secret births anymore? So what if they had children? Why all the fuss? Their husbands are so handsome, and their babies are so cute. I suddenly want to ship them as a couple. Hey, is it allowed to have 2 wives in China? What kind of values are these? They might not even be actually married, damn it. When I had a girlfriend, I called her wife directly. Netizens across the world watched the whole thing unfold. As the story twisted and turned, netizens' attitudes subtly changed. Since the collaboration is confirmed, we'll be leaving now. Orange, peach, goodbye everyone. Su Rui had no interest in this kind of banquet. Now that things are resolved, it's time to take the 2 little girls home to sleep. It's already 10:30. Bye-bye, sister. Bye-bye, brother. Bye-bye, uncle. Bye-bye, grandpa. Bye-bye, grandpa. The 2 little ones leaned against Su Rui, waving enthusiastically to everyone. They weren't shy at all. Goodbye, everyone. Su Rui mainly greeted the group of fishermen from Shanghai around him. Remember to bring Little Orange and Little Peach fishing next time. Little Su, cough cough, I suddenly feel awkward calling you that. Just call them whatever you want. Su Rui said with a smile, the 2 little ones have been playing with their mom lately, so they haven't had time to come fishing with you guys. They'll contact you when they have time. Okay, it's settled. A group of Shanghai fishing enthusiasts saw Su Rui and his group downstairs. The thousands of people attending tonight's banquet followed behind, standing at the hotel entrance, seeing Su Rui, Yang Mi, Dilraba, Xiao Ju Ziai, and Xiao Tao Tao off to their cars, until their cars were out of sight. Everyone, although your brand endorsements have all been finalized, but we haven't finished discussing the distribution and operations issues. Let's return to the main venue, continue to deepen our understanding, and try to finalize the cooperation tonight. The cooperation with distributors has only just begun. These celebrities, who have already secured no cooperation opportunities, didn't leave either. They followed along back to the venue. Even without endorsement opportunities, just showing their faces at tonight's grand banquet is an opportunity in itself. After all, not everyone is as lucky as Yang Mi and Dilraba to meet a top-tier mogul like Su Rui. His very appearance secured all the top contracts for Yang Mi and Dilraba tonight. Comparison is odious. In the car, Su Rui sat in the middle. Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao sat on his laps, one on each side. Yang Mi and Dilraba sat on either side of him. The atmosphere was somewhat silent, but Yang Mi and Dilraba's hearts were burning with excitement. Everything that happened tonight felt like an unbelievable dream. They both thought their acting careers, even their professional lives, were completely over. Who could have imagined that Su Rui's appearance would usher in the peak of their careers? Looking at Su Rui, their eyes trembled. It wasn't just gratitude and admiration, but also a sense of security and reliance on their man's protection. Su Rui, thank you. Yang Mi and Reba said in unison. Then, unable to suppress their inner excitement, they hugged him tightly. Their defenses crumbled. Before the powerful Su Rui, they instantly became vulnerable little women. Embracing him, a flood of emotions, gratitude, admiration, and reliance overwhelmed them, and tears welled up instantly. The hug tightened. I told you, you are Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao's mother. And didn't we say last night that you are my women? Su Rui said calmly. He could sense their emotions, so he let them hug him. But, Daddy, Mommy, I'm squashed. Xiao Tao Tao let out a distorted cry. The three looked down and saw that Little Orange and Little Peach's faces were pressed together, really squashed flat. They quickly released Su Rui. Both of them burst into laughter through their tears, revealing expressions of bewildered amusement. Little Orange and Little Peach rubbed their little faces, then looked at their father and mother with giggles. Daddy and Mommy are so shy. Little Peach deliberately buried her head in Su Rui's arms, so her face couldn't be seen, allowing her to giggle. You little rascal, what are you laughing at about being shy? Laughing at Daddy and Mommy being shy, Little Peach said with a giggle. Little Orange, however, said seriously, I like seeing Daddy and Mommy hugging. Hee, Daddy and Mommy, keep hugging, just be gentle, don't squash me in Peach Flat. Su Rui, Yang Mi, Reba. They exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Little Orange and Little Peach didn't know what they were laughing about. Their parents were laughing, and they laughed along. They rescued their mother with their father, and then went home with them. So happy. They chatted and laughed all the way home. The two little ones were past their sleepiness point, and although it was late when they got home, they were still full of energy. They skipped and hopped as soon as they got out of the car and ran home. Slow down, you two. Yang Mi and Reba followed behind them. Su Rui stepped aside, walking at the very back. Ye Lin could tell he had something to say. She quickened her pace to Su Rui's side. Ye Lin, find a few people and dislocate that young Mr. Zhang's right hand. Su Rui gave a calm instruction. Understood. Ye Lin nodded, not surprised at all. Mr. Zhang's actions tonight had already angered President Su. And then, of all times, he dared to grab Yang Mi with his right hand. The woman President Su had already declared his woman. There was no reason to keep that hand around any longer. Also, notify all major platforms to delete all photos related to Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao. Have them add system detection features. Any photos involving Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao should be sent to the backend for review and then rejected. Give another notice to all the tabloid reporters and media outlets in the entertainment industry. Anyone who dares to post a single photo of Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao online will be swimming in the ocean. Su Rui said coldly. Should we also deal with the negative news about Ms. Yang and Ms. Reba? Ye Lin asked. Su Rui shook his head. Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao are still young. I need to give them more freedom to grow. But as public figures, now that this matter has been exposed, it's good that they don't have to hide it anymore. I believe they can handle this pressure. I understand. Ye Lin nodded. Slowing down, he picked up his phone to make a call. Su Rui composed himself. Facing his family, a smile appeared on his face. He strode forward. Don't run around so late at night, you two. You'll get sweaty and I'll have to give you a bath. I'm not sweaty. Today, Daddy and I successfully rescued Mommy. We're both amazing heroes, right? Mommy, don't you think we're super awesome? Little Orange and Little Peach bounced around, immersed in a sense of accomplishment. You were really amazing today. You even protected Mommy. Mommy's going to give you a big kiss tonight. Reba said with a smile. Hee, okay. Mommy wants to kiss Daddy too. Daddy helped us save you. Little Orange said with a beaming smile. Yang Mi and Reba looked at Su Rui, a little embarrassed, but didn't refuse. In fact, they were completely willing. Mommy, you haven't said yes or no yet. Little Orange pressed. Okay. Yang Mi said with a smile. He took their little hands and led them home. Daddy, next time Mommy is in danger, I'll bring the caterpillar from the flowerbead with me. If anyone bullies Mommy, I'll let the caterpillar bite them, okay? Little Peach turned around and asked. Su Rui smiled and nodded. Sure, that's a good idea. Then I'll go look for the caterpillar now. The little one got really excited. Su Rui quickly stopped her. Wait, the caterpillar has already gone home to sleep this late at night. We don't know which flower it lives in, so let's not look for it. You can go look for it with Orange tomorrow. I don't want to look for the caterpillar with Peach, I'm afraid of caterpillars. Little Orange immediately shook her head. The caterpillar can help us defeat the bad guys who bully Mommy. Caterpillar, are you asleep? Orange and I aren't asleep yet. Answer me if you hear me. Daddy told me to come find you tomorrow. Little Peach shouted at the flower bushes. Su Rui, Yang Mi, Reba, they couldn't help but laugh. Alright, you've woken the caterpillar up. Reba said with a smile. She didn't know why her daughter was so fond of caterpillars. Then why didn't it answer me? Little Peach tilted her head. It's so small, its voice must be very soft. Even if it answered you, it wouldn't hear you. Really? Little Peach perked up her ears, looking very serious. Mommy was just kidding, the caterpillar hasn't woken up, it's sleeping soundly. Let's hurry home, you two need to go to sleep too. Su Rui couldn't handle this little girl anymore. so he picked her up and quickly walked through the front garden back home. Su Rui, you take the kids to bed first, Reba and I will take a shower and then come over. Yang Mi said. I want to take a shower with mommy. Little Orange said. Didn't you two already shower? Be good and wait for mommy in bed. Su Rui picked them up and said to Yang Mi and Reba, there's a bathroom in the bedroom, so you don't need to shower in the public bathroom anymore, you can just shower in the bathroom in the bedroom. Okay. Yang Mi and Reba nodded. They went back to the bedroom with him. And then, an awkward situation arose. They were still wearing their evening gowns. Neither Yang Mi nor Dilraba could bring themselves to strip naked and change in front of Su Rui. Ahem, you two lie still on the bed, don't jump around like that. Yang Mi instructed, grabbing their pajamas and deciding to go to the bathroom to undress. Daddy, why is mommy blushing? Little Orange asked softly. Mommy's wearing such a heavy evening gown, she's hot. Oh, it's not hot tonight, I'm not blushing. Of course you're not hot because you're wearing thin clothes, but mommy and the others are wearing thick ones. Oh, the little girl didn't seem to care, she just accepted whatever her father said. Mommy, hurry up and shower. Little Orange stood on the bed and shouted towards the bathroom. Okay, you two lie down and go to sleep quietly. Dilraba responded from the bathroom. Okay. Little Orange and Little Peach answered beautifully, but then happily bounced around on the bed. Daddy, can we bring the panda babies over to play? Little Peach lay on the bed pretending to be a caterpillar, crawling and crawling. No, they were already asleep before we left. Don't wake them up. Su Rui refused. Then can we build blocks on the bed? Little Orange asked. No, now lie down on the bed, Orange, stop crawling. Su Rui was both amused and exasperated. If he didn't quickly get them to bed, these two little girls could play for another 2 hours tonight. Daddy, what do I look like? He daddy, don't flip me over. If a caterpillar flips over, it can't crawl anymore. All the other caterpillars are asleep, you caterpillar need to sleep too. Caterpillars need blankets, mommy said they'll catch a cold if they don't cover themselves. Daddy will cover you with a blanket, close your eyes and go to sleep. Closed. Orange, you lie down too, tomorrow daddy will build blocks with you. Can we build a secret base? Yes. I'm lying down. Su Rui covered the two little ones with their blankets. With the blankets on them, the two little ones immediately settled down. They nestled against Su Rui, giggling. Daddy, you haven't kissed us yet. Little Orange said. Yes, daddy, kiss us. Little Peach said, trying to get up. Lie down and don't get up. Su Rui quickly kissed the two little ones on the cheek. Daddy, lie down properly. The two little ones kissed Su Rui on the cheek together. Then, like obedient babies, they lay down beside him and even pulled the blankets up themselves. Daddy, let's not talk. Shall we close our eyes and wait for mommy? Little Tao Tao said obediently. Okay. Daddy has already closed his eyes. I've closed my eyes too. I've closed my eyes too. Daddy, mommy is so slow. Tao Tao, you said whether you were going to talk or not. Oh sorry daddy, I talked. It's okay, let's close our eyes and wait for mommy and the others to come out. Okay. The two little ones shifted their bodies, making sure they were lying comfortably. They had only intended to pretend to close their eyes, then wait for their mother to finish her bath, give them a kiss and a hug, and go to sleep. But sleepiness came on suddenly after they lay down. The two little ones yawned in unison, then rubbed their eyes in perfect unison. They smacked their little lips. They both shifted their bodies closer to Su Rui. They were sleepy so easily. They could fall asleep in a heartbeat. Orange, Peach, Su Rui gently touched their little faces, but they didn't move at all. Kids really do sleep well. 1 second they're jumping around full of energy, the next they're fast asleep. Good night, my little princess. Su Rui smiled. He pulled the covers up for them. Yang Mi and Reba came out after their showers and saw that Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao were already asleep. They carefully climbed into bed, one on each side. I thought they'd be fussy for a long time. Yang Mi said softly. We tricked them into closing their eyes. By the time you finished showering, it was probably too late, and they fell asleep immediately. Su Rui whispered. They've never stayed up this late before. They usually go to bed by 10 p.m. at the latest. Reba said. Seeing that Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao were already fast asleep, Reba pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and finally boldly turned to face Su Rui, leaning in to kiss him on the lips. Su Rui, thank you so much tonight. I'm so lucky to have met you. Su Rui. This girl's lips are so soft. Plus, she smells so good after her shower. Su Rui's lips curled into a slight smile. He wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her directly. Chapter 061 Shocking News, Yang Mi and Dilraba share one husband. Please subscribe. Dilraba didn't expect Su Rui to be so bold all of a sudden. His domineering kiss made her weak, and she collapsed into his arms. She didn't know if they had kissed like this 3 years ago, because she couldn't remember at all. But this time she knew very well that this was her first kiss while she was conscious. Even though her child was already over 2 years old, tonight's kiss was the first time in her life she had ever kissed a man, so much so that all the movements felt unfamiliar. This is what a kiss is. She gave him her first time and bore him a child. Now, she gave him the first kiss she had owed for 3 years. This feeling, so good. Reba instinctively hugged Su Rui, awkwardly but proactively responding. The atmosphere in the bedroom was extremely subtle. Don't forget, besides Reba, Su Rui also had Yang Mi beside him. Seeing the two of them so engrossed in their own world, Yang Mi felt no jealousy or envy, but rather a guilty, throbbing heart. She was terrified that little Tao Tao, sandwiched between them, would suddenly wake up. At the same time, she was also afraid that little Ju Zi beside her would suddenly open her eyes and ask, "Mommy, what are Daddy and Reba Mommy doing?" How was she supposed to answer that? But she also knew very well that Su Rui's initiative in kissing Reba meant their relationship had progressed further. This was a good thing. She absolutely couldn't disturb them. Yang Mi had no choice but to hug Xiao Ju Zi and pretend to coax her to sleep. Her face turned bright red. A moment later, Su Rui released Reba. Dilraba pursed her lips, looking at Su Rui with hazy eyes, her heart pounding wildly. "Now that you're both my women, I don't mind having some intimate moments with you to deepen our relationship," Su Rui said. Dilraba pursed her lips and nodded. Of course, she didn't mind. A kiss made her feel even more at home. "Then, what about Sister Mi?" Dilraba whispered a reminder. Yang Mi, standing beside her, paused for a moment, then immediately buried her head and pretended to be asleep. Su Rui smiled. Since he had 2 wives, he couldn't neglect one for the other. He needed to cultivate their relationship. He needed them both. He lifted Yang Mi's face and kissed her directly. Yang Mi. This was also her first kiss. She was at a loss. But a strong heartbeat made her unable to resist Su Rui's domineering kiss, especially since Dilraba had already set an example. After a moment of bewilderment, she tried to respond to Su Rui. Dilraba, standing to the side, pursed her lips and smiled secretly. Jealous? She and Sister Mi both gave their first time to Su Rui. They both got pregnant with Su Rui's child, both got pregnant, and both gave birth. Even after giving birth, they took care of each other. They had long since developed a sisterly bond. Most importantly, both of them belonged to Su Rui alone. There was no jealousy whatsoever. Knowing how wonderful this was, they felt that sharing this joy was a very romantic thing between them. Afterwards, when they went to the film set, they could lie in bed reminiscing about their shared experiences. Dilraba didn't disturb them. She carefully checked if little Tao Tao in her arms had woken up. Finding that the little one was just pouting slightly from being squeezed and hadn't woken up, she felt much relieved. If the 2 little ones saw this, it would be a little awkward. After a while, Su Rui and Yang Mi separated. Yang Mi, like Dilraba before her, blushed and pursed her lips, feeling secretly delighted. Su Rui's willingness to cultivate their relationship in this direct way meant that, to her, he already considered them as women. Even though their emotional connection wasn't deep yet, the increasing physical contact naturally deepened their feelings. Su Rui, is this our way of thanking you tonight? Yang Mi jokingly whispered. You could say that. If you want to thank me in the future, how about something more practical? Su Rui smiled generously. Yang Mi and Reba both pursed their lips, and then, generously kissed him on the cheek. Okay, they said in unison. Sleep. Su Rui took a deep breath and naturally embraced them both. The faint milky scent of the baby, combined with the subtle, mature fragrance of the 2 beauties, was invigorating. Good night. Yang Mi and Reba naturally snuggled closer to him, lying in his arms with the baby. The passionate kiss had greatly reduced the distance between them and Su Rui. The intense heartbeats intensified Yang Mi and Reba's sense of belonging. They were even more convinced that they were his women for life. Night had fallen. After leaving the banquet, Mr. Zhang's pent-up frustration remained. He drove to a club to find women. He wanted to vent his extreme dissatisfaction. Everything had been under control. Su Rui's appearance had shattered all his plans, even causing him to lose 56% of his company's shares overnight. He was resentful, but he was helpless. He could only vent his anger on women. He planned to think about how to turn the tables after he finished. Bang! Just as Mr. John was about to release his pent-up anger, the door to the private room was violently kicked open. 5 burly men rushed in and grabbed him. What are you doing? What do you mean by taking out knives? Hey, we can talk this over. My hand. A scream rang out. Mr. Zhang's right hand fell to the ground with a thud. Let's go. This group of people, having finished their business, left without a word, just as they had come without uttering a sound. Less than a minute had passed since they entered the room. The man vanished into the night, leaving behind only Mr. Zhang's agonizing sobs on the bed, and the horrified screams of the escort beneath him. Mr. Zhang was destined to have a sleepless night. Besides him, countless netizens were also working tirelessly online. Holy crap, that was fast. All the photos of Yang Mi and Dilraba's kids are gone. I didn't even get a good look at them. Haha, obviously a newbie. Luckily I was prepared. I saved the photos as soon as they appeared. I'm uploading to my home page. Check it out if you're interested. Remember to follow me. Holy crap, what happened? Approval failed, image violated. I can't upload to any platform. Holy crap. Don't you even know who Yang Mi and Dilraba's man is? So many business tycoons bow and scrape before him. Protecting their children would be a piece of cake for them. I advise you all to avoid getting into trouble over this. The man behind Yang Mi and Dilraba is definitely not simple. Tell us more about who he is. Besides his name, we can't find any other information about Su Rui. He's incredibly mysterious. Don't give up, doxing experts. I really want to hear this juicy gossip. +1. +1 +1 +1 +1. What's wrong with you guys? I came here to see everyone criticizing Yang Mi and Dilraba. This public opinion is off. Why isn't anyone paying attention to their out-of-wedlock births? And both of them had children with the same man. This is a huge bombshell, and you're not even interested. The gossip is too big to swallow all at once. Compared to Yang Mi and Dilraba having children out of wedlock, I'm more interested in who this Su Rui, who had children with him, really is. I have a feeling this gossip will keep netizens entertained for half a year. Besides the gossip, Yang Mi and Dilraba's resources are absolutely incredible right now. I heard all the brands have given them their endorsements. You're hearing this? These brands have simultaneously updated their domestic and international websites with announcements, jointly declaring Yang Mi and Dilraba as their global brand ambassadors. From my many years of experience in the fashion industry, this is the first time any of these brands have used a Chinese actress as their global brand ambassador. Previously, it was mostly their own country's stars, followed by celebrities from Europe and America. It's foreseeable that the international brand sections of shopping malls will soon be filled with posters of Yang Mi and Dilraba. Go check out the international websites, it's even more exciting. Ha ha ha, all those international celebrities are completely dumbfounded. All the global brand ambassadors for major brands have been replaced overnight, they're stunned. Thinking about it this way, Yang Mi and Dilraba have actually brought honor to our domestic entertainment industry. The netizens' enthusiasm only grew stronger after the banquet ended. A whole bunch of keywords related to Yang Mi and Dilraba were pushed to the top of the trending search lists on various platforms. In the past, when something like this happened, the opposing team's online trolls would have already been mobilized. Tonight, not a single company in the same industry dared to take the plunge and step on this landmine. Those celebrities, even more so, dared not make a move. At most, they would use their alternate accounts to join the gossip among netizens. The power Su Rui displayed tonight was truly terrifying. They clearly felt that once they offended Su Rui with his power, he could crush them as easily as crushing an ant. Rather than risk creating negative news about Yang Mi and Dilraba, it was better to obediently wait and see how things developed. Yang Mi and Dilraba slept very well last night. Despite what happened last night, a kiss from Su Rui before they went to sleep completely relaxed them. They slept very comfortably. When they woke up, they saw that Su Rui was already awake. Yang Mi and Dilraba both very proactively leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Good morning. You're finally awake. You four are all sweating profusely. Move over quickly, these two girls are also covered in sweat, Su Rui said. The mother and her three daughters all huddled around him, making him the hottest, sleeping in the middle. Little Orange and Little Peach, sandwiched between the three adults, were next. If they hadn't been so tired from sleeping so late, they would have woken up much earlier from the heat. Yang Mi and Reba looked at their sleeping positions. They were practically pressed against him. Even when Yang Mi relaxed, one leg was draped over him. Not to mention Reba. Her face flushed slightly. She carefully got up and gently moved the two little ones a bit. Little Orange and Little Peach had gone to bed so late last night and showed no signs of waking up today. After being moved, the two little ones lay sprawled on the bed, holding hands, and continued to sleep soundly. Their little mouths occasionally smacked. They covered them with blankets. The three of them went downstairs together to let them continue sleeping. I reckon they'll sleep until noon today, Yang Mi said with a smile. They used to sleep from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. the next day, but last night they didn't go to bed until almost midnight, so they'll definitely sleep until noon, Dilraba added. Then let's contact the production crew and go this afternoon. If the two little ones wake up and find out we left without saying goodbye, I think they'll cry a lot. Okay. I'll contact the director. Dilraba called the director, who was incredibly polite, almost to the point of being groveling. He didn't dare say no. Despite the shocking revelation of their premarital pregnancy and secret childbirth, the two of them had still managed to secure endorsements from major global brands under these circumstances. The complexities involved were beyond his comprehension as a small-time director. Sister me, come look, the internet is full of news about us. After hanging up the phone, Dilraba glanced at the notifications on her screen. They were all related to them. Opening various apps, their gossip headlines dominated the entire homepage. Hashtag Yang Mi Dilraba shares one husband. Hashtag Yang Mi Dilraba already pregnant. Tan has given birth. Hashtag the mysterious man behind Yang Mi and Dilraba. Hashtag Su Rui. Hashtag Yang Mi Dilraba receives countless global endorsements. Hashtag the man who makes global business tickets humble. Hashtag Every news item and trending topic was flooded with comments and shares. Each trending news item and topic had over 10 million views. Half of the headlines were marked with a bright red explosive tag. This showed the frenzy of netizens last night. I expected it. Yang Mi glanced at the list, a wry smile on her face. After all, it was something closely related to them. She took out her phone and sat down to look at it carefully. As she looked, her expression became complicated. She had initially thought that the exposure of her and Dilraba's premarital pregnancy and secret childbirth would inevitably lead to a barrage of criticism from Chinese netizens and fans. In fact, after looking around, while there were quite a few people discussing it, only a small portion were criticizing them. Most of the attention was focused on Su Rui. Even the attention on their endorsement deals was greater than the criticism of their premarital pregnancy and secret childbirth. This surprised her quite a bit. Su Rui, what do you think Dilraba and I should do about this? Yang Mi asked after thinking for a moment. Su Rui is so capable, his perspective on this issue is bound to be more insightful than hers. So Yang Mi wanted to consult him first. Yeah, Su Rui, the internet is full of news about us right now. Dilraba also asked. Su Rui took Dilraba's phone and glanced at it casually. He smiled calmly. First of all, don't panic. The brand's approval ensures your commercial value. As long as your commercial value remains, you'll be able to stand firm in this industry. With me here, no company or TV station dares to blacklist you. So the pressure you're facing is only from online public opinion. As for what you're most worried about, Orange and Peach, take a close look at the trending topics online. Are there any news about Orange and Peach or any topics related to them? Su Rui smiled slightly, calm and composed. Yang Mi and Reba were both slightly taken aback, then picked up their phones again to examine them closely. Indeed, no photos of Xiao Zhu Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao could be found on any of the various platforms, large or small, nor were there any topics related to them. Even under discussions about their premarital pregnancies, there were no specific discussions about Xiao Zhu Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao. When I came back last night, I had someone remove all content related to Zhu Ziyi and Tao Tao, so you don't need to worry about them being affected. Su Rui's words brought a huge sigh of relief to Yang Mi and Reba. Looking at Su Rui, they were filled with gratitude. The thing they feared and worried about most was never themselves, but their two precious daughters. Now, their father was protecting their growth in an even stronger way. Yang Mi and Reba, as mothers, felt completely safe. Since Orange and Peach haven't been greatly affected, we can face the online comments with more peace of mind and composure. Now that everyone knows we have a child, we don't have to worry about being discovered. From now on, we can openly acknowledge our motherhood to the public. Yang Mi smiled with relief. And, the identity of someone's wife. Reba stuck out her tongue, gazing tenderly at Su Rui beside her. Chapter 62. Yang Mi and Reba's parents have arrived. Please subscribe. What does someone mean? Su Rui teasingly lifted Reba's chin. Reba bit her red lips, boldly throwing herself at Su Rui, hugging him and saying, what else could it mean? Didn't you say we're your women now? Then of course we're your wives, Su Rui. Su Rui smiled. Frankly, having two more women around is quite nice. Since I've already publicly acknowledged it, you two are my wives, and you can openly acknowledge it from now on. Just like you can openly acknowledge that Little Orange and Little Peach are your daughters. Su Rui said, his arm around Reba's slender waist. Now that netizens already know, we don't plan to hide it any longer. But protecting Xiao Zhu Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao's privacy from now on will depend on you. Yang Mi said. In this matter, they certainly couldn't do better than Su Rui. With their status, they could only provide celebrity-level privacy protection at best. But Su Rui was different, his abilities far surpassed those of these celebrities. He would definitely have a way to better protect Xiao Zhu Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao. Yang Mi was very confident in this. Don't worry. I will take good care of my daughter and my woman. Su Rui casually pulled Yang Mi into his arms. Yang Mi and Reba were slightly taken aback, then both their fair faces lit up with happy, sweet smiles. Their relationship was really getting closer and closer. Reba pursed her lips. The young woman was quite sentimental. Even though her child was already 2 years and 3 months old, her interactions with Su Rui these past 2 days had caused her hormones to surge wildly. She felt a strong flutter of first love. Holding Su Rui close, she looked at him, her eyes gradually misting over. She leaned in to kiss him. Just as their lips touched, a rapid phone ring rang. Reba was startled and guiltily turned her head away. Her face was flushed. Recovering, she realized, when had she become so proactive? "Excuse me, my phone." "You two continue." Yang Mi smiled awkwardly, but when she picked up her phone and saw the caller ID, her awkward smile immediately froze on her face. "What's wrong?" Su Rui saw panic on Yang Mi's face. "It's my mom calling," Yang Mi said anxiously. She hesitated to answer. Normally, she would have answered the phone immediately, but today, this call made her heart pound. She and Reba had kept the existence of Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao a secret from the whole world, including their parents. Yesterday's events had caused quite a stir. Although there was no longer any information about Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao online, the whole world knew about her and Reba's pregnancy and childbirth. Her parents might know too. "What should we do? My parents don't know I'm pregnant and have given birth. Calling so early in the morning, I guess they've seen the news online." Yang Mi looked at Su Rui anxiously. Reba, standing beside her, also became nervous. If Mi's parents had already seen the news online, it meant they would eventually notice it too. It's already happened. Since it was inevitable, don't run away from it. You are Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao's mother, that's a fact. You two are my women, that's also a fact. I won't run away from this issue. Answer the phone first, see what your mother has to say, Su Rui said calmly. Some things need to be resolved, running away and ignoring problems are never the solutions. Su Rui's words reassured Yang Mi a lot. She took a deep breath and answered the phone. "Honey, are you still sleeping? Why are you taking so long to answer the phone? Are those news articles online true? Your dad and I went for a walk just now, and Aunt John from next door said something about congratulating me, but I was completely confused. I asked around and found out that the internet says you and Dilraba already have a child? Is that true? The things described online sound so convincing. You really have a child? When did it happen? How come your dad and I didn't know anything about it? How old is the child? Some say 1-year-old, some say 2, some say it's a boy, some say it's a girl. Which one is true?" As soon as the call connected, Yang's mother on the other end didn't give Yang Mi a chance to speak, bombarding her with a barrage of questions. Yang Mi was a little confused. It wasn't the sheer volume of questions from her mother, although she had asked a lot, the core issue was simple. The problem was her mother's tone. Why did she sound a little excited? "Mom, do you want to know if this is true or false, or how old the baby is? Or is it a boy or a girl?" Yang Mi asked cautiously. "You silly girl, what are you saying? I need to know if you've really had a baby first, before I can ask any other questions. Tell me the truth, do you really have a baby? Otherwise, why are all the news reports about you and Reba having a child?" Yang's mother asked urgently. Yang Mi, Su Rui, and Reba exchanged glances. Although her heart was pounding, she mustered her courage and confessed the truth to her mother. "Mom, I really am pregnant. It's a girl, 2 years and 3 months old. Her name is Su Rui, and her nickname is Little Orange. Because this was an accident from the beginning, I didn't dare tell you. Originally, I was thinking of waiting for the right time to bring her back to meet you." Yang's mother scolded. "How could you do this? I'm a grandmother and you didn't tell me. What's with all this waiting for the right time?" "Mom, you..." Yang Mi vaguely sensed excitement beneath her mother's scolding tone. "Afraid I'll scold you? I don't know what kind of accident you're talking about, but you should have told us about this pregnancy and childbirth from the beginning. Your dad and I aren't the rigid type. You've always been strong-willed, and after starting work, you've been very career-oriented. You've also said before that you didn't want to get married or have children, you just wanted to work hard, earn money, and take care of us. The thing your dad and I have always worried about is whether you really won't get married or have children. Your dad and I were discussing last week what we would do if you really didn't get married or have children. We're so worried. I didn't expect you to have a child 2 years ago. I heard the father is a very capable and handsome person. The child must be very beautiful, right? When are you free to bring the child back for us to see?" "Never mind, who knows when you'll bring the child back. Old Yang, hurry up and book the plane tickets, we're going to Shanghai to see Mimi right away. I want to see my little granddaughter as soon as possible." Yang Mi. Mom's excitement is a little too much. She was very nervous before answering the phone, but after picking it up, Yang Mi was mostly amused and exasperated. However, the fact that her mother accepted the child made her feel much more at ease. "My mom said they want to come see the baby," Yang Mi whispered to Su Rui, covering the phone. Su Rui nodded and gave an okay sign. Knowing that his daughter already had a child, it was perfectly normal for the grandparents to want to see the baby. Now that the truth is out, as Yang Mi's husband and the father of her daughter, it's only right that he meets with his in-laws. A man should act like a man. Mom, don't be in such a rush. How can I not be anxious when I suddenly find out I have a little granddaughter? Having confirmed that she was going to meet her granddaughter, Yang's mother calmed her excitement slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she asked softly, Mimi, tell me honestly, is it true that Reba is the child? Yes. Yang Mi glanced at Reba and nodded. Since they already knew, there was no point in hiding it. So, your children, are they both Su Rui's? Yes. Although a little embarrassed, Yang Mi readily admitted it. Yang's mother fell into a brief silence. Then, she cautiously asked, aren't you and Reba like sisters? You two best friends, have you fallen in love with the same man? Or, do you two not want to get married, so you both borrowed sperm from the same man? Mom, where did you hear all this nonsense? Alright, stop guessing. Anyway, you're coming over, I'll explain later. She even brought up borrowing sperm. Yang Mi was truly at a loss for words. You really need to explain this to us clearly. Although your father and I are very happy that you have a child, you really need to explain to your parents what's going on between you, Reba, and this Su Rui. Yang's mother's tone was very serious when she said this. Okay, we'll talk about it when you get here. Should we bring anything for the child when your dad and I come? We don't need anything at home, just coming over will be fine. Alright, your dad and I will head to the airport now. Yang's mother hung up the phone in a hurry, not even bothering to pack her luggage, and immediately dragged Yang's father to the airport. Yang Mi put down the phone. She wasn't exactly nervous, but she wasn't exactly relaxed either. How to explain her relationship with Reba and Su Rui to her parents was a problem. And a big problem. Have your parents send me the specific flight details, I'll have someone pick them up. Su Rui said calmly. Yang Mi nodded. Seeing Su Rui's calmness, she couldn't help but ask, aren't you nervous? Have you thought about how to explain our relationship to them? If it were just a one-on-one conversation, their relationship would be easy to explain, requiring little explanation. But both she and Reba were Su Rui's women, and they had both borne him children. That was the biggest problem. Judging from your mother's tone, she seems to be an open-minded parent. I think they'll understand. Su Rui smiled calmly. Just then, Reba's phone rang. It startled Reba so much that she jumped up from the sofa. My mom's calling. Reba almost dropped her phone. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, her mother's call still left her momentarily at a loss. She'd always been a well-behaved girl at home, but now, without their knowledge, her daughter was already 2 years old, and had a child with the same man as her sister, Mi. It was an outrageous act, and she had no idea how to explain it to them. Mimi just gave you a demonstration, just answer the phone normally. Anyway, things need to be explained clearly. Why don't you have your parents come over too, see their granddaughter, and we can all sit down and talk things through. Su Rui pulled her to sit down, his calm demeanor reassuring her somewhat. Reba bit her red lips, her heart pounding. She mustered her courage to answer the phone. Hello, Mom. Girl, where are you now? Mom, I'm in Shanghai right now. No filming today? Yeah, I took on some endorsements these past few days, so I took a break from filming. Reba answered cautiously. Reba's mother, Ayanur, is a singer and music teacher. Her profession and upbringing have made her relatively gentle and reserved, not prone to overreacting. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. This morning I saw news last night saying you already have a child. Is this a rumor spread online, or is it true? Reba's hands were sweating with nervousness. Looking at Yang Mi and Su Rui, and drawing courage from them, she finally mustered the courage to say, Mom, please don't be angry, it's true. My child with Su Rui is already over 2 years old. Silence fell again on the other end of the phone. Mom, I should have told you sooner. I'm sorry, I was wrong. The silence on the other end of the phone made Reba even more nervous. After all, she was a mother herself. Hearing her daughter's nervous and helpless voice, Ayanur sighed helplessly, her tone softening even more. You silly girl, you kept something like this from your parents. What are we supposed to say to you? But since things have already come to this, your parents will face it with you. Your dad and I are on our way to the airport to come find you. And to see the child. After a pause, Reba's mother asked again, what's going on between you and Mimi and that Su Rui? What's the real story? Are you two together or not? Mom, it's a bit complicated, I can't explain it over the phone. Since you're coming, let's sit down and talk about it when we get here. Reba said. Okay, we'll talk about it when we get there. Reba's mother hung up the phone. Reba put down her phone and leaned back on the sofa, feeling like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. That really scared me to death. I'm so panicked right now, I really don't know how to explain this to them. Reba suddenly sat up, pulling Su Rui along, saying, this really depends on you. I'd die if I had to explain it myself. Don't worry. It's something a man should do. How could I let you stand in front of me and explain this at a time like this? Su Rui smiled. Su Rui called Ye Lin over and instructed, my 2 fathers-in-law and 2 mothers-in-law will be arriving soon. Have someone prepare flowers and a red carpet to be laid out from the manor gate all the way here. The proper ceremony is essential. At least it shows respect to them. Then send 2 cars to the airport to pick them up. By the way, from your mother's conversation, they seem to know that you two have a good relationship. Are they familiar with each other this time? Su Rui asked Yang Mi and Reba. Reba and I have had a very good relationship since we met. Reba has visited my home, and I have visited Reba's home. Our parents have met, and we even spent the new year together. Your relationship should be considered quite close. Yang Mi replied. In that case, Ye Lin, please arrange for 1 car to pick up both sets of parents. If they arrive first, tell them that the other set of parents has also arrived and to ask them to wait a little while. Su Rui thought for a moment and gave the instructions. Ye Lin nodded and immediately began preparations. Won't it be a little awkward for them to come along together? Yang Mi asked uncertainly. Since they know each other and are facing the same issue, they're on the same side. Let them communicate first, so we can better understand their respective attitudes. Listen to me, Su Rui said calmly. Chapter 63. This Jiahao is outrageous. Please subscribe. Hongqiao Airport. Yang Mi's parents had just gotten off the plane. A black minivan stopped in front of them. Ye Lin got out of the car. Are you Ms. Yang's parents? Please get in the car. I was sent by Mr. Su and Ms. Yang to pick you up. Yang Mi's parents looked at Ye Lin warily. After confirming Ye Lin's identity with Yang Mi, they got into the car with her. This car is bulletproof? Yang's father was shocked as soon as he got in. The car doors were as thick as those of a VIP vehicle, and the overall imposing presence of the car suggested it wasn't a model available on the market. Mr. Su, for your safety, specifically asked me to pick you up in a car with the highest security rating. Ye Lin explained with a smile. Her words revealed her high regard for them. This man of our daughters is probably no ordinary person. Mr. Yang whispered to Mrs. Yang. It's just a car, how can you tell it's extraordinary? Mrs. Yang clearly knew nothing about cars. Mr. Yang explained quietly, this car's security level is on par with that of high-ranking national leaders. Ordinary people, even if they have money, can't buy one. That powerful? Mrs. Yang had already seen a lot of information online, speculating about Su Rui's identity. Various speculations abounded. She thought Su Rui was just a bit rich. Now it seemed he was more than just rich. Mr. Yang, Mrs. Yang, Miss Reba's parents have also arrived. So please wait a moment, we'll pick up Miss Reba's parents and then we'll leave together. Ye Lin said. Our 2 families arranged this before we left. I was just about to tell you to wait a moment, we'd wait for Reba's parents to arrive before we left together. Yang's mother said. Okay, please take your time chatting, there are some drinks and snacks here. If you need anything, just press this button to call me. Ye Lin pointed to a call button in the car. She got out of the car and sat in the driver's seat. The driver's seat and the rear space were completely separated. This gave them ample space. When we came, I was worried whether the Su Rui was good enough for my Mimi. Now I think whether my Mimi is good enough for the Su Rui is the real question. Yang's father surveyed the car's solid interior, composed yet dignified, understated yet luxurious. Even a multi-million-dollar Rolls-Royce would have to bow its proud head obediently in front of this car. What are you saying? How can you talk about your daughter like that? Our Mimi is good enough for anyone. Mama Yang rolled her eyes at him. I was just joking. Of course, anyone is good enough for our Mimi. Dad Yang opened the car refrigerator, intending to grab a bottle of water. But inside were 2 bottles of Romani Conti. Isn't this a 1990 vintage Romani Conti Reserve? I heard that a few years ago, the last case of this vintage was auctioned off for $2.75 million. Could this be from that batch of wine? Dad Yang wasn't exactly naive, but seeing $1 million bottle in front of him still made him subconsciously swallow. This wine is very expensive. Don't we have wines at home that cost tens of thousands a bottle? You drink plenty of mutai, don't be so surprised. Mom Yang glanced at it. She wasn't interested in the wine. It's more than just expensive. I heard the last case only had 6 bottles, which works out to about 3.2 million RMB per bottle. 2 bottles here are over 6 million. So expensive. Aunt Yang gasped. Mimi has become quite the moneymaker these past few years. She's also very filial, and the couple lives a very comfortable life. They're usually quite frugal when spending a few $100,000 on things, but 2 small bottles of wine costing over 6 million really shocked her. This son-in-law, whom she's never met, is incredibly powerful. She seems to understand why her usually proud and arrogant Mimi was willing to have a child with Reba. This kind of man is incredibly attractive to women. Headache. How can this be resolved? Aunt Yang was rubbing her temples when the car door opened automatically. Lin greeted the couple, both with foreign features, as they boarded the car. Reba's mom, Reba's dad, these are Yang's parents. Now that they're here, let's get going. Lin closed the car door for them. The car drove straight away through the VIP lane. Inside the car, the two sets of parents sat facing each other. Reba's mom, Reba's dad, it's been a long time. I never thought we'd get together again because of something like this. Yang's mom spoke first. Her words were filled with helplessness. The two families had already communicated via WeChat before leaving. They both knew the general outline of the situation. They had also agreed to handle it together. I was very surprised. When I saw those news reports this morning, I couldn't believe that Reba would have a child without our knowledge, and the child is already 2 years old. Reba's mom also looked helpless. But since it has already happened, we have to think about how to deal with it now. Yang's dad said. Yes. The two men tried to calm down. Reba's father asked, Xiaolin, didn't you used to work in the public security system? Did you investigate who this Su Rui is? How could he get our daughters to have children with him? I had someone investigate. They couldn't find anything. I don't know if his information is missing, or if his records in our public security system have been encrypted. Yang's father shook his head. What's the point of saying all this now? The problem is that our daughters have both had children with him. If they didn't have feelings for each other, it would be fine, it would just be a custody issue. What if they've developed feelings for each other? That would be quite troublesome. Yang's mother's question immediately silenced everyone in the car. This was the crux of the problem. It was also their biggest headache. Feelings. And a child. This would be quite complicated to handle. The two families discussed this matter all the way there. The manor. Su Rui and the mother and her 4 daughters waited at the gate. Mommy, Daddy, when are our grandparents coming? Are they almost here? Little Orange and Little Peach had been told when they woke up at noon that their grandparents were coming back to see them this afternoon. Okay, you've asked that 800 times. They'll be here soon. Yang Mi was usually very patient with both of them. But now, Mommy and Daddy were almost here. Too many uncertainties made her incredibly nervous. She had no mind to answer their questions. The longer she waited, the more nervous she became. Mommy, Reba, aren't Grandpa and Grandma coming to see us? Why do you both seem unhappy? Little Orange vaguely sensed their emotions. Mommy isn't unhappy. Mommy just hasn't seen your Grandpa and Grandma in so long. I'm a little nervous. Reba forced a smile. Even someone with Yang Mi's composure was incredibly nervous, so Reba was even more anxious. Her palms were sweating. Why isn't Daddy nervous? I'm not nervous either. Orange, are you nervous? I'm not nervous either. The two little ones couldn't understand why their mothers were nervous. Shouldn't they be happy to see their parents? Adults are so strange. Daddy, hug me, my legs are sore from standing. Little Peach opened her arms. Daddy, hug me. Su Rui picked up both little ones, teasingly saying, I told you not to rush out, but you insisted on running out early to wait. Now your legs are sore. Who knew we'd have to wait this long? Daddy, is that the car? I saw a black car coming. Where? It really is. Your Grandpa and Grandma are here. Su Rui looked and saw it was indeed the family car. Yay! Grandpa and Grandma are here. Little Orange and Little Peach finally saw their Grandpa and Grandma, clapping their hands happily. Yang Mi and Reba's already anxious hearts tightened even more. They subconsciously moved closer to Su Rui. Even though they knew they would have to face this, it was unavoidable. But keeping it a secret from their parents about being pregnant out of wedlock, and not mentioning it to their families for 2 years after giving birth, was incredibly stressful for a daughter. The crucial point is, their relationship with Su Rui isn't a typical romantic one. Su Rui and Yang Mi, or Su Rui and Dilraba. They wouldn't be so nervous with those pairings. But the current situation is Yang Mi, Dilraba, and Su Rui. As the girls' parents, neither of them, as daughters, is sure their parents would be willing to let them share a husband with another woman, even though their parents already know they're as close as sisters. Don't be nervous. Those are your parents, not judges here to sentence you to death. Su Rui offered a comforting remark. You could clearly feel that both of them were tense. Yang Mi and Dilraba nodded. They kept telling themselves not to be nervous. But the current situation, in their eyes, truly felt like waiting for a judge to pronounce their sentences. Others were manageable. But now, their own parents were here to sentence them. The pressure was immense. The car stopped in front of them. Lin got out and opened the door. Yang Mi's parents. Reba's parents. They all got out of the car. Grandpa, Grandma. The two little ones weren't shy at all. calling out loudly as soon as they saw people getting out of the car. Their sweet, childlike voices instantly softened the emotions of the 4 people who had just gotten out of the car, causing them to unconsciously show the tenderness one feels towards children. The awkward atmosphere of their first meeting lessened considerably because of their calls of Grandpa, Grandma. Grandma, guess what? You're little orange, right? Grandma, hug me. Grandma Yang couldn't hide her joy at seeing her little granddaughter. Little Orange immediately opened her arms and rushed into her grandma's embrace. Tao Tao, Grandma, hug me. Reba's mother felt the closeness of blood ties at first glance when she saw her little granddaughter. She gently took her granddaughter from Su Rui's arms. She looked her over. A tiny little person. This is her daughter's daughter, so cute. Grandma, you look just like mommy. Little Tao Tao looked at her grandma and said with a grin, because your mommy is my daughter, just like you are your mommy's daughter, you and your mommy look alike too. Reba's mother gently stroked little Tao Tao's little face, almost seeing Reba as a child. Uncle and aunt, you must be tired from your journey. I'm Su Rui. Su Rui greeted them calmly. Dad, Mom. Yang Mi and Reba also stepped forward to greet him. Their tense expressions completely crumbled. It's all right, not too tiring. The 2 fathers were relatively calmer. Although they were happy to see their little granddaughter, they weren't as overtly expressive as the 2 women. They were more observing Su Rui. Composed. Calm. He possessed a composure that even they, at their age, didn't have. Both Yang's father and Reba's father were secretly astonished. Especially Yang's father. Having previously worked in the public security system, his ability to judge people far surpassed that of ordinary people. His first impression of Su Rui was an exceptional individual. Moreover, he was almost certain that Su Rui's aura wasn't cultivated by his family, but rather stemmed from his own absolute strength, which allowed him to gradually develop such an presence. Having seen self-made powerhouses and those who rose to high positions through privileged upbringing, one could clearly see the vast difference between the 2. This intensified Yang's father's astonishment. Uncle and Auntie, let's not stand at the door. Since we're all here, let's go inside and talk. Su Rui generously gestured for them to enter. The group followed him through the gate. Whether it was Yang Mi's parents or Reba's parents, before stepping through the gate, they all thought they were about to enter a large villa. But upon entering, all 4 of them were visibly taken aback. The word surprise was practically written all over their faces. It's huge. It's really huge. A red carpet stretched from the main entrance all the way to the horizon along the wide road, seemingly endless. Every 2 meters along both sides of the red carpet was a 1-meter-high flower basket, also extending into the distance. Both sets of parents instinctively looked at Su Rui. They not only felt his sincerity but also his extravagance. Grandpa and Grandma, Dad said you were coming to our house, so he had Sister Ye lay out this red carpet to welcome you. Tao Tao and I have already walked the red carpet once, do you want to walk it too? Little Orange said. Okay, Orange, stop fooling around. Grandpa and Grandma just got off the plane and drove all the way back. Walking home would be too tiring. Yang Mi said. Oh, Grandpa and Grandma, you can ride in our little car, let's go home together. Little Orange pointed to the cartoon shuttle bus parked nearby. All the shuttle buses in the manor had been replaced. Besides the first rabbit shuttle bus, there were now cat shuttle buses, panda shuttle buses, raccoon shuttle buses, hamster shuttle buses, and more. Today they chose a raccoon shuttle bus. Yang's parents, and Reba's parents, turned to look at the shuttle bus. It was the first time they'd heard of having to take a bus to get home. The 4 of them weren't exactly poor. But stepping inside, they all felt like country bumpkins visiting a grand mansion. Uncle and Auntie, let's chat in the car. Su Rui smiled slightly and sat in the front. He left the back seat for them. The raccoon shuttle bus took them home from the red carpet. The scenery along the way made them think they had entered a AAA-level scenic area. Tao Tao, do you usually live here? Reba's mother asked softly. Yes. Little Tao Tao nodded. Reba's mother. This place is huge. What are they building over there, all those colorful things? Yang's mother pointed to a gaudy building in the distance. Yang Mi explained, Su Rui was worried that Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao wouldn't have anything to play with at home, so he built them a playground. It just started construction, it's not finished yet. Yang's mother, building a playground at home? This looks even bigger than a regular paid playground. What are they building over there, over the bamboo forest? Reba's mother pointed to the bamboo forest in the distance, where she could vaguely see a construction team working. I know. Grandma's building a house for Little Apple and Little Bamboo. Little Peach answered eagerly, but her words stunned both families. 2 more children. The 4 of them exclaimed in surprise. All along the way, they had only heard that the 2 women and Su Rui each had a child. Little Apple, Little Bamboo, that clearly sounds like 2 more children. Did they each have 2? Only Little Orange and Little Peach were exposed? Or does Su Rui have two other women, each having given him one? You've misunderstood. Little Apple and Little Mangosteen are two panda cubs, not our children. Reba's parents, both looking confused, quickly explained, Little Orange and Little Peach went to the zoo and fell in love with two panda cubs. Su Rui bought them to be their pets. According to the zoo's regulations, they need to build an enclosure for the two panda cubs. The home Little Peach was referring to as the enclosure where the two panda cubs will live. Oh, I see. Both sets of parents visibly breathed a sigh of relief. They had already accepted the situation with one child, but suddenly having another one was a bit overwhelming. But then, the expressions on their faces became even more interesting. Two little granddaughters went to the zoo, saw pandas, and he actually bought them to be their pets. This is beyond what ordinary people with money can do. And Su Rui's doting on his two children was simply astonishing. He built them a playground at home because he was worried they wouldn't have anything to play with. He bought them pandas when they wanted them. And this cartoon car. It must have been custom made because they like it. When the shuttle bus stopped in front of the villa, the expressions on the faces of both sets of parents when they saw the completely princess-style villa were indescribable. Such a big villa, how could it be in the style of a children's castle? Su Rui wanted to create a fairy-tale living space for the children. So he transformed the original villa into this. Yang Mi explained softly. Grandpa and Grandma, isn't our house beautiful? Dad said this is our princess castle. He. Little Orange and Little Peach said happily. Their happiness is more important than anything else. Please come in. Su Rui smiled faintly and led the way. Normally, someone would show him the way, but since Yang Mi and Reba's parents were visiting their daughter and granddaughter, Su Rui's manners and upbringing were impeccable. Both sets of parents followed him into the villa. This Su Rui, he truly doted on his children. It's said that grandparents are especially fond of their grandchildren. Whether it was Yang Mi's parents or Reba's parents, seeing how Su Rui doted on his children, they secretly sighed that they could never do that. Extending from Su Rui's doting on his children, did he also dote on their daughter? Both Yang's mother and Reba's mother subconsciously glanced at their daughters. How could a mother not see their nervousness? But amidst their nervousness, it wasn't hard to tell from the occasional glances they made at Su Rui that they sought a sense of security from him. This is the most fundamental sign that a woman has feelings for a man. The two women exchanged a silent glance. It seems so. They were now faced with the most troublesome problem they had discussed along the way. Back home, the maid had already made tea. Uncle and Aunt, you must be tired from your journey. We happen to have some da hong pao from the mother trees at home. Let's have some to refresh ourselves. Su Rui poured them some. Mother tree da hong pao? The two mothers didn't know what that was. The father's eyes widened upon hearing Mother Tree da Hong Pao. Didn't the harvest of Mother Tree da Hong Pao stop in 2006? Is this kind of tea still available on the market? Yang's father looked at the black tea in front of him in surprise. He raised his cup and took a small sip. Smooth on the palate, with a sweet aftertaste. It was unlike any black tea he had ever tasted before. It was definitely made with master-level craftsmanship. Reba's father was also a tea connoisseur and enjoyed this tea in his spare time. He tasted it. This top-grade tea, made by a top master, produced a unique flavor. No tea on the market could compare. Excellent tea. This is the first time I've ever tasted such an excellent da hong pao. Reba's father exclaimed in amazement. I didn't expect you two uncles to be so knowledgeable about tea. We happen to have some left at home. We can take it home and enjoy it slowly when we leave. Su Rui smiled slightly. This tea, it's not something ordinary people can get their hands on, is it? Yang's father looked at Su Rui curiously. Although the mother trees of da hong pao were no longer harvested after 2006, they were still harvested every year during the tea-picking season and processed into da hong pao, a tribute-level tea sent to the higher authorities. Everyone within the system knew this. There was only about half a jin, 250 grams, of it each year, yet Su Rui managed to get his hands on it. This was harder to buy than a panda. People have been sending me some every year for the past few years. I don't usually drink tea, so you should all take it back with you. Don't let it go to waste here. Su Rui said casually. This sentence shocked Yang's father more than anything he had seen along the way. A tribute to the higher UPS. And the higher UPS would even send him a special gift. Su Rui's status. Being with him was definitely a huge honor for their Mimi. At that moment, Yang's father was absolutely certain. Is this tea really that special? Seeing the two men's surprise, Yang's mother and Reba's mother each took a sip. The taste was quite ordinary. It was no different from the black tea they usually bought for thousands of yuan per kilogram. It's more than special, Reba's father casually remarked. He didn't explain to his wife directly how special the tea was, how most people couldn't afford to drink it in several lifetimes. He left it at that. Mom, have some fruit. Yang Mi and Reba each offered their mothers. Their awkwardness was written all over their faces. Grandpa and Grandma, let's go get the little apples and mangosteens to show you. They're so cute. They're our best friends. Little Orange and Little Peach eagerly climbed upstairs, carrying 2 panda cubs down to show off their beloved pets. Their childlike nature was on full display. So small. Everyone thought they were too much bigger panda cubs, but they were only a few months old. They looked like they could easily be killed if not carefully cared for, but they were too embarrassed to say it aloud. Su Rui brought the entire team that raises panda cubs home. They have dedicated staff to take care of them. Yang Mi explained. I see. Both sets of parents subconsciously looked at Su Rui. They were already somewhat numb from the shock he had caused upon entering. Everyone sat together. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Su Rui could tell they were eager to know what had happened, but with the 2 children present, he didn't want to bring it up in front of them. Orange, Peach, Daddy will take you upstairs to play with Little Apple and Little Mangosteen. You can watch TV while you play, Su Rui said to the 2 little ones. What about Mommy, Daddy, and Grandpa and Grandma? They're downstairs having tea. If you miss us, just call out from upstairs, and we'll answer you. Hee, can I play on the slide with Orange, Little Apple, and Little Mangosteen? They love playing on the slide. Sure. Su Rui carried them both upstairs. He also asked the nanny and the panda keepers to come upstairs and play with them. Mommy, Daddy. Little Peach called out. Mommy and Daddy are downstairs. Su Rui responded. After confirming that their parents were downstairs, the 2 little ones started playing by themselves upstairs. Downstairs, listening to the children's giggling sounds from upstairs. The 7 adults downstairs had varying expressions. Yang Mi's parents and Reba's parents wanted to say something, but for a moment they didn't know where to begin. Yang Mi and Reba felt like they were on their deathbed, their hearts pounding with anxiety. They were at a loss for words. Only Su Rui remained calm and composed. He poured each of them a cup of tea, breaking the silence. Uncle and Aunt, you 4 must have seen the news online and rushed over to find out what happened. As the parents of Mimi and Reba, and as the grandparents of Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao, I believe you have every reason to know everything that happened. Since you're here, I think we should take this opportunity to clarify things. Su Rui made no attempt to hide anything from them. He started by recounting his encounter with Yang Mi and Reba at the Cannes Film Festival 3 years ago. Then, 3 years later, Yang Mi and Reba suddenly showed up with their child. He explained everything clearly. In fact, from his perspective, these were the only 2 events. What happened in between was a blank to him. So, your child with Su Rui was an accident from beginning to end? Both sets of parents were stunned. From the moment they left home until just now, they had imagined countless possibilities, but they never expected that their meeting, and the pregnancy, would be the result of an accident from beginning to end. Dad, Mom, Uncle and Aunt, the reason Reba and I didn't dare tell you is because it was an accident from the start. We were both very surprised when we found out we were pregnant. But those 2 years were when we wanted to focus on our careers, and we also felt that there weren't many good men we could rely on. Since we were pregnant, we thought we might as well have the baby together and raise the child together, so we wouldn't have to worry about marriage and children later. After the baby was born, we were afraid you would misunderstand, so we both thought we would wait until the time was right before telling you, but we didn't expect, before the time was right, you found out first. Yang Mi explained the situation on Reba's behalf. Then what about the troubles you encountered at work? Before Reba's mother could finish speaking, Reba immediately replied, Mom, don't worry. We did encounter some trouble before, but Su Rui has already resolved it for us. Now our work is going very smoothly, you don't need to worry. That's good. Parents are naturally more at ease when there are no troubles. But, these were just the cause of the problem, not the problem itself. So, what are you 3 planning to do now? Yang's mother broke the silence. This direct question made both sets of parents somewhat uneasy. Yang Mi and Reba were even more flustered. Their eyes unconsciously glanced at Su Rui. They also wanted to know how Su Rui would face and handle this problem. Uncle and Auntie. Mimi and Reba are me. The 3 of us together gave birth to Little Orange and Little Peach. That's an undeniable fact. Little Orange and Little Peach love their mother very much. Whether it's Reba or Mimi, they are both their mothers. They also love me, their father. For children, a complete family consists of both a father and a mother. Especially now that Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao have experienced being loved by both parents, suddenly losing their father, or one of their mothers, would be an indelible wound on their childhood. So, Su Rui looked at them and said very firmly, from my perspective, my clearest thought right now is to give them both a complete and carefree childhood. Since Mimi and Reba have both given me children, they are both mothers. I hope they will stay by my side, to help me take care of the 2 children, and to nurture their growth. Su Rui spoke very tactfully. But how could Yang Mi's parents and Reba's parents not understand? He meant he wanted both Yang Mi and Reba. If they didn't have children, they would be angry if Su Rui said this. But now that they both have given him a child, the matter has become complicated. But Su Rui, our country's marriage law clearly stipulates monogamy. You can only marry one of them. Have you considered this? Reba's mother said. Before Su Rui could answer, Reba interjected, I don't need a formal title. I'm already content just to raise Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao with Sister Mi and Su Rui. Yang Mi also said without hesitation, Mom and Dad, you know I've always been against marriage. Now that I have children, marriage doesn't mean much to me. As long as I can be with Su Rui and Reba, I feel I can completely accept not getting married. These words from their two daughters completely silenced their parents. Neither set of parents expected their daughters to be so bold. They didn't want a formal title. They just wanted to raise the children with Su Rui. This, uncle and aunt, if your current stance is that you agree to both of them being with me, but feel that a marriage certificate is lacking as security, I can find a way to get 2 valid marriage certificates. If your current stance is that you can't accept both of your daughters becoming my wives, then please consider your 2 little granddaughters. In Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao's eyes, both Mimi and Reba are their biological mothers. Only when they are together do they have a complete mother. I don't want to have them asking me in my ear when I'm holding them in my arms, Daddy, does Reba mommy not want us anymore? Or Daddy, does Yang my mommy not want us anymore? My starting point is simple, I want them to grow up carefree and happy. Therefore, I hope both Yang Mi and Reba can stay with me. Su Rui's attitude became even clearer. Mothers are easily moved to tears, and Su Rui's last words reminded them of the sadness of leaving Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao. Both of them couldn't stop the tears from welling up in their eyes. Mom and Dad, I know all your worries are for my own good, but I can take responsibility for myself now. Even if it's not normal in other people's eyes, I really want to raise our children with Su Rui and let them grow up carefree. Perhaps there will be unpredictable problems in the future, but no matter what, I will never regret my choice today. Yang Mi said firmly, her eyes red. Mom and Dad, me too. From childhood to adulthood, I've always been your good child. I know what I've done this time will be hard for you to accept, but please give me a chance to prove that my choice is right. I want to bravely walk a path that I believe is right for the sake of my 2 children. Reba's eyes were also red. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her face. Right now, she was like a rebellious child desperately seeking her parents' support. This scene moved not only their parents. Even Su Rui was deeply moved. Uncle and aunt, I won't let them down today. Su Rui didn't say much more. That one sentence expressed his entire attitude. The parents on both sides felt heartbroken seeing their daughter's eyes redden and brimming with tears. Okay, wipe your tears. Didn't you say you can take responsibility for yourself now? Why are you still crying like a child? Yang Mi's mother and Reba's mother each pulled out some tissues for them to wipe their tears. A mother's heart always aches for her child. Yang Mi's mother and Reba's mother pulled their daughter to sit down beside them. They both sighed deeply. If you didn't have children, I definitely wouldn't agree to this, said Yang's mother. But now, your children are already over 2 years old. Little Orange and Little Peach are so adorable, of course I, as their grandmother, want them to have a happy and fulfilling childhood. Since you've already made your decision, your father and I won't say anything. We just hope you can both be happy. Thank you, Mom. Hearing that her mother didn't object to her being with Su Rui, Yang Mi immediately stopped crying and smiled, happily hugging her mother. Mom, you. At this moment, Reba looked anxiously at her mother, wanting to know her true attitude. Look at you, so afraid Mom will disagree, aren't you? Reba's mother gently pinched her nose, a mixture of helplessness and relief in her voice. You're all grown up now, you have your own thoughts. Ultimately, the path you choose for yourself is yours to decide. Mom and Dad's only hope is that you won't regret it in the future. If you do regret it, Mom and Dad will always be home waiting for you. She then gave her daughter a hug. Thank you, Mom. Reba was so moved that she burst into tears. Tears fell in a steady stream. With both sets of parents having agreed, Su Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Even if they disagreed, he would still choose to keep them by his side. But having their parents' explicit support was clearly a better thing. Mommy, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Upstairs, Little Orange and Little Peach heard Reba crying downstairs, and the 2 little ones hurriedly climbed down the stairs. Reba's mommy, who bullied you? Ju Zi will protect you. Little Ju Zi gently wiped away Reba's tears with her little hands. Yang Mi, are you crying or laughing? Why are you smiling so happily, but tears keep falling? Don't cry, Tao Tao will blow on them for you. Later, Ju Zi, Daddy, and I will help you defeat the bad guys. Do you remember? We're very strong. Little Tao Tao said, blowing on Yang Mi's eyes. Yang Mi, while crying, smiled and hugged Ju Zi. Mommy hasn't seen Grandpa and Grandma in so long, I'm crying with joy. You weren't bullied. Reba hugged little Ju Zi and said, Mommy is at home, how could anyone bully Mommy? Thank you for protecting Mommy. Reba kissed little Ju Zi on the cheek. Little Ju Zi knew her mother hadn't been bullied and happily leaned against her mother's chest. Both sets of parents were deeply moved by the scene. What adorable granddaughters. Just as Su Rui said, it was obvious from them that they truly considered both of them their mothers. In their hearts, the concept of biological versus non-biological parentage didn't exist. Both mothers were their mothers. Forcing Su Rui to choose one would be cruel to them. Grandma, will you come play with us? Ju Zi and I just knocked down the dinosaur castle, can you help us put it back together? Yes, Grandpa and Grandma, please help us put it back together. Tao Tao and I can't finish it. The two little ones enthusiastically invited them. What was most touching was that they didn't even distinguish between Ju Zi's grandparents and Tao Tao's grandparents. Because Yang Mi and Reba were their mothers' parents were also their grandparents. As adults, how could we bear to shatter the pure and innocent feelings in their hearts? Okay, then let's help. Yang Mi's mother carried Xiao Tao Tao. Reba's mother carried Xiao Ju Zi. They went upstairs together to play with their children. Now that their parents had agreed to their relationship with Su Rui, both Yang Mi and Reba felt a huge weight lifted off their shoulders. They happily followed them upstairs to play with the children. They had never dared to tell them about their children before, but now they could play with them. You can imagine how happy the two daughters were. Uncles, please have some tea. Su Rui poured them another cup of tea. The matter was resolved, and his relief was evident on his face. Speaking of which, shouldn't you change how you address me now? Even though you're not married, I don't feel the difference in our status. After all, your child is already 2 years old. Reba's father said half-jokingly. Yang's father immediately chimed in, yes, Reba's father is right. Since you've already decided to be together, in that sense, you're our son-in-law. It's not appropriate for you to still call me uncle now. With his father-in-law saying so, how could Su Rui refuse? Please have some tea, fathers-in-law. Su Rui presented the cup of tea to them with both hands. Men, once the matter is resolved, should accept it gladly. Yang's father and Reba's father happily accepted the teacups and drank them down in one gulp. You came in such a hurry, otherwise I would have given you a red envelope. Yang's father said with a smile. Indeed, as fathers-in-law, we can't skimp on this change of address fee. We'll definitely make it up to you next time. Reba's father was equally beaming. Aside from their two daughters falling for the same man, both Yang's father and Reba's father adored their son-in-law. To be honest, he was impeccable in terms of looks, ability, temperament, and manners. Fortunately, the relationship between their two families was already quite good. Now that they shared the same son-in-law, their relationship would undoubtedly be even better. It's no big deal. I have everything I need, the sentiment is what matters. Su Rui said with a smile. Hey, that's not how it works. We can tell you're not short of money, but customs are customs. This is our way of showing our appreciation as elders. This time it was indeed rushed, and to be honest, we hadn't really thought about how to handle this, let alone prepare any change of address red envelopes. Next time, this red envelope will definitely be for you. One for each of our families. Yang's father and Reba's father's attitude was very clear. Su Rui smiled. Since they both said so, there was no reason to refuse. Then next time we meet, I'll be waiting to receive the change of address red envelopes from my father-in-laws. No problem. Next time, I'll definitely give you a big red envelope. Su Rui's two fathers-in-law both smiled. What a generous young man, who wouldn't appreciate that? You haven't seen Little Orange and Little Peach for the past 2 years. Now that we finally know they exist, why don't you go upstairs and play with the two little ones? Let them get to know their grandpa, Su Rui said. Sure. I must say, the two little ones are really adorable. How could a grandfather not love his granddaughters? The two followed Su Rui upstairs. 2 grandmothers, 2 grandfathers, and their parents were all there, playing with the two little ones. Little Orange and Little Peach played like crazy. They were incredibly happy. Mr. Su, dinner is ready. At 5 o'clock, a banquet was prepared. For their first meeting, the dinner was naturally very lavish. Truly state banquet standard. As soon as the two sets of parents sat down, the presentation of the dishes alone was enough to amaze them. To ensure Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao get the nutrition they need and to encourage them to eat well, Su Rui specially invited a master chef specializing in state banquets to cook for them at home. You can try some. Yang Mi, seeing their surprised expressions, explained softly. So all of this is state banquet level cuisine? Whether it was Yang Mi's parents or Dilraba's parents, the most expensive meal they had ever eaten was a meal costing a few 100,000 yuan. But the concept of a state banquet was completely foreign to them. Or rather, they simply had no chance of ever experiencing one. Grandpa, Grandma, and Fang's food is delicious. Little Orange enthusiastically became a saleswoman. Anyway, we're staying here tonight, so we have plenty of time to eat and drink at our leisure. Let's adults have some drinks, sit down, and chat while we eat. Little Orange and Little Peach, let mommy pour you some juice, and we'll all have a toast, okay? While Su Rui was speaking, Yalin opened a bottle of rare Romanicati. She poured it for everyone. To be honest, I've been wanting to try this wine in the car. Yang's father said with a smile. Can't you be a little more mindful of your image? Yang's mother rolled her eyes. You've already agreed to their relationship, and Su Rui is now our son-in-law. Why are you still worrying about all these formalities when fathers-in-law and sons-in-law are having a drink together? Su Rui, don't you think? That's right. Come on, let me raise a glass first, to thank you for entrusting your daughter to me. Su Rui raised his glass and took an elegant sip. I hope you'll take good care of them for us in the future, whether it's Dilraba or Yang Mi. Dilraba's father raised his glass. At the table, it was the men's turn to speak. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Cheers! Yang Mi's father decisively downed his drink in one gulp. One sip of that $1 million wine. I don't know if it was the money, but the taste was definitely different. I want a toast too. Mommy, I want orange juice. Let's toast together. Everyone laughed and raised their glasses to clink glasses with the two little ones. Su Rui was poised and unpretentious. The entire dinner atmosphere was very harmonious thanks to him. The two families sat together eating and drinking, their laughter never ceasing. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Reba's family, Yang Mi's family, plus Su Rui and Little Orange and Little Peach, everyone took a walk in the estate to digest their food. As they walked, the group unknowingly split into two groups. Su Rui, Yang Mi's father, and Reba's father walked and played with Little Orange and Little Peach. They had all had a little wine, chatting and laughing in a relaxed atmosphere. Yang Mi and Reba walked ahead with their two mothers. The four women hadn't drunk much and were all quite sober. This estate is really big, Reba's mother remarked casually. Really big. Yang Mi's mother replied absent-mindedly. Neither mother was really interested in the walk. Yang Mi and Reba, being mothers themselves, could sense that the two women wanted to discuss something privately, but they didn't know what they wanted to say, and they didn't dare ask. The two pairs of mothers walked in silence for a while. Mimi, Reba, you two, are you really sure about this? Reba's mother finally broke the silence. To be honest, I really like Su Rui, and I'm very happy to have a son-in-law like him, but your situation is indeed very special. From now on, it will be the three of you raising two children together. Although this manor is large, the world is even bigger. Especially since you two are public figures, your situation will inevitably be discussed by many people, which will bring you a lot of pressure. Have you thought all of this through? Yang Mi's mother said earnestly. Mimi, Reba, we're not trying to stop you. Since we just agreed, to be honest, as your mothers, we also hope that you two can be happy. We just want to remind you that you are women. This choice means that you will face a lot of criticism in the future. Are you prepared to face that? Yang Mi and Reba nodded simultaneously. Mom, Auntie, we've thought about everything you've said. No amount of pressure is as important as giving Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao a complete life. Yang Mi said without hesitation. We're mothers now. If we can't even handle a little pressure, how can we take responsibility for Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao's upbringing? Reba said just as earnestly. Yang Mi's mother and Reba's mother both stopped and looked at their daughters very, very seriously. They saw seriousness and determination in their daughter's eyes. The final thing they wanted to confirm had been answered. In that case, I won't say anything more. Me too, I hope you're both doing well. Both Reba's mother and Yang Mi's mother dropped their serious expressions. Their faces returned to the relaxed and cheerful demeanor they had when they were having dinner at home. Their husbands were no ordinary men. They probably wouldn't let them suffer too much. Hey, I have a little question for you too. Yang Mi's mother asked softly, how do you three usually sleep? Reba's mother immediately looked at them curiously. She wanted to know the answer to that too. Yang Mi and Reba blushed instantly. Even though it was already dark, their flushed cheeks were still visible under the streetlights. We sleep normally, how else would we sleep? Yang Mi hadn't expected her mother to ask such a question. A monogamous marriage is considered normal sleeping, but you two wives and one husband, how can that be considered normal sleeping? Reba's mother pressed on curiously. We'll all sleep together, how else can we sleep? Dilraba's face turned bright red, her delicate features flushed with embarrassment. Yang Mi, sensing the potential misunderstanding, added, it's not just the two of us sleeping with Su Rui, Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao will also sleep with us. So the five of us will sleep in one bed. Yes, we'll all sleep together. Dilraba added shyly. Oh, I see. Yang Mi's mother nodded in understanding, but her gossip-loving nature was unstoppable. What if Xiao Ju Zai and Xiao Tao Tao get a little older? They'll definitely want to sleep in their own rooms then. What will you three do then? Dilraba's mother continued, even if you don't sleep separately from Xiao Ju Zai and Xiao Tao Tao for now, your marital life, you'll definitely need to. How will you manage that? Whoosh! Yang Mi and Dilraba's faces burned with embarrassment. Are topics about middle-aged women really this provocative? How did it all come down to marital life? Look at you two, your faces are so red. Your child is over 2 years old, why are you so shy about talking about marital life? Yang's mother was both amused and exasperated by their reaction. Mom, you already know what happened, you should know we just met again not long ago. We've been filming outside lately, there's no marital life to speak of. Yang Mi said, blushing. That's right. We've only kissed. Reba said softly. Noticing that both of their gazes were directed at her, she blushed even more and wished she could disappear into the ground. I almost forgot you two just met. Both mothers said oh. They had indeed overlooked that. But that didn't stop them from continuing their previous conversation. Although you've only just reunited, the issues we just discussed are things you'll need to consider going forward. After all three of you are still young, you two are beautiful, and Su Rui is handsome. Dry wood and a raging fire will always eventually ignite. When the time comes, you'll inevitably face the question of whether you'll share a bed with him as a couple or alone. You'd better think about how to handle and face this beforehand. Otherwise, it might not only affect your relationship with him, but also the relationship between you two sisters. Since you two are already determined to be with him, the relationship between you sisters is also very important. You need to think this through carefully. Yang Mi's mother and Reba's mother chimed in, one after the other. Okay. Yang Mi and Reba were too embarrassed to continue discussing this topic. They felt that if they continued, these two middle-aged women would start teaching them some more private matters. As the two were thinking about this, Yang Mi's mother predictably added, there's one more thing, Reba, Mimi, since you're so determined to be with Su Rui, have you considered having a second child? How did the conversation turn to a second child? Little Orange and Little Peach are both a little over 2 years old now. If you want a second child, it's definitely a good time to start. That way, the 4 children won't be too far apart, and they'll grow up together and have siblings. You're both still young, so it'll be easier to raise a second child. And, it would be best if you both got pregnant at the same time. Don't have one child first and then another. If you're going to have a child, have one together. Reba's mother couldn't stop talking about this topic. Yang Mi and Reba couldn't hold back any longer. Moms, Reba and I are still in the process of building our relationship. Whether it's having a second child or anything else, we'll consider it carefully. Look how beautiful the moon is tonight. Let's take you to the lake to admire the moon. It's especially beautiful at night when the water sparkles. Yes, let's go, let's not talk about this anymore. You've come all this way, so tonight, let's just enjoy the scenery and chat at home. Yang Mi and Reba each grabbed one of their daughter's hands. We're just chatting with you guys. These are things you should be thinking about right now. After all, your situation is a bit special, and Mom just wants the two of you to handle these things better. Okay, let's go admire the moon. Orange, Peach, come to Mommy's side. Grandma wants to look at the moon with you all. She really couldn't hold back any longer. Yang Mi and Reba called for help. Coming. Mommy, hug me. Hearing the cheers, the two little ones ran over and jumped into their mother's arms. Yang's mom and Reba's mom opened their mouths, but ultimately swallowed their words. Never mind. Their daughters are grown up, they don't need to teach them anymore. Let them be. The two of them took Little Orange and Little Peach from their arms. They took their 2 little granddaughters for a walk to admire the moon. After their walk, they returned home. Su Rui arranged for both sets of parents to stay in the guest room on the 3rd floor. Back in their room, Yang Mi and Reba collapsed onto the bed, letting out a huge sigh of relief. What's wrong? You look so relieved? Su Rui asked curiously. Presumably, their mothers had already agreed, so they wouldn't make things difficult for the 2 girls. You were walking with our 2 dads in the back just now, didn't they say anything to you? Yang Mi sat up, asking curiously as well. No. We were just playing with Xiao Ju Zai and Xiao Tao Tao, chatting idly. You 2 dads are quite interesting. Su Rui shrugged. After Xiao Ju Zai and Xiao Tao Tao came over here, the 3 of you were walking together and didn't say anything either. Reba was even more curious. What exactly are you trying to say? No, what did your mom say to you? Su Rui was confused by the question. The 3 men in the back hadn't said anything during their walk. They'd said everything they needed to say, agreed to everything they needed to say, what else was there to say? Your mom disagreed again? Su Rui asked. No, they all said they really like you. Yang Mi and Reba both shook their heads. Then why do you look so relieved? Your parents seem pretty nice, so you shouldn't feel that much pressure around them, right? Just some things women talk about. Don't ask. Thinking about what they had just discussed, Yang Mi and Reba's faces involuntarily turned red. Are you sure everything's alright? If there's anything I need to do, I can talk to them and clear things up. Don't make it seem like they went to all the trouble to come all this way, only to end up not getting anything cleared up. Su Rui said very seriously. Really, everything's alright. They really have agreed to what's going on between us. It's just that they talked to us about some unpleasant things. Please don't ask. Yang Mi said, blushing. What things? Su Rui was curious instead. Like, how the three of us will share a room, things like that. Reba muttered. How can three people share a room? Su Rui paused for a moment. How can women be so frank about this? I think this is a topic we really need to consider. What do you two think is the best way for us to share a room in the future? How about one of you sleeps on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and the other on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays? I'll rest on Sundays. Or would it be better if all three of us slept together? Su Rui asked, feigning seriousness. Yang Mi and Reba's faces flushed red again. It's up to you. Anyway, I don't care. Dilraba said, head down. I have no objection either, you decide for yourself. Even if it's together, anyway, Dilraba and I gave you our first time together. Yang Mi said softly in return. Looking at their adoring expressions, Su Rui felt a surge of anger rising within him. To be honest, they looked really good together. How about tonight? Daddy, what is sharing a room? Little Orange climbed onto Su Rui's back from behind, asking with the curiosity of a little child. This. Su Rui instantly snapped back to reality. He'd almost forgotten that the two little ones were still playing with their toys on the bed. Yang Mi and Dilraba were also startled. They'd completely forgotten that the two little ones were still on the bed. Sleeping in the same room means sleeping in the same room. You two can stop playing now, Mommy will take you to get a nice bath, and then go to bed early. Yang Mi and Reba each carried one of them to the bathroom for a bath. Goodbye, Daddy. We'll come find you after our bath. Little Tao Tao waved with a grin. Su Rui lay on the bed and smiled. He'd had a little to drink tonight and felt a bit tipsy. But, now that even the issues with both sets of parents were resolved, honestly, it would be normal for him, Yang Mi, and Reba to take things further. Listening to the two little ones giggling in the bathroom, and Yang Mi and Reba telling them to be good and not make a fuss during their bath. A gentle smile appeared on Su Rui's face. He felt exceptionally relaxed. Because of the alcohol, he fell asleep listening to them. Yang Mi and Reba carried their two little ones out of the bathroom. Daddy, we're done washing. Mommy has already prepared the water for you, go take a bath. Little Tao Tao sat next to Su Rui and called to him. Then she saw her father lying motionless on the bed, not responding. Daddy? Little Tao Tao gently nudged Su Rui. Daddy still didn't move. Little Tao Tao was stunned, her eyes instantly reddening. Tears streamed down her face. Mommy, wah, Daddy's dead. Wah. Yang Mi, Reba, silly girl, why are you crying? Daddy's just asleep. She was both amused and exasperated by her crying. Daddy's still breathing. Daddy's not dead. Little Orange, who seemed to have learned this from somewhere, placed her little hand in front of her father's nose to check. Still breathing meant he wasn't dead. Daddy's really just asleep. Little Orange nodded firmly. She took Little Peach's little hand and placed it in front of her father's nose to feel his breathing. I thought Daddy was dead. Thank goodness Daddy's just asleep, otherwise I would have been heartbroken. Little Peach stopped crying and smiled, wiping away her tears, then obediently pulled the blanket over her father. She gently patted the blanket with her little hand. Daddy, go to sleep now. Tonight, Peach, and I won't disturb your sleep. Good night, Daddy. She nestled next to her father and kissed him. Good night, Daddy. Little Orange gave her dad a gentle kiss in return. Then she obediently snuggled under the covers next to him, pulling the blankets up neatly. Little Peach followed suit, lying down obediently. She yawned as soon as she lay down. She snuggled closer to her dad. Mommy, you two should go to sleep too. You've been quite good today. Yang Mi and Reba both smiled. Yang Mi went to the bathroom and got a warm towel, gently wiping Su Rui's face. Then she and Reba lay down on the bed together. Mommy, you haven't kissed Daddy yet. Little Peach reminded her. Yang Mi and Reba were both amused and exasperated. How did this become a daily ritual? But, kissing your man before bed every night is indeed quite blissful. Yang Mi and Reba kissed him on the cheek together. Good night, honey. They both silently said it in their hearts. Lights were turned off, and they went to sleep. The two little ones snuggled in their father's arms, feeling their mother's embrace, and yawned together. Good night, Mommy. I'm going to play with Daddy in my dreams. See you tomorrow. Good night, baby. See you tomorrow. Yang Mi held little Orange in her arms, and Dilraba held little Peach in her arms, both with tenderness on their faces. Now, their parents not only knew they had a child, but also approved of their relationship with Su Rui. This was enough for them to face the online criticism without fear. Both of them slept peacefully. The next morning, Su Rui, having gone to bed early and slept soundly, woke up early. The two little ones were sleeping soundly, one on each side of their mother. Little Tao Tao nestled against her mother's chest, perhaps dreaming of drinking milk. Her little mouth was making sucking motions. She was incredibly cute. She was still wearing yesterday's clothes, so she must have fallen asleep last night. Su Rui quietly got out of bed, not wanting to disturb the mother and daughter. He had just gone downstairs when Yang Mi's parents and Reba's parents came in from outside. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, you're up so early? Su Rui greeted them with a smile. Good morning. We're getting old, so we wake up early. We took a walk around outside together. They had been up for a long time. They had spent an hour wandering around the estate and still hadn't figured out how big it was. Later, they took a shuttle bus around the estate, which gave them a quick overview. After the tour, they truly realized just how powerful their son-in-law was. This one estate alone is something even the wealthiest people in Shanghai can only dream of. To be honest, with such an accomplished son-in-law, the parents-in-law find him incredibly pleasing and likable. Just then, Lin walked in with a group of foreign women. Mr. Su, the fashion designers from LV, Chanel, Gucci, Hermes, Prada, Givenchy, Fendi, and Saint Laurent are all here. What are they here for? Su Rui was taken aback. Lin replied, at the banquet the night before last, the chairman of these brands said they wanted to customize children's clothing for the two young ladies, so they sent their best female designers to measure their height and weight. After Lin's explanation, these top designers from international brands greeted Su Rui very respectfully. Good morning, Mr. Su. I am Eileen, the women's wear design director from Hermes. It is an honor to have the opportunity to design children's clothing for your daughter. Mr. Su, I am Linda, the women's wear chief designer from Givenchy. I am fortunate to have received this assignment. I will definitely come up with the best design solutions to strive for the most satisfying wearing experience for the two young ladies. The warning they received before setting off was that they must be extremely respectful and courteous to Mr. Su, and absolutely not be allowed to offend him in any small matter. They had never heard such a serious warning from their boss. These directors and chief designers, while maintaining their enthusiastic smiles, carefully ensured their words wouldn't offend anyone. My two little darlings are sleeping. Lin, why don't you take them to the living room and sit for a bit? We'll talk about it when Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao wake up. Without Lin's reminder, he hadn't even remembered this. He hadn't expected these old folks to remember it so clearly. These brands' designers, are they all here to make clothes for Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao? Yang Mi's mother and Dilraba's mother were completely dumbfounded. Men might not care about these brands, but as women, even women their age, hearing about these brands resonates with them. They usually have the right to order limited editions from these brands. Having the designers personally come to their homes for custom-made clothing? Except for runway shows or special needs for celebrity endorsements and events, it's impossible for them to custom-make clothes for clients. Su Rui actually managed to get these top international designers to come all the way to his door just to customize clothes for Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao. And seeing that they were all foreigners, combined with their positions, it was highly likely they flew in directly from headquarters. The parents of both families were once again astonished by Su Rui. Without real power, you simply couldn't spoil your children like this. Brothers reading, don't forget to vote with your flowers and review votes. This stuff refreshes quickly, don't waste it. Su Rui, the two children are at a crucial stage of growth, there's really no need to spend so much. They can wear them this month, but they might not be able to wear them next month. Just buy them some normal clothes, there's no need to customize them. Yang Ma reminded them. At an event the other day, the chairman of these brands saw Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao and offered to customize children's clothes for them. I didn't expect them to actually do it. Since they're already here, let them be. Anyway, it's all free, so it's not a waste. Su Rui said casually. Pay? He could pay, but they'd have to dare accept it. Free? Both sets of parents were even more surprised. Designers from the headquarters of these international brands came to give Xiao Juzi and Xiao Taozai personalized custom-made services, and for free? Was it because Xiao Juzi and Xiao Taozai were cute that it was free? Obviously not. There's only one possibility because their father is Su Rui. Shocking. From Su Rui's nonchalant expression, it's easy to see that this was perfectly normal for him. Perhaps this is just his ordinary life. They could only suppress their surprise. They brought their attention back to reality. Mimi and Reba haven't gotten up yet? These two girls are really something, they're mothers now, but they still like little girls who love to sleep in. Yang Mi's mother said casually. Not yet, it's rare for them to be home resting, let them sleep a little longer. Su Rui smiled. See, he not only dotes on his daughters, but he also cares about his wife. Both mothers-in-law subconsciously gave their father-in-law a meaningful look. Ahem, we were just thinking that if they got up, they'd probably be leaving soon. Dilraba's father immediately changed the subject. It's not easy for everyone to get together, why not enjoy it for a few more days? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You young people have your own things to do. We can't possibly stay here and interfere with your work every day. Anyway, the matter is resolved now, and we both feel at ease leaving the two girls in your care. You spoil Xiaju and Xiaotao so much, we feel even more at ease. The rest is just some public pressure, but we believe you can handle it well. There's no need for us to stay here. Yang's father said. The two families came mainly to resolve the issue. Now that the problem has been clarified, they aren't the kind of parents who want to linger just because they've found a wealthy son-in-law. As long as their family is doing well, that's enough. Seeing their insistence, Su Rui exchanged a few polite words and didn't insist they stay. He had breakfast with them. He personally prepared small gifts for both families. 1 bottle of 1990 Romanée-Conti for each family, and 2 ounces of the original Da Hong Pao tea for each family. Both fathers were polite on the surface, but secretly they were overjoyed. Fine wine and tea. The apple of a middle-aged man's eye. Mom and Dad, are you getting ready to leave? Yang Mi and Reba woke up. They went downstairs and saw the packed items on the table. Now that everything's settled, what are we doing here? Our two families made plans. It's so rare for us to get together, so why don't we go on a trip together? Yang's mother said. I was thinking of asking if you wanted to stay a couple more days. Mi and I have already taken leave from the film crew, so we can spend a few days with you, Dilraba said. Your family hasn't been reunited for very long. You should use this time to spend more time together as a family. Reba's mother said. They're only bothering our family here. What kind of inconsiderate parents are they? Yang Mi knew what they were thinking. She didn't try to stop them. Then I'll go wake up Little Orange and Little Peach, and we'll take you to the airport together. I'll help too. Reba followed Yang Mi upstairs, helped the two little ones get dressed, and carried them downstairs. Grandpa and Grandma, are you leaving already? Peach and I will miss you. Little Orange rushed into Reba's arms. Grandma will miss you all too. Reba's mother held Little Orange, showing her equal affection. Why don't you have breakfast first? After breakfast, come with Mom and Dad to take us to the airport, okay? By the way, Su Rui, since Little Orange and Little Peach are awake, should we have these designers take their measurements first, so they don't have to wait here? Yang Mi's mother said, holding Little Peach. What designers? Yang Mi and Reba were both taken aback. Following their gaze, they noticed a group of foreign women sitting on the other side of the living room. Various brands are here to make custom clothes for Little Orange and Little Peach. Su Rui invited them over to take Little Orange and Little Peach's measurements. Afterwards, he let them leave, so they wouldn't forget them at home. Little Orange and Little Peach finished breakfast, and the family set off for the airport. Knowing their grandparents were leaving, the two little ones insisted on being carried by their grandmother the entire way to the airport. They were such sweet little devils. They kept saying, Grandpa and Grandma, we'll miss you. They told them to call them often. The two adorable little ones were the apple of their grandparents' eyes. They arrived at the airport. Su Rui's car didn't go through the waiting area, it drove straight into the airport. It stopped in front of a private jet. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, since you're going on a trip together, I've arranged a private jet for you. It can take you anywhere directly, saving you the trouble of booking tickets and waiting for flights each time. There are also cars in the hangar, so you can drive directly to your destination after landing, saving you the trouble of taking taxis. This plane has VIP service at airports all over the world. If you have any needs, just tell the ground staff, and they'll arrange everything perfectly. Su Rui said. Yang Mi's parents and Dilraba's parents were completely stunned. Arranging a private jet for them for a trip this son-in-law is simply outrageously extravagant. Ugh, he's gone to such lengths. You, giving us your private jet to use? Wouldn't that be inconvenient for you if you needed to travel? Anyway, we're going on a trip, so we don't care about the time. It won't cause any trouble, said Reba's mother. I have several private jets. Su Rui's casual remark left both sets of parents speechless once again. Listen to this. Is he even speaking human language? Private jets are like toys to him, and several of them at that. This son-in-law's abilities are truly outrageous. Since you've said so, then thank you for such thoughtful arrangements. I'm increasingly confident that Mimi and Reba will be well taken care of under your care. We're relieved too, Yang's father said with a smile. This son-in-law is indeed becoming more and more likable. Who says otherwise? Having a son-in-law like this has practically turned our two families into relatives. That's great, that's great. Reba's father also smiled. The two families already had a good relationship because of Yang Mi and Reba's close friendship. Now, the daughters of both families are now Su Rui's wives. They've become in-laws. Be careful when you go out and have fun. Even more careful if you go abroad. Call me if you need anything. The two daughters exchanged a few pleasantries and saw them off at the airport. Both Yang Mi and Reba could feel that their parents had truly entrusted them to Su Rui. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Come visit us sometime. Little Orange and Little Peach waved from their mother's arms. Let's go too. Su Rui led the four of them into the car. Yang Mi and Reba were a little reluctant to leave, but now, with their parents' understanding and support, both of them had unconscious smiles on their faces. Su Rui, thank you for arranging everything. Yang Mi and Reba, as if on cue, leaned forward and gave him a big kiss on the cheek like love-struck young girls. Without Su Rui's meticulous arrangements, the two women would have had no idea how to resolve this predicament. If it were just the two of them, both sets of parents would most likely have objected to them sharing a husband. But now, Su Rui had resolved the matter perfectly for them from beginning to end. Not only did his parents readily accept the outcome of them both becoming Su Rui's women, but it was also clear that they liked him very much. Without him, this really wouldn't have been possible. Now, we can take care of Little Orange and Little Peach together in peace. Little Orange and Little Peach, you'll have a complete family from now on, Su Rui said with a smile, holding Little Orange and Little Peach. Little Orange and Little Peach didn't understand what their father was talking about. They looked at their parents with puzzled expressions. Didn't we have a complete family before? Didn't Mommy and Daddy always have you around? The children were confused. The three adults exchanged a knowing glance and smiled knowingly. They didn't need to understand these things. They just needed to know that their parents would be by their side from now on. Where are we going now? Yang Mi asked. Su Rui thought for a moment and said, didn't you two acquire 56% of Tianya Media shares? Since you're now the largest shareholder of Tianya Media, you should logically attend a shareholders meeting to meet with the major shareholders and board members. And also to determine Tianya Media's future direction. Whether to let Tianya Media continue its independent development, or to allocate resources to your GXing Media, making it a subsidiary. These are things you can consider. What suggestions do you have? Yang Mi asked. Su Rui's abilities were undeniable. Business-wise, Yang Mi was 100% confident that Su Rui's judgment would be more strategically significant than hers. If it were me, I'd acquire the remaining 44% stake in Tianya Media. Merge Tianya directly into GXing Media. GXing Media has only been around for 2 years. Although your business has done well in the last 2 years, it's too thin. The basic performance relies on the two of you. You are the bosses now, you are the capital. Your job is to let others make money for you, not to make money to support the company yourself. What you're doing now is another form of working for someone else. I've looked at Tianya Media's financial statements. Although its development over the years has been so-so, it is still an established entertainment company with a solid foundation. It's involved in music, film, and variety shows, areas that GXing Media doesn't have. Merging these high-quality assets into GXing Media will allow your company to grow rapidly in a short time, directly joining the ranks of top brands. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yang Mi didn't hesitate at all. She didn't even consider the potential negative consequences of this decision, as she usually does. Su Rui's strength is undeniable. Since Su Rui said it was possible, she believed him completely. So decisive? Aren't you afraid I'll screw you over? Su Rui joked. I believe you. Yang Mi said it very seriously. Su Rui smiled and kissed her on the cheek. Yang Mi was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to respond to her words with that gesture. Her face flushed slightly. Giggle Mommy's face turned red after Daddy kissed her. Reba Mommy, look, Yang My Mommy's face is red. Mommy, why do you blush when Daddy kisses you? We don't blush when Daddy kisses us. That's right, Daddy, kiss me and Orange. Mwah, mwah. Su Rui smiled and kissed the two little girls on the cheek. Mommy, look, I told you we wouldn't blush. Mommy, look. We're not blushing. The two little ones tried their best to prove they weren't blushing, constantly showing Yang Mi their little faces. Yes, you're thick-skinned, you're amazing. Mommy's skin is thin, okay. Yang Mi smiled and pinched their soft little cheeks. Hee, our skin is thicker than Mommy's. Ju Zi, we're such little kids and our skin is thicker than Mommy's, so when we're the same age as Mommy, we'll definitely be even more amazing. Stop, Mommy, Yang Mi wasn't praising you, you little idiots. Reba laughed until her stomach hurt. But Yang Mi's mom said we're really thick-skinned. Little Tao Tao didn't believe her. Mommy, are you praising us? Mommy really wasn't praising you. Thick-skinned isn't a compliment. Mommy was just joking. Yang Mi, suppressing a laugh, explained seriously to them. so they wouldn't think thick-skinned was a compliment in the future. Humph. Mommy's bad, saying we're thick-skinned, I'm not playing with you anymore. The two little ones pouted, put their hands on their hips, and turned away from their mother. Yang Mi. Okay, Mommy was wrong. Come here, Mommy will hug you. No hugs. Mommy, you've already lost your two lovely daughters. The two little ones clung tightly to their father. Little Tao Tao, having heard something from somewhere, made all the adults in the car burst into laughter. The two little ones were so angry. Yang Mi used 2 whole egg tarts to finally get her two little ones to happily call her mama. At the entrance of TNU Media, one phone call from Yelin, and all the company's top shareholders were present. Along with the company's executives and most famous artists, everyone stood at the entrance waiting for Yang Mi and Dilraba to appear. Not all of them, because CEO Zhang is still in the hospital. What do you think Yang Mi and Dilraba's presence here today is all about? After all, they just acquired 56% of TNU Media shares. Holding a shareholders meeting now is quite normal. It's probably just a routine procedure. Everyone, be careful. Don't offend Yang Mi and Dilraba anywhere. They have Su Rui as their backer. They're not people we can afford to offend. Jiexing becoming TNU Media's largest shareholder is actually a good thing for us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance to get in touch with a top tycoon like Mr. Su. Now that Jiexing is TNU Media's largest shareholder, as fellow shareholders, we can indirectly contact Mr. Su through Yang Mi and Dilraba. I heard that even just having a meal with Mr. Su can make the company take off. TNU Media's shareholders welcomed Yang Mi and Dilraba. If it were just Yang Mi and Dilraba themselves, they might be surprised and find this change in shareholding unacceptable. But there's an even more powerful figure behind Yang Mi and Dilraba. That makes all the difference. Even just indirectly getting in touch with the powerful figures behind them is a good thing. The company's management has more complicated feelings. Who the largest shareholder is isn't important to them. What matters is whether they'll be fired after such a significant change in shareholding. And the artists under the company, after the dinner the night before last, are well aware that their new boss has the most powerful background in the history of the entertainment industry. As long as they can win over the new boss, opportunities will abound. Some are expectant, some are uneasy. Everyone is waiting for Yang Mi and Dilraba to appear. Here they come. Is it that car? Probably. Seeing a black van drive straight towards them, a large group of people from TNU Entertainment rushed forward to greet them. Seeing Yang Mi and Dilraba get out of the car, everyone greeted them with smiles. Then, seeing Su Rui carrying 2 children also get out of the car, the people present were slightly taken aback at first. Then they became even more excited. We didn't expect Mr. Su to come too. You should have informed us in advance so we could have organized a grander welcome ceremony. My wife is coming, doesn't she deserve a grand welcome ceremony? Su Rui glanced at them with a half smile. He disliked their attitude. Everyone was stunned. That's not what I meant. Mr. Su, you misunderstand. I meant that if we had known you and the children were coming, we could have prepared more thoroughly. Prepare some fruit and toys for the children. The general manager, who was speaking, wiped his brow. Su Rui's ambiguous smile put immense pressure on him. I just accompanied them here today to finalize some equity transfer matters. You all go about your business, don't worry about me, Su Rui said calmly. Everyone nodded hurriedly. They respectfully welcomed them into the company. The company's artists only got a chance to show their faces, without even a chance to say a word. They could only watch helplessly as Yang Mi and Dilraba, surrounded by shareholders and executives, entered the elevator and went straight to the upper floors. They were incredibly envious. Especially the female stars under their management. They're both women, how come Yang Mi and Dilraba are so lucky? When they were celebrities, both of them were extremely popular. After establishing their own companies, their companies performed exceptionally well. They smoothly became rising stars in the industry. Now it's even more incredible, he's hooked up with a true super-rich tycoon. He's even had a child. What a perfect life story. I'm so envious I'm practically fuming. Top floor conference room. Su Rui sat at the head of the table, holding Little Orange and Little Peach. Little Orange and Little Peach sat on his lap, playing with the toys the company had provided for them. Yang Mi and Dilraba sat beside him. Below were all the major shareholders of TNU Media. Everyone, besides announcing the change in shareholding, were here today to announce something else. Yang Mi wasn't here for a meeting, mimicking Su Rui's assertive manner. She stated directly, Jiexing will acquire the remaining shares held by you all, becoming 100% controlling shareholder of TNU Media. We weren't notified about this. How could this be so sudden? The shareholders were completely dumbfounded. They were hoping to use Yang Mi and Dilraba to reach Su Rui, but instead, they immediately tried to acquire all their shares. Without those shares, they would have no connection with TNU Media whatsoever, and how could they contact Su Rui then? We're here to inform you of this. With Su Rui backing her up, Yang Mi spoke with much more confidence. The group of shareholders were all silenced. This was indeed somewhat unexpected, but they were, after all, businessmen, and successful businessmen at that. The greatest characteristic of a successful businessman is decisiveness. Since the complete acquisition of Tianyu by GXing was inevitable, they immediately changed their strategy. Mr. Su, Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, since GXing intends to acquire Tianyu entirely, I am very willing to cooperate. I am willing to sell my 10 million shares to GXing at 80% of the market price. If we have the opportunity to cooperate in business in the future, I hope you will look after me. Li Xianling, the fourth largest shareholder, was the first to step forward and express his opinion. They were all businessmen, no one was stupid. Hearing Li Xianling's words, it was clear that he was using this method to curry favor with Su Rui, trying to leave a better impression, hoping to receive his favor at some point in the future. Mr. Su, Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, I also have 8 million shares. I'm not in a rush for money right now, so I'm willing to sell these shares at 50% of the price. Let's just consider it a friendly gesture. That was ruthless. He immediately pushed the price down to 50%. The others were seething with envy, but seeing Su Rui give him an appreciative look, the others immediately followed suit. 50% doesn't even qualify as a friendly gesture. I'm willing to sell my 5 million shares to GXing at 20% of the market price. I also have a variety show production company, and I hope to further collaborate with GXing in the future. With 20% already mentioned, everyone else was out of the running. Gu Qiuashan, the third largest shareholder of Tianyu Media who had been silent until now, stood up and said, Mr. Su, Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, we're all business people. While making money is important, making friends is the most important thing in business. To show my sincerity, I will donate all 23 million shares I have to GXing. I hope we can have a meal and chat sometime in the future. Gu Qiuashan's words completely stunned the remaining minority shareholders who hadn't yet spoken. Old Gu, are you fucking ripping us off? You're giving away 23 million shares for free. What are we minority shareholders with only a few million shares supposed to do? To be honest, my 4 million shares aren't worth much. Since Mr. Gu has said so, I'll also make a statement. I'll give my shares to GXing as well, hoping for more opportunities to cooperate in the future. I'll give away my 3 million shares too. The remaining minority shareholders had no room to bargain, it was a freebie. The atmosphere was so tense that the few who had made clear offers were dumbfounded, especially with Gu Qiuashan, the second largest shareholder, giving away 23 million shares for free. Their demands for 50% or even 80% weren't a question of sincerity. It was that, in comparison, they were the ones asking Su Rui, Yang Mi, and Dilraba for money. This was awkward. Daddy, are you having a meeting? It looks so fun. Little Orange nestled in Su Rui's arms, looking at the people in the meeting room, her little face full of interest. You're interested. Want to say a few words to everyone? Su Rui teased her. Little Orange smiled and shook her head. Ahem, I was being narrow-minded just now. How can the friendship between Mr. Su and Ms. Yang and Ms. Reba be measured in money? These shares I hold will also be transferred to GXing free of charge. Li Xianling, who had just asked for 80%, quickly changed his tune. Everyone else was giving them away for free. His 80% of the market value was just too conspicuous. It was practically an offensive figure. The remaining shareholders who wanted to charge couldn't withstand the pressure of this atmosphere. They all offered to give away their shares for free as well. Yang Mi and Dilraba never expected the meeting to unfold in this way. They acquired the remaining 44% of the shares without spending a single penny. They both instinctively looked at Su Rui beside them. They completely understood that these people were trying to curry favor with their husband. Since you are all so generous, then I won't refuse your kindness. Your sincerity today has earned you future cooperation opportunities with GXing. Su Rui smiled slightly, putting an end to the shareholders' expectations. He wasn't one to be greedy for small gains. 44% of Tianyu's shares were just a small amount of money. But what were these shares for? They were the stepping stone and a welcoming gift for these people who wanted a longer-term cooperation with GXing. Some gifts don't need to be accepted. But for GXing, which was in an expansion phase, accepting these gifts was better than not accepting them. I hope we'll have more opportunities to collaborate in the future. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, please feel free to contact me anytime if you have any music production needs. I'm the third largest shareholder of Tianyan Group, so collaborations in this area are just a matter of a word. Ms. Yang, Ms. Dilraba, if any artists from GXing Media need to participate in variety shows, please contact me to arrange it. My companies have collaborations with major television stations. Su Rui's words reassured the group, and they confidently handed over their business cards to Yang Mi and Dilraba. And so, the resources were thus connected. Yang Mi and Dilraba accepted the business cards one by one. At first, they both thought that Su Rui, given his personality, wouldn't accept such a free gift. Unexpectedly, he actually accepted them. They were a little confused. But as the number of business cards in her hands increased, Yang Mi suddenly understood Su Rui's intention. Jiexing, backed by him, was now seen by these people as an object to curry favor with and climb up to. Only by accepting gifts could they shorten the distance between them. Future cooperation would be easier to develop. This laid the foundation for Jiexing's future development. Yang Mi had always considered herself a woman with extremely strong business acumen, but now, looking at Su Rui, who was holding two little ones beside her with a calm and collected demeanor, she admired him from the bottom of her heart. He really is so handsome and attractive. You're just accepting business cards, why are you looking at me? Su Rui smiled. Oh, nothing. Yang Mi blushed and turned her head to collect all the business cards. Changing the subject, she said, "Thank you all for your friendship. We're all very happy to have met you all. If there's anything we can collaborate on in the future, I'll think of you all first." Yang Mi's words were like a reassurance to them. One by one, they eagerly summoned the company's legal counsel before signing the equity transfer agreement. The entire shareholder unanimously resolved to remove Mr. Zhang from his position as a director of the company and, on the grounds of dereliction of duty causing huge losses to the company, forcibly reclaim all of Mr. Zhang's shares. What about the second largest shareholder? Now, Jiexing directly held 56% of the shares, colluding with the remaining shareholders to orchestrate a scheme. Mr. Zhang, lying in the hospital, never dreamed that he would not only lose 56% of the shares, but also have his entire fortune stolen. He wasn't left with a single penny. After completing this series of operations, Jiexing went from holding 56% to becoming a wholly owned subsidiary of Yang Media. Although the original major shareholders didn't receive a single penny, Su Rui's approving smile filled each of them with hope for the future as they left the meeting room. "Honey, you're so amazing. Just by sitting there without saying a word, you got them willing to exchange their shares for a cooperation opportunity with us. You're simply incredible." As soon as the people in the meeting room left, Yang Mi exclaimed excitedly, "What did you call me?" Su Rui smiled at her. "I called you, honey, ah." Yang Mi's face flushed crimson. The husband slipped out naturally, but as she replayed it in her mind, she felt a pang of guilt and wanted to disappear. When did she become so bold? She actually dared to call him husband directly. "Sister Mi, you say I'm bold? You're even bolder than me." Reba, standing nearby, giggled when she heard her sister actually say husband. "Daddy, is this the first time Mommy has called you husband?" Little Orange and Little Peach, seeing their mother's blushing face, didn't laugh. Because they didn't know why Reba's mother was laughing. Instead, they looked at Su Rui with curiosity. As far as they could remember, it seemed like it was the first time they'd heard their mother call their father husband. "Yes, your mother is indeed calling me husband for the first time." Su Rui smiled slightly. "Has Reba's mother ever called Daddy husband?" Little Orange and Little Peach looked at Reba together. Reba paused, stunned. Her face flushed instantly. "Why are you two looking at me like that? I already called out. Reba, you should call out too." Now Yang Mi finally had her chance to kick her while she was down. "Sister Mi, you." Reba, "Mom, you should call out too." Yang Mi's mom already calls dad and husband. Little Orange and Little Peach were even more impatient. Reba looked at Su Rui, her face red. Su Rui shrugged. Meaning, call out if you want, it doesn't matter if you don't. "I'll call him then. Husband." Dilraba pursed her red lips and boldly called out, quickly kissing Su Rui on the cheek afterward. The 22-year-old girl was filled with romantic, spring-like feelings. "Now it's all good, isn't it?" Dilraba playfully stuck out her tongue at Yang Mi. Now that both sisters had called him husband, Yang Mi wasn't so embarrassed anymore. Having called him husband, a subtle change had occurred in her feelings. Both Yang Mi and Dilraba looked at Su Rui with newfound attraction. They truly felt a flutter in their hearts when looking at their husbands. He. The two little ones giggling interrupted Yang Mi and Dilraba's blissful moment. Luckily, the two little ones interrupted them, otherwise, things would have gotten even more intimate. "Ahem, I'll go call the management team in." Yang Mi cleared her throat, got up, and went out. Subsequently, all management personnel from various departments of Yang Media gathered in the conference room. They had already heard that Jiexing Media had acquired all of Yang Media's shares. That meant, Yang Mi and Dilraba, sitting before them, were no longer Yang Media's largest shareholders, but rather its 100% de facto controllers. They had direct decision-making power over the future of each of them. "Everyone, I won't take up any more of your time. Jiexing Media is now the wholly owned parent company of Yang Media. According to Jiexing Media's future plans, all departments of Yang Media will be merged into Jiexing Media. Your work environment has changed, but your job positions remain the same. You will still be responsible for your current duties. However," Yang Mi paused, and the tension that had just eased somewhat rose again. Given Tianya Media's declining performance in recent years, I believe that each department bears some responsibility. So, after you merge with GXing, I'll give you a 6-month observation period. After the 6-month observation period, whether you keep your current positions depends on the performance of your entire department. Yang Mi's words were direct. The information was also very accurate. I've reserved your positions, but no one can guarantee what will happen after 6 months. If performance isn't good, then I'm sorry. These words had a very businessman's air about them. Su Rui, standing to the side, nodded approvingly. This was a wise decision. Don't worry, Ms. Yang, we'll definitely work hard. We'll definitely achieve even greater success under GXing's leadership. With Ms. Yang, Ms. Reba, and Mr. Su leading the way, we'll definitely bring GXing a larger market share. These people knew what their leader wanted to hear. They just said what their leader wanted to hear. All right. Su Rui's calm voice interrupted their flattery. Who's the manager? I am. A fat man stood up, bowing and scraping. What are your orders, Mr. Su? Organize the information on all the artists under the company. I want a clear value analysis of each of them and the information. Su Rui said. Understood. I'll have someone compile the information on all the company's artists in a moment. Then get to work. Su Rui said. What he disliked most was being with these leadership people. Besides saying nice things, he never heard anything useful. These people didn't know if Su Rui had a problem with them. Seeing Su Rui's obvious dismissal, they all quickly slipped away. Daddy, I think your meetings are so much fun. Little Orange leaned against Su Rui's chest, looked up, and giggled. You really like meetings? Su Rui touched her little face and asked with a smile. I just think it's so much fun. Little Orange couldn't quite describe her feeling. She just thought it was interesting. Can we come to these meetings with Mommy and Daddy more often? Little Peach asked. This girl seemed interested in these kinds of activities too. What's so fun about meetings? Reba was both amused and exasperated. She wasn't really interested in meetings anyway. She only ever came along with her sister Me to go through the motions. It's fun, Mommy. Those people's expressions are so interesting. It's like watching TV. Little Peach laughed. Her childish voice didn't know how to describe the scene. Our Peach can actually observe people now. Awesome. Mommy gives her a kiss. Yang Mi kissed Little Peach on the cheek. Neither of them thought much of it. But Su Rui, hearing his two darling daughters say they were interested in meetings, seemed thoughtful. Honey, now that things are resolved, let's go home, Reba said. This honey sounded much better than before. Wait a minute. Su Rui picked up the two little ones and sat them on the table in front of him. Orange, Peach, since you two are interested in meetings, how about Daddy starts a company for you two to play around with? Ha! They're only 2 years old, why would you start a company for them? Yang Mi and Reba were both bewildered by Su Rui's words. Who starts a company for 2-year-olds? So what if they're 2? Our Orange and Peach are so amazing, they can start a company even at 2, right? Su Rui laughed, holding their little hands. Yes, we're awesome. The two little ones, hearing their father praise them, nodded happily, not caring what the praise was about. Since they're both interested in these things, why not let them get involved in company operations and management from a young age? Little capitalists need to be cultivated from childhood, Su Rui said with a smile. She could provide them with a carefree life forever. But if they had their own ideas, he wouldn't mind helping them become the youngest, richest people in the world. Upon hearing Su Rui's words, Yang Mi understood what he wanted to do. Su Rui wanted to instill top-level thinking in them from a young age. At that moment, Yang Mi looked at the two children in front of her, and subconsciously told her that their future already surpassed that of all other children in the world, because they had a father at the top. Daddy, what does it mean to start a company? Little Orange asked like a curious child. Starting a company is just like the Monopoly game you play at home. You can think of it as playing a Monopoly game that takes a very, very long time to complete. Want to play? Su Rui explained in language they could understand. Yes. Since it was a game, Little Orange and Little Peach raised their little hands without hesitation. Since our little darlings want to play this game, then you can name your company. Peach, what should we call our company? Let's call it our Two Great Awesome Companies. Little Peach thought for a moment and said seriously. The three adults were amused. We are the chairpersons of our Two Great Awesome Companies, 2 years and 3 months old this year. Please guide us. Yang Mi and Reba couldn't help but picture their adorable selves in suits at work. They couldn't stop laughing. Seeing how serious the two little ones were, they had to turn away so they wouldn't see them. Otherwise, the two little ones would pout and get angry again. No, I think we could call it Daddy and Mommy's Little Baby Company. Little Orange shook her head, giving her answer. But Orange, I don't think that name sounds good. Then let's think about it again. The two little ones pretended to rest their chins on their hands, seriously considering a name for their company. How about we name it after yourselves? Your company will be called Little Orange and Little Peach Investment Group. Su Rui said. Daddy, can we add the words very cute? Little Orange and Little Peach Very Cute Investment Group, hee that's a nice name. Little Peach clapped her hands. Orange, what do you think? Then that's the name our company will be called Little Orange and Little Peach Very Cute Investment Group. Little Orange thought about it and also thought the name sounded nice. Are you serious? Yang Mi really wanted to remind them that the name they had come up with was too frivolous, but seeing the two little ones nodding so earnestly, she held back. Let them play. Now that the name is decided, our Little Orange and Little Peach will have their own company. Su Rui kissed their cheeks. Then he called Ye Lin in and asked her to fetch the people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Mimi, have Jiexing's legal counsel come over too. Transfer this shell company, Tianyu, directly to Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao's names. When the people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau arrive, have them change the name of Tianyu, and also change the company's nature, business scope, and founder information. Okay. Yang Mi knew he was serious, so she didn't say anything and called the company's legal counsel. Honey, Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao are only a little over 2 years old, can they start a company? Reba asked curiously. They can start a company at any age, but they are minors now and must have a legal guardian. Until they reach adulthood, I will be their legal guardian. Su Rui smiled. You can do that. Reba looked incredulous. Jiexing's legal counsel arrived quickly. Jiexing is now the wholly owned parent company of Tianyu Media. After absorbing all of Tianyu's departments, Tianyu is essentially just an empty shell. It's meaningless to Jiexing. This shell company was sold to Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao for 1 yuan. The two of them each invested 50 cents to jointly buy Tianyu. Then the officials from the Industry and Commerce Bureau arrived. First, they changed the company name. Tianyu, a company established for 20 years, officially exited the historical stage. Xiao Juzi and Xiao Tao Tao's Cute Investment Group officially made its debut. This name, Mr. Su, won't you reconsider? The officials from the Industry and Commerce Bureau were dumbfounded. Are they playing around? Is this a game? It's just for the two of them to play around with. Su Rui said. So it really is just a game? The people at the Industry and Commerce Bureau understood immediately. They'd seen plenty of strange company names, one less or one more wouldn't make a difference. All right. The company name and founder have all been changed. We'll update the information later, you'll be able to check the updated information today. The staff at the Industry and Commerce Bureau quickly completed the formalities. They packed up to leave. Wait a minute. Su Rui said, since the business scope has changed from the entertainment industry to finance and investment, I think it would be best to change the registered capital as well. Otherwise, it will make our company seem weak. Was this really a serious game? The people at the Industry and Commerce Bureau were somewhat bewildered. So, Mr. Su, how much capital are you planning to increase? I'll register everything for you here. It'll save you the trouble of running around later. 100 billion. Young Master Su? The person from the Industry and Commerce Bureau had just sat down when they jumped up from their chairs. Even Yang Mi and Dilraba exclaimed in surprise. Are you kidding me? Isn't this company just for Little Orange and Little Peach to play with? What do 2-year-olds know about investment? Giving them a few $100 million or tens of millions is more than enough. Giving them 100 billion to play with? Honey, this money is for them to play house. You're not kidding me, are you? Dilraba was stunned. 100 billion. How many movies would she have to film to earn that much money? That's too much. Giving them 100 million to play with is the absolute maximum. 100 billion, what if they accidentally squander it all? Yang Mi quickly pulled Su Rui back. 100 billion. That's more than a small amount. Yang Mi, who seriously ran her company, never imagined she'd earn 100 billion in her lifetime. Su Rui actually gave his 2-year-old daughter 100 billion to play house. Even a real Monopoly game wouldn't be played like this. Mr. Su, are you sure you want to increase the company's capital by 100 billion? Little Orange and Little Peach are Cute Investment Group. That name is indeed a playful name, but actually increasing the company's registered capital to 100 billion, that gives people a completely unrealistic and shocking feeling. Since we're all just playing around, let's make the most of it. That's settled then. Increase capital by 100 billion. Su Rui smiled casually. Then, so, do you choose subscribed capital or paid-in capital? The staff member from the Industry and Commerce Bureau asked, bewildered. It was supposed to be a game. This is how it's supposed to be? Paid-in capital. Since everyone from the Industry and Commerce Bureau is here, let's just do the capital verification directly, to avoid future trouble. Ye Lin, transfer 100 billion to the company account. Yes, Mr. Su. Yelin, following Su Rui's instructions, directly transferred 100 billion in cash to the name of the Little Orange and Little Peach Very Cute Investment Group. The people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau were all experienced with large sums of money. They had even handled transactions of billions or hundreds of billions. But dealing with hundreds of billions was a first for everyone present. When they saw that the 100 billion had indeed entered the company account during the capital verification, the staff member responsible for registering the information trembled. Especially given the stark contrast between the company's name and the terrifying 100 billion, his hands trembled even more. The rich are playing with extraordinary scale. He thought it was just a company starting out for fun. That's nothing unusual. But this company, supposedly just for fun, has directly invested 100 billion. Is this what you call playing around? If you say it's not just playing around, the name Little Orange and Little Peach or Cute Investment Group sounds like something out of a children's game. It inexplicably gives off an extremely absurd feeling. The world of the rich is truly unfathomable. Everything's done. The registered capital will also be updated. The paid-in registered capital has been verified, so there's no need to handle this anymore. We'll send over the new business license once it's ready. Well, have fun. The staff at the Industry and Commerce Bureau were at a loss for words. Thank you for your trouble. Yeah, Lin, please see them off for me. After they left, Su Rui picked up Xiao Zhu Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao from the table. Zhu Ziai, Tao Tao, from now on you're little bosses. He. The two little ones just thought the name Little Bosses was quite funny, but they didn't understand anything about the specifics of running a company. To be honest, they didn't know how to play either. More than just little bosses. You two are already little capitalists with billions in capital at such a young age. You're even more capable than your two mothers now. Yang Mi teased with a laugh. Reba, with an envious look, said, Zhu Ziai and Tao Tao, you two are super rich now. If mommy ever falls on hard times, you have to help her out, otherwise mommy will have to beg on the streets. No. Tao Tao will protect mommy. If mommy has to beg, I'll buy the whole street and everyone will bring mommy food, so mommy won't go hungry. Little Tao Tao made an exaggerated gesture. Reba, both amused and exasperated, pinched her little cheek. You're such a good daughter. You can buy the whole street, can't you stop mommy from begging? But mommy, you said you wanted to beg. When did I say I was going to beg for food? Ming did. Mommy was just giving an example. Who was the example? Why did she hit her? Was she naughty? Su Rui, Yang Mi, Reba. Who could possibly answer such a serious question from that innocent little face? They couldn't stop laughing. Let's not talk about this. With daddy here, mommy definitely won't go begging for food. You two don't need to worry about that. You two are little bosses now. The first thing you need to consider isn't how to make money, but how to spend it. Little bosses, daddy thinks mommy's company is pretty good. Do you want to invest in mommy's company? Su Rui guided them with a questioning tone. Yes, mommy is the best. Let's invest all our money in mommy, okay? Little Orange said excitedly. Yes, we'll invest all our money in mommy. Little Peach was equally excited about her first business deal. Stop. Your money now is 20 or 30 times more than all of mommy's company's assets combined. Mommy can't afford it, no. Yang Mi used a coquettish approach to communicate with them. She knew that Su Rui's first investment suggestion was meaningful. He probably wanted them to have a successful investment experience first. So Yang Mi continued, however, mommy can give you 20% of the shares in Little Orange and Little Peach or Cute Investment Group, making you the second largest shareholder of mommy's company. Are you willing to accept this condition? Okay. Peach, we've already bought mommy's company. We're already second place. Little Orange and Little Peach were overjoyed. They didn't even know what they were doing. They just felt like they were playing a very fun game. Wait. Mom only said she'd give you 20% of the shares, you didn't buy mom's company. And you haven't even discussed with mom how much she'd pay for 20% of mom's company. Su Rui reminded them. Dad, how much should we give? Little Orange and Little Peach looked at Su Rui together. Su Rui smiled and said, you can discuss it yourselves, give as much as you want. Can we give 10 billion? Little Peach asked. Neither of them had any concept of money. Anyway, everything was 100. That's too much. Yang Mi said, half laughing and half crying, the total assets of my company and Reba's mom's company don't exceed 3 billion. You only bought 1/5, so you only need to give me 600 million at most. And, you can bargain with mom. Then, how about 100 yuan? Little Orange asked seriously. They couldn't do math. They didn't understand either. They were just making things up anyway. Puffed. Reba burst out laughing. These two girls are real business geniuses. Chapter 70 The Real Capital Game. Daughters buying mom. Please subscribe. That's too little. Mommy will lose money. Add some more. Dilraba forcibly suppressed her smile and seriously played this capital game with them. Yeah, 100 yuan to buy 20% of Mommy's company? Mommy's going to lose a lot of money. Mommy won't accept 100 yuan. Yang Mi also smiled and played along with her children. She increasingly understood Su Rui's intention in setting up this company for the two of them. This step was definitely meant to cultivate them into capital queens. How could a mother hold him back? Then how much do you want, Mommy? Little Orange pouted. Mommy, just tell us how much you want, and we'll give you whatever we have. Little Peach was a little confused, as this was her first time experiencing this kind of negotiation. Anyway, 100 yuan is too little, Yang Mi said. Then, 1,000 yuan. Too little. Reba shook her head. Then 500 yuan. Why is it even less? No way, no way. Yang Mi shook her head. Mommy, how much do you want? Daddy, Mommy's bullying us, they won't buy it for us. Little Tao Tao was about to cry. Don't worry. Daddy will secretly tell you away. Su Rui pulled them to his side and whispered a few words in their ears. Little Orange and Little Tao Tao nodded repeatedly. Then the two of them stood side by side in front of their two mothers. Hands on their hips, they shouted loudly, if you don't sell it, we're leaving, humph. Oh dear, you two little bosses, don't go. Alright, then you two make a final offer, how much do you want? Yang Mi and Reba looked at their adorable appearance. It took a lot of effort to stop laughing, and having to play this game with them in a serious manner was really tough. Daddy? How much do you think we should bet? Little Orange ran to Su Rui's side and whispered in his ear. Daddy thinks 500 million is reasonable. But this is just a suggestion, you can discuss and decide for yourselves. Su Rui finally gave them a suggestion, and this suggestion was entirely based on real circumstances. It had no game element whatsoever. Of course, at this moment, Little Orange and Little Peach felt like they were playing Monopoly. Tao Tao, Daddy said we'll offer 500 million. Little Orange ran over to whisper to Little Tao Tao. They didn't quite understand the difference between 10 billion, 500 million, or 100 yuan and 1,000 yuan. But since Daddy said he could offer 500 million, they'd go with that price. Mommy, we've decided. We can offer 500 million. If you still don't agree, we're really leaving, you should think it over carefully. Little Orange and Little Tao Tao looked at Yang Mi and Reba very seriously. They were playing this game very seriously. 500 million. That price is reasonable. Then Mommy will sell 20% of the company's shares to you too. Yang Mi and Reba both had thoughtful expressions on their faces. Then they shook hands with them together. They were playing this game with them completely according to normal transaction logic. This was also the result Su Rui wanted. From now on, you'll be the second largest shareholders of Mommy's company. When the company makes money, you'll get dividends according to this ratio. Okay. The two little ones completed their first transaction, jumping for joy. Forget about being the second largest shareholder. Forget about dividends. None of that matters. The important thing is that they completed the game. Mommy's company's legal counsel is here too. I'll have them draft a contract, and we'll sign it. Yang Mi said with a smile. Since it's for real, naturally the legal counsel should draft a completely formal contract. But, when the contract was placed in front of the two little girls, they were troubled. Mommy, we can't read. What does it say up here? They looked at their father, then at their mother. The two of them held pens, unsure what to do. Mommy taught you how to write your names at home before. Just write your names here now. Yang Mi pointed to the signature area. Daddy, is Mommy going to sell us? Little Tao Tao secretly asked Su Rui. Silly girl, didn't you just buy 20% of the shares from Mommy? How is that selling you? Daddy will check it for you. If it's okay, we'll sign it, and Mommy will make money for you from now on. Su Rui picked up the contract, pretended to look at it, and then handed it to them. He said very confidently, no problem, you can sign. Oh, the two little ones were half understanding. They took the pen and scribbled their names on the contract. After they finished, they exchanged them. Both of their names had to be written on it. It couldn't be more formal than that. As their legal representatives, they drew their names on the paper, and Su Rui signed his name as well. President Yang, President Reba, the official seal for our Little Orange and Little Peach, our cute investment group, isn't ready yet. We'll add it on once it's finished. Okay. No problem. Yang Mi and Reba solemnly signed their names. They sold 20% of the company's shares to their daughters. This helped them achieve their first sales target. Boss Orange, Boss Peach, now we need to shake hands with the other boss. We've successfully invested in Mommy's company, Su Rui said. The nicknames Boss Orange and Boss Peach made the two little ones giggle, but seeing their mother's serious expression, they also shook hands with her seriously. Then they jumped into their mother's arms and laughed heartily. Mommy, I think this is so much fun. I think this is so much fun too. Today Mommy is playing this game with you, but in the future, as little bosses, you'll be meeting other big clients, so you need to be even more capable, Reba said. Remember, you're buying their assets. You're the ones paying. The less you pay within their budget, the better, so you can earn more. Yang Mi chimed in. Okay, I got it. Since they didn't really understand, they figured they might as well go along with whatever their mother said. When we earn lots and lots of money, we'll buy Mom lots and lots of pretty clothes. What does Daddy like? We can buy you whatever Daddy likes too. Little Orange and Little Peach were already fantasizing about earning tons and lots of money. In reality, the tons and lots of money they imagined was nothing compared to the startup capital their father had just given them. Daddy will tell you what he wants later. Now that the contract is signed, and you've acquired 20% of Mommy's company, we need to transfer the money back to Mommy. Right now, besides you two bosses, our Little Orange and Little Peach, our cute investment group, only has me as an employee. So, I'll be your accountant now. Su Rui turned on his computer and had the two girls sit on his lap. He entered the company account number for GXing. The transfer amount was 500 million. He let the two girls handle the final confirmation. Daddy has already entered it. Now, you two little bosses will handle the last step. Click the mouse together, and this money will be transferred to Mommy's company. That way, our transaction is officially complete. Su Rui pointed to the mouse. Orange, let's click together. Little Peach said in her childish voice. Okay. Little Orange nodded, and the two of them gently clicked the mouse together. The transfer was confirmed. The company account balance immediately changed. The two little ones exclaimed in surprise when they saw that 100 billion had become 99.5 billion. Dad, we suddenly have so much more money. Did Mom's company start making money for us so quickly? Wow, that's amazing. Can we go buy Mommy pretty clothes now? What's increased? Our money has decreased by 500 million. Su Rui was both amused and exasperated. The number was too large. Even though 1,000 became 995, which was a reduction of one digit, the number still looked much bigger. Before, Mommy's company didn't distribute dividends. All the profits were split between Mommy and me. Now that your Little Orange and Little Peach, our cute investment group, has invested in our company, Mommy's company will have to consider distributing dividends from now on. To help you earn your first pot of gold quickly, Mommy discussed it with you, and from now on, Mommy's company will distribute dividends quarterly. You'll receive your first return on investment in 3 months. Yang Mi said with a smile. There was no rush for them to receive their first pot of gold. Everything would proceed according to the normal investment process. At most, the dividend distribution would change from annual to quarterly, so they could receive their first pot of gold as soon as possible. I wonder if these two girls will still be interested in this after 3 months. After all, this is really just a game to them. Daddy, how long is 3 months? Little Peach asked. A very, very long time. Little Orange replied. Then Mommy, can you give Orange and me some money now? I want to go buy you pretty clothes right now. Yang Mi and Dilraba both laughed. Su Rui closed his laptop and said to them, investing is a long-term endeavor. There's no such thing as a quick return. What you need to think about now is how to help Mom's company develop properly. Because you've already bought a portion of Mom's company. If Mom's company makes money, you make money. If Mom's company loses money, then you lose money too. So you need to find a way to make Mom's company profitable. That's so complicated. But we don't know how. How about you do it, Daddy? Little Orange and Little Peach both shook their heads. Daddy doesn't quite understand. Upon hearing their words, Su Rui didn't offer further instructions. Instead, he smiled and nodded, praising them. Our CEOs, Orange and Peach, truly have the talent of bosses. You're the bosses. How can you do everything yourself? Let the employees do what they should do. That's the right thing to do. Then Daddy, go help Mommy's company develop. We'll share half the profits with you. Little Orange said with a smile. Daddy can have both. Little Peach climbed up and kissed Su Rui on the cheek. Why do I feel like my husband is giving us pointers? Reba joked. I think so too. Yang Mi nodded. Because Su Rui had previously said that for them, as bosses, earning money to support the company was another form of working. Then you can learn from your daughter in the future. Su Rui joked. Orange, Peach, Daddy said that Reba and I will learn from you in the future. From now on, you'll be Mommy's teachers. You must learn a lot from Daddy and then teach Mommy what you've learned. Yang Mi said. Okay. The baby's voice was drawn out. Not only did she become a little boss, but she also became a teacher to two mothers. Little Orange and Little Peach both found the game increasingly fun. Now that things here are over, then we can go. To celebrate our Little Orange and Little Peach successfully launching their own Little Orange and Little Peach are so cute investment group, How about Daddy takes you out for something delicious? Okay. Daddy, I want ice cream. No. Yang Mi's mom and Reba's mom firmly refused. Why are you always so mean to us when we can't have ice cream? Daddy, we're bosses now, why can't we eat ice cream? Little Orange and Little Peach were furious. You're too little, Mommy's afraid you'll get a stomachache. Su Rui explained. And besides, even though you two are bosses now, you still have to listen to Mommy and Daddy. Reba added. Reba's mom is right. Yang Mi nodded firmly. The two little ones pouted and turned their heads away, fuming for 5 seconds. Then, can I drink Coke? Please, Mommy, I want to drink Coke. The kids on the tablet can drink Coke, I want to drink Coke too. Little Orange pleaded. You two haven't let them drink Coke before? Su Rui asked. Carbonated drinks are unhealthy, I haven't given them any. Yang Mi said. They've always had fruit juice. Su Rui was both amused and exasperated. Although he was wealthy, he had never intended to raise his children too extravagantly. They're over 2 years old, it's okay for them to drink a little Coke occasionally. Daddy's decided, today we'll give our Orange and Peach some Coke. Yay! We can drink Coke. The two little ones jumped for joy. Even children have a strong urge to try something they've never tasted before, especially something that's been portrayed as delicious in various videos. But, you can only have a small cup, not a lot, understand? Okay. The two little ones nodded obediently. Since Dad put in a good word for you, and your company just started today, you can have a drink. Since Su Rui had already said so, Yang Mi and Reba didn't refuse. Thank you, Mom. Hee hee, and Dad too. The two little ones happily jumped into their mother's arms. Yang Mi and Reba each carried one of them downstairs. People coming and going in the company saw everything, but they didn't hide the fact that they had children at all. Anyway, the internet already knew they had children. As long as the children weren't exposed online, she and Reba didn't care what people said. The entire company saw Su Rui and his family out of the building, watching them leave. Does this mean Yang Mi and Reba have now publicly acknowledged their relationship with Su Rui? Be careful, there are bosses now. This Mr. Su has an even stronger background, don't talk nonsense. We'll be employees of TNU Entertainment from now on. It'll be a little strange, but I feel like we'll definitely get a raise. Absolutely. Those big international bosses, our old bosses used to fawn over them. Look at them the other day, they were bowing and scraping to Mr. Su instead. With that background, that power, GXing will definitely be the top company in the entertainment industry in the future. We've just stumbled upon the right person by sheer luck. Promotions, raises, reaching the pinnacle of life, becoming CEO, marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman, it's all just around the corner. And then there'll be an IPO, we'll have more money than we can spend. Stop talking nonsense, get moving. We're all employees of GXing Entertainment now. To celebrate the official establishment of the Little Orange and Little Peach are So Cute investment group, Su Rui and Yang Mi Reba treated Little Orange and Little Peach to cola, something they'd never tried before. At Su Rui's insistence, they also bought the two little ones a strawberry ice cream. Despite being told to only eat it in small bites, letting it melt in their mouths before swallowing, Little Orange and Little Peach were overjoyed at their first taste of ice cream. That small ice cream made them much happier than buying 20% of the shares in the most promising entertainment company of the future. In fact, with all that delicious food, they'd completely forgotten they'd started a company. All they remembered was eating, drinking, and having fun. They played with their parents from morning till night. They were full of energy all day. On the way home, they finally couldn't keep going. The two girls fell asleep instantly in the car. They nestled softly in their mother's arms, without a trace of worry. Even asleep, their faces showed their happiness. This was the life Su Rui wanted to give them. It was also the feeling Yang Mi and Dilraba wanted to see in their daughters. Perhaps. This was the happiness of children having both a father and a mother. Yang Mi and Dilraba both glanced at Su Rui instinctively. Holding their daughters close, the two sisters, as if by unspoken agreement, gently leaned on his shoulders. They were becoming noticeably more proactive these days. Su Rui smiled. It was quite pleasant. Before, I felt more that Little Orange and Little Peach needed their mothers by their side to give them a complete childhood. These past few days, I've realized that having two wives by my side is actually quite nice. Yang Mi, Dilraba. This combination is truly impeccable. They belong to him entirely, inside and out. More importantly, they didn't need his guidance. The two sisters were already perfectly harmonious on their own. They never argued, quarreled, or got jealous of each other. Where could you find two women so harmonious? That one word, wife, made Yang Mi and Reba blush. Their hearts fluttered. Their bodies against him softened even more. Since your parents have agreed to our relationship, I think we can take it a step further. After all, you've called me husband, and I'm willing to consider you my wives. I think tonight we can do some things that couples do, to deepen our relationship. What about orange and peach? Yang Mi said, blushing. If they wake up and can't see anyone, they'll definitely cry and fuss. Reba blushed as well. Doing things that couples do is no problem for them, but the problem now is, how will the three of them behave as husband and wife? Sharing a room with the children, even if they're asleep, would be embarrassing. Besides, what if they make too much noise and wake the children? That would be very awkward. They don't have much experience in this area. The only time they had experience was when they were drunk with him, and they didn't even know how they behaved then. They weren't sure if they would lose control if they rekindled their old flame with him. If the children wake up, I have no idea how to explain it to them. These are problems that are giving Su Rui a headache. Without children, he could do whatever he wanted. They both said last night that they could accept either an odd or even number of children. The problem is that the children are here, which is quite troublesome. It's definitely impossible for both of them to be together. If little orange and little peach wake up and can't see anyone, they'll definitely cry. Who can be in a good mood when the little ones are crying? Having two beautiful wives and not being able to deepen their relationship. This is messed up. Let's sleep separately tonight, Yang Mi suggested. Tonight I'll take orange and peach to another room, and you and your husband can sleep in the master bedroom. That's a good suggestion. Su Rui nodded. This would solve the current problem. At most, it would just mean they couldn't have both of them at the same time. Sister Mi, you can share a room with your husband. I can sleep with orange and peach. Reba's face turned even redder. Now you know how to be shy. Next time, you can sleep with orange and peach, and I'll sleep with my husband. Anyway, we're both his, what does it matter who goes first? Yang Mi pursed her red lips and said softly, "Oh." Reba responded, not raising her head again. At this moment, only Su Rui maintained his composed smile. No, it wasn't just maintained. Because his contented smile became even more obvious. Even how the two sisters would sleep at night was something they could arrange perfectly for themselves, requiring no effort from him. Who wouldn't like two women like that? They arrived home. Yang Mi and Reba carefully took the children out of the car, afraid of waking them with even the slightest movement. Honey, go take a shower first. Mi Ji and I will take the kids to the room first. Okay. Su Rui went back to his room to shower first. Yang Mi and Reba carried little orange and little peach to the adjacent bedroom. They gently placed them on the bed. They carefully covered them with blankets. Mi Ji, tonight. Are we really sleeping separately? Reba, the star of the night, blushed visibly, and her heart pounded so hard it could be heard in the quiet room. We said last night that we could both keep him company. You feel so embarrassed keeping him company alone, what if you have to keep him company together later? Yang Mi chuckled softly. I'd feel even more embarrassed with two people. You'd feel even more embarrassed alone. Reba said softly. Even if it's embarrassing with two people, at least they'd have each other's company. Alright. Little Tao Tao is over 2 years old, why are you so shy? Go on. Enjoy your time together tonight. Yang Mi smiled and pushed her out the door, leading her into the master bedroom. Don't keep your husband waiting too long. She closed the door behind her. Sister Mi. Reba's heart was pounding. Luckily, Su Rui was still showering in the bathroom. Reba covered her face. It was burning hot. She thought she was pretty bold, but now that it had come to this, Reba found that not only was her heart racing, but she was also incredibly nervous, just like the first time she had spent the night with a man. Although she had given him her virginity 3 years ago. But everyone was drunk that time, and she didn't remember much. This time was different. This time, neither of them had been drinking. They were both very sober. What was about to happen was something she would never forget for the rest of her life. Even though she already considered herself his woman from the bottom of her heart still pounded when she was actually about to give herself to him. Why are you standing there? Su Rui came out of the bathroom. Seeing Reba standing at the door looking lost, he immediately pulled her over. He sat her on the sofa. He made her sit on his lap. Reba's face turned bright red instantly. This is about to begin? Are you nervous? Su Rui simply held her close. Reba didn't deny it. Anyone could tell she was nervous. How embarrassing. Her child was already over 2 years old, yet she was still this nervous sleeping with him. But to Su Rui, this girl possessed a captivating, girlish charm. After all, she was only 22. Come to think of it, aside from that drunken incident 3 years ago, this was probably the first time she'd ever been like this. He could understand her nervousness. Su Rui smiled slightly and kissed her red lips. Reba was even more flustered by the sudden kiss. But the next second, she was enveloped by a strong sense of security. It was Su Rui. As long as it was him, everything was okay. She was his woman. Since that time 3 years ago, she and Sister Mi had been his women. Doing anything with him was fine. She could simply surrender herself to him. A kiss visibly eased Dilraba's tension. "Can you go take a shower now?" A moment later, Su Rui smiled and gently pinched her cheek. One arm was around her waist, the other naturally resting on her long, slender leg. "I thought you were going to go straight to, then I'll go take a shower, you, wait for me in bed." Dilraba pursed her lips. She kissed him on the cheek, grabbed her pajamas, and went to shower. A kiss not only eased her tension but also emboldened her. She, Dilraba, had been Su Rui's woman for 3 years. Tonight, 3 years later, she could simply surrender herself to him without worry. Relaxing, she felt a little expectant. She had played with Little Orange all day and worked up a little sweat, so Dilraba showered especially carefully. Every inch of her skin smelled wonderful after washing, but the excitement and anticipation in her heart made her movements unconsciously faster than usual. After showering, she put on her pajamas. Su Rui, sitting on the edge of the bed, had just put down his phone. Their eyes met. Su Rui looked at the hot body of Dilraba and couldn't help but smile. He patted the blanket beside him. Dilraba bit her red lips lightly, definitely shy, but she also boldly slipped into the covers. "I'll turn off the light." "Turn on the ambient light," Su Rui said. "It's such a waste to leave your beautiful face and figure out of the light." He then kissed her. Next door, Yang Mi came out of the shower. She gently climbed into bed. Perhaps because no one was holding her while she slept, Little Orange suddenly woke up. She propped herself up with her tiny hands, looking around sleepily. Then she saw Yang Mi's mother. "Mommy, where are Daddy and Reba's mom?" Usually both her parents are around. It felt a little strange to suddenly have only Yang Mi's mother by her side. Yang Mi hadn't expected Little Orange to wake up so suddenly. If she went to find Su Rui and Reba now, who knows what she might see if she opened the door. Yang Mi immediately hugged Little Orange and said calmly, "Daddy and Reba's mom are taking a shower. They'll come and sleep with us after they're done. Look, Tao Tao is already sleeping soundly. Orange, go to sleep too." She gently stroked Little Orange's forehead, helping her close her eyes. "Okay. Mommy, let Daddy kiss me and Peach later." "Okay, go to sleep." Little Orange snuggled closer to her mother, already in a half-asleep state. She fell asleep instantly. Phew! Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, these two girls had played outside for quite a while today. Plus, they hadn't taken a nap at noon, so they were both incredibly sleepy. If they weren't so tired, these two little ones wouldn't be sleeping so peacefully. Now Reba and Su Rui can enjoy tonight in peace. A smile appeared on Yang Mi's face. An image of another room involuntarily flashed through her mind. She was definitely more mature and composed than Reba. But, as a woman herself, even just thinking about it made her blush involuntarily. Better than Dilraba, she wasn't as shy. Speaking of which, she was actually looking forward to the next time it would be her turn to spend a romantic night with Su Rui. After all, she was his woman. The urge to completely become his woman grew stronger as their feelings deepened. Thinking about it, Yang Mi subconsciously squeezed her legs together. Her face turned even redder. Sleep, sleep. If I keep thinking about it, Dilraba won't be able to take it, but I will. Yang Mi gave a self-deprecating laugh, turned off the light, and cuddled her two adorable daughters to sleep. Listening to her daughter's steady breathing, Yang Mi slept peacefully alongside them. Little Orange and Little Peach went to bed early yesterday, so they woke up early this morning. Just as dawn was breaking, the two little ones woke up around the same time. That's how little ones are. When they're sleeping, nothing can stop them, but when they wake up, they're wide awake, stretching and instantly full of energy. "Where are Daddy and Reba's mommy?" Little Peach sat up, throwing back the covers. She turned to look around. Why were only Orange and Yang Mi's mommy there? Daddy and Reba's mommy went to take a bath. Little Orange also sat up, her little brain working, and she realized something was wrong. Yang Mi's mommy had told her last night that Daddy and Reba's mommy had gone to take a bath. It seems like it's already morning. Did Daddy and Reba's mommy take a bath all night? Little Orange was completely confused. Little Peach looked around and also noticed something was off. "Orange, why did we sleep in this room last night? This isn't our room." Little Orange looked and realized it wasn't their usual room. Completely bewildered. "Mommy, wake up." Little Peach nudged Yang Mi's mother, who was still asleep. "Mommy, we slept in the wrong room last night. We didn't sleep with Daddy and Reba's mom." Little Orange also nudged Yang Mi. You two are up so early today?" Yang Mi yawned, still sleepy, and glanced at the time. It was only 6:30. She pulled them both into bed. "Sleep a little longer with Mommy." "Mommy, we slept in the wrong room last night. This isn't our usual room." Little Orange and Little Peach peeked out from under the covers, utterly speechless. "Mom, really? She can't believe she can sleep in the wrong room with her own baby at home." The two little ones' reminder made Yang Mi realize that Su Rui and Dilraba were in another room. Reliving those memories after 3 years. Su Rui is incredibly handsome. Dilraba is incredibly beautiful. Plus, their feelings for each other have been heating up rapidly these past few days. Like dry tinder, a blazing fire is about to ignite. They must have both stayed up quite late last night. I should let them sleep a little longer this morning. Holding them both, I said, eh? It seems we really did sleep in the wrong room. Mommy was too tired last night and carried you into the wrong room. Luckily, we're all in our own home, so don't worry. It's so early now, how about Mommy carries you a little longer? I can't sleep, Mommy. Little Orange and Little Peach both shook their heads. Mommy, let's go find Daddy and Reba's mommy. How can you adults be so forgetful? Mommy, you carried us into the wrong room, and Daddy and Reba's mommy, they didn't even notice their own children weren't around. They didn't even realize they'd lost us, really. Little Peach's chubby little face was round and pouty, and with that sweet, childish scolding voice, she was incredibly adorable. But Yang Mi panicked. Seeing the two girls get up and about to protest, she quickly pulled them back. The power went out last night, everyone couldn't see clearly and went into the wrong rooms. Let's sleep a little longer. They weren't even sure if their door was closed. They didn't even know if the two girls were dressed. It would be so awkward if they opened the door and went in. Oh, the power went out last night. No wonder everyone slept in the wrong rooms. Daddy and Reba's mom are really something. They didn't even notice the two babies weren't around, idiots. Little Orange and Little Peach obviously accepted the explanation of the power outage. But the two little ones were still bothered that their dad and mommy hadn't noticed they weren't around. Their little mouths were pouting. You two went to bed early yesterday, so Daddy and Reba's mom probably thought you were sleeping peacefully. The power went out, and it was really dark, so we didn't notice you were around. Yang Mi explained to them seriously. The two little ones' logic wasn't strong yet, and they were still easily fooled. Hearing that it was really dark, they didn't blame their dad and mom. Okay, then I'll forgive Daddy and Reba's mom. But we have to tell them they can't drop us next time. What if we get lost? Tao Tao, you agree, right? Right. The two little ones were very in sync. With Tao Tao's right, they both climbed off the bed. Wait. Daddy and Reba's mom are still sleeping. Don't disturb them so early. Yang Mi was startled and quickly climbed off the bed, lifting them both back onto it. But we're already awake. Only the two of you are awake. Mom, aren't you awake too? You woke me up. I wanted to sleep a little longer. But we can't sleep anymore. Can't we go find Dad and Reba's mom? Let's just go see if they're awake, okay? Just one glimpse. No. Yang Mi shook her head firmly. These two little ones were so energetic once they woke up. If she kept them at home, they might sneak out and open the door at any moment. Yang Mi simply got up and changed their clothes. Daddy and Reba mommy were looking for you all night. They didn't go to bed until very late. Let's not disturb Daddy and Reba mommy's sleep this morning, okay? Let them sleep a little longer. Mommy will get up and play with you. Let's take Little Apple and Little Bamboo, and then go play with your squirrel friends, okay? You didn't go see your squirrel friends yesterday, they must miss you too. Aren't Daddy and Reba mommy coming with us? Mommy said to let them sleep a little longer, just the three of us will go. Okay then. We should bring plenty of food, our squirrel friends probably didn't eat enough yesterday. Okay, no problem. Yang Mi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She changed her clothes and quickly took them out. She wasn't sure what time Su Rui and Reba had gone to bed last night, let alone what time they would wake up this morning. Yang Mi could only take the two little ones to play all over the manor. Fortunately, the manor was large enough. They fed the squirrels and the fish. They ran, jumped, and rolled around on the lawn with two panda cubs. They chased butterflies and teased caterpillars in the garden. They played for 2 hours straight without repeating a single activity. Inside the villa, bright sunlight streamed into the master bedroom through the gaps in the curtains. Reba, lying on the bed, lazily stretched, her slender, jade-white arms extending from under the covers, naturally embracing Su Rui beside her. Then she yawned, resting against Su Rui's chest. Awake. Su Rui smiled slightly. Good morning, husband. Reba yawned as she spoke. Last night, she had completely become Su Rui's woman, enjoying his pampering all night. Her voice, like her body, was soft and gentle. Opening her eyes, she looked at the man nestled against her, her gaze filled with tenderness and the unique dependence a woman has when she gives herself to a man. Don't look at me like that so early in the morning. Although I'm usually a rational man, with such a beautiful woman beside me, I might not always be able to remain rational. Su Rui teasingly stroked her delicate face. The flush from last night was still on her face this morning, and combined with her exotic features, she looked exceptionally beautiful. Do you think I can make you lose your mind? This was something that actually made her proud. Reba smiled playfully, propping herself up and looking at Su Rui with a beaming smile. There's no need to stay rational right now. Su Rui's smile widened, and he didn't care about the time anymore. He pulled her into his arms. Wait, wait. Reba realized something was wrong and said, blushing, "It seems quite late. Sister Mi and Orange Peach are probably already up. What if they find out? Mi is taking care of the child, so it should be fine." He then kissed her forcefully. Dilraba, feeling shy and sweet, relived the night before. Yang Mi took Little Orange and Little Peach around the manor for a full 2 hours, thinking that even if they went to bed late last night, they should be up by now, right? So she took Little Orange and Little Peach back home. But when they got home, they still didn't see them. Their bedroom door was still closed. Oh no. Yang Mi immediately said to Little Orange and Little Peach, "We haven't gone to see Little Apple and Little Bamboo's house yet. Let's go check the bamboo forest to see if their house is finished." "Okay, Daddy." "Dilraba mommy, are you up yet?" Little Peach, still not seeing her parents when she got home, shouted upstairs at the top of her lungs. "Tao Tao, Yang Mi's mom, and I have already finished feeding the squirrels and are back. Get up, you guys." Little Orange shouted upstairs as well. The two sisters didn't hear a word their mother, Yang Mi, said. They were already furious because they didn't see their dad and Reba's mom when they got back. They don't play with the kids at home, all they do is sleep. Honestly. The two little ones finished shouting and tried to climb upstairs to call for help. Yang Mi quickly picked them up and held them in her arms. "Daddy and Reba's mommy might have gone out to look for us. Let's go look for them too, but we didn't see them just now. Reba's mommy, are you home? Daddy, I miss you. If you're home, just say so." The two little ones perched on Yang Mi's shoulders, shouting upstairs. "SHH. Keep your voice down. I'll take you outside to look. Reba's mommy and daddy might really have gone out to look for us." Yang Mi wished she had 4 hands. 2 hands held them, 2 hands covered their little mouths to stop them from shouting. She was both amused and exasperated. "What time did you two go to sleep last night? It's almost 10 o'clock and you're still not awake. You were playing too wildly." Yang Mi didn't know that when she experienced such a wonderful night herself, waking up at 10 in the morning would indeed be considered early. Upstairs, Reba lay on top of Su Rui. Her breathing was still catching in her throat. "Honey, did you hear anything? I think I heard Orange and Peach calling us downstairs. They seem to be awake already." Reba lazily and weakly climbed off him, listening carefully. She could indeed hear Orange and Peach's voices. The room was well soundproofed, but you could still hear some of their shouts. "I heard it too." Su Rui's senses were much sharper than most people's. He had actually heard them call the first time. However, he was in the crucial prelude to his climax then, so he pretended not to hear. "I guess the two little ones woke up early and couldn't find us, so they were looking for us. You sleep a little longer, I'll get up and keep them company," Su Rui said. Reba felt limp as a ball of cotton. She didn't have the energy to get up and keep the two little ones company. "Then honey, get up. I really want to sleep a little longer," Reba said, lazily nestled in his arms, weakly kissing his lips. Su Rui smiled. He kissed her red lips in return. He reminded her, "I think you should put on some clothes before you sleep, so the little one doesn't suddenly run in." "That's true." Reba got up, found her pajamas under the covers, lazily put them on, and then limply collapsed back onto the bed. "Honey, I can't go on, I want to sleep." Reba wasn't actually sleepy. It wasn't late at night, she was just genuinely exhausted. It was strange. This didn't require any effort from the woman, so why was it the woman who was exhausted in the end? Su Rui got out of bed contentedly. He got dressed and went out. Just then, Yang Mi saw her carrying Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao out. "Daddy, you're finally awake. Tao Tao, Yang Mi's mom, and I have been playing outside for ages, and you're only just getting up now." Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao's eyes lit up when they saw their dad. "Mommy, put us down. Daddy, get up." Yang Mi turned around and saw Su Rui, seriously suspecting that the two little ones had woken him up. She put them down. He gently tapped their little heads, both amused and exasperated. "Why did Mommy hit us?" Yeah, Daddy, hug me." The two little ones scratched their heads, then happily ran towards Su Rui with open arms. "You two got up really early." Su Rui picked them up and kissed their little faces. "We got up at 6:30. You've been making a fuss." Yang Mi complained immediately. "Because Daddy and Reba Mommy weren't sleeping next to us. Even if the power went out and it was dark, you can't leave us behind, okay Daddy? Next time you have to find us before you sleep, understand?" Little Orange was lecturing her father very seriously. Su Rui was taken aback. Power outage? Probably Yang Mi was explaining why she wasn't with them last night. Okay. Daddy was wrong. It was just too dark last night, I couldn't find you." Su Rui smiled and admitted his mistake. The two little ones hugged their father's neck together, their expressions full of earnest admonition. "Then you can't do that next time, okay? We're your babies. Every night before you go to sleep, you have to check if we're beside you first. Su Rui was almost melted by their cuteness. It's mainly because I couldn't find you last night. Otherwise, Daddy would definitely hold you to sleep. I promise I won't do it next time. Okay, since Daddy knows he was wrong. Then we forgive you. The two little ones finally laughed happily. They kissed their father on the cheek, one on each side. They leaned against their father with giggles. Then, the two little ones sniffed together. They sniffed Su Rui like little pigs. Daddy, you smell so good today. It's all from Reba's mom. Yes, it's Reba's mom's scent. Su Rui paused, slightly taken aback. These two girls have such keen noses? Reba's mom sleeps with Daddy, so Daddy definitely smells like her. Yang Mi stepped forward to explain. Mommy, that's not right. It's different from her usual scent. Little Peach sniffed Su Rui again. It smells really, really good. Even when Reba's mom sleeps with Daddy, she doesn't smell this good. The usual scent is a little faint. Little Orange added. Yang Mi thought to herself, last night, your Reba's mom slept naked with Daddy, so of course Daddy smells like her. But she definitely couldn't say that. Usually, one of you sleeps between Daddy and Reba's mom, so the scent is a bit faint. But yesterday, Daddy and Reba's mom slept together, and Reba's mom was snuggled up to Daddy, so the scent was much stronger. Oh, I see. When Yang Mi's mom and Dad sleep together, does Daddy smell just like Yang Mi's mom? Little Orange asked. Yang Mi blushed. She glanced subconsciously at Su Rui, who had a sullen expression. That intimate skin-to-skin contact, without even the barrier of clothing, would surely leave him with her scent. Thinking about it made him a little embarrassed, but mostly he felt an overwhelming surge of desire. Definitely. Next time, I'll let you smell Mommy Yang Mi's scent on Daddy, okay? Su Rui teased, glancing at Yang Mi with a smile. Okay. The two little ones were just treating it as a joke. Yang Mi's face flushed even more when Su Rui looked at her, and her heart pounded even faster. Daddy, why isn't Mommy Reba up yet? Can you carry us upstairs and we'll go wake Mommy Reba up, okay? It's so late. Mommy Reba, get up and have breakfast. Little Orange called upstairs. Yang Mi finally had a hand to cover their mouths. Stop calling. Reba's mom went to bed very late last night, let her get some sleep. Reba's mom will come down and play with you when she wakes up. Su Rui knew the situation. He added, Reba's mom just fell asleep, let's let her sleep a little longer. Your dinosaur castle isn't finished yet, right? Daddy and Yang Mi's mom will help you build a bigger and prettier dinosaur castle, okay? We want to build a secret base, not a dinosaur castle. Okay, then we'll build a secret base. Hee, let's go build a castle. With their parents playing with them, the two little ones temporarily suppressed the urge to call out to their Reba's mom. Knowing that Reba's mom was nearby was alright. Reba, just fell asleep? Yang Mi whispered in Su Rui's ear. They were both stunned when they heard this. Su Rui smiled and nodded. Oh. Yang Mi nodded, realizing what he meant, and blushed inexplicably. Mom and Dad, what are you whispering about? And nothing. You play with Dad first, I'll go get Little Apple and Little Bamboo too. These two little ones have been out with you for 2 hours this morning, they must be tired. Let Auntie make them some milk, and you two too, have some milk together. Okay. The most relaxing thing is when men and women are intimate. After Su Rui left the room, Reba fell asleep on the bed within 2 seconds. Her sleep was incredibly good. It's almost lunchtime, and she shows no sign of waking up. Living room. Mommy, why isn't Reba's mommy awake yet? Shall we go wake Reba's mommy up for lunch? Little Orange and Little Peach, clutching their two panda cubs, were hiding in their newly built secret base of building blocks. You two go downstairs with Daddy and wait for lunch. I'll go wake Reba's mommy up. Yang Mi got up and walked towards the master bedroom. She had gone to bed quite early last night and hadn't eaten breakfast. If she didn't get up for lunch, it wouldn't be good for her stomach. Even if she wanted to sleep, she had to eat lunch first. Yang Mi opened the door and went inside. Reba was lying on the bed, crookedly, the blanket kicked to one side, her nightgown almost up to her waist, her long, white legs exposed. Yang Mi climbed onto the bed and gently shook Reba. Reba, wake up. Reba vaguely sensed someone was there. Because she was dreaming of a passionate kiss with Su Rui, she instinctively reached out and hugged Yang Mi's neck. Without even opening her eyes, she kissed Yang Mi's lips. Yang Mi, completely stunned. What was this girl dreaming about? Reba, wake up, I'm your sister Mi, not Su Rui. Yang Mi playfully slapped her bottom. Reba groggily opened her eyes. The scene before her gradually cleared, and she saw her sister Mi looking at her with a bewildered expression. She blinked. Then, thinking about how she seemed to have kissed Su Rui just now, but when she opened her eyes, it was Yang Mi. So, she just kissed Yang Mi? Reba suddenly woke up. She sat up abruptly. She looked at Yang Mi with an embarrassed expression. Yang Mi, just now, I thought it was my husband. Reba pursed her lips shyly. Didn't you just play with your husband this morning? You can still dream about this. Yang Mi's face was only slightly flushed. After all, they'd been sisters for so many years, so a kiss wasn't anything to be ashamed of, because it was really wonderful. I never knew being a woman felt so good. Tonight I'm sleeping with Little Orange and Little Peach. You'll know how I feel once you experience it, Yang Mi. Right now, both my body and my heart are filled with my husband. They were sisters, so Reba stuck out her tongue and spoke boldly. This time, it was Yang Mi who blushed. A slender finger gently poked her forehead. Okay, stop having a fever. You can get up and have lunch now. If you want to sleep, wait until after lunch. Dilraba nestled in Yang Mi's arms, lazily stretching. I don't have the strength to carry you out of bed. Yang Mi teased. Okay. Dilraba got up with a smile. She pulled back the covers. The night streaks were visible, instantly stunning Yang Mi. You too, didn't use protection last night? Dilraba stuck out her tongue and said, I calculated it while showering last night, and these past few days have been my safe period, so I didn't want to spoil his fun. Our periods are about the same, so you're in your safe period too, Mi. She finished with a meaningful smile. What are you laughing at? You want a second child so soon? No. Dilraba shook her head firmly. Her relationship with Su Rui had only just begun to blossom. They had just experienced the blissful intimacy of a couple last night. To be pregnant with a second child so soon was something she really didn't want. Be more careful next time. Get up quickly and help me make the bed. Otherwise, Little Orange and Little Peach will definitely ask about it during their nap. Coming. She felt embarrassed to ask the maid for help. The two sisters changed the sheets together. Then they went downstairs together. Mommy Reba, you're finally up. The two little ones saw Reba come downstairs and stood at the bottom of the stairs wanting a hug. They hadn't seen Reba all morning and missed her terribly. Missed Mommy? Mommy's home, why are you missing her so much? Daddy and Yang Mi's mommy are both here with you. Reba gently picked up the two little ones. She kissed her two precious daughters. Reba's mom, you seem a little different today. Little Orange looked Reba up and down, but couldn't quite put her finger on what was different. Your cheeks are rosy. Little Peach pointed out something different. And, Reba's mom seems to be in a really good mood today. Little Orange finally found the specifics. Really? Reba smiled. Her gaze unconsciously drifted to Su Rui, who was sitting at the dining table. Because your dad gave Mom a wonderfully special night. Of course, that's not the whole story. Reba pretended to think for a moment and said, maybe it's because Mom slept really, really well. Come on, Mom will carry you to dinner. What do you want to eat today? Today, Orange and I are eating noodles together. Noodles? Then you two should eat more, okay? Okay. Reba's mom, you should eat more too, you didn't eat breakfast this morning. Daddy and Yang Mi's mom both said you were very tired last night, eat more to replenish your energy, then you'll have strength. The innocent, childlike words made Reba's face flush, but she knew they weren't thinking the same thing. She helped them sit in their high chairs. She sat down with them to eat. Reba's mom, here you go your favorite shrimp. And this sea urchin is for you too. The two little ones served their Reba's mom as soon as they sat down. All morning they had heard was that Reba's mom was very tired, and they felt so sorry for her. Thank you, my darling daughters. She was pampered by her husband. And after waking up, she received care from her daughters. Reba was deeply moved, her face radiating both girlish romance and satisfaction, and the happiness and sweetness of motherhood. Our Little Orange and Little Peach already know how to care for others, that's wonderful, Su Rui praised. Hee daddy, eat some too. Yang Mi's mom said daddy was also very tired last night, so daddy should eat more too. After being praised, Little Orange and Little Peach wanted to show off even more, blurting out whatever came to mind. What they said unintentionally was taken seriously. Su Rui laughed heartily and gladly accepted the food they offered. The family happily finished their lunch. Then they went for a walk and a nap. For Little Orange and Little Peach, Yang Mi's mom was mom, and Reba's mom was mom, but only when both of them were around was their mother complete. Therefore, they were happy when Yang Mi's mom and dad were with them, but they were happiest when Yang Mi's mom, Reba's mom, and dad were all with them. Lying in their parents' arms, Little Orange and Little Peach could see Yang Mi and their father when they rolled over, and their father and Reba's mother when they rolled over, filling them with a sense of security. They slept soundly during their afternoon naps. After waking up, their parents were there with them, watching TV and playing games. The two little ones' laughter never stopped all afternoon, but at night, that's when the problem arose. Last night, Yang Mi slept with Little Orange and Little Peach, giving Reba and Su Rui ample time and space for their own private time. Tonight, Reba really wanted Yang Mi to experience the same wonderful night she had enjoyed last night. She hoped that Yang Mi could become Su Rui's woman completely, just like she had, and take their relationship to the next level. So Reba had decided that tonight she would sleep with Little Orange and Little Peach, giving Yang Mi and Su Rui ample private space. But, after a good afternoon nap, Little Orange and Little Peach were full of energy. Even though it was their usual bedtime, they were still very energetic. Little Orange sat on the bed, holding a colorful little ball, rolling it around and giggling. "Peach, look, I can roll this ball over to you." Little Orange called out loudly to Little Peach, who was playing with a toy dinosaur nearby. Little Peach dropped her toy dinosaur and crawled over to try and catch the rolling ball. "Let's play with this ball together, okay?" Little Peach shouted excitedly. "Okay." The two little ones rolled the ball around on the bed, having a great time. Every time they caught the ball, they giggled and laughed heartily. Su Rui, Yang Mi, and Reba sat on the bed, watching them play so happily, feeling both amused and exasperated. "Orange, Peach, it's time to sleep. Daddy and Mommy will hold you to sleep, okay?" Reba gently reminded them. "But Mommy, I'm not sleepy yet." Little Orange turned her head, blinking her bright eyes. She really wasn't sleepy at all. "Mommy, I'm not sleepy either." Little Peach agreed, rolling the ball towards Little Orange. The two of them laughed heartily. Reba looked at her two adorable daughters, thinking that things couldn't go on like this. If these two girls kept playing like this, her husband and she wouldn't get any sleep. "Sweeties, let's stop playing ball for a bit, okay? Mommy will tell you a story, okay?" Reba clapped her hands and gently pulled them into her arms to prevent them from running off to play ball again. "Mommy, I want to hear the story of Little Red Riding Hood." Little Orange clapped her hands and said, "Me too." Little Peach nodded, able to switch between playing ball and listening to stories at any time. "Then you two lie down together." Reba placed them beside her and covered them with blankets. She gently stroked their foreheads to help them fall asleep. She began telling them the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Yang Mi glanced at Su Rui, her pretty face slightly flushed. She knew, of course, that Reba's proactive approach today was to give her and Su Rui ample space, allowing them some alone time. As for her, she wasn't as shy as Reba had been the night before. But as a woman, the thought of her and Su Rui's perfect union tonight still made her heart pound uncontrollably. "After the two little ones fall asleep, we can sleep in the second bedroom," Su Rui whispered in Yang Mi's ear. He was a grown man, so naturally, there was nothing to be ashamed of. Yang Mi's face flushed instantly. She silently nodded, not refusing. In fact, Reba had already given herself to Su Rui. She herself was actually quite looking forward to it. Looking forward to the feeling Reba had described, of being completely his body and soul. While Yang Mi was filled with anticipation, Reba finished her story. The two little ones didn't move at all. "Asleep?" Su Rui asked softly. "They seem to be asleep." Reba nodded gently. "Wait a little longer, let them sleep a little longer." Before Reba could finish speaking, the two little ones opened their eyes simultaneously, staring at her intently. "Mommy, why are you talking so quietly?" Little Orange whispered in return. Su Rui, Reba, Yang Mi. Well, they weren't asleep. Not only were they not asleep, but looking at their bright, alert eyes, they showed absolutely no signs of sleepiness. "We didn't want to disturb your sleep. Mommy Reba has already told you a story, now I'll sing you a song, okay? You two need to close your eyes obediently, okay?" To prepare for a romantic evening with Su Rui, Yang Mi took the initiative to lull the children to sleep. She sang their favorite song, "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." However, the two little ones had slept too soundly during their afternoon nap. Plus, they had played at home all day and weren't tired. After the song, Little Orange and Little Peach were still wide awake. Their bright, sparkling eyes blinked. It was as if they were saying, "Mommy and Daddy, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Bring it on." The three adults were both amused and exasperated. They exchanged glances, all having a feeling these two girls definitely weren't going to bed early tonight. He really managed to keep them awake. "Come on, let Daddy hold you to sleep, okay?" Su Rui took over, lying down in the middle, with the two little ones on either side of him. Time for bed. "Daddy, can you tell us a story?" "Of course, but you have to close your eyes and sleep, you can't open them." "Okay." The two little ones agreed readily. And they actually did. They did keep their eyes closed the whole time Su Rui was telling stories. The problem was, they opened their eyes as soon as he finished. Then they eagerly awaited the next story. Su Rui told 5 stories in a row, but he couldn't get them to sleep. He himself was yawning constantly. Yang Mi couldn't help but laugh. Judging from today's situation, it seemed hopeless. "Okay, honey, let's skip it today. You look sleepy, go to sleep." Yang Mi tenderly kissed him on the cheek. She pulled the covers up for him. Although she was a little disappointed, their life together had only just begun. There was no rush. Anyway, Her body would always belong to him. He could enjoy himself any time. Fine, I'm really sleepy, Su Rui said, yawning, having lost interest in the whole thing. Good night, little ones. You two successfully kept Daddy sleepy. Never mind you two, since you're not sleeping anyway, Daddy's going to sleep by himself. Su Rui kissed both of them on the cheek. He cuddled them as they slept. Isn't Daddy going to tell us a story? Daddy, I want to hear the story of the Frog Prince. I want to hear the story of Pinocchio too. The Little Mermaid is also very good, and fables are also very fun. Daddy? Daddy, are you asleep? The two little ones are truly full of energy. They cling to Su Rui, constantly trying to find out if he's asleep. Okay, you too. Daddy's been telling you stories until you're sleepy. Let Daddy sleep. Come here, Mommy will hold you, don't disturb Daddy's sleep. Yang Mi and Reba are both helpless. They each hold one of the little ones. Then they deliberately don't talk to them. The two little ones are quiet for a while, then turn over, then quiet for a while, then turn over again. They open their eyes and blink, then turn over and sit up to see if their parents are awake. Seeing that they both have their eyes closed and are ignoring them, they don't disturb their sleep. They just kept rummaging around among the three adults. Even Yang Mi and Reba were kept awake by them. The two little ones finally got sleepy, yawning one after the other, gradually quieting down and falling asleep. The two little ones were completely unaware that they had unintentionally ruined their Yang Mi's mom and dad's chance to strengthen their bond. Of course, no one would blame them. After all, there's still a long way to go. There will be plenty of opportunities. For example, the next morning, not sleeping at night, not getting up in the morning. These two girls really deserve a spanking. Morning. Su Rui, Yang Mi, and Reba were all awake. Little Orange and Little Peach were fast asleep among them, sleeping soundly. The three of them felt a little helpless. Reba's eyes lit up. With a slightly mischievous smile, she said, "Honey, the two little ones definitely won't wake up anytime soon. Why don't you and Sister Me go to the next room and finish what you didn't do last night? I'll stay here with them so they don't wake up and disturb you." Su Rui raised an eyebrow, smiling at Yang Mi. It wasn't impossible. Yang Mi blushed immediately. She playfully slapped Reba. "Reba, I've noticed you're getting bolder since you and your husband spent the night together. In broad daylight, I don't want to. For women, this kind of thing needs the right atmosphere. Without a starting atmosphere, just doing it for the sake of doing it is a strange thing for most women. I think daytime is great too, I have more energy." Dilraba's experience. Yang Mi blushed even more. You guys had a nighttime setup last time, so the daytime part was a continuation of the night, so it felt normal and wonderful. Suddenly going to the room like it's a task to start, it's weird. Talking about this first thing in the morning made Yang Mi feel quite embarrassed. She then changed the subject. "Honey, Dilraba and I have been back for several days now. The filming schedule on set is already quite tight, and delaying the filming schedule for too long isn't good. Dilraba and I are going back to the set this afternoon. We're already in the center of online gossip. If we get accused of being arrogant or something, it'll put us in an even more passive position." Dilraba's expression became serious when talking about work. Even though the crew members didn't dare say anything to them because of Su Rui, after so many days off from the filming, it would still cause resentment over time. Honestly, you don't need to be so busy with these things right now. You should spend more time with Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao. Look how happy they are these past few days with you around. Su Rui said. "I know what you mean, honey. But we've already signed the contracts. Like I said before, as the two of us, as the bosses of GXing, if we breach contracts on a large scale, our reputation in the industry will be terrible. Although these people might not dare to say anything to us right now because of you, honey, we are still in business. We can't rely on your intimidation to solve everything. Let's finish all the things we need to do this year first. Afterwards, Reba and I will gradually transition to the role of bosses, as you said, instead of personally running the company. Then, we'll spend more time with you and Xiao Ju Zi and Xiao Tao Tao," Yang Mi said. Perhaps because of the impending separation, her eyes held a hint of reluctance and a tender, lingering sadness. To be honest, Su Rui had enjoyed spending time with them these past 2 days. He was already clearly starting to consider them his women. Suddenly, they had to go back to work. She was still a little reluctant to part. Their eyes met. Su Rui suddenly picked Yang Mi up. "Ah, honey, what are you doing?" Yang Mi wrapped one arm around his neck and covered her mouth with the other. "We've come all this way, how can I only have Reba? Since you're going to the film set this afternoon, you belong to me this morning." Su Rui smiled domineeringly. He turned to Reba and said, "Reba, do you want to come along?" "No way." Reba smiled sweetly. "Honey, you should focus on pampering Sister Me. I'll stay here with Orange and Peach. If they wake up and tease us, it might disturb your good time." "All right." Reba's consideration wasn't wrong. Su Rui carried Yang Mi out. So early in the morning, no way. Yang Mi's face was incredibly red. This all happened so suddenly, her heart was pounding. However, Yang Mi herself had to admit that because they would be parting ways in the afternoon, the emotions she was feeling were different from when she had just woken up. Despite feeling incredibly embarrassed in broad daylight, the reluctance to part that afternoon stirred a strong sense of anticipation and impulse within her. If you don't give it to me today, who knows when you'll be able to? Are you sure you don't want it? Su Rui teased. But, what if Little Orange and Little Peach wake up? Yang Mi's voice trailed off. Only her heart pounded harder. Reba is with them. Oh, Yang Mi was speechless. She pursed her lips, looking at Su Rui's handsome face, feeling absolutely no resistance. The atmosphere at this moment not only made her willing, but also filled her with anticipation for the romantic moments to come with Su Rui. As soon as they entered the room, Su Rui placed her on the bed. He kissed her proactively. Yang Mi didn't care about anything else anymore. Setting aside her reserve, she took the initiative to hug him, surrendering herself to him with a sense of security. The sunlight gradually brightened. Little Orange and Little Peach rubbed their sleepy eyes and slowly woke up. Upon waking, their first instinct was to check if their parents were beside them. Yesterday, when they woke up, Yang Mi's mother was beside them. Reba's mother and father were not beside them. This morning, upon waking up, Little Orange and Little Peach discovered that Reba's mother was beside them, but Yang Mi's mother and father were not. Why is someone always missing? Little Orange rubbed her eyes and asked, Reba's mother, where are Daddy and Yang Mi's mother? Where did they go? Little Peach rubbed her eyes and pouted, why can't Daddy ever find us? He promised to check if we were beside him before going to sleep, really. Reba calmly took out the colorful balls they had played with last night, and their dinosaur plush toys. You're awake. Have you forgotten that you all slept together last night? Daddy didn't forget you. Daddy and Yang Mi's mom went to buy you some yummy treats, they'll be back soon. Yesterday's lie was already used up. Today, he'd have to make up another one. Little Orange blinked, asking with some skepticism, really? What yummy treats did Daddy and Reba's mom go buy? They went to buy your favorite strawberry cake and egg tarts. Little Peach's eyes lit up immediately at the mention of yummy treats. Wow! Strawberry cake and egg tarts. I want some, I want some. Little Orange was clearly also fooled by the delicious food. Let's get up, Mommy Reba. Let's go play with Little Apple and Little Mangosteen and wait for Daddy and Mommy Yang Mi to come back while we play. Yes, wake up. We'll have strawberry cake later. The two little ones jumped up, full of energy as soon as they woke up. Reba didn't dare let them leave the room. After all, she could hear Little Orange and Little Peach calling downstairs yesterday morning. That meant some noise could still come from the room. It would be embarrassing if her husband and sister Mi were still doing their business and the two little ones heard them. Reba hugged them. She took out some toys and handed them to them. Don't bother Little Apple and Little Mangosteen all day long. Mommy will make you some milk, and then Mommy will play with you for a while. Let's see who can catch the ball, okay? Okay. They really enjoyed the catch game last night. The two little ones, each clutching their milk bottles, were having a blast playing catch with Reba on the bed. To stall for time, Reba even enlisted Tao Tao's dinosaur plush toy as a player. Of course. While playing, she didn't forget to send Yelin a message, telling her to have the kitchen prepare a strawberry cake and 2 egg tarts, so the two little ones wouldn't be disappointed. Being tricked for 2 days in a row, the little ones were really going to get angry. In another room, Yang Mi nestled in Su Rui's arms. Her gaze towards Su Rui was more intense and adoring than ever before. Yesterday she didn't understand the kind of happiness Reba spoke of. Now, she understood. Just like Reba said, her body and soul belonged to him. At this moment, Yang Mi was absolutely certain that fate was destined to make her and Reba completely his women. As long as he was by her side, she was willing to be his little lamb. After a long, tender moment, Yang Mi sat up, leaning against Su Rui, and said gently, Zhu Ziyi and Tao Tao are probably awake by now. Reba might not be able to hold them off for long in broad daylight. Let's get up first. Su Rui shrugged and smiled. He pulled her close and kissed her forcefully. I'll think of a way next time. I want both of you. Yang Mi nodded. Although she felt embarrassed, she didn't refuse. Both she and Reba were mentally prepared to accompany him. The two got dressed and got up. Just as they stepped outside, they saw Yelin carrying a delicate cake upstairs. Mr. Su, here's your strawberry cake. Cake? Su Rui paused, slightly taken aback. Miss Reba asked me to prepare this, saying it's for Xiao Zhu Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao, and she asked me to give it to you. And 2 small egg tarts. Yelin pointed to the exquisite little box hanging next to the cake. Okay, here you go. Su Rui had already guessed that this was Reba's way of coaxing Xiao Zhu Ziyi and Xiao Tao Tao. Carrying the cake, he went inside with Yang Mi. Xiao Ju Ziai and Xiao Tao Tao had been playing games with Reba's mother for over an hour and were getting a little bored. As soon as they saw Su Rui and Yang Mi enter, they immediately perked up. "Mommy and Daddy, you're back. We've been waiting for you for so long." Su Rui smiled, holding up the cake in his hand. "Look what we brought you. It's a strawberry cake." Xiao Tao Tao clapped her hands excitedly, jumping up and down. Her little nose could already smell the sweet aroma. "So Reba's mom didn't lie to us. Daddy and Yang Mi's mom really went to buy us strawberry cake. Thank you, Daddy and Mommy." Little Orange also exclaimed with surprise, her eyes shining like two twinkling stars at the thought of the delicious strawberry cake. "Of course Mommy didn't lie to you. Now let's get up and eat strawberry cake." Reba smiled, patted their little faces, and helped them get dressed. The two little ones immediately begged their dad to go to the living room to cut the strawberry cake as soon as they got out of bed. Yang Mi and Dilraba followed behind. "Sister Mi, how does it feel? Didn't I tell you? Isn't it wonderful and blissful?" Dilraba chuckled. Both sisters had given themselves completely to Su Rui, and their relationship had become even closer. Yes, Yang Mi didn't deny it. Because it really was wonderful.